categorically stated that he has no problem with EVM. And so sometimes Ajit Pawar speaks truth, and whatever he said regarding Honorable Prime Minister's degree is absolutely correct. See, Prime Minister's degree is available in affidavit of his election nomination. That is available to anybody. But to just make political gain and to show our very bad mentality, AAP and section of the NCP and Congress people are doing this non-issue. And that's why I think whatever Ajit Pawar has stated is absolutely right, because in this country there were many politicians who were not studied up to the 12th graduation, but they run their state or their Jilla Parishad very prominently and very efficiently. So, formal education is important, but that is only one aspect of anybody's political or social life. But Congress, NCP had a mentality of this to degrade anybody, and that's why they are making this non-issue as an issue.
Right. Many thanks, Mr. Bhatkalkar, for joining us there. And so reactions coming in to the NCP's remark, Ajit Pawar there saying that the fake degree issue raked up by the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress over the Prime Minister, clearly a non-issue. Let's listen in to what exactly he said in that bite once again.
2014 त्यांची डिग्री बघून लोकांनी निवडून दिले का? त्यांनी देशामध्ये 2014 स्वतःचा करिश्मा निर्माण केला, जो भारतीय जनता पक्षाचा काश्मीरपासून कन्याकुमारीपर्यंत नव्हता. त्याचं सर्वस्व श्रेय हे नरेंद्र मोदी साहेबांनाच दिलं पाहिजे. आणि डिग्रीवर काय, आतापर्यंत जे कोणी देशाचे सुरुवातीपासून आतापर्यंत पंतप्रधान झाले, अनेक राज्यांचे मुख्यमंत्री त्या काळापासून आतापर्यंत झाले, त्यांना आपल्या लोकशाहीमध्ये बहुमताचा आदर करून त्याला महत्व आहे. तिथं 543 संख्या आहे, त्याच्यात बहुमत ज्याचा असेल तो तिथं प्रमुख होतो. राज्यामध्ये आपल्या 146 145 ज्याचं बहुमत असेल, पाठिंबा असेल, तो त्या ठिकाणी मुख्यमंत्री होतो. त्याच्यामुळं असं कुठं शिक्षणाच्या बाबतीमध्ये वैद्यकीय क्षेत्रात MBBS किंवा ज्या त्यांच्या पदव्या आहेत ते झाल्याशिवाय तो तिथं काम करू शकत नाही, असं काही राजकारणामध्ये नाहीये. आणि त्याच्यामुळे आज ते जवळपास 9 वर्ष तुमच्या माझ्या देशाचं प्रतिनिधित्व करताय. आणि आता डिग्रीच्या बद्दल काढून मी बऱ्याचदा बघतो, मधून अधून मंत्र्यांच्याही डिग्रीचं काढलं जातं, पंतप्रधानांच्याही डिग्रीचं काढलं जातं. तो महत्वाचा प्रश्न आहे नाही. महत्वाचा प्रश्न महागाई आणि बेरोजगारीचा आहे.
Up in other news that we're tracking, poster war continues to rage on in the national capital. Anti-Aam Aadmi posters now outside the BJP office. Also, in international news, hush money scandal haunts Trump. Former US president now in New York, set to appear in court for his arraignment.
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए, ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोग की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP BJP Shiv Sena, Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, who is being present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that he is Gandhi and not Savarkar, and Gandhi never apologized. Right after which we saw there was a press conference that was called in by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, clearly condemning the statement of Rahul Gandhi, and there they have announced that there will be a Savarkar Gaurav Yatra across Maharashtra. So it has been started from today. It will go on till 8th of April.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's me, Chidambaram right now. Or there it is. He's been arrested. Mr. Vazirwai, because it was a case I believe that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us.
NIA की टीम बाजे को लेकर यहाँ पहुंची है क्योंकि एविडेंसेस डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे इसी
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here at They're trying to stop. Today the whole nation is getting. What exactly are your thoughts? Why must
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Malia? Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking you.
And that is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's me, Chidambaram right now. Or there it is. He's been on the screen. Mr. Vazirwai, why to arrest? Because it was a case I believe that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us from reporting.
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. They're trying to stop the car.
Everybody has right to self-determine. If I say Punjab is a separate country,
And we're getting breaking news now that a Varanasi-bound Indigo flight from Bengaluru. This was the Indigo flight from Varanasi to Bengaluru with 137 passengers on board had to make an emergency landing. This was due to a technical problem as per latest reports, and it had to land at the Shamshabad airport in Telangana at 6:15 this morning. All the passengers are safe. This is the Indigo flight that was en route to Bengaluru from Varanasi. And a technical snag caused it to make an emergency landing at the Shamshabad airport. For all the details, I go across to my colleague Aneri, who's now joining us. Aneri, what can you tell us? Are there any more details? We believe the flight had to make an emergency landing at around 6:15 this morning. What more can you tell our viewers?
Well, that's right, Rukma. We have been seeing that this morning at around 6:15 a.m. The flight, Indigo flight, had to make an emergency landing after the pilot found that there was some technical issue in the flight, and that is the reason why they had to make an emergency landing. Well, this was a Bangalore Varanasi flight which was en route, and that is the time when after they found that there was some technical issue, that is the reason why it had to make an emergency landing. And after which we see that after the emergency landing, the technical staff had resolved the issue, and at around 8 a.m. the flight again took off and made a safe landing. However, there were near about 137 passengers in the flight, and everyone is said to be safe. There was no untoward situation which has taken place, and now we also see that DGCI has also issued a statement in regard with this, and also they have stated that there was some technical issue, and that is why it had to to make an emergency landing at the Shamshabad airport, that's the Hyderabad airport. And now we are learning that the flight has now once again taken off from the Hyderabad airport and has made a safe landing. Now we also have been seeing more details of what exactly went wrong, what was the technical issue. We'll have to wait for more details in that connection. But yes, an Indigo flight bound to from Bangalore to Varanasi had made an emergency landing.
Many thanks, Aneri, for joining us with those updates. And we move on now to other news that's coming up. Big political face-off over Prime Minister's degree remark. The NCP now comes out in support. Also coming up, yet another case of cancel culture and Hindu phobia in the UK. Student claims discrimination.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's me, Chidambaram, right now. He's been arrested. Mr. Vazir, why? Because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us.
एनआईए की टीम बाजे को लेकर यहां पहुंची है क्योंकि एविडेंसेस डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे इसी
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here at They're trying to stop. Today the whole nation is looking at you. What exactly are your thoughts? Why must
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that he is Gandhi and not Savarkar, and Gandhi never apologized. Right after which we saw there was a press conference that was called in by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis clearly condemning the statement of Rahul Gandhi, and there they have announced that there will be a Savarkar Gaurav Yatra across.
And in international news, former US President Donald Trump arrived at Trump Tower in New York ahead of his historic booking and arraignment on hush money charges amidst heightened security. On Monday afternoon, the case pertains to Trump stems from payments made to adult movie actress Stormy Daniels during his 2016 campaign. The Pentagon responded to reports on whether or not China's spy balloon that was able to gather intelligence data on US military sites and transmit the data to the Chinese government before the Biden administration shot it down days later off the coast of South Carolina, saying that the US is on high alert.
That we were able to take, we were able to prevent transmission of certain aspects of our sites to be transmitted just because of what we were, the precautionary steps that we were able to take. But in terms of transmission back to the PRC and what was able to be transmitted back, I just don't have further information for you at this time. As of right now, we're still doing an assessment of what exactly the intel was that China was able to gather, but we do know that the steps that we took provided little additive value for what they've been able to collect on from satellites before.
The security minister of the province of Buenos Aires was attacked by dozens of bus drivers who were protesting the murder of a colleague during a robbery. Sergio Berni was seen being punched by at least one driver, and stones were also thrown at him. In the aftermath of the Bakhmut shelling, evacuation from Bakhmut has now become almost impossible. The Ukrainian military has been trying to rescue residents in armored vehicles as attacks from Russia continue. And it's time now for a short break, but coming up in a short while, the Bhutan king, who is on a visit to India, met NSA, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, in the capital.
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोग की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde, who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that he is Gandhi and not Savarkar, and Gandhi never apologized. Right after which we saw there was a press conference that was called in by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, clearly condemning the statement of Rahul Gandhi, and there they have announced that there will be a Savarkar Gaurav Yatra across Maharashtra. So it has been started from today. It will go on till 8th of April.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's me, Chidambaram, right now. On there it is. He's been arrested. Mr. Vazir, because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us.
एनआईए की टीम बाजे को लेकर यहाँ पहुंची है क्योंकि एविडेंसेस डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे। इसी
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here at They're trying to stop. Today the whole mission is scheduled. What exactly are your thoughts? Why must
Good morning, this is live and breaking on Republic TV and I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with a look at the top headlines we're tracking here on Republic this morning. Tensions continue to simmer in West Bengal after fresh late-night violence in Hooghly. Internet services are suspended. Security is beefed up in the aftermath of the Hooghly violence. The BJP's political face-off over the Prime Minister's degree remark continues. The NCP now comes out in support. Poster wars continue to rage on in the national capital. Anti-Aam Aadmi Party posters are seen outside the BJP's office. Yet another case of cancel culture and Hinduphobia in the UK. Student claims discrimination. Hush money scandal haunts Donald Trump, the former US president, now in New York, set to surrender. Well, we are cutting across to pictures that we are getting of the Bhutanese king Jingme Wangchuk meeting the NSA Ajit Doval. The Bhutanese king is on a 2-day visit to India, and it will give a boost to relationship between India and Bhutan, and also a chance to evaluate a whole range of bilateral cooperation. Let's go across to Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, who joins us now. Abhishek, one of the key things that everybody will be looking at with regards to this meeting, of course, is the settlement of the border issue. That's something that obviously Ajit Doval will be bringing up even as we speak with the Bhutanese king, because this has caused a lot of concern here in India.
Well, you see, there was this recent comment by the Prime Minister of Bhutan while giving an interview to a newspaper in Europe, Le Libre, in which he mentioned that there are three of us, India, China and Bhutan, when it comes to the tri-junction at the Doklam Plateau. Now, there was this interpretation in India. It initially caused some discomfiture that is this a new position that Bhutan is taking under pressure from China? But it so happens so it's not, because whatever China does in the Doklam Plateau has security implications for India. So obviously, India is a party there, and that's the reason why the Doklam standoff really happened. Separately, of course, Bhutan has been in talks with China, 22 round of talks, but this is obviously not about just the boundary question, because the King of Bhutan is having a visit by the National Security, a call on by the National Security Advisor. So obviously the security situation in the neighborhood is discussed. But otherwise, it's a very long-standing, durable, strong relationship that exists between the two nations. Prime Minister has visited Bhutan twice, and we have regular visits from the Bhutanese side. And this is, in fact, for the king also a second visit in the recent times. Our External Affairs Minister has visited twice. Foreign Secretary visited as late as January this year and met his Majesty the King of Bhutan. So I think otherwise also, in terms of cultural connect, in terms of trade, in terms of assistance, development assistance, in terms of India buying hydropower from Bhutan and Bhutan getting revenues for that. So everything seems to be in order, but this border question, Nupur, you are right, is going to be the focus, because when the National Security Advisor meets, essentially the focus is on the external security aspect and how the two nations collaborate. Remember, the Bhutanese security establishment has a lot of strong inbuilt cooperation from India, and of late we keep hearing about China sort of putting in pressure. Remember, just about last year, post-Doklam crisis, the Chinese claimed a part of Bhutan which was never claimed earlier in the last 20 years. So the salami slicing aspect of China continues even with tiny Bhutan, and that's something on which perhaps exchange of thoughts would happen between the king and the National Security Advisor when this meeting is happening.
All right, Abhishek Kapoor, our Senior Executive Editor, joining us there. Thank you very much for that input. So there you can see it on your screens right now. This is the second day of the visit of the Bhutanese king to India. Yesterday, of course, he was welcomed by the External Affairs Minister, and today his first meeting in the day is with the NSA Ajit Doval. Now, tensions are continuing to simmer in West Bengal after fresh violence was reported in Hugli's Rishra railway station. Police had put up barricades in a bid to control the stone pelting that caused multiple train delays, and several trains were suspended. Now, furthermore, in the aftermath, Section 144 has been imposed and internet services have been suspended in the area.
Fresh violence occurred again in Rishta on Monday night, and after that, allegedly, a huge number of glass bottles and stones were pelted towards police, and allegedly one police van was torched down by the mob, by the agitators, and all we can see now that the stones and broken glass bottles and the scenes in which we can clearly say that a huge violence was occurred here in Rishta near gate number 4, a rail crossing. Due to that, a huge number of passengers were waiting in different stations. The train services were disrupted, and now the police personnel are doing area domination in different parts of Rishta. And when will normalcy will be back in Rishta? This is now the biggest question. With video journalist Sanjay Nayyar, this is Bhaskar for Republic.
Now, Bhaskar Basu, in fact, is joining us live on the broadcast. Bhaskar, we just saw that report of yours, which you filed, from one of the locations where violence was reported. Give us an overall sense of how the situation stands currently.
Well, Nupur, the situation is tense as of now, although some vehicles are moving in and around Vrishra and the surrounding places where violence occurred again on yesterday night. But the overall situation, it's a bit tensed. And also the police personnel are doing area domination in a regular manner to ensure law and order situation. CRPC 144 was imposed to control the law and order situation, to control the violence. But the situation was worsened on Monday night when the police jeep was burnt down. Huge numbers of bombs were allegedly hurled upon Vrishna station, and also heavy number of stones were pelted, glass bottles were thrown, and now the situation is internally suspended in that area in Vrishra, in Hooghly. And also the political face-off is on as the BJP, the main opposition party in Bengal, they are clearly questioning the role of state administration. They are questioning the role of police personnel because the 144 was imposed and the police personnel were patrolling all over the area. But the situation turned violent where several vehicles were burned down. A number of people were heavily injured due to this scuffle, due to this violence. And also the Trinamool Congress leaders, they are questioning BJP's role, as the Trinamool Congress leaders are claiming that the BJP is behind all of this violence. But also BJP counter questioning the allegation made by Trinamool Congress, the ruling party in West Bengal. While Governor C.V. Anand Bose is coming back to Kolkata, hurriedly assessing the situation, but the Mamata Banerjee, Chief Minister of Bengal, she is in Digha, and Shubhendu Adhikar, leader of opposition, is questioning the state government's role about this violence. And as of now, Nupur, the situation is very tensed in and around that places where violence occurred on Monday night. Nupur.
All right. Thank you very much, Bhaskar, for that update.
The occasion of the 5th edition of this International Conference on Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, ICDRI 2023, is indeed a special one. Friends, the CDRI arose from a global vision. In a closely connected world, the impact of disasters will not just be local. Disaster in one region can have a big impact on a completely different region. Therefore, our response has to be integrated, not isolated. Friends, in just a few years, over 40 countries have become part of the CDRI. This conference is becoming an important platform. Advanced economies and developing economies, large and small countries, the global north and the global south are coming together at this forum. It is also encouraging that it is not just governments that are involved. Global institutions, domain experts, and the private sector also play a role. Friends, as we discuss infrastructure, some priorities have to be remembered. The CDRI's theme for this year's conference is related to delivering resilient and inclusive infrastructure. Infrastructure is not only about returns, but also about reach and resilience. Infrastructure must leave none behind and serve the people even during time of crisis. Further, a holistic view of infrastructure is needed. Social and digital infrastructure are as important as transport infrastructure. Friends, during disasters, it is natural that our hearts go out to those who are suffering. Relief and rescue take priority, and rightly so. Resilience is about how quickly systems can ensure the return of normal life. Resilience is built in the times between one disaster and another. Studying past disasters and learning lessons from them is the way. This is where the CDRI and this conference play a key role. Friends, each nation and region faces disasters of different kinds. Societies evolve local knowledge related to infrastructure that can withstand disasters. While modernizing infrastructure, such knowledge needs to be used intelligently. Modern technology with local insights can be great for resilience. Further, if documented well, local knowledge may become a global best practice. Friend, some of the initiatives of the CDRI are already showing its inclusive intent. The Infrastructure for Resilient Island State Initiative for IRIS benefits many island nations. These islands may be small, but every human living in them matters to us. Just last year, the Infrastructure Resilient Accelerator Fund was announced. This $50 million fund has generated immense interest among developing nations. The commitment of financial resources is key to the success of initiatives. Friends, recent disasters have reminded us of the scale of challenges we face. Let me give you a few examples. We had heat waves across India and Europe. Many island nations were harmed by earthquakes, cyclones, and volcanoes. Earthquakes in Turkey and Syria caused great loss of lives and property. Your work is becoming more relevant. There are great expectations from the CDRI. Friends, this year, India is also bringing the world together through its G20 presidency. At the president of G20, we have already included the CDRI in many working groups. The solutions you explore here will receive attention at the highest levels of global policy making. This is an opportunity for CDRI to contribute to infrastructure resilience, especially against climate risk and disasters. I am confident that the deliberations at ICDRI 2023 will provide a pathway to achieve the shared vision of a more resilient world.
All right, so that, of course, is the Prime Minister speaking about various issues and about resilient infrastructure building across the country. The Prime Minister addressing an international conference on infrastructure. A look now at what else is making news this morning. Tensions continue to simmer in West Bengal after fresh violence was reported in Hugli's Rishra railway station. The police had to put up barricades in a bid to control the stone pelting that caused multiple train delays, and several trains were suspended. Now, in the aftermath, Section 144 has been imposed and internet services have been suspended in the area. In the national capital, the Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP poster wars are continuing to rage on. In the latest, the BJP put up posters outside the office in Delhi, stating that the degree row is being raked up only to divert people's attention from multiple graft cases against Aam Aadmi Party leaders. Even as the war over tickets continues, the Congress is set to hold a Central Election Committee meeting to discuss probable candidates for the second list on the 4th of April. The party is likely to release the names before Rahul Gandhi arrives in Kolar on the 9th of April. The Karnataka Congress president has been booked for throwing currency notes at people during an election rally in Mandya on the 29th of March. The Election Commission of India registered a complaint against D.K. Shivakumar based on which a non-cognizable offence was registered against him. The Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan said a special investigation team will be formed to probe the fire incident on board a train which led to the loss of 3 lives in Kozhikode district of the state. The accused man, who set fire to the people inside one of the compartments of the Alapura-Kannur Express on Sunday night, is yet to be identified, and no arrests have been made so far. Top opposition leaders have strongly pitched for a caste census at the DMK-convened Conference on Social Justice, which also saw calls for forging unity to take on the BJP in the run-up to the 2024 general elections. The conference was seen by many as a show of strength by the opposition, with the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, the Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot and his Jharkhand counterpart Hemant Soren, and Bihar's Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi Yadav in attendance. The Uttar Pradesh government schools will adopt from this academic session the NCERT's new Class 12 history textbooks, in which portions about Mughal courts have been removed. As part of its syllabus rationalization exercise last year, the NCERT cited overlapping and irrelevant as reasons and dropped certain portions of the syllabus, including some lessons on Mughal courts, from its 12th textbooks. 4 government staff were suspended in Vikarabad district of Telangana after a stand by invigilator at the government school allegedly took a picture of the question paper of the class 10 board examinations and shared with another teacher on an instant messaging app while the test was going on. Maiden landing of helicopters by night on board INS Vikrant was achieved on the 28th of March by Kamov 31 helicopter. The trial successfully proved night operations from INS Vikrant. As part of the trials, the lightning aids and shipborne systems were also tested. An Indian origin student from the Law School of London School of Economics has alleged that there is discrimination on the basis of religion and anti-India rhetoric prevalent on campus. Taking to social media, Karan Kataria, a lawyer pursuing a master's from the LSE campus and running for the General Secretary of LSE Student Union, claimed that he was disqualified from fighting for the General Secretary's post for being a Hindu nationalist. Well, the ED has summoned the former Maharashtra Minister and NCP leader Hassan Musharraf's aide Chandrakant Madhukar Gaikwad to appear for questioning on Wednesday in the sugar mills corruption case. Yesterday, of course, raids were conducted across 9 locations in connection with this case. So the ED issuing summons to the former Maharashtra Minister Hassan Mushrif's aide Chandrakant Madhukar Gaikwad. Now, the NCP leader's aide, of course, has been questioned in the sugar mills case, and this is a case in which investigations have been on for a while now. Yesterday, of course, we saw raids being conducted at 9 locations by the ED. We're going to try and go across to our correspondents to get us more details on this, but even as we speak, the ED has summoned an NCP leader's aide in the sugar mills case. Well, the ED's search operation is also concurrently underway in many places in Pune in connection with the sugar mills case. In fact, the Enforcement Directorate issued summons to Chandrakant Gaikwad, a close aide of the former Maharashtra Minister Hassan Mushrif, to appear for questioning in connection with the sugar mill corruption case. Now, the summons came after the ED had conducted raids at Gaikwad's office earlier in the day. Now, search operations are underway also at many places in Pune in connection with this case. Now, the YSRTP chief, Y.S. Sharmila, in an exclusive interview with Republic TV, has hit out at the Telangana chief minister for his handling of the paper leak case. Now, the YSRTP chief has alleged that KCR had cheated and looted the youth of Telangana.
KCR has blatantly cheated and looted the future of the youth of Telangana. 191,000 jobs were vacant, and KCR was supposed to fill them up in this term, and KCR to date hasn't given even one job in all of the 5 years, the last four and a half years that he is chief minister. So yes, I have written letters to all the opposition party leaders requesting them to join this forum, because this forum, irrespective of the political parties, putting our political agendas aside, we will take up the agenda of fighting for the youth of Telangana. Because unless we do that, we will not even be able to achieve a CBI inquiry into the alleged question paper leak or get KCR to give the 1.91 lakh jobs that he was meant to give.
As you say that you have written letters to Bandi Sanjay and also Revant Reddy and other opposition leaders as well, you also happen to speak to them. Were they ready to come along with you for this fight? And because they also have been demanding the same thing from the government since last few months we have been seeing. So any sort of assurance coming in from their end that they will join you?
No, they haven't assured me that they will join me, but I want them to consider it. I want the parties to consider it, because unless we do this together, we will not be able to achieve anything. Because as you see, my Padayatra, 3,800 kilometers of my Padayatra, the permission was cancelled, all because YSR Telangana party was gaining mileage. So KCR works in very shrewd ways. He knows how to restrict or thwart the voice of the opposition. And if we keep fighting individually like this, you have also seen how many times I was house arrested. So we will not be able to achieve anything individually is what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying let's all come together, and when we come together, we will be able to do something for the youth of Telangana.
You are with Republic TV, and on the other side, it's yet another case of cancel culture and Hindu phobia in the UK. Student claims discrimination. And the hush money scandal hits Donald Trump. Former US president is now in New York for his arraignment.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's P. Chidambaram right now. He's been arrested.
पहुंची है क्योंकि एविडेंसेस डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे। इसी
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop? Today the whole nation is scheduled. What exactly are your thoughts? Why must
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोग की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that he is Gandhi and not Savarkar, and Gandhi never apologized. Right after which we saw there was a press conference that was called in by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis clearly condemning the statement of Rahul Gandhi, and there they have announced that there will be a Savarkar Gaurav Yatra across.
Tensions continue to simmer in West Bengal after fresh late-night violence in Hooghly. Internet services suspended, security beefed up in the aftermath of Hooghly violence. Big political face-off over Prime Minister's degree remark. NCP now comes out in support. Poster wars continue to rage on in the national capital. Anti-Aam Aadmi Party posters outside BJP office. Yet another case of cancel culture and Hindu phobia in the United Kingdom. Student claims discrimination. And hush money scandal haunts Trump. Former US president now in New York set to surrender. Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Rakshita Mishra, and we're starting with our top focus of the day. We're getting you some visuals from Bengal. BJP workers clashing with police over Shukanto Majumdar's protest against Hooghly violence. BJP's West Bengal chief Shukanto Majumdar was supposed to sit for a dharna protest against the Hooghly violence. However, the police say that the dharna will not be allowed to stage. According to police sources, the dharna has no permission. However, BJP organizers say that due permission was taken from the administration. Shukanto Majumdar over phone line to Republic Bangla said that he will be anyway visiting Srirampur in Hooghly for the sit-in protest against the Rishra violence. On the other hand, it was seen that police is bringing down the stage built for the protest. All right, my colleague Kishle is joining us from our Bangla newsroom in Kolkata. Kishle, this is another development, and the clash, the face-off is not, of course, dying down any soon. The BJP workers, continue to clashes over Shukanto's protest is. All right, I'm told that BJP's West Bengal chief Shukanto Majumdar is joining us on the phone line. Mr. Majumdar, we are learning that there has been a fresh clash with the police as far as the BJP workers are concerned.
Police is not allowing us to perform our dharna. We have chosen a place which is not under the section 144. But police is falsely stating that the area is under section 144. Our district president asked the police officer that they should furnish the paper, But till now, the administration could not furnish any kind of paper that area chosen by us for dharna is under Section 144. The problem is that CM herself is disturbing the communal harmony of the state, and we have, I am very sorry to say that we have a DG which is really worthless DG we have, and I think he has taken supari to destroy the peace of the state of West Bengal.
Well, Mr. Mazumdar, this is Kishaloy from Bangla Newsroom, Republic Bangla Newsroom, and I want to ask you that you told us previously to Republic Bangla that you will anyways be visiting that spot in spite of the police stopping you. But our question is, if the police stops you and Section 144 is imposed, police is saying, so are you going to return or sit there wherever police stops you and stage your dharna?
See, yesterday police furnished the paper of 144 to me. In that area, that paper, I have read it well, and this area I have chosen was not under the Section 144. So I will proceed. Wherever police will stop me, I will start my dharna on the road there.
Well, Mr. Majumdar, the police is saying that it's a busy road, and also if there are further escalation of tension, then BJP will be responsible. So will it be wise to not go there, or it's better that you go there and BJP workers sit there for the dharna? What is your stand on what police is saying in this matter?
The police is just doing the lipapoti, nothing more than that. Police is not arresting the people, those thrown bombs towards Ram Navami Julius. Police is arresting only the BJP workers and the common public. The public, those don't have any connection with Ram Navami and the riots. The rioters, they are getting relief from the police and the TMC, as they have the backing of TMC, and Mamata Banerjee herself disturbing the communal harmony. If police is thinking that my dharna will provoke something, so police should first arrest Mamata Banerjee for speaking that she is expecting something on 6th of this month. Even before the Ram Navami, Chief Minister herself given the indication of riots. So that means Chief Minister is provoking. Either she is having some information, on the basis of information she should take action, she should not take any action in this regard, and then the riots happen, and Mamata Banerjee is provoking the rioters for doing this kind of hegemony.
Right, Mr. Chukanto, we are seeing that how the TMC leaders and including the West Bengal Chief Minister is blaming and is called. We have seen Abhishek Banerjee's tweet also. TMC Supremo and West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has called the BJP a Dangabaz party. And they are saying that it's all BJP funded, whatever is happening there. How do you react to all of that?
Chief Minister herself provoking some fanatic public. Even I feel so some Muslims are doing this, but all the Muslim is not supporter of the Mamata Banerjee. Even they also prefer the peace. The problem is that Mamata Banerjee is connected with the fanatic portion. Even in her government, the fanatic people are ministers. Even once upon a time, Mamata Banerjee actually sent the ex-Islamic organization, student organization chief as the Rajya Sabha MP, Mr. Imran. So this is the fanatic mindset of the Mamata Banerjee and TMC. Mamata Banerjee doing all these things. If BJP has done something, then the bomb should be charged from BJP's Ram Navami or Ram Navami Julus to the minority area. But from minority area, some fanatic people, they are charging bomb towards the Ram Navami. So why BJP is responsible? Can you buy a country bomb from Nukkar immediately? And it is not possible. So that means it is a planful activity. It has been planned for last few days, 10 to 15 days. And who was doing those planning? Mamata should answer. Her police should answer who was doing those planning. Who gathered stones in the top of those houses?
Well, Mr. Majumdar, the last question to you is that yesterday from Digha, Mamta Banerjee told the audience that with folded hands, I request, don't vote for the riot-mongering BJP party. That's what she said, quote unquote. She said, we make roads, they break roads. So what will be your reaction to what Mamta Banerjee told the Bengal voters from yesterday from Digha?
Mamta Banerjee herself provoking the riot in West Bengal, and she is doing that to regain the minority vote. She wants to create fear, psychosis amongst the minorities. As during the last by-election, Sagardighi by-election, the minority vote shifted from TMC, and that's why Mamta Banerjee planned all these things. Ram Navami is the right of the Hindus, not from now. Almost 230 years ago, we have the document. Then that the Bengal has the legacy of performing Ram Navami Julus, Ram Navami procession during the British period also. So Mamata Banerjee is doing or disturbing the communal harmony of this state. I will appeal all the sects of this of the people of West Bengal, all the people of the West Bengal to maintain the peace. Don't step in the trap of Mamata Banerjee and the TMC. Even I will request the Muslim intellectuals to come forward and to make the peace, to maintain the peace in the whole state of West Bengal.
Right. All right. Many thanks, Mr. Shukanto Majumdar, for all your views and joining us with your views on this story. Thank you so much, Mr. Majumdar. And now going across to our Bangla newsroom in Kolkata, Kishalai, we are seeing how the BJP is, of course, unrelenting and says that they will continue to stage protest. And amidst all of that, we are learning that there is a lot of security that has been beefed up, and the internet services have been also suspended. What is the latest you are learning from the ground, and how is the atmosphere on ground right now?
Well, Rakshita, as Sukanto Majumdar clearly told us that anyways, even if he stopped, he's going to visit Hooghly today in Srirampur. He's supposed to sit in for a dharna protest, and he's going to continue with that. He told us exclusively over phone to Republic Bangla and Republic TV. And therefore, security is being increased at one hand, as you are rightly asking. And on the other hand, we are seeing that the stage which was built for Sukanto Majumdar to sit in for the protest has been brought down by the police. They are pulling out the stage. They are disassembling the stage. On the other hand, police is also saying that because 144 section is imposed, we will not let anyone enter this area. However, BJP workers are assembling at one hand. On the other hand, police is making barricades. They are placing barricades in that area. Tension is still prevailing after yesterday night. Yesterday night, we saw how trains were stopped, bombs were hurled, and stones were pelted along with arson. And now today, still now tension is prevailing. Sukanto Majumdar, as we speak, BJP president, state president, is heading towards Hooghly, Srirampur, and BJP workers are also assembling. That's the ground situation there right now as we speak. Rakshita.
All right, so we're getting all the latest updates from West Bengal, and as our Republic Network, of course, keeping a close eye on all those developments that are coming in from West Bengal. But thank you so much, Kishalai, for joining us with all those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that. But right now, it's time for some more breaking news that we are getting in this bulletin. This coming in from Karnataka, as the battle for Karnataka is intensifying, viewers. Karnataka Congress meeting is all set to begin shortly at AICC office. Karnataka Congress leader Siddaramaiah, DK Shivakumar, DK Suresh, along with others to be present in the meeting. And meeting is to be headed by Mallikarjun Kharge, meeting for a final round of ticket for Karnataka Assembly elections. So we're seeing that how Congress is in full election mode now. And in the run-up to the Karnataka polls, the Congress is now, of course, getting together. It's a key meet that is slated for today. This is regarding the second candidate list. Congress is in action mode. And my colleague is Harsha is joining us on the broadcast for more on this. Harsha, it's a very important meeting that is coming in, a second candidate list as far as Karnataka polls is concerned. And the Congress party, remember, we've seen a lot of fissures in the Congress party as far as the candidate list was concerned. There was a lot of tensions within the party as far as candidate list were concerned. There were many protests also we see a few days ago on that. And how do we see it now panning out for the Congress party?
Exactly, as you rightly stated, few days before also we saw protests happening in Karnataka where the local leaders and local party karyakartas were protesting, and it happened because there were several BJP leaders and the JDS leaders as well who joined the Congress party directly, and there was agitation amongst the supporters that the ticket should not be given to the leaders who have come from the different party. And now we are showing you the visuals as the meeting for the Central Election Committee has already begun. Siddaramaiah, DK Shiv Kumar, DK Suresh and Mallikarjun Kharge, MB Patil, BK Hari Prasad and Randeep Singh Surjewala are going to participate in this meeting of Central Election Committee, where the second list for the candidates will be announced and it will be finalized, because till now what we are learning is that 124 candidates have already been announced on March of 25th, and now the names for the second list has to be finalized for the 100 seats, and it becomes very important because Siddaramaiah and DK Shiv Kumar's name was in the first list. Siddaramaiah was is supposed to contest from the Varuna Assembly constituency, while DK Shiv Kumar from the Kanakpura Assembly constituency. But what we are learning is that Siddaramaiah already expressed that he wants to also fight from Kolar Assembly constituency, but there were several disagreement from the local party leaders from that particular constituency, because of which till now the Kolar Assembly constituency have not been given to Siddaramaiah. And today a very important list will be finalized of the 100 candidates, which has to be revealed after this meeting of the Central Election Committee commences at the AICC head office, because the leaders have already come, and now we are also seeing the local leaders and karyakartas from the Karnataka who are here outside AICC office, who are expecting their name to be in the second list of Karnataka Assembly constituency, because elections are on May 10th and the results will be declared on 13th of May. And till now we have been seeing that what is the model which Karnataka Congress leaders have been projecting on ground is that corrupt-free Karnataka, because they have been stating that BJP have been compromising with the corruption activities over there in Karnataka, and that's what they are completely hitting again and again on the Basavaraj Bommai government, completely stating that they are involved in the corruption activities, and that is what we have to eradicate from the Karnataka. So this is a very important meeting. As we show you, several Karnataka leaders, karyakartas and supporters have already gathered outside the AICC office, and all eyes on the Kolar constituency, because Siddaramaiah also wants the Kolar Assembly constituency that he should be fielded from this constituency as well. But till now there were disagreements amongst the local party leaders, because of which Congress is not much in favor of the idea of Siddaramaiah to be fielded from that very Kolar constituency as well. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, and as we were talking about the infighting and the protests within the Congress party before the list came out, this of course is the second list that is scheduled to be released soon. We're talking about two important figures here as far as Congress is concerned in Karnataka. Harsha, we have a DK Shivakumar and we have a Siddaramaiah. Are we also expecting that there will be some talks, and are you picking up anything on who will be the CM face for Congress party as far as this battleground Karnataka is concerned?
Till now the party has not opened its cards who is going to be the CM candidate, because a lot of tussle on ground is also already being seen between the two very important leaders, Siddaramaiah and DK Shiv Kumar, and all eyes are on that only, that who will be the CM candidate. Congress is going to project whom, because DK Shiv Kumar, since from the very first day of campaigning, has been stating that right now I am the Karnataka Congress president, but he has a high scope for becoming the CM candidate as well. But Siddaramaiah, being the former CM, his hopes are also high that this time also the Congress is going to project him as the CM candidate. But what exactly the Karnataka leaders are thinking, let me straight go to them. Sir, what all you are thinking about the CM candidate, because you all are here outside AICC. Who should be the CM candidate? Because right now there's a lot of tussle between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivkumar, both the big leaders of Karnataka.
Yeah. I think the party should give both the people the opportunity, madam. 2.5 years for them, 2.5 years for them.
So these are the thoughts of the leaders and local karyakartas who are present outside AICC. So we need to wait and watch exactly what will come outside from the central election meeting of Congress. Back to you.
Right, of course. All right. Thank you so much, Harsha, for getting us all those inputs on that story. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that story. In the run-up to the Battleground Karnataka, it's an important development there. But right now, we are getting in some more updates into this bulletin. And this is regarding the train mishap in Kerala. It's a big lead, in fact, in the Kerala train incident that claimed the lives of at least 3 people. And sources have informed Republic TV that Kerala police suspect a terror angle in this train mishap issue. Kerala police have in fact formed an anti-terror squad to investigate the matter, apart from the SIT constituted to catch the accused. It is also stated that NIA team is constantly in touch with Kerala police regarding the same. All right, my colleague Varshini is joining us from... All right, we are being joined by a reporter on ground in Kozhikode. Varshini is joining us. Varshini, this is a big development, of course, what we have been calling a mishap. It seems to be it's in fact a conspiracy. The police are suspecting a terror angle now in this incident.
Rakshita, that is exactly the situation currently ongoing here in Kerala. The terror angle is being probed by the police officials in Kerala. And right now, if you see, we are in the Kerala's Kozhikode's Government Medical College Hospital, where these victims who have been injured severely are getting treated. And more than 15 to 18 people have been injured in this incident. And almost we have one single person, Anil Kumar, who has more than 35% of burns, and he is in the ICU right now, and his family is with us to talk to us regarding what they have gathered from his wife and son, who's also been injured and also been getting treated, and the wife was able to speak a little bit, and we have the family who spoke to her. Vanakkam sir, unga per?
Ende peru Shaji.
Sir, unga kitta enna nadandhuchenu sonnanga?
Train le magalappa molappa kandu thirichu varumo. പിന്നെ ട്രെയിനിൽ ഇരിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഒരാൾ വന്ന് പെട്ടെന്ന് 2 കുപ്പിയിലെ പെട്രോൾ ഒഴിച്ച് തീ കൊടുത്തത്. ആള് കണ്ടിട്ടില്ല. പിന്നെ അനിയേട്ടന് നല്ല വർക്കാണ്. ഒരു 35% പൊള്ളലുണ്ട് എന്നാണ് പറയുന്നത്. മോനൊരു 20% പൊള്ളലുണ്ട്. അമ്മയ്ക്ക് ചെറിയ പൊള്ളലേ ഉള്ളൂ. പിന്നെ അനിയേട്ടൻ്റെ തലമുടി, പിന്നെ മീശ, താടി, കഴുത്ത് എല്ലാം കരിഞ്ഞു പോയിട്ടുണ്ട്.
So he says that the father, mother and the son were traveling in the train, and the mother is able to talk a little bit, and she told that suddenly a man came with 2 bottles of petrol and he threw the petrol on everybody and he set fire to them. And she also has said that since it all happened in a in a fraction of a second, they were not able to remember the face now, since they were all in shock. And the father has currently has more than 35% of injuries, including face, hair, the neck, etc. The mother has a little bit of injury. The son has more than 15% of injuries. So the entire family who came to Kozhikode to meet their daughter, who is studying medicine in this particular college, and they were on the way back to their hometown when this has happened, and they have now been brought as patients back to this hospital where they came to visit the daughter. And it is an unfortunate incident that has taken place here. And sir, police investigation patti enna par
ഇന്നലെ കളക്ടർ വന്നിരുന്നു, CA വന്നു, SP വന്നു, പിന്നെ ഇതെടുത്ത് പോയിട്ടുണ്ട്. പ്രശ്നമൊന്നുമില്ല. കളക്ടർ പറഞ്ഞു എന്ത് വിഷയം ഉണ്ടെങ്കിലും പിന്നെ ഞങ്ങളോട് സംസാരിച്ചാൽ നമുക്ക് എന്ത് വേണമെങ്കിൽ ചെയ്യാമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്.
ഡോക്ടേഴ്സ് എന്നാ പറയും?
ഡോക്ടർ പറഞ്ഞു വലിയ വിഷയമൊന്നുമില്ല. പിന്നെ കളക്ടർ ഒപ്പരായിരുന്നു ഡോക്ടറും. ഒരു പറഞ്ഞു എന്ത് വിഷയം ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് മാറ്റാൻ ചെയ്യാമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഡോക്ടറും പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്.
Ana Chechi ala kanditilla.
ചേച്ചി എങ്ങനെയാണെന്ന് അറിയില്ല, കണ്ടിനൊന്നും ഉറപ്പില്ല.
Okay, thank you. So he says the police, the collector had visited, the police officials have visited. They're all promised to make sure that the victim will, the accused will be captured as soon as possible. And the hospital and the doctors and the management have also spoken to them, saying that they will be cured at the earliest.
Right. All right. Thank you so much, Varshini, for joining us with all those details from Kozhikode. We'll keep coming back to you for more developments. But viewers, it's time now to move on to some stories that are making headlines from across the globe. Now, former United States President Donald Trump arrived at Trump Tower in New York ahead of his historic booking and arraignment on hush money charges amidst heightened security. The case against Trump stems from payments made during his 2016 campaign. Meanwhile, the Pentagon responded to reports on whether or not China's spy balloon that was able to gather intelligence data on U.S. military sites and transmit the data to the Chinese government before the Biden administration shot down the balloon days later off the coast of South Carolina, saying that U.S. is on high alert.
Because of the steps that we were able to take, we were able to prevent transmission of certain aspects of our sites to be transmitted, just because of the precautionary steps that we were able to take. But in terms of transmission back to the PRC and what was able to be transmitted back, I just don't have further information for you at this time. As of right now, we're still doing an assessment of what exactly the intel was that China was able to gather, but we do know that the steps that we took provided little additive value for what they've been able to collect on from satellites before.
The security minister of the province of Buenos Aires was attacked by dozens of bus drivers who were protesting the murder of a colleague during a robbery. Sergio Berni was seen being punched by at least one driver, and stones were also thrown at him. In the aftermath of Bakhmut shelling, evacuation from Bakhmut has now become almost impossible. The Ukrainian military has been trying to rescue residents in armored vehicles as attacks from Russia continue. Israel launched airstrikes on the southern suburbs of the Syrian capital of Damascus early Tuesday, causing some material damage. Israel's conflict with Iran in Syria has intensified over the past few days, with 4 strikes on the Damascus area and the central province of Homs, killing 2 Iranian military advisors last week. Israel's military fighter jets intercepted an unidentified aircraft over the Gaza Strip that did not enter Israel's airspace. The Palestinian militant group Hamas, which rules the Gaza Strip, said that the intercepted aircraft was one of its unmanned attack drones conducting an exercise. 4 were killed in front of one of the most renowned hotels of the resort city of Cancun on Mexico's Caribbean coast. The deaths occurred at the beginning of Holy Week, one of the busiest tourist seasons for the resort. Authorities say 2 have been arrested in the case. Thousands took to the streets calling for gun reform in a rally outside the Tennessee state capitol in Nashville. Many of them were students from Nashville area schools who walked out of their classes where deadly shooting was reported last week. On the western side of the storm lines in the United States that developed have been extremely dry conditions in Oklahoma that have combined with high winds and fueled several large wildfires that have forced interstate closures and sent residents fleeing from their homes. A heavy downpour flooded parts of northwestern Peru, leaving some residents afraid that their homes might collapse, causing further damage. Many families had to abandon their homes because of the floods. And Mexico's Football Federation have launched an investigation after footage emerged from of a referee appearing to knee a player during America's match against Leon on Saturday. Here's a report.
A referee was caught on camera kneeing a player in the groin during a Liga MX match last Saturday.
The match footage showed match official Fernando Hernandez hit Leon's Lucas Romero. But this was not all. Another incident in the game was the brawl between two managers. Watch how Leon's Nicholas Larkerman tore a t-shirt during the brawl. While Leon scored first, America scored twice in 3 minutes, but the opponent managed to score at injury time. Agency report for Republic TV.
All right, time for a short break, but lots more on the other side. Big political face-off over Prime Minister's degree remark. NCP now comes out in support. And poster wars continue to rage on in the national capital. Anti-Aam Aadmi Party posters outside BJP office. Lots more on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोग की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that he is Gandhi and not Savarkar, and Gandhi never apologized. Right after which we saw there was a press conference that was called in by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis clearly condemning the statement of Rahul Gandhi, and there they have announced that there will be a Savarkar Gaurav Yatra across Maharashtra. So it has been started from today. It will go on till 8th of April.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's me, Chidambaram right now. Madam, he's been arrested. It was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us.
NIA की टीम बाजे को लेकर यहाँ पहुंची है क्योंकि एविडेंसेस डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे। इसी
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. They're trying to stop. Today the whole nation is getting.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Narmada. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking you.
And that is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's me, Chidambaram right now. Madam, he's been on the screen. Mr. Vazir, why to arrest? Because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us from reporting.
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. They're trying to stop the car.
Everybody has right to self-determine. If I say Punjab is a separate country,
Viewers, we are live and breaking and you're watching Republic TV. This morning, I am Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. A lot of breaking updates coming, but first the headlines we are tracking right now. Tensions continue to simmer in West Bengal after fresh late-night violence in Hooghly. Fresh face-off in West Bengal as BJP workers clash with Mamta's corpse over Hooghly violence. Opposition divided over fake degree attack. NCP now comes out in Prime Minister support. China provokes on Arunachal Pradesh. Vadra Congress politicizes, attacks Prime Minister Modi. Bhutan king on a 3-day visit to India, set to meet Prime Minister Modi and President Murmu. And hush money scandal haunts Trump, a former US president now in New York, set to surrender. Viewers, getting some breaking updates coming in right now. Let's go straight. China has once more provoked. That's right. Once again provoking, and this time on Arunachal Pradesh, and politicizing the same Vadra Congress has now waded into the debate, saying for the third time, China has dared to rename our areas in Arunachal Pradesh. Arunachal Pradesh is and will remain an integral part of India. Now also saying that after Galwan, the country is facing the consequences of Modi ji giving a clean chit to China. So viewers, once more we are getting this provocation coming in, this time on Arunachal Pradesh. And Vadra Congress wading into the debate, wading into the issue, politicizing the issue once more. Now for the third time, China has dared to rename our areas in Arunachal Pradesh. China has dared to rename the areas in Arunachal Pradesh. And this is the big breaking we have got for you right now, where Congress is politicizing the China provocation, viewers. Getting these back-to-back updates coming in right now. This has been happening for a while right now, because China has made attempts again and again to rename places in Arunachal Pradesh. All right, let's go straight across to Abhishek Kapoor, a senior executive editor, to get us more details. Abhishek, China provoking again on Arunachal. We're getting some more details coming in, and also Vadra Congress once again jumping into the debate.
It's really unfortunate that the Congress party should be doing this. Remember, this is not the first time that the Chinese are up to it. They have been doing it often, and this is part of their larger game plan that actual land grab and salami slicing is preceded by cartographic aggression, where they change facts on the map first and then change the facts on the ground. And it's not that this has gone unresponded. So India also has been bolstering its infrastructure on our borders with China. We also have been naming areas. We have been responding in kind. What is important is that the Chinese designs on its neighbors is not badgering a tiny Bhutan, for example, and that's something for the Global Committee of Nations to see.
All right, we'll just go straight across to Abhishek Kapoor in just a moment there, senior executive editor, where we are seeing that Vadra Congress is politicizing the entire issue. In fact, a tweet has come in from Mallikarjun Kharge. He has said, and I quote here, for the third time, China has dared to rename our areas in Arunachal Pradesh. And he's also adding there that after Galwan, the country is facing the consequences of Modi ji giving a clean chit to China. That's exactly what Mallikarjun Kharge has said on this issue. Let's go straight to Abhishek. Abhishek, you were telling us more about this tweet. Now, this tweet has come in. This tweet has come in from Mallikarjun Kharge, who has said after Galwan, the country is facing the consequences of Modi ji giving a clean chit to China. That's the kind of statement coming in from Mallikarjun Kharge. Abhishek Kapoor.
Shivangi, so what we were discussing just before the line snapped was that the Chinese are up to it for quite some time, and not just with India, with every one of its neighbors. So along the 9-dash line, all the neighbors there, Vietnam, Indonesia, Taiwan, and in the South China Sea, then towards the east with Japan and the Hokkaido Islands, and then in the case of India, of course, in Arunachal and Ladakh. One would say, China calls itself China, we call it China. So there's this sense of nomenclature. But the fact of the matter is how we respond, and that's important. And the manner in which India has responded over the last few years post-Doklam clearly shows that this is a very different India. So the mirror deployments that have taken place along Ladakh, the manner in which we pushed back recently in Tawang, based on absolute pinpoint intelligence that we had about the Chinese troop movement, clearly shows that we are really taking the Chinese head on. And even experts agree, strategic affairs experts globally, that the manner in which India is responding militarily to China, but no nation has done its entire history of its entire post-independence history. So I think in that sense, a lot of things are happening in terms of improving our border infrastructure, in terms of our response time whenever there is Chinese movement along any part of the border, be it towards the east in Arunachal or towards the west and north in Ladakh. So I think in that sense, a lot of things are happening, but then this is a regular Chinese irritant, and that is the reason why our External Affairs Minister says that India-China relationship is not normal and is not going to be normal till the time that these Chinese, this Chinese conduct of provoking off and on does not stop. So I think messaging, so far as messaging is concerned, India is very clear, very upfront, very forthright about it. And if the Chinese are not really willing to listen, then obviously the world would respond in kind, and that's what exactly happening. So the kind of standing that a nation of China's power and wealth would ideally have, China does not have. And the reason is that nobody increasingly is trusting Chinese because of their dead diplomacy, because of their bullying, because of their salami slicing, because of their unilateral changes along the borders, not just with India, with other nations as well, because of their resource hunting and taking even some African nations in trap. They have done that with Sri Lankans. They have done that with Pakistan. Essentially, almost has become a semi-autonomous province of China. And they have done that in Sri Lanka. They have done that now, increasingly doing it with Myanmar. So I think the world sees it and is responding. It might take a while post-pandemic to really shift the supply chains, which were built over a period of 3 decades or so. But then Congress position really unfortunate given the kind of response we have given to the Chinese over the last few years.
Right. Abhishek, also being joined right now. Abhishek, we are being joined right now by Tom Vadakar of the BJP joining us on the phone line. Thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. Mr. Vadakar, your first reaction coming in. This tweet from Mallikarjun Kharge where he's politicizing China's provocation. That's what's happening here.
Well, China will provoke. We are powerful enough to take on any challenge. If Kharge does not understand that, that's because the MOU his team has signed with China, because they believe India cannot take on China. But the reality is we are well prepared. They may take steps, they will provoke. That has been the nature of the Chinese dispensation. But we are not afraid. Our army, navy, air force is all ready. And the line of actual control is fully aware of these developments. And we are ready to give them a fitting reply. But then, when they sign these MOUs and all that stuff, they are worried. Because that they feel that the Chinese side needs to be protected. Unfortunate indeed that the new Congress president has the same view of the former Congress president that he signed an MOU. Their favorites are China. What do you do with them? I mean, there's nothing much you can say because ultimately the moral support, whatever support that comes in from China and the ecosystem, they believe it will bring them to power. But people in India believe in the ballot, and the ballot is not the bullet which the Chinese threaten. Here the ballot works, democracy is in full play. These things don't work. You can't make a connect with the enemy and then and say that we are weak or the government is weak. The reality is you are weak, and that is why you make these alliances with our enemies.
Right. Okay. Tom Vadakar, thank you so much. BJP spokesperson also being joined by RP Singh of the BJP here on Republic. Now we're seeing that Arunachal Pradesh's places being named or renamed like China is trying to. That has provoked India multiple times. So first reaction coming in as we are seeing Mallikarjun Kharge, he's actually directly even attacking the Prime Minister for giving a clean chit to China. In the past, we have seen how India has taken a strong stand against Chinese provocation.
Well,
Mr. Kharge and his party is in alliance with the Communist Party of China, and then whatever China does, and then whatever they speak, they do in tandem. And China can name any part of the world as their by their name, but fact is the control and the people who stays are purely with India and then the Indian territory. Mr. Kharge should please go by the words of the army chief, who is on record categorically stated that not an inch of land of Indian soil is with China. When they question the Indian occupation on Indian land, they basically question the Indian army, the value of the Indian army. That's what Congress is known for. They keep trying to do this again and again, and keep raising question on Indian army.
Right. And RP Singh, earlier, remember during the Tawan face-off, we saw that how Rahul Gandhi had questioned our forces back then. And even after Rahul Gandhi questioned the Indian army, our forces, about what really happened during the India-China border standoff, the stand taken in by the Indian government back then, this is just last year, was that India successfully made the Chinese retreat. And even after that, this kind of statement coming in, what do you really make out of this statement from Mallikarjun Kharge?
As I said, the leaders in the Congress party, who seems to be on the payroll of Communist Party of China, Congress party itself, Rajiv Gandhi Foundation, received huge amount from Communist Party of China and their embassy here. That's why they keep raising question on Indian valor of the Indian army, and then they keep questioning the Indian army. Fact is, Mr. Kharge or Mr. Rahul Gandhi, they are trying to build an ecosystem and a narrative because of political objectives, and they know that they can't defeat Prime Minister Modi by electoral battle. That's why they try to build this up. And Mr. Rahul Gandhi is on record saying that "Hamare 20 jawan pit gaye." The fact was the other way around. And we all saw that on the TV channels also, how our Johns took touches with the PLA, the People's Liberal the Army. But that's how Congress is. They have to speak the language of their masters across the border.
All right, thank you, RP Singh, BJP spokesperson, for joining us here on Republic TV. So that is the big question being raised right now is that Congress is politicizing China's provocation. Why are they doing it? This tweet has come in from Mallikarjun Kharge viewers. This tweet has come in. I'll just read the tweet out once again. So the tweet says, and this is the tweet from Mallikarjun Kharge, for the third time, China has dared to rename our areas in Arunachal Pradesh. Arunachal Pradesh is and will remain an integral part of India. After Galwan, the country is facing the consequences of Modi ji giving a clean chit to China. So that is what the Congress has said, and it is a tweet which is also targeting the Prime Minister, viewers. Getting these details coming in, also being joined right now by Major General P.K. Sehgal joining us. Thank you for joining us here. Your first reaction coming into this kind of at one hand, we are seeing that once again, brazen China is trying to rename areas in Arunachal Pradesh. On the other hand, we are seeing that the Congress is targeting the Prime Minister.
As far as China is concerned, China continues to be arrogant, China continues to be expensive, China continues to rename areas of Arunachal. But the present dispensation is very strong and very strongly saying, come what may, there will be no change in the status whatsoever. And we are very stoutly defending the said status. Yes, China continues to occupy 40,000 square kilometers of land that was lost to China during the UPA government. In fact, it was the Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru when we lost it, and no effort was made thereafter by the governments thereafter by 50 to 60 years of Congress rule to ever take back or challenge China. Nor did the modernization take place of the variety that it is taking place today. Today we are building infrastructure at a breakneck pace. In fact, almost 70 roads have been completed. 35 more roads are likely to be completed by 2025. So many tunnels have been made, so many bridges have been made, and Air Force, the Army and the Navy are being equipped with force multipliers which can thwart any ambition of China whatsoever. this sort of effort never took place in the past. And China clearly understands and knows that should it do any mischief, perhaps China would be embarrassed in a similar manner as what happened when they went to teach a lesson to Vietnam. In fact, they learned the lesson.
Right. Right, Major General. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Major General PK Sehgal, for joining us here. I'm also being joined right now by Kamru Chaudhary of the Congress, who's joining us. My first question to you, Mr. Chaudhary, is that if you could explain exactly what Mallikarjun Kharge means by this tweet, because he is saying that after Galwan, the country is facing the consequences of Modi ji giving a clean chit to China. So what exactly is he trying to convey here?
Well, the topic of discussion should have been whether China has aggressed within our boundaries, whether China has occupied few kilometers of our land, whether China is renaming cities in Arunachal Pradesh or villages in Ladakh. These are the questions that need to be answered. When Kharge has raised some important questions against the BJP government and particularly against the Prime Minister of the country, isn't it imperative of the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister to state and declare exactly what is the position along our borders, instead of whataboutery about who said what? It's not the matter of the Kharge. Kharge has raised very important question of our security and of our border. China has transgressed into our territory. That is the bottom line. What is our response to China? That answers need to be answered immediately. The government should immediately release the factual position of India vis-a-vis China along the Arunachal and the Ladakh borders. These are the answers that we all as a countrymen are asking from the Prime Minister Modi. Instead of jhula-jhuluing with the Chinese premier, it is very much essential that he comes clean on China.
But Mr. Kamru Chaudhary, the last time, remember during the Tawang face-off, we saw that Rahul Gandhi had said that China has taken our land, they are beating out our soldiers. That's a comment which had come in from Rahul Gandhi, even though we saw what happened where the Indian soldiers had successfully helped in retreating. In fact, the Chinese soldiers had to retreat because of the Indian soldiers' actions. So how does that really make a kind of a connection to what really happened to this tweet which Mallikarjun Kharge has put out? What does it really mean? Because in the past, the Indian soldiers have successfully led to the retreat of the Chinese soldiers.
Well, you see, madam, there are contradictory statements from the Prime Minister of India and the Defence Minister of India. Prime Minister says, "Na koi gussa hai, na ghusne denge," whereas the Home Minister, the Defence Minister categorically admits that there have been incursions within the Indian border by the Chinese. So we are confused as to whose statement is correct. Either the Prime Minister has been lying on the floor of the Parliament, or the Defence Minister is clueless as to what is happening at the border. So we all, as a countryman, have rightly demanded what is the factual position on ground along the Arunachal and Chinese border. That's the bottom line.
Right. Okay, so how do you see a solution to this problem? If you're saying this is the problem, what is the solution that the Congress party really is thinking of right now? Because they are saying, and I'll read this tweet out again for the third time, China has dared to rename our areas in Arunachal Pradesh, and Arunachal is and will remain a part of India. But the country is facing the consequences of Modi ji giving a clean chit to China. So what is exactly the solution that the Congress thinks is going to help the situation? Because China has been provoking India not once, not twice, multiple times over decades now.
Well, madam, you see the response that came from Indian government last time when 20 of our brave Jawans were martyred along the Indo-Chinese border. At that time, what did the Indian government do? They banned a few porn sites and few, TikToks were banned. But then ultimately the response from the Chinese side and Indian side was India-Chinese import increased to around $100 billion. So you cannot have a lopsided view with vis-a-vis the commerce part and the internal and the security of our country on the other hand. When we had a Zakir Naik who was declared a fugitive by Indian government, That time the Malaysia
Okay, Kamru Chaudhary, please stay on. Please stay on with us. Kamru Chaudhary, please stay on with us because I'm being joined by Nanil Kohli of the BJP joining us as well. Please stay on with us, Mr. Chaudhary. Mr. Kohli, thank you for joining us here. Your first reaction to this development coming in, because China has tried 2 times before to rename Arunachal Pradesh's areas. Third time being made, but this time Mallikarjun Kharge directly attacking the Prime Minister.
This perhaps is born more out of a frustration that the Congress party and its leadership is feeling with regards to the work and performance of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government on all fronts, whether it is development, whether it is foreign policy, whether it is in securing India's interests, whether it is transforming India into a new India in terms of the future in economic development, infrastructure, caring for the poor, etc. Now, what can be more ironical than what Mr. Kharge says, who's such a senior leader? It is the Congress party, and it is no less than Rahul Gandhi ji, who sought to meet secretly the Chinese ambassador, as the media had reported, during one of the confrontations with China. Perhaps it was Doklam. It is the Congress party that entered into an agreement with the Communist Party of China. It is Mr. Rahul Gandhi who always chooses to question the armed forces, as also other Congress leaders, when their valor is on display in protecting the motherland. Whether it is Balkot, whether it is surgical strikes, armed forces, and what they say about our border issues across the country. So this statement is not borne by facts. This statement is an incorrect representation, perhaps, because if one really has to study the complex issue of the complex border issue with China, then perhaps Mr. Kharge, being such a senior person, would do well to go back into history and start with Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru and look at the history of the border, the lands that have been given away, particularly Aksai Chin, the famous statements by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru with regard to the utility of that land or the lack of utility of those lands, the fact that these could not and were not resolved for several decades that the Congress was in power, going back to the 1962 war from Indian Chini Bhai Bhai, that is from the Great Brotherhood, to literally the Indian positions being challenged by lack of preparation. If it were not the valor of the armed forces at that time, exemplary bravery against all odds, perhaps India's situation would have been worse than what it was. It was the will of Indians who wanted to defeat the Chinese forces and not allow the motherland to be swamped by them that showed what a display. And we must compliment and thank our forefathers and those who were in the armed forces for that display of valor. So the Congress party must bear in mind, every time you show one finger one way, 3 points to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Nanil Kohli, BJP national spokesperson, for joining us. Getting some more breaking news. It seems as if, viewers, the MEA response has come in. The first MEA response is in on China's provocation. The statement reads in a quote here: "We have seen such reports. This is not the first time China has made such an attempt. We reject this outright. We reject this outright." Let's go back to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, first MEA response coming in right now, Abhishek.
Well, yes, and along expected lines, Shivangi, because remember, we have been seeing this Chinese renaming activity happening. This is the third time they have done this, and every time India has rejected it outright, and that's exactly what we are doing this time. Obviously, this is how it has to be, because the Chinese believe that before they try to alter facts on the ground by sending in troops, by salami slicing and whatever, they need to do cartographic aggression and change facts on the maps. And that's the reason, in fact, why those complex rounds of talks that have happened between the two sides on the boundary question remain intractable, because the Chinese continue to move the goalposts, Chinese continue to change maps, Chinese continue to continue the renaming activity, essentially because they don't want to really settle the boundary question. They don't want to settle it with India. They don't want to settle it with Bhutan. They don't want to settle the issues with Philippines and Indonesia. They don't want to settle, obviously, because they want to capture Taiwan fully. And they don't want to settle things with Japan. So it's typical Chinese Middle Kingdom complex. but India, of course, does what it has to do. Militarily, we have responded very strongly and outrightly rejecting this latest round of renaming activity being done by the Chinese on Arunachal Pradesh, which they continue to dispute. And maybe high time that India evolves its timid strategy and pays back to the Chinese in kind. But then that might be a work in progress. As of now, any reaction coming in, the first after the Chinese release the renaming of places, the list of renamed places in Arunachal, and India outrightly rejecting the Chinese act, and the NEA spokesperson Arindam Bakshi making it clear that this is something which is unacceptable, and Arunachal Pradesh, of course, is an integral part of India. It's a fact on the ground, and it cannot be changed.
Right, Abhishek. So this is the first response coming in right now. Is reading this again, and they're saying it once more. MEA is saying, taking India's stance that Arunachal Pradesh has been and will always be an integral and inalienable part of India. Attempts to assign invented names will not alter this reality. So that is a big statement coming in from the MEA. And the big question is this, and I also raised this issue with Kamru Chaudhary of the Congress when he had joined us on Republic TV, that when China is provoking for the third time when it comes to renaming Arunachal Pradesh, we are seeing, Abhishek, that this time, even though the Chinese provocation has continued for decades, the Congress chose to directly blame the Prime Minister. That was very, very kind of a shocking development, Abhishek.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate the Congress party does so. There are legacy issues with the Chinese, and they go back to the time when Congress has been in power, right up to the times of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, India's first Prime Minister. There are legacy issues which are from the 2004 to 2014 period, as well as, of course, in the decades before that. So those are being handled. It's a very different response that the Chinese have got from India over the last few years, from Doklam to Ladakh, post Galwan, and the deployments, the escalation, the de-escalation, the counter moves, the taking over of the northern bank of Pangong, the Finger area, India's response in the Galwan Valley, and the deployments continue. Obviously, I think the messaging has been clear that India is not going to really take the Chinese bullying and aggression lying down. But as I said, this is a larger question. It's not just about India. It's about the Chinese Middle Kingdom complex, and possibly there has to be a grouping of nations affected by Chinese bullying, and then a common response is needed.
Right. All right. Thank you so much, Abhishek Kapoor, for joining us here. That is a big breaking we have got. MEA responds after China's provocation and saying very, very, very clearly that that this is a big rejection from India's side of what China is trying to do. All right. Taking a very short break, viewers. Much more coming up on the other side as we continue to get you the top updates on India's #1 news network. Opposition is divided over the fake degree attack. NCP now comes out in Prime Minister's support.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's P. Chidambaram right now. He's been arrested. Because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us.
NIA की टीम बाजे को लेकर यहाँ पहुंची है क्योंकि एविडेंसेस डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे इसी
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop? Today the whole nation is looking at you. What exactly are your thoughts? Why must
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए, ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोग की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
BJP Shiv Sena. Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, who is being present in the same yatra. And this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that he is Gandhi and not Savarkar, and Gandhi never apologized. Right after which we saw there was a press conference that was called in by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, clearly condemning the statement of Rahul Gandhi, and there they have announced that there will be a Savarkar Gaurav Yatra across Maharashtra. So it has been started from today. It will go.
The Congress's politics is on, uses China provocation to target Prime Minister Modi. India sets the record straight, rejects China's renaming move, says Arunachal Pradesh is an integral part of India. And the BJP takes on the Congress, says the Congress cannot be one to preach. Violence continues in West Bengal as tensions continue to simmer. The opposition remains divided over the fake degree attack. The NCP now comes to the Prime Minister's support. Man sets co-passengers on fire in a Kerala train. Hunt still on to nab the accused. The Bhutanese king is in India, met the NSA Ajit Doval earlier this morning. Hush money scandal haunts Donald Trump. The former US president is in New York for his arraignment. Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Republic TV. This is Live and Breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We are cutting across right to West Bengal, where we are getting pictures of BJP workers clashing with the police in West Bengal over Shukanta Majumdar's protest against violence that was reported from Hooghly. Now, Majumdar was supposed to sit for a dharna to protest against the violence. However, the police says that the dharna will not be allowed. According to police sources, the dharna does not have the requisite permissions in place. The BJP organizers, on the other hand, say that due permissions were taken from the administration. And Shukanta Majumdar, over the phone to Republic Bangla, had said that he will anyways be visiting Srirampur for a sit-in protest against the Rishra violence. We are also told that the police currently are bringing down the stage that was built for this protest. So as tensions continue to simmer in Hooghly, there's a political war also that's on currently between the BJP and the TMC, with the BJP essentially saying that they are not being allowed to protest. Let's go across to Bhaskar, who is reporting on this. Bhaskar, the political battle between the TMC and the BJP is peaking right now. Now, the BJP has been denied permission of staging a protest. Give us the latest.
Well, Nupur, yes, absolutely. As you were saying, the political debate is now peaking between BJP and the ruling party in West Bengal, Trinamool Congress. And just a few minutes back, Section 144 was imposed in Srirampur police station area, in which BJP state president Shukanta Majumdar was about to stage a sit-in protest against this violence. And just before that, Section 144 was imposed by the local police authorities, and as per the BJP, this is nothing but way to stop the party, the BJP, the main opposition party in West Bengal. But Shukanta Majumdar and other BJP leaders, we spoke with them, and they're clearly mentioning that they will go to Srirampur as the schedule follows. And of course, if police provokes or the police puts a barricade on their route, they will start dharna on that very place where the police will step action against them.
Now, Bhaskar, once Section 144 is imposed, it is impossible for gatherings essentially to take place because Section 144 prohibits gatherings. So, how does the BJP intend to take that on?
Well, can you please repeat your question?
I was saying, Bhaskar, you were talking about the fact that Section 144 has been imposed in this area. So, how is the BJP hoping to tackle that aspect, because that bars any gathering? All right, I'm afraid.
Nupur, BJP is questioning about the 144.
Yes, please continue, Bhaskar.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please continue.
Yes, Nupur, BJP is questioning the police and the administration, because as per the BJP leaders and other opposition party leaders aren't allowed to go inside violence hit places, but the ruling party leaders, the TMC leaders, they are allowed to go and roam around the violence hit places in Risha and the surrounding. So what's
leaders, they are trying to visit, and as per the BJP leadership, under Section 144 was imposed, but one party office was vandalized by mob in Odisha, and so the BJP leaders, they are trying to go and reach out to their party workers and to support them to
All right, Bhaskar, I'm afraid that's a very poor audio connection that we have with you. We're going to fix that and come back to you. Bhaskar, of course, is traveling to the site where clashes have been reported from last night, and hence the poor audio. Thank you, Bhaskar. Well, the NIA team that is investigating the Kerala train accident has now reached Kannur. Searches are being carried out, and sources suggest that a terror angle is not being ruled out. Now, do remember that in this terror attack, a person had essentially flung a petrol bomb at passengers and resulting in deaths. We are also given to understand that the Kerala police had told the anti-terror squad to investigate the matter, apart from the SIT that's been constituted to be able to nab the main accused in this case, who's still on the run. Varshini is reporting live. She joins us from Kozhikode. Varshini, give us the latest in terms of the police investigation now. The terror angle that is emerging seems to suggest that there could have been a bigger conspiracy.
Well, absolutely, yes, Nipur. The terror angle is the biggest talk here in Kerala. While we try to understand the bigger picture here behind this whole investigation that is happening, we understand that an anti-terror squad has been constituted by the Kerala police. The NIA officials, a team of NIA officials have landed in Kannur, and they will also be, trying to get details about this case. And probably there is an expectation that this case could be handed over to the NIA, since there is an terror angle that is being linked to here. Right now, we are in the additional Director General of Police's office, and as we speak, a high-level meeting is happening inside. The ADGP and the IG, the commissioners, all the important police officials are discussing whether the Kerala police will be handing over this case completely to NIA or not, since this terror angle is not yet completely established here. It's just a suspect. It's just a, it is just a suspicion that the police have right now. Once it is confirmed, NIA will officially take over the case and they will be investigating, and that is why they have now landed in Kannur, and they will be also looking into all the details and the evidences that the police have gathered so far. And we also get to know from sources that the Kerala police, the railway police in fact, have drawn a sketch which they have sent around many parts of the country to make sure that this accused does not flee away very far, and that they can easily capture him. And this nabbing of the accused is the prime focus that the Kerala police, the railway police is focusing on right now. Once this accused is taken under custody, it will be much more easier for them to come up with more details on this matter and to establish a terror link in this case. So that is exactly why the police are not giving out any official confirmation as to who is behind this, if at all any larger terror group is behind this or not. But as of now, we understand that the NIA officials are here, which is very, which is making us get a clearer picture that there is some sort of a terror angle related to this case, which the police are not able to officially confirm yet.
All right, stay with us, Varshini. Let's in fact go across live to Shravan Sen, who's reporting from our Delhi newsroom on this. Shravan, all right, I don't think we've got Shravan yet, but I'm going to come back to Varshini on this one. Varshini, describe to us the events that actually took place, because earlier on, the police were looking at a personal enmity angle, and thereafter, we were told that they weren't able to establish the sequence of events. So for clarity's sake, take us through it again.
Definitely, yes, Nupur. If you see, this is a very unexpected and a shocking incident that has taken place in a moving train, and the passengers were shocked. Just now, we spoke to the family members of the victims who are currently getting treated in the hospital with more than 35% of burns. And the family members say that when they were able to talk a little bit to the victims, they said that they were not even able to look at the face of the person, because it all happened very fast, and he had 2 bottles of petrol and he threw the bottle of petrol on everybody and he set fire to them, is what the victims have stated. And that is exactly what the victims have gone on record and stated to the police as well. So none of them were able to exactly remember the face of this person who committed this crime, and that is why the police are struggling with getting a clear picture of who did this. Though there has been CCTV footages of this person moving here and there, they do not have a clear picture. With the whatever the eyewitnesses gave on account, they have come up with this drawing with which they are trying to find out this person. And now if you see the Kerala police, the railway police who initially started the investigation, have now handed it over to the anti-terror squad and the Kerala police higher officials. The special investigation team under the Kerala's crime branch IG Vikram is also investigating this matter.
All right, stay with us, Varshini. Let's also get in Shravan right now. Shravan, obviously in this case, there is a lot that remains amiss. Earlier on, the railway police looked at it as a personal enmity case, perhaps. Now, of course, we are given to understand that the terrorism angle is also not being ruled out. So, give us a sense of why the NIA is looking at this perhaps as a terrorism case now. Shravan, can you hear me? All right, I don't think Shravan can hear us yet, but here's what we know so far in this case. Earlier on, as Varshini was pointing out, of course, the railway police were investigating this matter, and it did appear at that point in time that it may have been a personal enmity that drove the assault. What actually had happened was that in a moving train, a person had doused people using some petrol and then set them afire. However, with the fact that there appears to be no personal enmity between the accused and the people who were attacked, the police are now looking at various other angles, and the NIA is also perhaps looking at a terror angle. in this case. And Shavan, I think, is now back with us. So Shavan, earlier I was saying that earlier on, of course, the railway police were investigating this as perhaps a case where there was enmity involved. But now a wider angle of terrorism seems to have crept in now. Tell us more in terms of why the NIA suspect this could be a terrorism case.
Well, Dupa, just a bit of a correction. At this point in time, the National Investigation Agency is just carrying out a parallel investigation. This case hasn't been handed over to the National Investigation Agency. Just like other cases, especially if there is any suspicion, and more importantly, if they suspect that there could be a terror angle, the NIA carries out a basic check. At this stage, that's exactly what is happening with regards to the National Investigation Agency. But it turns out that apart from the railway police, it is also Kerala ATS that is carrying out this entire probe. What we can now confirm for our viewers, in fact, we've also got that reaction coming in from the Kerala police, which perhaps you could play out in a short while from now. ADG Law and Order, who spoke to the media earlier in the day, has also now confirmed that searches are being carried out in the national capital in the NCR region. In fact, the photograph of the suspect has also now been released by the police, which has been accessed by Republic TV and which is on our screens at this point in time. Having said that, few people have also been questioned, is what we are picking up from our sources here in the national capital, but no confirmation really coming in from the Kerala ATS whether at all they have been able to identify the whereabouts of the suspect, and that is the reason why these searches are still being carried out. What we can also tell our viewers with regards to the movement of the suspect, police certainly suspects that after carrying out the activity, it turns out that he had left from Kerala. Movement is still being traced. In fact, there are certain CCTV footage which is now being examined by the police. So at this stage, perhaps it would be too premature to rule out any terror angle, and that is the reason why police basically indicating that all possible angles are being probed right now. We do not know in certainty that whether at all there is any specific terror angle to it, whether this suspect belongs to any organization, whether at all he was radicalized. All of these aspects are still being probed. But having said that, something that is emerging at this point in time is that they are not ruling out the terror angle at this stage.
All right, Vashini as well as Shavan, for the moment, thank you very much for joining us, both of you. So as our reporters are pointing out, this is an investigation that appears to be wide open at the moment. In fact, a preliminary probe is also being carried out with the NIA team, which has now reached Kannur. Apart from that, the Kerala ATS as well as the railway police are investigating this particular case. The police currently have released a sketch of the suspect. That's the one right in the middle. And on the left-hand side are some CCTV images that have been accessed by Republic TV of the main accused in this case. A look now at the top international news. This morning, former US President Donald Trump arrived at the Trump Tower in New York ahead of his historic booking and arraignment in the hush money charges case amidst heightened security. The case against Trump stems from payments made during his 2016 campaign. The Pentagon has responded to reports on whether or not China's spy balloon that was able to gather intelligence data on US military sites and transmit that data to the Chinese government before the Biden administration shot down the balloon days later off the coast of South Carolina, saying that the US is on high alert.
Of the steps that we were able to take, we were able to prevent transmission of certain aspects of our sites to be transmitted, just because of the precautionary steps that we were able to take. But in terms of transmission back to the PRC and what was able to be transmitted back, I just don't have further information for you at this time. As of right now, we're still doing an assessment of what exactly the intel was that China was able to gather, but we do know that the steps that we took provided little additive value for what they've been able to collect on from satellites before. The security minister of the province of Buenos Aires was attacked by a dozen of
bus drivers who were protesting the murder of a colleague during a robbery, Sergio Berni, was seen being punched at least by one driver and stones being pelted at him. In the aftermath of the Bakhmut shelling, evacuation from Bakhmut has now become almost impossible. The Ukrainian military has been trying to rescue residents in armored vehicles as attacks from Russia continue. Israel launched airstrikes on the southern suburbs of the Syrian capital Damascus early Tuesday, causing some material damage. Israel's conflict with Iran in Syria has intensified over the past few days, with 4 strikes on Damascus and the central province of Homs, killing 2 Iranian military advisors. Israel's military fighter jets intercepted an unidentified aircraft over the Gaza Strip that did not enter Israel's airspace. The Palestinian militant group Hamas, which rules the Gaza Strip, said that the intercepted aircraft was one of its unmanned attack drones conducting an exercise. 4 people were killed in front of the most renowned hotels in the resort city of Cancun on Mexico's Caribbean coast. The deaths occurred at the beginning of the Holy Week, one of the busiest tourist seasons for the resort. Authorities say that 2 have been arrested. Thousands took to the streets calling for gun reform in a rally outside the Tennessee state capitol in Nashville. Many of them were students from Nashville area schools who walked out of their classes where deadly shootings were reported. On the western side of the storm lines in the United States that developed have been extremely dry conditions in Oklahoma that seem to have combined with high winds and fueled several large wildfires that have now forced interstate closures and sent residents fleeing from their homes. A heavy downpour flooded parts of northwestern Peru, leaving some residents afraid that their homes might collapse, causing further damage. Many families had to abandon their homes because of the floods. Now, Congress MLA has gherawed on his first day of election campaign in Chamarajanagar district. The Congress MLA was on his way to begin his election campaign but faced an embarrassment as he was gherawed in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people seem to be upset with the MLA for not responding to their calls during festival days when there was an electricity cut by BESCOM. Now, the people also accused the MLA of not building any community hall in the constituency. So, pictures on your screen right now are of voters' anger targeted at a Congress MLA. Let's go across to Prajwal, who's reporting on this. Prajwal, give us more details of what transpired.
Nupur, now we are getting to learn that the Chamarajanagar MLA and the Congress's candidate in the upcoming elections from Mysuru, Puttaranga Shetty, has been on the campaigning, and it was in fact his first day of campaigning yesterday, where he was going to Shivpura, a part of his constituency which belongs to Chamarajanagar. And at that point of time, the people started gherawing Puttaranga Shetty, stating that he has not responded to their problems. And this has mainly occurred recently during the festivals, where this region had witnessed a lot of power cuts, but he has failed to respond to any of their calls. And they have also in this particular conversation stated that this particular MLA comes only once every 5 years, and otherwise apart from votes he does not come for anything. There has also been a much larger anger from the community itself, stating that there has been no sort of community hall which has been built by the MLA, because even in 2018 he had promised that he would go on and build a community center for the people of Shivpura as well, but this was not done. And therefore these basic amenities are also lacking in the constituency, but this MLA has not responded, and therefore they have lashed out at him. Also, they have held him responsible for a host of several other civic issues too in the region, the bad state of roads as well, and also the electricity, because remember, in rural Karnataka as well, especially in the old Mysuru region, electricity is one of the biggest problems that farmers as well as the common man face in this particular region. And despite repeated assurances by the MLA, there was no sort of work work done, and no sort of new poles and new cables laid by, which has which has become a turning point, a talking point over here, a flashpoint, and this has resulted in a huge ruckus where they have geared him, and they have stated that they have boycotted him from this particular region in Shivpura and have asked him not to come here until he gets all their works done in the constituency.
All right, Prajwal, of course, is bringing us the latest on this situation that's panning out even as we speak. Thank you, Prajwal, for joining us. Now, on the western side of the storm lines in the United States that developed have been extremely dry conditions in Oklahoma that have combined with high winds and fueled several large wildfires that have now forced interstate closures and sent residents fleeing from their homes.
While residents across parts of the South and Midwest pummeled by deadly storms, forecasters have warned of more severe weather and fire danger in the days ahead. The fierce storms that spawned tornadoes in 11 states killed at least 32. On the western side of the storm lines, developed extremely dry conditions in Oklahoma that combined with high winds to fuel several large wildfires, forcing interstate closures and sent residents fleeing from their homes.
Oh my God, it's never ending. Oh my God, I spent 30 minutes fighting it on the other side. Fighting the west side, now we're going to the east side. It won't stop.
Over 40 homes were destroyed across Oklahoma. And firefighters are leaving no stone unturned to bring the blaze under control. Agency report, Republic TV.
Coming up next, the opposition is divided over the fake degree attack. The NCP now comes out in the PM's support. And China provokes on Arunachal Pradesh. The Congress politicizes it, attacks the PM.
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that he is Gandhi and not Savarkar, and Gandhi never apologized. Right after which we saw there was a press conference that was called in by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis clearly condemning the statement of Rahul Gandhi, and there they have announced that there will be a Savarkar Gaurav Yatra across Maharashtra. So it has been started from today. It will go on till 8th of April.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's P. Chidambaram right now. He's been arrested. It was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us.
NIA की टीम बाजे को लेकर यहाँ पहुंची है क्योंकि एविडेंसेस डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे। इसी
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here at They're trying to stop. Today the whole visual, what exactly are your thoughts? Why must
Border Congress politics continues, viewers. Uses Chinese provocation to target the Prime Minister Modi. India sets record straight, rejects China's renaming move, says Arunachal integral part of India. BJP takes on Vadra Congress in a scathing attack, says Congress cannot be the one to preach.
Destroyed. This is going to be the final solution to this destructive trend, which is benumbing society. We are with the people of Bengal. In this, there is no discrimination, there is no difference of opinion. We are all united to curb this trend and assure the people that they can enjoy freedom, peace, and intimidation and violence in politics will be eradicated once and for all. Thank you.
All right, that's a Bengal governor there, a Bengal governor CV Anand Bose, who has just landed in Kolkata, and he is speaking on the recent violence which the state has seen in West Bengal, and he has said that we will take strict action, and also saying that we are united as the people of Bengal. Viewers, getting these details coming in right now. That's a governor's message amid violence in the state. And recently as well, today itself, BJP workers clashed with the police in Hooghly as well. So we are seeing some incidents coming in of violence and stone pelting and arson, which have been reported from the state of West Bengal in the past 2-3 days, viewers. And a message of solidarity, a message of peace coming in from the West Bengal governor, who just held a news briefing. And in that news briefing, he said that that the people of Bengal stand united, and a lot of people have suffered because of the violence the West Bengal state has seen. Let's go across to Kishore, who's joining us on the phone line. Kishore, the Bengal governor holding a news briefing and coming out with a very strong message, a message of peace as well.
Exactly. Well, we heard the governor speaking about how the violence and situation in West Bengal is a worrisome condition, and he is taking care that all the culprits and all the people who are responsible for this vandalism will be taken care of and punished. That's what the governor is pointing out. He just came back in a hurried manner from North Bengal. He was in North Bengal for the G20 summit, but he came back from there hurriedly because the situation is in South Bengal, especially in Howrah, Hooghly region, as we know, is deteriorating. He came back hurriedly and he held this press conference in which he pointed out that the situation in South Bengal is deteriorating, and he said that we will not allow any kind of section which is trying to disharmonize the society, which is trying to disturb the common people of the society. He said that the government and he will take care that they are punished and taken into account. Shivangi.
Right. And a very strong message coming in from the governor, like you were saying, that he mentioned two things, a message of peace and also a message that strict action will be taken against those who are creating this kind of violence in the state. Also take us through exactly what has the police and the administration planned to kind of calm down the tensions that the state has been seeing for the past few days, Kishore.
Well, Shivangi, the latest situation, as we were talking to Shukanta Majumdar on Republic TV a while back, exclusively, he told us that BJP is going to sit in for a dharna and protest in Srirampur in Hooghly district, the same district where violence happened in Rishra. However, as soon as Shukanta Majumdar declared that he is going there for a sit-in dharna protest, the administration increased the area of Section 144 that they had imposed, and which now includes Srirampur as well, the area where Shukanta Majumdar is supposed to go. Therefore, yesterday night we saw stone pelting and fresh violence against common people. And we saw that how that was stopped by the police, and then huge police deployment was there. Right now, Shukanta Majumdar is en route to Srirampur, and there is Section 144 as well. There is a chance that there might be a argument or clash with the police and BJP workers. However, Shukanta Majumdar clearly said that he will go there. He will protest against the violence against Ram Navami procession. Right now, the governor stated that all all those who are culprits will be taken care of and will be punished. He also urged the common people to establish peace and tranquility in Bengal. Samiksha. Shivangi.
Right. Kishale getting us the details right now. And Kishale, thank you so much for getting those details. Right now, we're just seeing that there have been incidents of tensions in West Bengal for the past few days. Also, an uneasy calm prevailing in Bengal's Hooghly area after fresh clashes. Now, let's go ahead and once again hear what the West Bengal governor had to say, putting out a strong message of peace and solidarity.
Here, in the past few days, this is a pernicious trend. We will never allow the forces of darkness, the birds of night, the predators on the freedom of the ordinary man to take society to ransom. We will take strict action against the wrongdoers. People of Bengal have suffered enough. No more of this suffering. People have a right for peaceful living. That right will certainly be established at any cost. Yes, the forces of evil will certainly be contained, destroyed. This is going to be the final solution to this destructive trend which is benumbing society. We are with the people of Bengal. In this, there is no discrimination, there is no difference of opinion. We are all united to curb this trend and assure the people that they can enjoy freedom, peace, and intimidation and violence in politics will be eradicated once and for all. Thank you.
All right, viewers, I've just heard the governor's message in West Bengal, and in fact, we're getting more details coming in. The BJP also trying to hold a dharna there, and the BJP has been asking for better law and order situation in West Bengal. Let's go ahead once more and play out what the Bengal governor had to say, saying that we are all united.
Here, in the past few days, this is a pernicious trend. We will never allow the forces of darkness, the birds of night, the predators on the freedom of the ordinary man to take society to ransom. We will take strict action against the wrongdoers. People of Bengal have suffered enough. No more of this suffering. People have a right for peaceful living. That right will certainly be established at any cost. Yes, the forces of evil will certainly be contained, destroyed. This is going to be the final solution to this destructive trend which is benumbing society. We are with the people of Bengal. In this, there is no discrimination, there is no difference of opinion. We are all united to curb this trend and assure the people that they can enjoy freedom, peace, and intimidation and violence in politics will be eradicated once and for all. Thank you.
So viewers, the West Bengal governor speaking there, saying that we are all united, and also sending a very strong message of peace, saying that the people of Bengal are suffering, but there's something that can be overcome together. Now, we are also seeing an uneasy calm prevailing in Rishra and West Bengal's Hooghly district after fresh clashes were reported in the town. My colleague has filed this report from Rishra.
Fresh violence occurred again in Rishta on Monday night, and after that, allegedly, a huge number of glass bottles and stones were pelted towards police, and allegedly one police van was torched down by the mob, by the agitators, and all we can see now that the stones and broken glass bottles and the scenes in which we can clearly say that a huge violence was occurred here in Rishta near gate number 4, a rail crossing. Due to that, a huge number of passengers were waiting in different stations. The train services were disrupted, and now the police personnel are doing area domination in different parts of Rishta. And when will normalcy will be back in Rishta? This is now the biggest question. With video journalist Sanjay Nayyar, this is Bhaskar for Republic.
All right, viewers, getting in a first MEA response also coming in right now on China's provocation. The statement read in a quote here, and this is what the MEA has said after China has once again tried to rename areas in Arunachal Pradesh. MEA has said, this is India's stance. We have seen such reports. This is not the first time China has made such an attempt. We reject this outright. Arunachal Pradesh is, has, and will always be an integral and inalienable part of India. Attempts to assign invented names will not alter this reality. So viewers, this is coming in after China has provoked once again on Arunachal Pradesh, and at the same time, what we also saw was the Congress trying to wade into the issue. We saw a tweet as well coming in from Mallikarjun Kharge, who said, and I quote here, "For the third time, China has dared to rename our areas in Arunachal Pradesh." That's what the tweet said. And also adding that after Galwan, the country is facing the consequences of Modi ji giving a clean chit to China. So what are Congress wading in, politicizing the entire issue, and even going to the extent of targeting the Prime Minister? So viewers, we're getting these details coming in where India has responded to China's provocation. Some more reactions.
Renaming all the border villages, whether it is Arunachal Pradesh, central region, or even in the Ladakh, and they will stop our nomads from going and using the grazing grounds, which are basically in Indian territory. The recent efforts, what China has done is renaming many villages in Arunachal and showing them as Chinese territory. This is all their things towards salami slicing, and later on they'll lay claim to this and say that these villages were basically in their own territory, and that is why they've named them and start development works over there. The only way to counter China is to ensure and reduce India's trade deficit with it. We have been importing all sorts of things from China which are totally unnecessarily at the cost of our own manufacturing units. It is high time now that the government steps in and ensures that only essential items are imported from China, so that we do not provide China the money to carry on with its military activities or its other activities which are proactive.
All right, let's go straight to Lokesh Jindal of the Congress joining us on the phone line. Lokesh, I'm just coming to you. Firstly, thank you for joining us here. The big question that is being raised right now is that even though China has provoked for the third time, Congress has in fact gone ahead. They have tweeted this out, and where they are directly blaming the Prime Minister of a country for something which has been happening for decades now. China has been provoking India for decades now, and Congress politicizing this issue. What is your take on this as someone from the Congress, a Congress leader?
See, first of all, this India is way more capable dealing with China than before. Our approach needs to be corrected. Why has the government reduced the defense expenditure? My first question. Defense expenditure has to be increased. We need to make our armed forces modernized, not by mere rhetorics, but with modern arms and ammunitions. Developing state-of-the-art military infrastructure across the borders and ensuring that we are able to deal with these challenges. Time and again, we are being challenged. We have to be more prepared rather than simply coming up with rhetoric. Yes, I agree with the speaker before.
All right, Lokesh, I'm getting some problem. We're getting some issues with you, with your phone line right now. Thank you so much for joining us, Lokesh Jindal of the Congress, for joining us here. And viewers, that's a top story right now, where India has rejected the China renaming villages ploy, which China has been using for multiple times now. Third attempt being made by China to rename areas in Arunachal Pradesh. So the MEA response has come in on China's provocation. The statement read, and I quote here, "We have seen such reports. This is not the first time China has made such an attempt. We reject this outright. Arunachal Pradesh has been and will always be an integral and inalienable part of India. Attempts to assign invented names will not alter this reality." So this is the statement coming in from the MEA. Once more, China has tried to provoke again on Arunachal Pradesh. Let's move ahead to the other breaking updates coming in. All right, viewers, getting this details coming in where we know, and this is an update in the Kerala train case, the attacker has been arrested from Bulandshahr. The attacker in the Kerala train case has been arrested, viewers. That's the big breaking coming in. Now, the name of the attacker has been identified as Shahrukh Saifi. That's the name coming in right now, viewers. And he has been nabbed from Bulandshahr, viewers. That is a top breaking. Now, remember that the NIA team earlier had reached Kannur. Searches are being carried out as well. Those visuals coming in as well of the security personnel on the spot, the police on the spot.
So that's why we are reviewing where the security gaps are there, so that we can, installation of CCTVs, even at the station, some more stations. Already we have installed at 12, but now what we noticed is that even we need to install even at small stations. Like Calicut, Palagat, and some stations we at the moment CCTVs are there. We thought that will help us to at least immediately identify and people who are getting in and getting out. Second is even in the coaches also installation of CCTVs, that also is in the pipeline. So now we will expedite that also quickly to do it because of this incident. So apart from that, as you know, because every train starting is not possible with limited strength. So we will be more emphasized on the technology solutions, especially like CCTVs. And maybe we may install at some places even luggage scanners so that any such inflammable liquids if somebody is carrying to find them. But practically you all know that there are more than 100 stations. So at every station keeping a security person may not be possible. But we will definitely take from this experience, and whatever to be done immediately we will start processing for this. So that such incidents doesn't repeat. But at the moment, the first this thing is, as you all know already, a task force has been formed from the state government side, and DRP is investigating that. So whatever assistance they needed from our side, so both as manpower, resources as well as technology, we are rendering all the assistance to them to nab the accused at the area. So that is.
All right, so viewers, let's go straight to Varshini, who's joining us live right now. Varshini, take us through exactly what we know so far. Now, the big update coming in right now is that the identity of the accused is Shahrukh Saifi, and he has been arrested from Bulandshahr. That's what we are learning so far. Take us through the details that we have learned, Varshini.
Well, Shivangi, if you see, this particular person called Shahrukh Saifi has been on the suspect list for the railway police initially, and the railway police have made a sketch out of the witness's account, and that is how they were trying to locate this person called Shahrukh Saifi. The railway police initially, when they began the investigation, they found a mobile phone that they retrieved from the crime scene, and that is how they used to track this person down, is what we are learning from our sources from this information. And this person, Shahrukh Saifi, is based out of Noida, and he had travelled to Kozhikode recently, is what we are also picking up from our sources. But when exactly did he come down here, how long did his stay was, and who all did he meet during his stay in Kozhikode are the investigation details that currently we are waiting for. And as of now, as soon as this incident happened, this incident took place, Shahrukh Saifi immediately fled the scene, and we hear that he had run away to Bulandshahr, and that is where exactly the police have arrested him from. The Kerala Police's anti-terror squad has been that was constituted yesterday, had been searching for this person, and last night we learned from our sources that the anti-terror squad even moved to Noida to find out if this Shahrukh Saifi was there, and that is how they've ended up arresting him, is what we are picking up from our sources now, Shivangi. Therefore, this Shahrukh Saifi, as per the witness's account and as per the tracking of the mobile phone that the police retrieved from the railway tracks, from the crime scene, is how they have identified this person called Shahrukh Saifi, and more details on his history with the other terror organizations, or if he is related to any other radicalized group, is what is being under the question here. More details are being awaited from the Kerala police themselves to give detailed information on this matter, Shivangi.
Right. right. Well, thank you, Varshini, for getting us all the details. Suspect arrested from Bulandshahr. NIA team also at the spot and investigating the case. All right, let's move ahead, viewers, to some other news which is coming in right now. We're getting some more news coming in. And this time around, we are seeing that this is, in fact, some breaking updates coming in right now. All right, viewers, more updates coming in from West Bengal. We just saw a short while back that the Bengal governor has given a message of peace and solidarity. And now we are learning the Bengal governor is going to visit Rishra. That's the big update coming in from West Bengal, the top detail coming in. Remember that according to the sources, we have learned that West Bengal governor will be visiting Hooghly. A short while back, we saw that there were fresh clashes reported in Rishra in West Bengal's Hooghly district. Viewers, already many shops are closed and few people were seen on the streets as prohibitory orders under Section 144 of the CRPC have remained in that area. Route marches were conducted in areas in Rishra and adjoining areas as well. So after that news is coming in, we are seeing that
সম্প্রদায়কে ভয় দেখানোর জন্য এবং মুসলিম ভোটকে রিগেইন করার জন্য শিক্ষিত বুদ্ধিজীবী মুসলিমদেরকেও আমি আহ্বান জানাবো, আপনারা এগিয়ে আসুন, এগিয়ে এসে শান্তি প্রতিষ্ঠার জন্য একসাথে কাজ করুন এবং শান্তি প্রতিষ্ঠা করুন। মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের পাতা ফাঁদে পা দেবেন না। তৃণমূলের সাংসদরা পঞ্চায়েত
All right, viewers, so that's the update coming in. According to sources, Bengal governor will be visiting affected areas. He'll be going to Rishra, viewers. And a short while back, we saw more developments coming in where we saw that the BJP workers clashed with the state police in Hooghly as well over its party chief, Sukanto Majumdar's protest against the ongoing stone pelting and other incidents coming in. All right, let's go back to Ishandev, who's joining us. Ishandev, now we're seeing a new update coming in where the Bengal governor has said that he will be soon going to Rishra. When will that happen?
Here with you from Bangla Newsroom, and what we are getting, the latest updates are after governor spoke to the media in the Kolkata airport. Now his convoy is en route to Rishra. He has taken the way which leads directly to Rishra. So we are not 100% sure whether he's going to Rishra or not, but our sources of governor house tells us that that's what he has planned. Now he's going to visit Rishra, and there he'll be visiting the spots of crash sites where the clashes happened yesterday night and before that as well. Along with the governor's
right. Ishandev, I am just coming back to you in a moment because I know this is the big news that has come from West Bengal. But let's go ahead and once again hear what the West Bengal had to say a short moment back.
Here, in the past few days, this is a pernicious trend. We will never allow the forces of darkness, the birds of night, the predators on the freedom of the ordinary man to take society to ransom. We will take strict action against the wrongdoers. People of Bengal have suffered enough. No more of this suffering. People have a right for peaceful living. That right will certainly be established at any cost. Yes, the forces of evil will certainly be contained, destroyed. This is going to be the final solution to this destructive trend which is benumbing society. We are with the people of Bengal. In this, there is no discrimination, there is no difference of opinion. We are all united to curb this trend and assure the people that they can enjoy freedom, peace, and intimidation and violence in politics will be eradicated once and for all.
All right, viewers, so we heard the West Bengal governor, and the big update coming in is also that the West Bengal governor will very soon be visiting Rishra. A short while back, my colleague has filed this report from Rishra, which saw fresh clashes earlier.
Fresh violence occurred again in Rishra on Monday night, and after that, allegedly a huge number of glass bottles and stones were pelted towards police, and allegedly one policeman was torched down by the mob, by the agitators, and all we can see now that the stones and broken glass bottles and the scenes in which we can clearly say that a huge violence was occurred here in Vrishta near gate number 4, a rail crossing. Due to that, a huge number of passengers were waiting in different stations. The train services were disrupted, and now the police personnel are doing area domination in different parts of Vrishta. And when will normalcy will be back in Vrishta? This is now the biggest question. With video journalist Sanjay Nair, this is Bhaskar for Republic.
All right, viewers, so right now we just saw that report coming in from my colleague from Rishra, and very soon we believe that the West Bengal governor will be visiting Rishra very soon. He's on his way to Hooghly, that is very close to Rishra. Let's go ahead and play out this reaction coming in from the West Bengal government, because we are seeing an uneasy calm in some areas of West Bengal after fresh clashes were reported.
The occasion of Ram Navami in Howrah district, there was a procession which was organized by BJP and VHP. We saw BJP workers in the procession brandishing pistols and swords and playing loud DJ. Now these videos were flagged in a press conference addressed by All India Trinamool Congress General Secretary Sri Abhishek Bandyopadhyay. What BJP had to say was that these videos were fake. What do we see today? We see that Shumit Sao, the individual who was carrying the pistol, which was shown in the video by TMC, was arrested from Munger, Bihar. He happens to be a resident of Salkia, Howrah. So Sumit has now confessed to this crime. He has confessed to the fact that yes, he was carrying this pistol in the BJP procession and that he is a BJP worker. So now what does BJP have to say about this? They are the ones who manufacture fake news and fake videos. We wait for their answer as to what they have to say about their BJP worker.
All right, viewers, getting some more breaking news coming in. It seems as the Bengal governor has now reached Hooghly, viewers. Remember that he's due to go to Rishra. Rishra is in West Bengal's Hooghly district after fresh clashes were reported in the town. So right now, the news that we have got for you, the big update coming in, the West Bengal governor has now, I repeat, now reached Hooghly. Earlier, he had held a news briefing where he said that he gave a very big message of peace and calm, and said that strict action will be taken against those who are guilty of fanning the tensions in the state. Remember that multiple areas in West Bengal are seeing unrest. Let's go to Kishalay, joining us live from the Republic Bangla newsroom. Kishalay, just take our viewers through what is the latest development coming in. The Bengal governor has now reached Hooghly district.
Well, exactly. We are breaking this first. West Bengal governor has already reached Hooghly. He has entered Hooghly district, and already he is en route to Rishra, the violent hit areas. And also, on the other hand, Shukanto Majumdar, state BJP president, is also en route to Srirampur, which is also in Hooghly. As soon as the state government came to know about Shukanto Majumdar's protest, sit-in protest in Srirampur in Hooghly district, they imposed 144, section 144.
We broke that a while back. That section 144
was there only in Rishra area. Now it's also extended to Srirampur area as well. A while back, governor spoke to the media and he gave clear indication that he's looking into the situation of deteriorating law and order in West Bengal. He said that any force that is trying to destroy the
will be taken into account and will be punished. Now his convoy is en route to Rishra. He has already entered the Hooghly district, and in Hooghly district he is now en route towards the violent hit areas, the core areas where violence was there. Right now, section 144 has been imposed. However, the governor's convoy is en route to that area, and also Shukanto Majumdar, state BJP president, is also going to visit that area. His convoy is also en route Therefore, we are expecting that they'll be reaching in a while, and also we are expecting that there will be huge police deployment to stop Sukanta Majumdar from entering, because previously we saw the police said that any kind of political intervention or any kind of political people crowd won't be allowed to sit in there for any kind of protest. So at one hand you can see that Sukanta Majumdar is en route to Srinampur in spite of police asking him not to, and on the other hand the governor is going to visit the violence areas as well. That's a breaking. We have already been Hooghly. In any moment we'll be reaching the clear areas of violence that yesterday night as well we saw violence happening and trains being stopped and bombed and stones being hurled. Shivangi.
Right. And like you're telling us, as the West Bengal governor is on his way to Rishra, we also are getting the news that the BJP is going to stage a dharna or a sit-in protest, but the police have denied permission in the dharna, and they have said that that will not happen. So, but we know that you just told us that Sukanto is on his way to Srirampur.
Yes, exactly. Sukanta Majumdar told us exclusively that in spite of all kinds of restrictions, he will be visiting that area. In spite of Section 144, he is going to stage that dharna because he wants to raise his voice against the violence on Ram Navami procession in Hooghly, in Rishra. On the other hand, we could see that the police was bringing down the stages that were being built for the BJP protest. The police destroyed and dismantled the stage. However, Sukanta Majumdar said that we will be sitting anywhere we can sit. I'll be reaching that area. Police might stop me. We saw yesterday how Sukanta Majumdar was stopped in Hooghly yesterday as well, and the day before he was stopped in Howrah. Sukanta Majumdar and Shubhendu Adhikari, both of them were stopped in different areas. Now Sukanta Majumdar is on route to Hooghly in Srirampur, and on the other hand, the governor, we are getting the latest update that the governor is even closer to that area. Governor is closer to that area, and he is going to visit any moment. He's going to visit the violence. He's in Konkali now. So I'm sorry, he's in Bhadrakali now, which is very close to the violence areas, and he will be visiting the areas and meeting the people who are affected. That's what we are getting to know. That's the latest.
Right. So we're getting these top details coming in. The Bengal governor has reached Hooghly right now, and the governor visiting affected areas. So right now, if you could take our viewers through exactly what has the police planned, what has the administration planned when it comes to easing the tensions in West Bengal. We have been seeing tensions, stone pelting and arson for the past few days. Kishore.
If you can ask the question again, there's some audio issue. Shivangi, if you can ask the question again.
Kishore, just take our viewers through exactly what is planned in terms of easing the tensions in West Bengal, in a couple of areas of West Bengal.
Well, a huge police deployment has been placed in Howrah and Hooghly. Both of these areas were violent hit after Ram Navami processions. Right now, in Hooghly district, there are several places where forces are being deployed, barricades are being set up, and also the police is taking action and finding out who are behind all these vandalism that happened yesterday and day before yesterday. However, the BJP is alleging that the police is only acting on the people who are walking in the processions, and not on them who were throwing stones or pelting stones. Therefore, it is, at one hand, the opposition is alleging that the police is doing partial inquiry, partial investigation. On the other hand, the police is saying that all the culprits will be arrested.
Right, Kishore. We'll just connect back to you in just a moment right now, but let's take our viewers through exactly what we can expect next. Now, the Bengal governor has taken a very, very strong stance when it comes to promoting peace in the state of West Bengal. He's saying that we are all united when it comes to maintaining peace in the state. He's also saying that those guilty of creating this unrest, they will be punished very, very strictly. Right now, the West Bengal governor is visiting affected areas. He is in Rishra right now. He is in Hooghly. He's taking stock of the situation there. And like Kishalay was telling us, our Republic of Bangla reporter, he was telling us right now that huge police deployment is in many areas of West Bengal to maintain peace, viewers. A short while back, we also saw that the BJP workers have clashed with the police in Hooghly because Sukanto Majumdar is planning to protest against the ongoing violence. He has been protesting against the violence also for the past few days, but he's also on his way. Sukanto Majumdar is on his way to Sri Rampur, where Sukanto is planning to stage a dharna or a sit-in protest. But the police have denied permission for the dharna, and right now what they're saying, they will not allow the dharna to take place. A short while back as well, fresh clashes reported in Rishra. That is exactly where West Bengal governor is right now. Rishra is in West Bengal's Hooghly district, which has been seeing unrest and stone pelting for the past few days. Kishalay, I'm coming back to you right now. And Kishalay, just take us through exactly what the governor is doing in Rishra in terms of maintaining peace, in terms of making sure that no other situation erupts there. Kishalay, take us through those details.
Well, Shivangi, exactly what you rightly asked, that what is the situation right now and how the violence is contained right now. However, before that, I'll be just speaking about a breaking news that we are receiving right now. The press media which was following the governor's convoy was stopped by the police for a short while, and then after a while, the press was allowed to go as well. There was a ruckus just behind the governor's convoy about this incident. When the press and media cars and the journalists were stopped from following the governor, from going along with the governor, there was a ruckus there. There was a problem there. After that, the press media was allowed to go along with the governor, and we saw that right now, we are also following the governor and where he is going, and he will be anytime visiting and reaching the violence hit areas. That's what we are getting to know. However, it was a complaint against the police that the police was not allowing the governor from entering, from the press. The police was not allowing the press and media from entering the governor, from entering the violence hit areas along with the governor. So there was a ruckus about that. Right now, police deployment has been increased in the whole area of Rishra, Hooghly, Sri Rampur and all that area. And also more forces are being sent from outside. Shivangi.
All right. So Kishalay getting us all the details as the West Bengal governor is visiting affected areas. Those visuals coming in as well. West Bengal governor assuring strict action right now, and just about to reach Rishra. He is in West Bengal's Hooghly district. This coming in, of course, after the West Bengal governor has made it very clear that peace should prevail in the state of West Bengal, and also making sure that and saying that he will not allow any kind of division in society, and the people of West Bengal should stand together and be united against any kind of division or any kind of violence which the state has been seeing for the past few days. We're seeing a very heavy police deployment as well in West Bengal in affected areas. The West Bengal governor assuring strict action at this point of time. A short while back in the morning itself, uneasy calm is prevailing in Rishra in West Bengal's Hooghly district after fresh clashes were reported in the town, and many shops have remained closed there. Section 144 of the CRPC has also been imposed in the area. Route marches have been conducted in affected areas in Rishra and adjoining Sri Rampur area, and internet services have been suspended as police have urged all people to maintain calm and do not fall for rumors. So this is what the police has said. Train services along the Havra-Bardhaman line have resumed after being affected by incidents of fresh clashes near railway gate number 4 in Rishra. And the governor there also expressing concern over the incidents of fresh violence in Rishra, and is likely to cut short his Darjeeling trip to come to West Bengal. He cut short his Darjeeling trip to come to West Bengal. Right now, you can see that he has just reached the violence-hit areas. The West Bengal governor, C.V. Anand Bose, cutting short his North Bengal Darjeeling trip and coming directly to Hooghly district, which has been seeing violence for the past few days now. And the West Bengal governor there, the violence hit areas, he has assured strict action and also saying very, very clearly that peace has to be maintained and the people of West Bengal have to stand united to fight against any kind of division in society. We are also seeing that a lot of activity happening there as the West Bengal governor has reached Hooghly. We are seeing heavy police deployment as well, viewers. The West Bengal governor also saying that he has spoken to the Chief Secretary and Home Secretary to take note of the current situation. Kishal, I'm coming to you right now. The West Bengal governor reaching Hooghly.
West Bengal governor has reached Hooghly. He's right now in that violence hit area. Yesterday we saw in the same place, in this same place, there was fire, there was arson. The governor is speaking to the police there. He's trying to understand what exactly happened in that area. Right now we can see he's speaking to the police department. He's speaking to the officers of the police who were present there, and he's also trying to understand, take a note of what happened yesterday night in the same area where we can see governor is standing. There was arson yesterday and fire, and we can see that governor has already reached the area where violence was hit. Previously, the governor spoke in the airport about how he's going to punish. He's going to take care that all the culprits will be punished and no forces that is causing this ruckus and unholy situation in West Bengal will be left. He said that he will take care that all unholy forces, all forces that is destroying the peace in West Bengal will be punished. And right now, right after that, he took his conduct to the violent areas in Risla. He's in Hooghly right now, Risla, where all the clashes, all the violence happened since last 2 days, 2-3 days after the Ram Navami procession. He is there right now, taking a stock of the situation, talking to the police officials. He is there in ground zero, exactly where arson was there yesterday. Right now we can see governor trying to understand what happened. On the other hand, also, I just let you know that Sukanta Mojumdar, the state BJP president, is en route to Srirampur as well. Srirampur is also in Hooghly district. He is going to sit for a stage in Dharna. He's going to sit for a Dharna against all the violence. We can see live visuals from there for our viewers. I just brief that this is the area where fresh violence happened yesterday in Hooghly. There was fire, there was arson, bombs were being hurled. This is the area where trains passed. There's a train line just behind, and trains were stopped. Bombs were being hurled at the trains, and stone pelting was done. Along with more violence that happened in this area, the governor of West Bengal, C.V. Anand Bose, is himself present in that particular area, taking a stock of what has happened since yesterday, day before yesterday, and now he's trying to understand, according to our sources, what police arrangement has been made in order to, number one, stop more violence, and number two, to take action against anyone who has committed such offences since last 2 days. He is asking the police, trying to understand from the police that what action has been taken. That's the live visuals coming directly from Hooghly in West Bengal, from the areas which were hit by violence since the last 2 days. Shivangi.
Right. So we can see that the Bengal governor is right there in Hooghly, and we are seeing that he's taking stock of the situation, talking to the police and other security personnel at the spot to understand what exactly is happening in Risra. Remember that earlier he's already appealed for peace, and he's at the violence hit areas. These are visuals coming in right now, and I'm coming back to you, Kishale. If you could take our viewers through exactly what we can expect next, because the West Bengal governor taking stock of the situation. On the other hand, we're seeing the BJP who has planned a big dharna and a sit-in protest. But the BJP not getting permission from the police to do so far.
Exactly, Shivangi. At one hand, BJP has not got the permission for that protest which they have planned. And they have planned for, let me tell you, that they have planned for quite a big protest. There'll be a huge crowd there. Sukanta Majumdar is in fact going there. On the other hand, Governor is talking to Chandanagar Police Commissioner. Chandanagar is the area police commissionerate under which all these areas of violence fall. He is talking to the police commissioner, Amit P. Jagardi. He is talking to the police commissioner himself. The police commissioner is present there, giving him all the details about the violence that happened since last 2 or 3 days. The governor seems, his body language is clearly very worried. He is worried about all the violence that happened since yesterday, since day before yesterday. He gave repeated statements. We took his exclusive interview 2 days back after the Howrah violence, where he repeatedly said that he will take care that everyone who has done such offense will be punished, and he has also said that such unholy attempts will be stopped in the future as well. Today, he rushed back from North Bengal. The governor was present in North Bengal for G20 summit that's going on in Siliguri, which is a city in North Bengal. However, after the press violence yesterday night, which happened in Rishra, the governor rushed back in a flight. He rushed back from North Bengal to Kolkata, and directly from the airport, he took a vehicle, he took his car to this violence hit Rishra, to this violence hit areas in Hooghly. Therefore, it is very evident that the governor is worried about the situation. It is very evident that he is taking personal stock of the whole situation. He is talking to the police commissioner of Chandanagar Police Commissionerate in Hooghly, and he is trying to understand what is the police arrangement right now. He is trying to understand what has the police done to punish the culprits who has caused such ruckus in the last 2 days. Apart from that, as you have rightly asked, that what's going to be the next action there, because we see that BJP has also reached Sukanta Majumdar. Sukanta Majumdar is also very close to Hooghly. He is very close to Srirampur, and right now he is also reaching Srirampur. That's one thing. And on the other hand, the governor is there in the violence hit areas, the areas which was where arson was there yesterday. He is taking a stock. So there's a question that whether Sukanta Majumdar will be allowed to sit for the dharna he's planning. He told Republic TV exclusively a while back that he will be visiting that place in spite of all restrictions, and he will be protesting against the violence. He has already reached that area, very close to that area. He's walking right now. He's right now in Dakshineshwar, which is very close, and he's on his way towards Hooghly. And he said that he will be reaching that area and sit wherever he is stopped. And the police also, on the other hand, the administration is also on the other hand, imposed Section 144 on a larger area. Previously, only Rishra was under Section 144. Now even Srirampur, where Sukanta Majumdar is going to visit, is also under Section 144. So right now, Sukanta Majumdar is in Dakshineshwar, which is en route to Hooghly. It's in the middle of the way, and he's there right now. In a while, Sukanta Majumdar will also reach. Right now, we can see live visuals. The governor is still there. His body language is clear. He's very worried about what's going on in Bengal. He's very worried about what's going on in Howrah and Hooghly, two adjacent districts of West Bengal. These two are very close districts of West Bengal, just adjacent to each other. And both of these districts were hit by communal violence, were hit by clashes, were hit by arsons and stone pelting since Ramnavami, and Ramnavami processions were attacked. The BJP, the opposition and the BJP was asking that whether the police can do proper investigation in this matter, because police clearly is partial. The BJP is saying the police is partial, and therefore the BJP wants NIA to come in this matter. BJP wants NIA to take up the investigation. So at one hand, BJP is asking for NIA. The governor has been also given letters by the BJP about such NIA investigation. So the governor is right now himself in that place, and he is also going to talk to Amit Shah, the Home Minister, as we are getting to know. He already had a conversation with Amit Shah previously as well. So whether the governor goes and sees that the situation is bad enough that the investigation may be handed over to NIA or not, that is one thing to see. Whether he will be writing to Amit Shah about the situation and whether NIA investigation will be started in this matter or not is yet to be seen. However, what is already happening is the West Bengal governor right now, C.V. Anand is taking a stock of the situation. He's walking through that area where violence happened, where yesterday night all those actions that we saw of fire, arson, stone pelting and bomb hurling happened. He's walking through that area himself in the ground zero. He's looking at those areas, looking at those violent spots, on the spots of violence, and also talking to the commissioner of Chamranagar Police Commissionerate. He's talking to the police commissioner and trying to understand. Amit P. Jagalji, his name is, the police commissioner's name is Mr. Amit. He's talking to Amit P. Jagalji. He's trying to understand what action did the police take, what action the police already took, and what action they are going to take against all those who have caused such ruckus and violence. And on the other hand, Sukanta Majumdar, after offering his prayers in Dakshineshwar temple, is right now heading towards Rishra. And we are showing to our audience, to our viewers, in both of these windows, in the left window, we can see how the police is dismantling the stage which was set for BJP Dharna protest. The police officers came and dismantled the whole stage. The police said that here is section 144. You cannot stage a Dharna there. Sukanta Majumdar told us, Republic TV over phone, that they will be sitting for a Dharna protest there. On the other hand, on the right-hand side of the window, we can see, our viewers can see that the governor is walking through the violence-hit areas, walking through the areas which was hit by violence yesterday and day before yesterday, especially the area where the train stations are there and the train lines are there. We saw that yesterday the train was stopped. The train which goes from Howrah to Bardhaman was stopped for 4 hours. For a stretch of 4 hours, and the passengers were also hit by violence. There was bomb hurling and pelting of stones. The governor, C.V. Anand himself, is taking a stock of the situation. Shivangi.
Right. So Kishan is getting us our top updates right now, and we can see that the Bengal governor is in Hooghly. As of now, he is in Rishra in Hooghly. Now, we also know a short while back that Amit Shah had spoken to the Bengal governor on the violence, especially in Howrah. The Home Minister had gotten in touch with the governor and he had taken the stock of the situation from the governor, Kishore.
Well, exactly. BJP has written multiple letters to the governor and the Home Minister as well. That's what Sukanta Majumdar and Suvendu Adhikari, both of them said yesterday and day before yesterday. They also demanded for NIA investigation in the whole matter of violence. So the governor already has the letters, has the reports from BJP, from the opposition about NIA investigation in this matter of violence. Especially the BJP is pointing out that if Bengal police, if West Bengal police is investigating this matter, then the investigation will be partial. The ones who created the violence...
Kishore, yes, absolutely. I'm coming back to you in just a moment. Because the governor is visiting the clash site in Rishra as we speak. I'm also being joined by Priyanka Tibrewal of the BJP from West Bengal. Thank you for joining us, Priyanka. Right now we know that Sukanta Majumdar is on his way to Srirampur and he wants to hold a dharna. Has the police given any kind of permission? Because last time we heard the police is not giving any permission for the BJP to hold the sit-in protest.
See, as usual, the police of Mamata Banerjee will give no permission to BJP. And there's a very sect which doesn't require any permission, and we all know that. One who is very close to Mamata Banerjee. Now the question is, after all this attacks and mob lynching and whatever has happened in front of your eyes, you are seeing that people are being arrested. But who are actually being arrested are not the perpetrators. They are the Ram Bhakts, the Hindu Bhakts who participated in the procession. They are being pulled out from the houses and being arrested. BJP boys are being pulled out from the houses and arrested. So this investigation, this is a shoddy investigation which is being done by the West Bengal police. And this immediately needs to go into other hands of some independent agency. Otherwise, there will be no investigation in this. The culprits, the miscreants, they will roam freely.
Right. And we are seeing a war of words also being played out right now. The TMC alleging that the BJP is behind the violence and the other way around. What is your reaction on that?
See, you can very well understand that who is at fault here. It is, of course, the West Bengal government who is at fault, because the same place is being attacked on a consecutive year when they had full knowledge that they need to take protection, but the police was just a mute spectator over there. So this means that this kind of attack which happened on the Hindu bhakt was intentional. They were prepared to attack like this, and then just because the CM is now provoking them more, because she has given statements that the more will happen on 6th. How does she know that more will happen on 6th? Because it is she who is trying to instigate people to attack once again.
Right. And just one short answer from you, Priyanka Tibrewal. What's the plan today when it comes to the BJP's actions, when it comes to the protests that they have planned, when it comes to a sit-in dharna that they have planned? So what does the BJP plan to do today?
See, our president has already proceeded towards Shridampur, and he has complete right. Why should he be denied permission? He is not carrying any arms with him, whereas people who attacked the mob, pure police was standing there. They were seeing that people are pelting stones. They were seeing that people are using crude bombs, but police didn't stop them. And police is trying to stop the opposition because we are the voice here.
All right. Thank you, Priyanka Tibrewal, Bengal BJP leader, for joining us. Also being joined right now by Professor Manujit Mondal, political analyst who has joined us on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Mondal. Your sense of the situation in West Bengal, especially when it comes to the Bengal governor there. Now, the Bengal governor also very clearly saying that these kind of incidents will not be tolerated of violence. Also asking the entire society in West Bengal, everyone in West Bengal, to stay united and not be divided by any reason whatsoever. Mr. Mondal.
I think that should be the approach. But look at the approach of the BJP, starting from the rank and file of Bengal BJP to the Delhi BJP. The Home Minister himself has called up Mr. Sukanta Majumdar, not the Chief Minister, not the Governor. What does it suggest? They want these things to continue. None, absolutely none have appealed for peace and calm. I think Governor is the first, because Governor is also from the central government side, to do so. And we thank him for doing that. Look at the kind of statement. Now they want to go to this disturbed area. Sukanta Majumdar, Shubhendu Adhikari, Dilip Ghosh, I appeal to the government of West Bengal to restrain them legally if possible, because they want this fire to continue for their political gain. In the history of Indian political system, in the last 50 years, it has been proven beyond reasonable doubt that wherever there is this kind of communal violence, BJP has gained politically. This is their, specific modus operandi, which we have been seeing since 1992. BJP rose to this kind of prominence, to rioting, to violence, to arsenal. Everyone knows that. And that's why none of them, we are all appealing to the people of Bengal to stay united, as like the governor. Mamta has appealed to the people of West Bengal since the last week itself, that yes, you celebrate Ram Navami, you also celebrate Rosa, but peacefully. These people, what they were deviating from the actual norms, I tell you, they are not going to that particular area to shake hands with our Muslim brothers who are celebrating Rosa. They are fasting throughout the day. They went there with the intent to provoke and attack. The vegetable carts were attacked. The fruit vendors were attacked. Deliberate attempt on the part of the BJP. First, they deviated from the route permitted, and then they deliberately attacked them. Did they go there to shake hands with the other community who is also celebrating their Ramjan? Ram and Ramjan, I tell you, they go hand in hand in Bengal. Only in some pockets, these people are trying to create communal tension, which will be rejected by the people of Bengal, as we have been living together for centuries, for ages. Bengal has never seen this kind of communal violence before 2016. Before 2016 also we celebrated Ram Navami. Before 2016 also we celebrated Hanuman Jayanti. But this kind of rampages, this kind of political communal violence is deliberately provoked and stoked by political leaders in the responsible position had never been there in Bengal. It is a culture imported by BJP, and that's why I tell you they were rejected in 2021 and they will be rejected in 2024 as well.
Right. Also, Mr. Mondal, we are seeing that as these clashes are reported, as we are seeing stone pelting, of course, the words of the governor, they are very reassuring. because he's talking about peace, he's talking about solidarity, but we are seeing at the same time a political war of words playing out, both the TMC and the BJP engaging in a war of words and blaming each other.
You see, whether the stone pelts or whether the people carrying guns and swords, they are criminals. They have no religion. And the people from both sides have been arrested and they will be nabbed. There's no question of tolerating either sides of as far as these classes are concerned. But look,
গতকাল যে কয়েকটি অঞ্চলে ছিল আজকে তার থেকে অনেক বেশি অঞ্চল 144 ধারা বিরাজ করছে। অর্থাৎ গতকাল পুলিশ কোনো কিছু সামলাতে পারেনি, পুলিশ নিজে সেটা অ্যাডমিট করছে যে 144 ধারা বাড়াতে হলো, তাদেরকে এরিয়াটা বাড়াতে হলো।
सर अपने गवर्नर के पास भी टाइम मांगे।
गवर्नर के पास 3 बजे हम मिलेंगे, हम मतलब हमारे बीजेपी का प्रतिनिधि दल, अगर मैं उधर से आ पाया सबसे मिलके तो मैं भी आ जाऊंगा।
आप लोग क्या बोलेंगे सर 356 के लिए?
हम सेंट्रल इंटरवेंशन के लिए मांग करेंगे। वो 356 सही होगा कि 355 लागू होगा रिश्ता के ऊपर, वो तो जो होम मिनिस्ट्री है उसका जुरिस्डिक्शन है, उसमें हम नहीं फंसना चाहते, वो होम मिनिस्ट्री तय करेगी।
सर आप लोगों का सेंट्रल लीडरशिप ऑलरेडी ये बोल रहे हैं कि बंगाल में प्रेसिडेंस रूल इम्प्लीमेंट होना चाहिए, नहीं तो बंगाल का जो हालत है, जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन है, वो तो सही नहीं है।
कल जो घटना घटी, रेल के ऊपर पथराव हुआ, ट्रेन के ऊपर पथराव हुआ, जो सीए के समय जैसा सिचुएशन हुआ था वही सिचुएशन फिर से रिपीट करने की कोशिश चल रही है। और मुझे लगता है कि सेंट्रल होम मिनिस्टर श्री अमित शाह जी सब कुछ जानते हैं, उनके साथ हम कांटेक्ट में भी है और वो व्यवस्था लेंगे, सही व्यवस्था लेंगे।
All right, that was BJP State Chief Sukanto Majumdar. He's saying that the BJP and other BJP leaders are going to meet the governor, also asking for intervention in the matters of the central government when it comes to maintaining law and order situation in the state of West Bengal. So that was Sukanto Majumdar, who is also planning a sit-in and a dharna protest, which has, for what the permission has been denied, viewers. So we're getting these details coming in. The Bengal BJP chief Sukanto Majumdar speaking there, saying that he will be speaking to the governor, and he's also visiting Sri Rampur in Hooghly for a sit-in protest against what happened in Rishra. There were fresh clashes reported in Rishra, which is in West Bengal's Hooghly district, viewers. We're getting these details coming in. Also, we know Section 144 has been imposed in Hooghly district. According to reports, Section 144 has been imposed in a large area of Hooghly, which includes Rishra and most of Sri Rampur. So we're getting these details as the West Bengal governor is there in Rishra at this point of time, taking stock of the situation. Sukanto Majumdar saying that he will be meeting the governor as well after a point of time, after a short while. He also said that he will demand a central intervention when it comes to maintaining the law and order situation. Let's go back to Kishanai. Kishanai, we just heard Sukanto Majumdar. He was due to reach Sri Rampur. Has he reached Sri Rampur? He's also saying that he will speak to the governor very, very shortly.
Well, exactly. The breaking is that 3 p.m. now, 3 p.m. today, Sukanto Majumdar said BJP team will be meeting the governor. Now it is to be seen whether this meeting will happen in Hooghly itself. The governor is in Hooghly, the violence hit areas. He is taking a stock of those areas. On the other hand, Sukanto Majumdar is going towards Hooghly. He is en route to Hooghly after prayers at Dakshineshwar temple. And he told the media, he said very clearly that he is going to speak to the governor. The BJP team is going to meet at and probably the governor will also speak in a while. The governor will speak in a while.
लेकिन अपने ही देश में बंगाल और बिहार में जो स्थिति पैदा कर दो कि रामनवमी के समय भी आपको शांतिपूर्वक शोभा यात्रा ना निकलने दी जाए, आगजनी हो, पथराव हो, हत्या पर मजबूर कर दिया जाए, उस देश में जहां पर देश के प्रधानमंत्री दुनिया भर के देशों को कहते हैं दिस इज नॉट द एरा ऑफ वॉर, ये युद्ध का समय नहीं है, दिस इज द टाइम टू डिस्कस, डेलिब्रेट एंड बी पार्ट ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी एंड डिसाइड। और दुनिया
against its nation to destabilize it, and also to see that Atmanirbhar Bharat, which our Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi has declared, they are trying to prevent it. Atmanirbhar Bharat also includes Atmanirbhar Bengal. We will strive together. We will root peace in society. Peace will be established. Peace will be established. Criminals will be put behind bars, and never ever will this be allowed to repeat in this noble state. Thank you.
All right, we just heard CV Anand Bose, West Bengal governor there, speaking once again after reaching Rishra, and he's taking a stock of the situation, once more saying that that peace has to be established. Those were his very, very clear words coming in, making it very clear that it's very important to establish peace in the state of West Bengal, also saying that those guilty will be punished. Strict action will be taken against them. So we're getting these back-to-back details coming in. West Bengal governor saying peace should be established there. Remember that he is right now in Rishra, where there's uneasy calm. This is in Hugli's district. There were fresh clashes reported earlier in the day, viewers, and Section 144 has been imposed in the area. Just going back to you right now, Kishale, we are seeing fresh developments coming in. Number one, we just saw CV Anand Bose, who is the West Bengal governor. He is saying very clearly that peace has to be established. And number two, we also know Sukanto Majumdar has said that he will be meeting the West Bengal governor around 3 p.m. today. Kishale.
Well, exactly, Shivangi. Back to that breaking, two breakings back to that. First of all, Sukanto Majumdar very clearly said that the BJP team will be meeting the governor at 3 p.m. Now the question is whether the BJP team will be meeting the governor at Hugli at the violence spot, or they will be meeting somewhere else. That's a question, because the governor is in Hugli right now, taking the stock of the situation. On the other hand, the BJP team, along with Sukanto Majumdar, is also going towards Hugli. They are en route still after their prayers at Dakshineshwar temple. So the question is whether that meeting, that anticipated meeting, will be happening at the violence hit areas, at the violence hit district of Hugli. And if such meeting happens, then what will happen to the administration's action about imposing Section 144 in all those areas? The administration is saying that the whole area is under Section 144, there will be no crowd, no person, no political person will be allowed to sit in there for any kind of dharna. So how will Sukanto Majumdar or BJP team meet the governor? That's the question. On the other hand, the governor again spoke to the media. Again, he made it very clear to the people of West Bengal and the country that he is taking a stock of the situation. He is analyzing the situation. That's what he said. Quote unquote, he's analyzing the situation, and he said that no culprit will be allowed to go astray without being punished. He said that all the criminals who have done such mistakes who have done such violence will be taken care of, will be taken into account. He also mentioned very emphatically that the Prime Minister's Atmanirbhar Bharat includes Atmanirbhar Bangla, which means the self-sufficient India of the Prime Minister, what the Prime Minister dreams, will also include a self-sufficient Bengal, not also under the purview of the whole scheme. Therefore, the governor making it clear that he is taking a stock of the situation, he is analyzing the situation, he is trying to understand who are the culprits, and also he emphasized that the fight will be unitedly done, and by that he means that the state government and the central government will be fighting against all this violence together. That's what he tried to imply. So the governor came back in a hurried manner from North Bengal. He was supposed to be present at the G20 summit at North Bengal, the city of Siliguri. He came back from there hurriedly and directly from the airport. He is now, as we are seeing live visuals in the right-hand side of the screen for the viewers, we are
फैलाएं कि बिहार में अब कोई धार्मिक जुलूस नहीं निकलेगा और वहाँ की सरकार उससे संरक्षण दे और भाईचारा कहे। भाईचारा के नाम पर हिंदू अपना धार्मिक उत्सव भी ना मना पाए।
तो भविष्य क्या दिखता है?
भविष्य ये दिख रहा है कि हिंदुओं पर खतरा मंडरा रहा है, ये हिंदुओं को दबाने वाले लोगों को, दंगाइयों को संरक्षण दे रहे हैं, इसका जवाब 2024 और 25 के चुनाव में देगा।
एक दादा बंगाल से भी मेरा सवाल है, आप बंगाल की घटनाएं हुई है, ममता बनर्जी आगाह कर रही है कि हनुमान जयंती के समय में भी ऐसा हो सकता है। वो लगातार इस चीज को लेकर के कंट्रोल नहीं हो रहा, लेकिन आगाह जरूर कर।
ये तो ममता बनर्जी ही कराती हैं, तो किसको कहेंगे? ममता बनर्जी खुद भाषण दे रही हो कि रमजान है, हिंदू अपना रमजान तक सारे दरवाजे उत्सव बनाना बंद कर दो, चाहे रामनवमी हो, चाहे हनुमान जयंती हो, चाहे कोई जयंती हो। हिंदू द्वितीय दर्जे का नागरिक है बंगाल में। और अब तो हालत ये हो गया है, हिंदू अब पलायन कर रहे हैं, ये उसको पाकिस्तान और बांग्लादेश बनाना चाहते हैं।
All right, that was BJP's Giriraj Singh, who was speaking on the violence in Bihar and also in West Bengal, and blaming the TMC for the riots and the unrest that erupted ever since the occasion of Ram Navami. In fact, he said that it's Ramzan over Ram Navami for the Mamata government. Also, viewers, we're getting you live visuals. We're getting you the right of your screens is CV Anand Bose, who is West Bengal's governor, who is at Rishra, and he is assuring the people of bringing those people responsible for the violence to book. He has assured that the people will be punished, and there are more reactions that are coming in on this story. Let's take a listen in.
The occasion of Ram Navami in Howrah district, there was a procession which was organized by BJP and VHP. We saw BJP workers in the procession brandishing pistols and swords and playing loud DJ. Now these videos were flagged in a press conference addressed by All India Trinamool Congress General Secretary Sri Abhishek Bandyopadhyay. What BJP had to say was that these videos were fake. What do we see today? We see that Shumit Sao, the individual who was carrying the pistol, which was shown in the video by TMC, was arrested from Munger, Bihar. He happens to be a resident of Salkia, Howrah. So Sumit has now confessed to this crime. He has confessed to the fact that yes, he was carrying this pistol in the BJP procession and that he is a BJP worker. So now what does BJP have to say about this? They are the ones who manufacture fake news and fake videos. We wait for their answer as to what they have to say about their BJP worker.
मौजूदा समय में ये अत्यंत प्रासंगिक विषय भी है। दुनिया के एक हिस्से में जहां लंबे समय से युद्ध चल रहा है, वहीं भारत में भी देखूं तो जहां एक और शांति का वातावरण है, वहां पर भी रामनवमी की शोभा यात्रा पर उसको शांति से नहीं निकलने देते, ऐसी घटनाएं भी सामने आती हैं। जहां भारत के एक हिस्से में पश्चिम बंगाल की मुख्यमंत्री ये कह देती हैं कि हिंदू इस इलाके में ना जाएं, तो क्या मुख्यमंत्री ही समाज को बांटने पर आ गई, क्षेत्र को बांटने पर आ गई? अपने आप में चिंता का विषय खड़ा हो जाता है। किसी दुनिया के दो देशों के बीच में युद्ध चल रहा हो तो एक अलग बात है, लेकिन अपने ही देश में बंगाल और बिहार में जो स्थिति पैदा कर दो कि रामनवमी के समय भी आपको शांतिपूर्वक शोभा यात्रा ना निकलने दी जाए, आगजनी हो, पथराव हो, हत्या पर मजबूर कर दिया जाए, उस देश में जहां पर देश के प्रधानमंत्री दुनिया भर के देशों को कहते हैं दिस इज नॉट द एरा ऑफ वॉर, ये युद्ध का समय नहीं है, दिस इज द टाइम टू डिस्कस, डेलिब्रेट एंड बी पार्ट ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी एंड डिसाइड। और दुनिया उस बात को मानती है, लेकिन अपने ही देश के दो राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्री एक जहां इस तरह की बातें करते हैं और पक्षपात करने का काम करते हैं, वो अपने आप में बहुत बड़े प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा करता है कि क्या ये वायलेंस के पीछे एक वर्ग है या ये तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति उनको और हवा देने का काम करती है। क्या वोट बैंक की राजनीति में हम अशांति फैलाने का काम इस तरह से भी किया जाता है, ये अपने आप में बहुत सारी चुनौतियां, समस्याएं देश के सामने खड़ा करता है।
We will never allow the miscreants, the hooligans and the goons to take the law into their hands. The police will come down heavily on them. These dark forces, forces of evil, will be brought to book. We will dare them in the den. People of Bengal have a right for peaceful living. That right will be established. Bengal has been suffering this kind of criminalization of politics for a long time. There we will put a final end to it. In this, there is no political differences. The government of India, the state government, political parties, the media, the common man, the silent majority will all join hands and see that mobocracy is rooted out in this democratic land. We see this as a result of those who have connived against India, the Break India Brigade, and those who are working against its nation to destabilize it, and also to see that Atmanirbhar Bharat, which our Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi has declared, they are trying to prevent it.
The Bengal Governor C.V. Anand Bose speaking to the media and assuring that the culprits will be behind the bar. My colleague Kishola is joining us on the phone line for more. Kishola, we heard what the governor had to say, but are you really picking up on anything like the governor having any communications with the TMC, with the ruling government of the state? Because we know that Mamata Banerjee herself, the chief minister, is also the home minister. She's been missing on ground. We have not seen her taking cognizance or doing any kind of inspection yet. But has the governor tried to reach out, and has there any meeting, or is there any meeting in store with her?
Well, exactly. What we are seeing is that the governor is at the spot, and as you rightly pointed out, as of yet, the chief minister has not visited that spot. However, yesterday she very clearly, from Digha, she very clearly spoke about how she is blaming the BJP for all this violence, for all these clashes, etc. The governor clearly said that he is taking a stock of the whole situation. We can see live visuals of the governor present in the violence hit areas, in ground zero, exactly where yesterday we saw arson was there. Yesterday we saw stone pelting was there. The governor is present in that particular area. He's present, taking a stock of that area, talking to the police commissioner, Mr. Amit P. He's talking to Mr. Amit, police commissioner of Chandanagar Police Commissionerate, and he's trying to understand that what action the police has taken. On the other hand, yesterday the governor spoke, a day before yesterday also the governor spoke to the chief minister, and they had a conversation about the deteriorating law and order situation in West Bengal and how such situation could be prevented. However, today, we do not know whether the governor has already spoken to the chief minister or not. However, it is very sure that the governor is going to these areas, violence hit areas. He's taking a stock of those areas. He said to the media that I am analyzing the situation right now. I am analyzing what has happened right now, and I'll be taking care that all the culprits, all the people who are responsible for such violence will be punished. The governor came back hurriedly from North Bengal. He was in North Bengal. He was going to attend the G20 summit, which was happening in Siliguri. He came from North Bengal hurriedly in order to visit these areas. We saw that he came to the airport. He spoke to the media. He said that all the culprits will be punished, and all the forces who are creating such disturbances in Bengal and to the Bengal people will be punished as well. And he requested for peace and tranquility, and as soon as he finished, he took his car, he took his vehicle, and now he is in the violence hit areas. On the other hand, Shukanta Majumdar, the BJP president of West Bengal, is en route to Srirampur as well, Hooghly as well. We just broke a while back that the BJP is going to meet the governor at 3 p.m. That's what Shukanta Majumdar said. Shukanta Majumdar declared that the BJP team is going to meet the governor at 3 p.m. today. So that's what we are looking at, whether the BJP team will meet governor at Rishra, the violence hit areas, or not, because all those areas are under section 144.
Absolutely. Of course, we will be tracking all those details. Thank you so much for the time being, Kishore, for joining us with all those inputs. Republic TV will, of course, remain on that coverage, and the big story we have been tracking. Viewers, remember, Bengal governor has visited Rishra. He's assured putting the culprits behind the bars, and on the other hand, we also have the BJP, who is also set to stage protest, unrelenting, and also set to meet the governor at 3 p.m. Republic TV will be keeping an eye on all of that, but right now, it's time for a quick break. We will be back with lots more on the other side. All right, coming up, of course, lots more on the other side. Bhutan King's visit in India. It's day 2 of Bhutan King's visit in India, and Wangchuk will be meeting several top leaders of India, and we will be tracking that story as well. Stay tuned. And hush money scandal haunts Donald Trump. Former US president is in New York as he's all set to surrender.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Trump? Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Yes. That's beating up right now. He's been because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us.
NIA की टीम बाजे को लेकर यहाँ पहुंची है क्योंकि एविडेंसेस डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे इसी
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop? Today the whole nation is looking at you. What exactly are your thoughts? Why must
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए, ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोग की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde, who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that he is Gandhi and not Savarkar, and Gandhi never apologized. Right after which we saw there was a press conference that was called in by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, clearly condemning the statement of Rahul Gandhi, and there they have announced that there will be a Savarkar Gaurav Yatra across Maharashtra. So it has been started from today. It will go on till 8th of April.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Trump? Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Yes. That's beating up right now. He's been because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us.
NIA की टीम बाजे को लेकर यहाँ पहुंची है क्योंकि एविडेंसेस डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे इसी
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop?
All right, we're getting in the first MEA response on China's provocation. The statement reads, and I quote, "We have seen such reports, and this is not the first time China has made such an attempt. We reject this outright. Arunachal Pradesh is, has been, and will always be an integral and inalienable part of India. Attempts to assign invented names will not alter this reality," unquote. That is the latest we're getting in. Remember, we know how last evening China was at it again, provoking, and we saw how China had renamed several parts of we had announced new names for 11 spots and had a new name for Arunachal Pradesh as well. But now the MEA, the External Affairs Ministry of India, has hit back. In fact, Union Minister Anurag Thakur has hit out, and now India is, of course, is hitting back on China, as Congress, of course, remains a publicist for China, for Chinese officials. But we do know that the MEA has now answered back and had a scathing attack, and they have reiterated that Arunachal will remain a part of India, an integral and inalienable part of India. That is the latest we are getting in. Remember, the Vadra Congress has continued to amplify its China narrative, but India has hit back at China yet again. Let's take a reaction and the MEA's reaction as well.
मोदी सरकार की एक और कलंक गाथा भारत के सम्मान के लिए लज्जाजनक दिवस है मोदी सरकार पर। 11 नाम अरुणाचल के, जहां से कानून मंत्री आते हैं, जो कानून को छोड़ के हर राय दे देते हैं। अरुणाचल, वहां नाम बदलकर चाइनीज नेम कर दिए गए। गांव के नाम है, नदियों के नाम है, पहाड़ों के नाम है। एक तरह से उसने भौगोलिक रूप से अपनी धृष्टता चीन ने जाहिर कर दी है। अरुणाचल पर नाम बदलकर कब्जे का उद्घोष किया है। और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी अपनी फ्रंटल एजेंसियों की तरह इस्तेमाल होने वाले केंद्रीय एजेंसियों का गुणगान करने में लगे हुए हैं। अरे भारत की चिंता करिए प्रधानमंत्री जी, इसकी एकता अखंडता की रक्षा जो हमारे जवान प्राणों की आहुत देके करते हैं। आपकी कमजोर कूटनीतिक नीति के कारण, विदेश नीति के कारण हमारी संप्रभुता पर राजनीतिक रूप से चोट की गई और आप चीन के सामने मुंह खोलने में डरते हैं। अरे आप यहां अडानी को बचाने में लगे हैं और वहां देश की सीमाओं पर जिस तरह से देश की सीमा के अंदर घुसकर अरुणाचल जो हमारा अभिन्न अंग है उस पर चीन नामकरण करे अपनी चीनी भाषा।
All the border villages, whether it is Arunachal Pradesh, central region or even in the Ladakh, and they will stop our nomads from going and using the grazing grounds which are basically in Indian territory. The recent efforts what China has done is renaming many villages in Arunachal and showing them as Chinese territory. This is all their things towards salami slicing, and later on they'll lay claim to this and say that these villages were basically in their own territory, and that is why they've named them and start development works over there. The only way to counter China is to ensure and reduce India's trade deficit with it. We have been importing all sorts of things from China which are totally unnecessarily at the cost of our own manufacturing units. It is high time now that the government steps in and ensures that only essential items are imported from China, so that we do not provide China the money to carry on with its military activities or its other activities which are proactive and provocative to India.
All right, time for a short break right now, but lots more on the other side. BJP is all set to meet the governor of West Bengal at 3 p.m. demands centre's intervention in Bengal. An NIA team in Kannur to investigate Kerala attack. Suspect detained from Uttar Pradesh. Lots more on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोग की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that he is Gandhi and not Savarkar, and Gandhi never apologized. Right after which we saw there was a press conference that was called in by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis clearly condemning the statement of Rahul Gandhi, and there they have announced that there will be a Savarkar Gaurav Yatra across Maharashtra. So it has been started from today. It will go on till 8th of April.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's me, Chidambaram, right now. He's been arrested. It was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us.
एनआईए की टीम बाजे को लेकर यहाँ पहुंची है क्योंकि एविडेंसेस डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे। इसी
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop? Today the whole nation is looking at you. What exactly are your thoughts? Why must you?
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोग की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of
মারা হচ্ছে, পাথর মারা হচ্ছে,
চুপচাপ বসে থাকবো,
গেট আগুন দিয়ে পুড়িয়ে দেওয়া হয়েছে। চলছে কি এখানে?
আপনারা যদি কালকে সক্রিয় থাকতেন তাহলে আজকে আমাদের প্রয়োজনই পড়তো না। আমরা তো কালকে আবেদন করেছি 6টার সময় মাননীয় রাজ্য সভাপতি প্রেস করে বললেন যদি আগামী দিনে যদি রাত্রে শান্ত থাকে আমরা করব না, অশান্তি হয় তাহলে আমরা ধর্নায় বসবো, এটাই বলা ছিল প্রেসে।
একদম এটা বলা ছিল এবং আপনারা শান্তি করতে পারেননি,
শান্তি আপনারা করতে পারেননি, আপনারা বিফল আছেন, সেই জন্য আমরা আসতে চাইছি। একদম ক্লিয়ার,
আপনারা উল্টো এসকালেট করে দিয়েছেন পুরো ব্যাপারটাকে।
ছোট ছিল বড় করেছেন।
ট্রেন থেমে গেল, এটা সম্ভব? এটা ভারতের সংবিধানকে চ্যালেঞ্জ করা হচ্ছে। এটা ট্রেন থেমে যাচ্ছে স্টেশনের মধ্যে, আপনারা ওখানে 144 ইম্পোজ করতে পারছেন না। এখানে 2 জন সাংসদকে আটকাতে চলে এসেছেন। আপনাদের যদি ফোর্স লাগে ওখানে গিয়ে দাঁড় করিয়ে দিন।
এই শক্তিটা যদি আপনারা রাত্রে দেখাতেন তাহলে এই ঘটনাটাই ঘটতো না, আর আমাদেরকেও নিজের অন্য কাজ করতে হবে, অনেক কাজ আছে। এই শক্তিটা রাত্রে কেন দেখালেন না আপনারা?
আপনি চলুন, যতদূর 144 আছে চলুন, ততদূর অব্দি চলুন, হেঁটে হেঁটে যাবো। চলুন, 2 জন আছে।
144 যদি ভেঙে দিই আপনার যা কারবাই করার করবেন আপনি, আপনাকে তো রাইট আছে আপনার কি ভাই। আমরা যদি 5 জনের বেশি কেউ নিয়ে যায় তো আপনার যা অ্যাকশন নেওয়ার বাকি যাদেরকে ধরছেন সেরকম আপনি করবেন, কোনো অসুবিধা নেই। কিন্তু আপনি গায়ের জোর দেখাতে পারেন না এখানে। এই অবধি যদি আপনার 144 আছে তাহলে বের করুন।
এই কাগজ দেখান যে এখানে 144 আছে, নাহলে আমি আপনার বিরুদ্ধে প্রিভিলেজে কমপ্লেইন করতে বাধ্য হব।
সেকশন 144 has been imposed here.
ট্রাঙ্কুইলিটি এন্ড পাবলিক অর্ডার মেইনটেইন করার জন্য ধারা 144 লাগানো হয়েছে স্যার। এটা আছে কপি স্যার।
এই এরিয়াটা দেখান,
যে এরিয়াতে 144 আছে এটা দেখান আছে।
Can you show us the area where 144 section has been imposed? Can you point out the area? Sukanta Majumdar is asking.
2% assembly more than 5 people, এটাই তো বোঝাই। তাহলে আইন সংশোধন করুন না। 144 ধারাতে কি বলছে সিংহবাবু?
পার্লামেন্টে আপনারা বানান, আইনটা কে বানায়?
আমরা আইন বানাই পার্লামেন্টে।
We are only making the laws in parliament. We are only making laws in parliament, but
আইন আমরা পার্লামেন্টে
only 2 people want to enter the area, but you are not letting us enter.
আপনি ধরবেন, যা ইচ্ছা তা করুন। আরে ফাঁসি ঝুলান না, বিধায়কদেরকে তো ফাঁসি ঝুলিয়ে দিয়েছেন।
5 people goes to that area, you can stop us, but only 2 of us are trying to enter. Why you are stopping us?
কারণ কি সেটা বলুন।
Jyotirmoy Mahato is asking the police why they are trying to stop the BJP delegation.
जाने से ही लोकल गैदरिंग हो जाएगा सर।
हम क्यों रोक रहे हैं? हम किसी को तो बुलाए नहीं है।
आप वहाँ पे रोकिए ना, आपके पास लॉ एंड ऑर्डर मेंटेन करने के लिए आपके पास लॉ है, उसको इम्पोज कीजिए।
पुलिस फोर्स है, आप रोकिए।
पुलिस फोर्स
तो नहीं रोक सकते हैं, कैसे किस आधार पर रोक सकते हैं दो आदमी को? हम तो कोई आदमी लेके नहीं आए हैं, हम लोग दो आदमी हैं और आप सीधा सीधा ये कर रहे हैं। आदमी मरेगा, आप लोग मरने के लिए छोड़ देंगे और हम लोग चुपचाप बैठे रहेंगे? हम लोग का भी जवाबदेही है जनता के प्रति। ऐसा नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं चलता है। আর ऐसा चलता है तो कल रात
আপনারা পারেন না করতে। এক নম্বর কথা হচ্ছে 144 দ্বারা এখানে ইম্পোজ নেই। নাম্বার 2, এখানে আমরা মাত্র দুজন সাংসদ আছি, জনপ্রতিনিধি হিসেবে আমাদের কোন জায়গায় ডিস্টার্ব হলে সেখানে যাওয়ার অধিকার আছে আইন মেনে। আমরা আইন মানছি, 5 জনের বেশি অ্যাসেম্বলি আমরা দুজন সাংসদ শুধু এসেছি। আপনারা আমাদেরকে ওখানে যেতে দিতে বাধ্য, আপনারা আটকাতে পারেন না, আপনাদের কাছে সেই রাইটস নেই। আপনাদেরকে আমাদেরকে যেতে দিতে হবে। কোন আইন বলে আটকাচ্ছে সেটা আপনাকে বলে আপনি নিয়ে চলুন না, কোনো অসুবিধা নেই।
Which law tells you to stop us? Can you tell me which law?
আপনার সঙ্গে চলুন।
Sukanta Majumdar is asking the police.
आप कहाँ जाना चाहते हैं?
जहाँ पे हमारे लोग मार खाए हैं वहाँ जाना चाहते हैं,
उन लोगों का
परिवार के साथ मिलना चाहते हैं। अब लेके चलिए, वहाँ जाएंगे।
10-15 कार्यकर्ता कल तो ही चाह रहे थे हम लोग कि जो जिन लोग कार्यकर्ता लोग मार खाया है रामनवमी के जुलूस में, उन लोग के घर जाएंगे, मिलेंगे। आज उसके खिलाफ धरना था, आप लोग हटा दिए। ऐसे नहीं चलता है।
2 आदमी ही मिलेंगे, बाकी नहीं, कोई नहीं जाएगा। चलिए आप मिलाइए उनसे।
नहीं सर, वहाँ पे लोकल गैदरिंग होने का चांस है सर, वायलेट हो जाएगा 144, ठीक नहीं रहेगा।
हम लेने वाले नहीं है ना, इसको आपको लेना पड़ेगा, आप पुलिस अफसर है।
लोकल गैदरिंग तो हर समय हो रहा है। कल हमारे काउंसिलर का कार्यालय तोड़ दिया 144 के अंदर।
कहाँ गए थे?
10 नंबर वार्ड में। तो कैसे हुआ?
100 आदमी जाके वहाँ तोड़फोड़ किया और कंटिन्यू रात को 13 नंबर वार्ड में कम से कम हुड़दुंग मचाने वाला 100 आदमी घुसा था, पथराव किया, लोगों का घर घुसा। उस टाइम कहाँ थे? हमारे हाथ में कुछ दिख रहे हैं क्या? आप लोग को लगता है तो सर्च कर सकते हैं कि भाई आपको लोग कुछ लेके जा रहे हैं।
चलिए चलून,
हम बात करते हैं सर।
आप बात करिए।
এবং এই মুহূর্তে সুকান্ত মজুমদার, জ্যোতির্ময় সিং মাহাতো তারা শ্রীরামপুরের উদ্দেশ্যে রওনা দিয়েছিলেন এবং যদিও যাওয়ার আগে যেখানে 144 ধারা জারি নেই সেখানে তাদেরকে বাধা দেওয়া হয়।
Telling the police that you cannot stop us from entering that area because only 2 of us are trying to enter there, even if section 144
কংগ্রেসের নেতাদের নির্দেশে কাজ করছে। নাহলে এটা হয় কোনো না, আমাদের কথা ছেড়ে দিন। রাজ্যপাল, মহামহিম রাজ্যপাল যাচ্ছে, তার সাথে গণতন্ত্রের চতুর্থ স্তম্ভ মিডিয়াকে অ্যালাউ করা হচ্ছে না। কি লুকোনোর চেষ্টা করছে এরা? বিরাট কিছু একটা ঘটে গেছে যেটা সবাই জানতে পারলে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের মুশকিল হয়ে যাবে। পুলিশ তো মমতা
যেখানে স্পষ্টতা বলা হয়েছে যে 5 জনের বেশি অ্যাসেম্বলি করা যাবে না। সাংসদ এখানে দেখতে পাচ্ছি রয়েছেন, আপনারা যেটা বলছিলেন পুলিশকে, যেতে দেওয়া হচ্ছে না।
5 people cannot enter or assemble.
সেই রহস্যকে দেওয়ার জন্য, লুকোনোর জন্য
Jyotirmoy Singh Mahato is saying that there is some other mystery inside. That's why to stop that from leaking outside, stop that information, they are not letting us enter.
কিন্তু শুধুমাত্র কালকে আমরা লাইভ টিভিতে কিংবা মোবাইলের মাধ্যমে 10% দেখেছি।
Yesterday we saw in live TV on phone what is happening.
ভেতরে ঘটনা ঘটছে,
but there is more to it. There is more information. There is more information that the government is trying to hide. That's why they are not letting us enter.
মারা হচ্ছে, পুরো আতঙ্কে আছে হিন্দু সমাজ পুরো। এটা কারা করছে, কে করছে?
Hindus are being arrested, beaten by the police. They are scared.
অংশ মনে পড়ছে, ভায়োলেন্স ভায়োলেন্স ভায়োলেন্স। 144 ধারা জারি ছিল, তারপরেও সোমবার রাতের যে ঘটনা,
the reporter is asking even if section 140, even when section 144 was imposed yesterday night, how the violence happened?
144 ধারা থাকার পরেও
Sukanta Majumdar is saying that even after section 144 imposition, that whole area was
তাদের কাজ ছিল ওখানে গিয়ে ল এন্ড অর্ডার মেইনটেইন করা। ওখানে ল এন্ড অর্ডার মেইনটেইন করছে, ইচ্ছে করে এখানে আটকে আমাদেরকে নিয়ে chaos তৈরি করে এনাদের।
but they are stopping us instead from going inside.
chaos সৃষ্টি হতে পারে।
देखिए,
reporter is asking that the police is saying that if you go there there'll be chaos inside. What will you say?
কথা বলবেন, তৃণমূলের নেতারা ওনাদেরকে এখন বুদ্ধি দেবেন।
Sukanta Majumdar is saying that the TMC is guiding the police.
কল্যাণ বাবু বড় উকিল,
Kollan Banerjee, TMC MLA, he entered that area. How did he enter? Actually, the police will ask Kollan Banerjee whether whom will they allow inside and whom will they not.
একটি জায়গায় দেখুন জনবিহীন একটি জায়গায় সেখানে ইচ্ছে করে
They are stopping us in an area which is empty.
জল না পাই, খাবার দাবার না পাই এবং এরকম
They
একটা
are
জায়গার
stopping us here because they want us to be thirsty without water, without food. That's why they're stopping us here in a place where there is no one, no shop.
देखिए पुलिस पूरी तरीके से जबरदस्ती कर रही है क्योंकि 144 कहता है कि आप 5 आदमी से ज्यादा असेंबल नहीं कर सकते। हम यहाँ पे 2 सांसद हैं, सिर्फ 2 आदमी, वो भी सांसद। हम पुलिस को ये भी बोल रहे हैं कि अगर आपको लगता है कि हम कुछ लेके जा रहे हैं तो आप सार्च भी कर सकते हैं। अब देखिए लेकिन पुलिस पूरी तरीके से खुद लॉ ब्रेक कर रही है। 2 आदमी जाने से वो रोक नहीं सकती, उनके पास कोई ऐसा लॉ नहीं है और वो खुद ऐसा लॉ बना रही है। जो काम संसद का है, जो काम विधानसभा का है, वो रास्ते पे पुलिस कर रही है।
जाने की कोशिश करेंगे या यहीं धरना देंगे या राज्यपाल?
हम जाने की कोशिश करेंगे और राज्यपाल जी से यानी महामहिम गवर्नर साहब से भी मिलेंगे।
সুকান্ত দা, আমার মনে পড়ছে এর আগের আপনাদের রাজ্য সভাপতি দিলীপ ঘোষ তিনিও একাধিক ক্ষেত্রে গিয়ে এইভাবে বাধার মুখে পড়েছিলেন। আপনারা একাধিক জায়গায়
reporter Bhaskar is asking that Dilip Ghosh was also stopped several times from entering violence hit areas.
অনেক ক্ষেত্রে নেগলেক্ট
The police,
আরো একবার কি সেই কথাটা বলবেন?
the allegation is that police always stops the opposition from entering such areas. Shukanta Majumdar is saying that Trinamool Congress leaders are roaming around in these areas in spite of section 144.
আমি কালকে বলেছিলাম সেই পাথরই রাত্রিবেলা ছোড়া হয়েছে। তার মানে আমি যেটা
The
বলছি
TMC
খবর
workers are
সেটা সত্যি
throwing
আমার
stones
কাছে
that
যদি
I
খবর
told
আসে,
you
আমি তো
yesterday.
সাধারণ মানুষ, তাহলে সিআইডির কাছে সেই খবর নেই।
If such simple information, if such information comes to a simple person like me, why the CID officers and intelligence of the state are not getting such information?
রাজ্যের মুখ্যমন্ত্রী বলছেন আপনারা করছেন ভায়োলেন্স, আপনারা
Republic reporter Bhaskar is saying the chief minister said that BJP is doing violence. Shukanta Majumdar is answering that I am telling the chief minister that the son of your councillor, TMC councillor, he is doing violence in this particular area. He is throwing stones. There is proof with me.
এখানেই আমরা বসতে বাধ্য হব যদি বাধা দেয়, আমরা এখানেই বসবো।
If they are stopping us, we will sit here for dharna.
আমাদের মঞ্চ খুলে নিয়েছে, মঞ্চ খুলে নিয়েছে এই
They
পুলিশ
have opened our stage, dismantled our stage.
যে কোনো ভাবে
The
প্রতিহত
police is
করার
trying
চেষ্টা
to
করছে,
stop
কারণ
all
এরা গণতন্ত্র
democratic
বিশ্বাস করে না।
protests and
গণতন্ত্র বিরোধী একটি দল।
the Trinamool Congress government doesn't believe in democracy, so they are stopping
অবশ্যই
from
অবশ্যই দেখো যে
stopping
ছবিটা
us.
এই মুহূর্তে
So this is what the visuals are, live visuals of Shukanta Majumdar being stopped from entering Rishra, the violence hit areas. However, Shukanta Majumdar is saying that only me and another person, Jyotirmoy Singh Mahato, 2 of the lawmakers, 2 of the MPs, they were trying to enter that area. Police is saying there's section 144 in that area. However, Shukanta Majumdar clearly pointed out that there is no law that 2 persons cannot go inside such area.
বিরোধী রাজনৈতিক দল করেন বলে
শুনুন, এখানে পশ্চিম বাংলাতে
Jyotirmoy Singh Mahato, BJP MP speaking.
স্তব্ধ করে দিতে
that this violence has taken place in a procession, and that procession permission was given by the state government of that respective state. So the responsibility lies at the organizers of the procession and also at the doorstep of the state government, because it is the failure of the respective state governments that they had failed in discharging their duty of stopping the violence. And secondly, it is the pre-planned conspiracy of the people who have indulged in violence. So the responsibility lies at both the people. Failure of the state governments, whether it is the West Bengal government, whether it is the Bihar government, and whether it is the mob lynching in Karnataka of Idris Pasha, or in Vadodara also. What was the government doing? In Bihar, in 2016, same communal violence had taken place. Everyone knows that Nalanda is a very communally sensitive area. It is also the home district of the Chief Minister of Bihar. It is a complete failure of the Nitish Tejasvi RJD government that despite having IB reports that a violence can take place, you had completely failed in stopping this violence. Because of their failure, and 100-year-old Madrasa Azizia has been completely burned. More than 4,000 books, including
So the AIMIM chief speaking there on the violence that has been witnessed in states including Bihar and West Bengal, taking a dig at the Bihar government, saying that the Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has failed to control the situation. And remember, this is in fact the incident which happened in Nalanda, which is also the home turf of the Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar. On that note, let's once again listen into what Sukanta Majumdar is saying right now, just very near to Rishra.
কথা বলে তাদের প্রতিক্রিয়াও শোনাবো এবং সঞ্জয় যে ছবিটা দেখাচ্ছে বারবার
All right, we continue to track all the latest from Bihar. The visuals there on your screens which show the situation as of now. Remember, just a short while back, the Bengal governor also visited the violent site Rishra. This, of course, after late last night, we saw how stones were also pelted at this particular railway station in Rishra area of Hooghly. Meanwhile, we're given to understand that the BJP's West Bengal chief, Sukanta Majumdar, has been stopped from reaching the violence location, Rishra in this case. He's questioning the TMC government in Bengal, saying that why is he being stopped from visiting the location. Remember, he's being told that section 144 has been clamped in the area, which is why he's being stopped from reaching that violence hit location in Rishra of Hooghly. Remember, clashes were also reported in Rishra on Sunday evening during Ram Navami procession.
This is border. So, sir, এই মুহূর্তে যেখানে এমপিরা দাঁড়িয়ে রয়েছেন সেটা কি 144 এর মধ্যে পড়ছে? Yes. এবং অবশ্যই আরো একবার প্রতিক্রিয়াগুলো শোনানোর চেষ্টা করব। তিনি রয়েছেন।
Voters are trying to ask the police officials present there that whether that particular area where they are standing, where Sukanta Majumdar is standing now, is also under section 144. That's what our reporter Bhaskar is asking the police officials. So we are seeing that Sukanta Majumdar has been stopped from entering the violence hit areas just before the place where section 144 was imposed. Sukanta Majumdar was asking very specifically to the police department.
চন্দননগর পুলিশ কমিশনারের তরফ থেকে দেওয়া হচ্ছে যে বার্তা চন্দননগর পুলিশ কমিশনারের তরফ থেকে দেওয়া হচ্ছে, আমি আমার ভিডিও জার্নালিস্ট সঞ্জয়কে বলবো, আরো একবার ছবিটা দেখো। সুকান্ত মজুমদার
So the Chandanagar police commissionerate has stopped Sukanta Majumdar from entering that area.
কিন্তু অবশ্যই আরো একবার প্রতিক্রিয়া নেওয়ার চেষ্টা করব এবং অবশ্যই
and Sukanta Majumdar is saying that only two of the MPs, him and Jyotirmoy Singh Mahato, they were requesting to enter that area because they believe that there are BJP workers inside that violence hit areas who need help. Therefore, Sukanta Majumdar is specifically saying that why we both of us are not allowed to enter, where the law says that more than 5 people cannot.
পুলিশ নিজে নিয়ম মানছে না, এখানে 144 নেই, তবু আমাদেরকে এখানে আটকে দেওয়া হলো।
So Sukanta Majumdar is saying the police themselves are not following the law because in this particular area where I'm standing, there is no section 144, but we are stopped. Why?
আমি জানি না পুলিশ কেমন।
Before I came here, the area of 144 was increased.
যে এরিয়া 5টা ওয়ার্ড 10টা ওয়ার্ড ধরুন আপনার 144 ধারা ছিল, আজকে সেটা বেড়ে গেল।
There were 10 wards where 144 section 144 was imposed.
পরিস্থিতি ভালো করতে পারেনি।
But right now they have increased it. The police could not improve the situation, but they are trying to stop us, and in order to stop us, they are increasing section 140.
তাহলে পুলিশকে 144 ধারা জারি বাড়াতে হতো নাকি এরিয়া? কালকে তো ট্রেন আটকে গেছিল।
If the police could control the violence after imposing section 144, then why did they have to increase the area of such imposition?
করার বলার ক্ষমতা নেই।
The police doesn't have anything to say. They don't have spinal cord. They are being controlled.
পর্যন্ত পশ্চিমবঙ্গের উন্নতি হবে না। তিনি তার ওই চেহারা নিয়ে থাকুক, অন্য কোথাও গিয়ে বসে থাকুক, কাজে এই ডিজিকে ইমিডিয়েট সরানো দরকার।
রাজনৈতিক মহলের একাংশ মনে করছে যেভাবে রাজ্যপাল নিজে পরিস্থিতি খতিয়ে দেখতে এলেন, রাজ্য প্রশাসনের ওপর তার খুব একটা হয়তো আস্থা নেই, তাই নিজে তিনি খতিয়ে দেখে
আমি ধন্যবাদ জানাবো মহামহিম রাজ্যপালকে। আমি বারবার রিকোয়েস্ট করেছিলাম তাকে যে তাকে ব্যক্তিগতভাবে এলাকাতে যাবার জন্য, তিনি সেই আবেদন
Sukanta Majumdar is saying, I personally requested the governor multiple times that he visit the area and he is doing so right now. Kindly.
তার সাথে ক্যামেরাম্যান অর্থাৎ আপনাদেরকে সাংবাদিকদেরকে যেতে দেওয়া
press media, the media team that was following him was
যাক বোধোদয় হয়েছে, বিলম্বিত বোধোদয় হয়েছে।
Later on they were allowed to go along with
যাবি বাবা ছেড়ে দে, এখন ছেড়ে দিয়েছে। বাস্তবিক পরিস্থিতি বাংলার মানুষের সামনে আসুক। আমরা এখনই এক সাংবাদিক বন্ধুর কাছে খবর পেলাম যে শিব মন্দির ভেঙে দেওয়া হয়েছে, তার পাশের
the real picture of West Bengal should come out to the world, and right now I'm getting news from my friend that a Shiv temple has been broken inside that area.
হয়েছিল, এখন কাশ্মীরে হতে চলেছে পশ্চিমবঙ্গ।
Such incidents happened in Kashmir during the 1990s. Now it's happening in West Bengal.
কিন্তু এটাও তো আপনাদের বিরুদ্ধে অভিযোগ তুলছে রাজ্যের শাসক দল বা রাজ্যের মুখ্যমন্ত্রী যে আপনারা
Reporter Bhaskar is asking question. Our reporter, Republic TV reporter Bhaskar is asking that the chief minister is alleging that you are creating violence. BJP is creating violence.
তার মধ্যে কতজন বহিরাগত
Sukanta Majumdar is replying that you see the videos of Ram Navami.
তাকে কোথা থেকে গ্রেফতার করা হয়েছে, কোথাকার ছবি, বিশ্ব হিন্দু পরিষদ দেখিয়ে দিয়েছে যে ভাইপো মিথ্যে ছবি, কয়লা ভাইপো মিথ্যে ছবি পোস্ট করেছে। আর যে ছেলেটি মার খেয়ে যার হাত কেটে গোলাপ জল দিয়ে
Sukanta
দেওয়া হয়েছে,
Majumdar is talking about the arrest. One arrest was made today. And police is alleging he's from BJP, Vishnu Hindu Parishad. Sukanta Majumdar is saying that probably that's a fake image, fake person.
ওখানকার ছেলে, বাকখাল বলে একটা জায়গা আছে, সেখানকার ছেলে, ছোট্ট ছোট্ট একটা চায়ের দোকানের মালিক, সেইভাবে গরিব মানুষকে এসসি সম্প্রদায়,
He's a owner of a tea stall and he's poor, but he's being oppressed by the TMC government with fake allegations.
বেরিয়ে আসার পর তাকেই আবার কেস না দেওয়া হয়, তার মাথা পেটেছে, হাত কেটে দিয়ে হয়েছে এবং জোর করে ধরে নিয়ে গিয়ে তারপরে এখন
the ones who have been injured, they are taken under arrest. The ones who have broken heads.
ইস্যু সামনে আসছিল, কোথাও কি হিংসার ঘটনাগুলো,
Republic TV reporter Bhaskar is asking Sukanta Majumdar, is it that
আবার দুদিন পর ঘটনা কেউ ধরা পড়বে?
Is it that in order to take away the focus from all the scams and corruption, such incidents have been planned? Sukanta Majumdar is saying that actually the state government, especially Abhishek Banerjee, is trying to save himself. Wait for some time and all of them will be taken into account. Whoever has done such scams.
পুলিশ দেখাতে পারছে না 144 ধারা আছে, ওইখানে আছে।
Sukanta Majumdar is saying wherever I am standing there is no section 144 here. Why are they stopping us here? The police cannot show us that whether this particular area is under section 144.
মানে এই ব্যারিকেড গুলো যদি স্টেশনের পাশে থাকতো না, দুন এক্সপ্রেসকে পশ্চিমবঙ্গের বুকে দাঁড়িয়ে থাকতে হতো না। দুন এক্সপ্রেসে তো অন্য রাজ্যের অধিবাসীরা ছিলেন, তাদের সম্মানটা কোথায় গেল? রেয়ার অকেশন, আজকে এই পুলিশের অপদার্থতার জন্য এটা ঘটছে, পুলিশ মন্ত্রীর অপদার্থতার জন্য এটা ঘটছে।
This is very rare in West Bengal that such violence
দাঙ্গা করেছে
happens, but this is the failure of the police minister Mamta Banerjee.
আমরা যাওয়ার চেষ্টা করব।
Sukanta Majumdar is saying that I will try to go there even if the police stops me.
দেখুন আমরা পুলিশের সাথে কথা বলে যাওয়ার চেষ্টা করছি।
We are talking to the police and we are trying to go to that area. If the police allows us to enter, if the police allows us to enter, then we will go. Otherwise, we will think of alternate ways.
धारा 144 का ऑर्डर है सर, ये गार्ड रेल लगाया है, पीछे लगा ये बॉर्डरिंग पॉइंट है सर, वहाँ पे जाने से ही वायलेट हो जा रहा है। 144 प्रिवेंटिव मेजर है,
2 आदमी है
सर, प्रिवेंटिव मेजर है, इसलिए
रात को 144 उधर नहीं था क्या? था ना कल रात को? था ना कल रात को? नहीं था, अभी सुबह लगा है कि रात को था रिश्तेदार में?
वीडियो अच्छा आप मुझे बताइए, क्या नाम बताइए आपका? आप बताइए मुझे, दुआरे सरकार कैसे चल रहा है 144 में?
करने के लिए
वो तो सही है, लेकिन आपको तो जवाब देना है ना। आप सामने आए हैं, आपको आपका अधिकारी लोग भेजे हैं, उनसे पूछ के आइए दुआरे सरकार कैसे चल रहा है। दुआरे सरकार কিভাবে চলছে? 144 ধারার মধ্যে যদি দুয়ারে চলে, আমাদের কাছে ভিডিও আছে।
How the Duare Sarkar campaign is running in this area is in section 144.
It is not a administrative decision. আপনারা পলিটিক্যাল প্রেসারে এই 144 ধারা লাগিয়েছেন। আপনারা যদি অ্যাডমিনিস্ট্রেটিভ ডিসিশন নিতেন তাহলে দুয়ারে সরকার বন্ধ
under
থাকতো,
political
অন্যান্য
pressure
দলের এই যে
you
দুয়ারে সরকারের
have imposed this section 144. If there is section 144, how the state government?
All right, we continue to track all the developments in West Bengal. For now, the latest is that Sukanta Majumdar is trying his best to reach the clash site, whereas he's being stopped there by the police officials. The latter maintained that Section 144 has been imposed, as a result of which he will not be allowed to reach the clash site in Bengal. All right, in news that's just coming in on an incident which has been reported from Maharashtra. It's a Palghar lynching rerun which seems to have been averted. Lynching that has been averted in Maharashtra's Palghar. We are yet to get more details, but it's BJP Shiv Sena government ensuring timely action, as a result of which the Palghar incident rerun has been averted in Maharashtra's Palghar. All right, so these are the details just trickling in of a Palghar incident that seems a Palghar rerun incident that has been averted in Maharashtra, and this as a result of a swift and timely action by the Maharashtra government. The incident again has been reported from Maharashtra's Palghar, where the Maharashtra government, the police ensured that such the incident which happened way back in 2020 is not repeated again. A reaction that's also just come in. Let's listen in.
तो दोपहर को 11 बजे वानगांव पुलिस स्टेशन के एरिया में चंद्रनगर छोटा सा गांव है, वहां पे दो साधु भिक्षा मांगने के लिए आए थे, लेकिन वहां पे मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग हो गई और सबको लगा कि बच्चे किडनैप करने के लिए दो साधु आ गए और इसके तहत पूरे गांव इकट्ठा हो गए। लेकिन हमने पिछले 6 महीने से पूरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जनसंवाद अभियान के तहत हर गांव में एक कर्मचारी दिया है, जो हर रोज गांव वाले के साथ कांटेक्ट में रहेंगे। उनका कुछ भी रूमर्स होगा तो वहीं पे उसका जो भी फैसला है वो ले लेंगे। तो इसी के तहत एक नागरिक ने, जो सुजान नागरिक है, जो शांता प्रिय नागरिक है, उन्होंने पुलिस स्टेशन में फोन किया और उन्होंने बताया कि इस तरह की कुछ घटनाएं हो रही है। हमारे लोगों ने तत्काल रिस्पॉन्ड किया और वहां पे लोग गए। उसके बाद वो दोनों साधुओं को तहकीकात करने के बाद ये पता चला कि भिक्षा मांगने के लिए यहाँ पे आए थे। वो भिलाड़ में रहने वाले लोग हैं, नेटिव यवतमाल के हैं, लेकिन अभी भिलाड़ में रहते हैं और भिक्षा मांगने के लिए हर रोज अलग अलग गांव में जाते हैं। इनका कोई इरादा इस तरह का नहीं है। तो ये मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग दूर करने के बाद वहां पे शांतता प्रस्तावित करने में हम कामयाब हो गए। जैसा गढ़चिंचले में पिछले 2 साल पहले एक बड़ी घटना हुई थी, इसी टाइप की घटना रिपीट नहीं होनी चाहिए, इसलिए ये जनसंवाद अभियान पूरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट में हुआ है। उसी के तहत ये बड़ी घटना को अंजाम देने से पहले हम टालने में सफल हो गए।
All right, so incident being reported from Maharashtra's Palghar. Let's go across to Alisha also for more details. Alisha, what do we know so far, and when exactly did this incident happen in Maharashtra's Palghar?
So this incident happened this morning is what we've been told, and according to the police, which clearly mentions that the sadhu's lynching has been averted in Palghar this time, because police have been on alert since last 6 months. And about this incident, police, a local informer has informed about it, after which police reached to the spot, because the people from a village in Palghar has gathered as a mob to beaten up this sadhu, because sadhu was mistaken as child lifters. And as I mentioned that the police reached to the location and they saved the sadhus, they drove away the mob as well. And the police has been on alert since last 6 months, and even we heard Palghar SP Bharat Patil, who clearly mentioned that they are being on the alert since the time this incident happened. So yes, the Palghar Sadhu's mob lynching case this time has been averted by police.
All right, Alicia, thank you for those details. So that's the incident that's been reported from Maharashtra's Palghar. We are given to understand that the sadhus were saved by the police who drove away the mob. So this incident coming to light from Maharashtra's Palghar, a 2020 lynching case which we saw could have been a rerun in Palghar, but timely action by the Maharashtra police ensured that such an incident is not repeated in the same location. We slip into a very short break, but top stories to continue. China renames Arunachal's villages. Congress amplifies China's narrative once again. And NIA team in Kannur to investigate the Kerala attack. Suspect detained from Uttar Pradesh.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's me, Chidambaram, right now. He's been arrested. Mr. Bhagya, why? Because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us.
NIA की टीम बाजे को लेकर यहाँ पहुंची है क्योंकि एविडेंसेस डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे इसी नतीजे
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here at Bharat. They're trying to stop. Today the whole nation is looking at you. What exactly are your thoughts? Why must
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोग की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that he is Gandhi and not Savarkar, and Gandhi never apologized. Right after which we saw there was a press conference that was called in by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis clearly condemning the statement of Rahul Gandhi, and there they have announced that there will be a Savarkar Gaurav Yatra.
We will never allow the miscreants, the hooligans and the goons to take the law into their hands. The police will come down heavily on them.
The day after fresh stone pelting and unrest, Bengal governor visits violence-hit areas in Trishra, Hooghly.
पश्चिम बंगाल की मुख्यमंत्री ये कह देती हैं कि हिंदू इस इलाके में ना जाएं, तो क्या मुख्यमंत्री ही समाज को बांटने पर आ गई, क्षेत्र को बांटने पर आ गई? अपने आप में चिंता का विषय खड़ा हो जाए।
Political parties trade charges. Union Minister levels vote bank politics charge at Mamata Banerjee. Meet Governor at 3 p.m. demands centre's intervention in Bengal. China provokes again, renames Arunachal's villages. Congress amplifies China's narrative once again. NIA team in Kannur to investigate Kerala attack. Suspect detained from UP. And Trump campaign gets life as former US president arrives in New York for surrender. Viewers, we are live and breaking this Tuesday afternoon. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting the latest on India's #1 news network, Republic TV. Our first story is coming in, where we are seeing that China has made another attempt to provoke India once again. And this time, China is trying to rename Arunachal Pradesh's villages and areas there once again for the third time in the past few years. The MEA has now hit back, viewers. The MEA has now hit back. And they have said very clearly that we reject this outright. That's what they're saying. Let me read the statement out of the MEA. The first response coming in on China's provocation is saying, we have seen such reports. This is not the first time China has made an attempt. We reject this outright. Arunachal Pradesh has been and will always be an integral and inalienable part of India. Attempts to assign invented names will not alter this reality. So we're getting this response coming in from the MEA. And viewers, what was interesting and shocking at the same time was that as China provoked again for the third time when it comes to renaming places in Arunachal Pradesh, we saw that the Vadra Congress has targeted the Prime Minister. Mallikarjun Kharge has tweeted and has said that the Prime Minister is giving clean chit to China. Well, that's what the Vadra Congress has said, criticizing the entire issue once again. Let's go straight to Abhishek Kapoor, a senior executive editor, who's joining us live. Abhishek, now we are seeing MEA making it very clear, and this has been India's stance all throughout, that we will not get intimidated by China's efforts, be it at the border, be it diplomatically, or be it it's another attempt to rename places in Arunachal Pradesh. Abhishek.
Well, yes, Shivangi. So, this is an unfortunate position taken by the Congress party. Of course, it do the job of opposition, but the fact of the matter is that the response that the present dispensation has given to the Chinese over the last few years is qualitatively very different from what the Chinese were used to attempt to pushing and shoving with India. So, be it proactively working on intelligence to make sure that the Chinese are surprised if they make an attempt at salami slicing like they tried to do in Tawang in the month of December last year. Deploy along the lines of actual control or foxing them northern banks of Pangong So Lake. Obviously, this is a very different India. They have been dealing with insofar as laying some places in Arunachal is concerned. Time, the Chinese communist state claims Arunachal Pradesh as their territory. They call it South Tibet, but that does not mean Arunachal becomes a Chinese territory. Facts on the ground are different. Arunachal is an integral part of India, and that's something which has been reiterated by the Ministry of External Affairs, ticking off the Chinese today with the statement coming in from spokesperson Arindam Bagchi. But what is important is that these pictures, the Congress party, Shivangi, which has had an MOU with the Chinese communists, and these pictures speak for themselves. Xi Jinping is standing. So as a Congress party demanding that the Prime Minister speak on something on these matters, it's not necessarily that the Prime Minister speaks, it's the establishment, the security establishment, forces doing the talking, and the Chinese know what India is doing, what India is capable of, and how India has changed. So I think in that sense, the party politicizing a matter of security, and pictures clearly show the story was very different when the Congress was in power.
Right. Right, Abhishek. So Abhishek is getting us all the top details right now. And Abhishek, as our viewers are watching Republic TV, and we are also getting more updates about exactly what the Congress had said. And now, remember, during the Tawang face-off, after India successfully pushed back the Chinese troops, we saw that Rahul Gandhi had questioned our troops. And after that, Abhishek, we are seeing that today, Congress is directly targeting the Prime Minister, forgetting what happened in the past.
That's what I was saying, Shivangi, that when the Congress was in power and they were signing MOUs with the Chinese, and they were seen to be at a party also hosted by the Chinese ambassador in New Delhi. Those were different times, obviously, and the Congress party had a different yardstick now because they are in opposition. They think that they can sort of try to embarrass the government. on something which is a matter of national security, which directly impinges upon India's territorial integrity. Typically, we have seen there has been bipartisan consensus when it comes to matters of national security and on China, on Pakistan. But that seems to be sort of Congress sort of trying to break from that bipartisan consensus. But I think Prime Minister obviously need not speak, and you Xi Jinping for these situations. We have seen Minister of External Affairs coming out with a statement. I don't think whatever the Chinese have done deserves any more attention or response beyond that very and direct comment or reaction coming in from the Ministry of External Affairs that this kind of renaming does not change facts on the ground. Arunachal is an integral part of India. This development comes on a day, remember, when His Holiness the Dalai Lama really slammed the Chinese Communist state for its insensitivities. It comes on a day when on the ground, if you look at it, the business as usual. The Minister of the country happens to be from Arunachal. He has tweeted that they are going to have a Khelo India Sansad, members of Parliament of Arunachal and other states in the region having a Khelo India event among themselves. And we have had the Chief Minister of Arunachal Pradesh tweeting a picture of festivities of Lord Krishna and his wife Rukmini, and it is mythologically believed that she belonged to Arunachal Pradesh. So those kind of ancient historical connect that exist between Arunachal and the Indian mainland, the Chinese obviously perhaps do not understand that. And as I said, it's not the Chinese targeting just one part of geography. The Chinese have been doing this with all their neighbors, be it in the East China Sea, be it with Japan, be it in the South China Sea, the 9-dash line with Philippines, Indonesia. I mean, who really fights with a country like the Chinese are absolutely and absolutely
Right, Abhishek. Senior Executive Editor Abhishek Kapoor getting us all the top details right now, and we're seeing this development coming where China has tried to provoke India once again, but this time we're seeing the Vadra Congress go ahead and politicize the entire issue. MEA coming out with a strong statement saying we reject any attempt of China to provoke India. Many reactions coming in, viewers. Let's play them out.
मोदी सरकार की एक और कलंक गाथा भारत के सम्मान के लिए लज्जाजनक दिवस है मोदी सरकार पर। 11 नाम अरुणाचल के, जहां से कानून मंत्री आते हैं, जो कानून को छोड़ के हर राय दे देते हैं। अरुणाचल, वहां नाम बदलकर चीन चाइनीज नेम कर दिए गए। गांव के नाम है, नदियों के नाम है, पहाड़ों के नाम है। एक तरह से उसने भौगोलिक रूप से अपनी धृष्टता चीन ने जाहिर कर दी है। अरुणाचल पर नाम बदलकर कब्जे का उद्घोष किया है। और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी अपनी फ्रंटल एजेंसियों की तरह इस्तेमाल होने वाले केंद्रीय एजेंसियों का गुणगान करने में लगे हुए हैं। अरे भारत की चिंता करिए प्रधानमंत्री जी, इसकी एकता अखंडता की रक्षा जो हमारे जवान प्राणों की आहूति देके करते हैं। आपकी कमजोर कूटनीतिक नीति के कारण, विदेश नीति के कारण हमारी संप्रभुता पर राजनीतिक रूप से चोट की गई और आप चीन के सामने मुंह खोलने में डरते हैं। अरे आप यहां अडानी को बचाने में लगे हैं और वहां देश की सीमाओं पर जिस तरह से देश की सीमा के अंदर घुसकर अरुणाचल जो हमारा अभिन्न अंग है उस पर चीन नामकरण करे अपनी चीनी भाषा में। मैं समझता हूं ये चिंताजनक, लज्जाजनक और आपकी सरकार के लिए एक कलंक भरा अध्याय शुरू हुआ है। मत कह दीजिएगा कुछ दिनों बाद न उसने नाम लिखा था, न पढ़ा मैंने, और न ही उसने कभी ऐसा किया था।
Udit sir, what you have to say on this entire issue, because it is the third time that China has tried to rename Arunachal Pradesh, where MEA first statement has also come out, where MEA has clearly stated that they reject this move of China. Arunachal Pradesh is an integral part of the country, but on the other side, Congress senior leader Mallikarjun Kharge attacking Prime Minister Narendra Modi on this. What's your first reaction?
See, in June 2020, when Chinese army entered and killed our soldiers, and that was in our territory, Prime Minister lied to the country that nobody had entered, and that has emboldened China. And not only this thing, Prime Minister has not accepted that 2 villages have been set by or built by China in Arunachal Pradesh. So in all incursion matters, Prime Minister is not ready to even name China. So it is encouraging China to be aggressive, and that's why it has dared to name as Arunachal Pradesh. So it's a consequences. The Prime Minister, why he is not speaking about the China? He has not even uttered the word China. Why is you afraid of him? Congress has lent support to him, and Congress has appealed to him that let all parties have a meeting. In all parties meeting also, after the meeting was over and everything has happened, and he says that nobody has entered the territory of India, whereas from finger 4 to finger 8, that area has been almost captured by them.
Do you also align with what Mallikarjun Kharge stated? Was it required to attack on Prime Minister Narendra Modi directly on this issue?
Exactly. It's a Prime Minister who shielded China. It's a Prime Minister who denied that China has not entered the land of India, and that China, and he had never discussed about the built up of 2 villages in Arunachal Pradesh. So rather, who else is responsible? And of course, ministers are powerless, and nobody is accountable. Power is centralized. It's a Prime Minister who should answer, and as a head of the country, he should answer. In all capacity, he should answer, and that's why Kharge ji has asked that, of course, Prime Minister should come out on it, and of course, Prime Minister's stand has emboldened China.
All right, viewers. Right now we're seeing that the West Bengal governor has reached the SSKM hospital there in West Bengal. Getting those details coming in at this point of time, viewers. The West Bengal governor is reaching SSKM hospital in Kolkata to meet the injured in the Rishra Hooghly violence, and the violence which took place, the clashes which took place earlier today. The West Bengal governor was at the Hooghly district in Rishra, where he has taken stock of the situation. He has spoken to the police there. He's tried to understand what really transpired. But the big message coming in from the governor is that peace has to be maintained, law and order situation has to be maintained, and asking all the people of West Bengal to stand together as one people, as West Bengal is seeing clashes and some violence for the past few days. So right now we're seeing that the West Bengal governor reaching SSKM hospital in Kolkata to meet the injured, of the Rishra Hooghly violence and clashes which had erupted a short while back. At the same time, we're seeing that the governor had to cut his North Bengal Darjeeling trip short and he rushed to West Bengal. He came to Rishra, and that news was broken by Republic TV. From Republic Bangla newsroom, we broke that news that the West Bengal governor is rushing to Rishra now, after being in Rishra, after checking the situation there, taking stock of the situation there, also saying that peace has to be established in the state of West Bengal. He is now going to the SSKM hospital there in Kolkata to meet the injured viewers. Those visuals coming in right now. Remember that Section 144 has been imposed in various parts of West Bengal, especially in Rishra, after clashes were reported earlier in the day. The police also taking a lot of precautions there as well, viewers. At the same time, the BJP's Sukanto Majumdar is planning a sit-in dharna protest. They are trying to protest there, but the police have denied permission to them, as Sukanto Majumdar is questioning the law and order situation in West Bengal. So we're seeing multiple developments coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. Later on, BJP's Sukanto Majumdar will be meeting the governor. Now that will happen approximately around 3 p.m. That's what we have learned here on Republic TV. So viewers are getting those visuals coming in. The governor at the clash site earlier on the left hand of your screens, where he was accompanied by the security and the police personnel at the spot. And on the right-hand side, we see that after visiting Rishra, the West Bengal governor is now at the SSKM hospital in Kolkata to visit the injured. SSKM hospital in Kolkata to visit the injured, viewers. And those visuals coming in at this point of time. And West Bengal governor there speaking to the media, and has held 2 news briefings so far, where he's mentioned that peace is the most important. Kishore is joining us. Kishore, take our viewers through what they're seeing on the screens right now. The governor taking initiative, the governor jumping into action after being in Rishra. Now you're seeing that he has reached the SSKM hospital in Kolkata. Kishore.
Well, exactly, Shivangi, what we are seeing in screen right now is, at one hand, when Governor reached Rishra, the violent side, he spoke to the police officials. In the left-hand side of the screen, viewers were watching live in the right-hand side when Governor entered SSKM hospital in Kolkata. He returned from the clash site, he returned from the violence site, and immediately he went to SSKM hospital in Kolkata, where many injured members of that rally which was happening yesterday and day before yesterday, the violence hit areas, particular members of those rally and the people who are injured in general, many of them are being admitted, or they are admitted in the SSKM hospital trauma care center, and the governor is right now in the trauma care center. He's, according to our sources inside, he is talking to those injured victims who were present yesterday near the station, Rishra station, in Hooghly, and day before yesterday, when there was an attack on the BJP Ram Navami procession. He is talking to the injured members, victims, and he is trying to understand who exactly caused this violence. Previously, the governor very emphatically stated that I am analyzing the situation. Standing right at the violence hit location, standing right at the spot where violence was there, he was speaking to the media that I am analyzing the situation and I'm trying to understand what happened. After that, I'll take care that the culprits are punished. That's what he said. Now, after saying that, he went and he right now is inside the SSKM hospital meeting the injured ones, the victims inside the hospital. He's talking to them. He's speaking to them. He's speaking to the doctors as well in order to understand their health condition. That's on one hand. And on the other hand, Sukanto Majumdar is right now blocked just before entering the violence hit areas. That's the present situation right now.
Right. Kishore, keep getting us all the top details right now. Right now, we're taking a very short break. Kishore getting us all the top details coming in from West Bengal. West Bengal governor is visiting the victims of the clashes, meeting the injured there in Kolkata. Taking a very short break. We continue getting the top updates on India's #1 news network, Republic. Viewers, much more coming up on the other side. NIA team in Kannur to investigate Kerala attack. Suspect detained from UP. Trump campaign gets life as former US president arrived in New York for surrender.
सभी देश के जन जन तक सही सूचनाएं पहुंचाने में अहम भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। जब नेशन फर्स्ट होता है तब हमारे संकल्प भी बड़े होते हैं और उनको सिद्ध करने के प्रयास भी व्यापक होते हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमने भी ठान लिया है हमारा रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क भी अपने कदम और भी तेज करेगा।
মনে আছে এই যে চিত্ত মাইতি আজকে সিনিয়র লোকটা বসে আছে স্টেজে, যখন আমি নন্দীগ্রামে আসি সূর্যোদয়ের পর আমাকে রাস্তায় আটকে দিয়েছিল। আমি আনিসির বলে একটি ছেলে ছিল, সে এখন জেলে আছে। আমি তাকে বললাম তোর বাইক আছে? বলল হ্যাঁ, বাদ বাকিটা ওকে আর বলিনি। এবার আমাকে তমলুকে আসতেই হবে। তমলুক হাসপাতালে অনেকে ভর্তি ছিল এবং আমাকে নন্দীগ্রামে যেতে হবে।
হসপিটাল।
তার আগের দিন রাতে সুফিয়ান আমাকে ফোন করে বলে দিদি এই দেখুন বন্দুকের শব্দ শুনুন, কালী পুজোর আগে।
Night previous to that, Sufyan called me and told me that there were sound of gun firings.
সুফিয়ানদের বাদ দিয়ে নন্দীগ্রাম হয় না, এটা জেনে রাখুন।
Without leaders like Sufyan, there is no Nandigram. Mamata Banerjee is right now speaking on Nandigram and the violence that happened in Nandigram many years back.
তা হয় না, তা আমার ইতিহাসে নেই।
We have to take everyone along and go ahead.
আমি একটা মোটর বাইক করে আনিসুর চালাচ্ছিল, আমি পেছনে বসেছিলাম। এক একটা গ্রামে যাচ্ছি,
about all that happened in Nandigram many years back when she was protesting against the CPIM government. She's saying I was sitting in the motorbike and I was being taken to different places.
এক অক্ষর থেকে 12 অক্ষর পর্যন্ত চলছেই। তার আগের দিন রাতে কোলাঘাটে পেট্রোল বোম রেখে দিয়েছিল আমাকে মারবার জন্য।
They placed petrol bombs in order to kill me. There were so many incidents that happened.
রাজ্যপাল তখন বললেন, গোপাল গান্ধী ছিলেন,
Gopal Krishna Gandhi, the governor at that time, told me
আমাকে খবর দিলেন আপনি কোলাঘাট থেকে রাতে বেরিয়ে যান, এখন 1টা বাজে, ওরা আপনাকে পেট্রোল বোম মেরে উড়িয়ে দেবে। রাজ্যপালের কথা শুনে কোলাঘাট গেস্ট হাউসে বুক করা ছিল, ঢুকতে গেলাম, দেখলাম বড় বড় গাড়ি দিয়ে, বড় বড় ডাবল ডেকার বাস দিয়ে কোলাঘাট গেস্ট হাউসে সব দরজা বন্ধ। কিন্তু আমি একটু গ্রামের মেয়ে, জন্ম আমার গ্রামে, আমি সাঁতার কাটতেও পারি, গাছে উঠতেও পারি, ডাঙায় বেরোতেও পারি, ধান কাটতেও পারি, ধান পুঁততেও পারি, সুতরাং আমাকে কি করবে? আমি মাছ ধরতেও পারি। আমি একদম ডাবল ডেকার বাস বেয়ে বেয়ে উঠে লাফ দিয়ে আমরা ঢুকলাম।
I climbed up the double-decker bus and went inside the guest house.
পরের দিন যখন বাইক নিয়ে বেরোলাম, সব রাস্তায়
Mamata Banerjee is right now in Nandigram
আমরা
for
কোথাও
a
হেঁটে,
political
কোথাও বাইকে,
meeting, and
কোথাও
she's
চালাকি
speaking
করে
there. She's
অন্য
speaking
ভেতর
about
ভেতর
the
দিয়ে
Nandigram
ঘুরে
violence that happened many years back.
ধরতে পারেনি আমি কোন রাস্তা দিয়ে যাব। আমি
They
যখন
could not understand from where I'll escape the
তমলুক
CPIM.
হাসপাতালে যাব বলে আবার বসে
I wanted to go to Tamluk Hospital,
তখন আমি
and
হাঁটতে
they
শুরু
stopped me
করলাম।
on the way. Then I started walking.
তমলুক হসপিটালে গেলাম।
Then I walked till
এবার
Tamluk
রাতে তো
Hospital.
কোথাও থাকতে হবে।
In the night, I had to stay somewhere.
তমলুকের একটা ছোট্ট জায়গা ছিল, তখন একটা
There was a
ছোট্ট
small
হোটেল
place in
ছিল
Tamluk. There was a small
সাধারণ
hotel.
মানুষের জন্য, আর কোথাও থাকার জায়গা নেই। তো
There were
আমরা
no place
দুদিনের
to
জন্য
stay.
সেটাকে বুক করলাম।
So I booked that
আমি তো
hotel
বাড়ি
for
থেকে
2 days.
বেরিয়েছি এক কাপড়ে,
I was out
একটা
from
দাঁত
home
মাজনও
with
ছিল না
one
আমার
piece of
সাথে,
cloth. I didn't even have a
ব্রাশও ছিল
toothbrush.
না। চিত্তমাইতি তখন ওখানে ছিলেন, আর তার
So
বউ
Mamata Banerjee is talking about violence, about Nandigram violence that
আমি
happened many
চিত্তদাকে
years
বললাম,
back,
চিত্তদা
and she is speaking
আমার
about
একটা কাপড়
all
সায়া
the
ব্লাউজ লাগবে,
historical Nandigram
আর একটা দাঁত মাজন
protests that
লাগবে,
happened that
আর
helped
একটা
bring
ব্রাশ লাগবে।
TMC in power in West
সেদিন
Bengal.
উনি সেটা নিয়ে এসেছিলেন, তাই সেদিনটা আমি থাকতে পেরেছিলাম ওখানে। মনে
So I
রাখবেন
stayed
আমি
in that
কিন্তু এগুলো
hotel for
ভুলি না
that day. I don't forget all these things.
আমি কখনোই ভুলি না
I don't forget anything.
এবার তমলুক থেকে চণ্ডীপুরে গেলাম পরের দিন
From Tomluk, I went to
চণ্ডীপুরে
Chandipur
পুরো
the
12
next day,
ঘন্টা
nearby
দাঁড়িয়ে
area. 12 hours they stopped me.
এমনকি
The
সাংবাদিকরা
CPI
পর্যন্ত
government
কেউ
stopped me
পৌঁছাতে পারেনি
in Chandipur. Even
তারাও
the
চণ্ডীপুরে দাঁড়িয়ে
press media could not reach the journalists.
সেখান থেকে কোন রকম মার খেতে খেতে এগোতে এগোতে
I was beaten
ঢিল খেতে
so
খেতে
much, but I still
কোথাও গুলি
went
চালাচ্ছে
ahead.
তাই দেখতে দেখতে
Somewhere
কোথাও
they
বোম
were trying to
ফাটাচ্ছে তাই
shoot
দেখতে
me.
দেখতে
Somewhere they were trying to hurl
নন্দীগ্রামে এসে
bombs at
পৌঁছালাম
me. Then I reached
নন্দীগ্রামে
Nondigram.
হসপিটালে যখন গেলাম তখন গুলি চালালো
When I was in
নন্দীগ্রাম
Nondigram
হসপিটালে
hospital,
যখন গেলাম
they fired at
তখন
me.
টিয়ার গ্যাস চালালো সেই
They fired
অবস্থায়
tear gas. So Mamata Banerjee is in Nandigram, the historical place where she protested. She's remembering all the violence that happened there at this time when violence is happening in different places of West Bengal. Mamata Banerjee is reminding the audience about all those violence that happened in
সেই
Nandigram.
অবস্থায় আমি নন্দীগ্রামে এসে অজ্ঞান হয়ে গেলাম নন্দীগ্রাম
I
হাসপাতাল
became
থেকে
senseless. I
একটা
lost my
সিলিন্ডার
senses in
নিয়ে
Nandigram
ওরা আমাকে
hospital.
কলকাতায় পৌঁছে দিল
They helped me
এসব
reach
ঘটনা
Kolkata
ভুলে
with
যাওয়ার
one
কাহিনী
oxygen
নয়।
cylinder from Nandigram after I was beaten in Nandigram.
আজকে যারা তোমরা
This is
তৃণমূল
not
ছাত্র
something to be
পরিষদ
forgotten.
করছো
Who are
মনে
doing
রাখবেন
TMC
এখানে
youth wing now?
খেজুরিতে
You
একটি
remember
আমাদের
this.
মেয়ে ছিল
In
Sujata.
Khejuri there was a woman, there was a girl, Sujata.
সুজাতাকে ও খুব লড়াকু মেয়ে ছিল
She was a fighter.
আজকে বড় বড় কথা সিপিএম এ সেই সিপিএম এর
Today
হার মাত্র
CPM is saying
আজকে বিজেপির
many
ওস্তাদ
big
হয়েছে
things. Today CPIM goons have become BJP goons.
সেই
BJP
মেয়েটাকে
goons. Same people.
মেয়েটা খুব লড়াকু ছিল
That girl was
সেই
very much,
মেয়েটাকে ধর্ষণ করে
that girl
তাণ্ডব
was a
করে
fighter.
তাকে খুন করা হয়
They killed
আমরা
her.
যখন দেখতে এলাম
When we
দেখলাম
went
তার
to
body
see
নেই।
her, we saw
কেন?
that the body was even
বডি
vanished.
পুড়িয়ে দিয়ে
Why?
বলছে ওর
They
বাবাই
burned the
করেছে
body.
এসব।
CPIM burned
এটা
the
কখনো
body
মেয়ের
and
বাবা
said
করতে
that his
পারে?
father did.
আপনারা বলুন এই
A
ছিল
father can
সিপিএম এর
do
দল।
such things? This is what CPIM did.
আমি জানি এটা রমজান
when they
মাস
were in
আছে
power.
রোজার মাস
I know this is Ramzan and
যারা
Roza
রোজা
month.
করে এসেছেন রমজান করে
Those
এসেছেন
who are doing Roza now,
তাদের অনেক কষ্ট করে মেয়েরা এসেছেন বাড়ি গিয়ে
you have
তারা
come
সব আয়োজন করবে
after a lot of struggle.
তবে ছেলেরা
You'll go
খেতে
back
পাবেন।
home and eat
সুতরাং যদি কেউ
in the
মনে করেন
evening.
রমজান মাসের জন্য আপনাদের যেতে হবে আপনারা
So
নিশ্চয়ই
if
যেতে পারেন
someone thinks that you
আপনারা
want
যে
to go
কষ্ট
back,
করে এসেছেন
you
এটাই
can go
আপনাদের
now.
অনেক ধন্যবাদ
You came, that's big thing. Those who are doing
সুতরাং
Ramzan.
ঘটনা অনেক আর আজ মেদিনীপুর জেলায় সিপিএম এর সময়
মেদিনীপুর
কিচ্ছু
district?
ছিল না আজকে
During the
মৎস্যজীবীদের
CPI
জন্য
rule,
চাতাল তৈরি
There
করা
was
হচ্ছে
nothing. But now I
ক্রেডিট
did
কার্ড
so many
দেওয়া
things.
হচ্ছে
I gave credit
মৎস্য
cards.
ভ্যান দেওয়া হচ্ছে
I gave vans
ইন্স্যুরেন্স
for
করা
fishermen.
হচ্ছে মৎস্যজীবী
I
মারা
gave
গেলেও
insurance to all the
কৃষক
fishermen.
বন্ধুর মতো
So
2
if
লাখ
they
টাকা
die,
পাবেন
they will get 2 lakh rupees.
লক্ষ্মীর ভান্ডার আগে নিয়ম ছিল
I gave Lakshmi Bhandar. That's a project of Mamata Banerjee
শুধু তিনিই পাবেন
where she provides money
আমরা
for
নিয়মটা
women.
বদলে দিয়েছি এখন সবাই পাবেন তার কারণ স্বাস্থ্য সাথী কার্ডটা ঘরে
Everyone
সিনিয়র
will get
লোকের জন্য
health
সুতরাং
benefits
মায়ের
from
জন্য
West
যদি
Bengal
হয়
government
তার
called
বৌমা
Shastro
নিশ্চয়ই
Shati.
লক্ষ্মীর ভান্ডার পাবে তার মেয়ে নিশ্চয়ই পাবে যদি 25
So
বছর
everyone
থেকে
will
60
get
বছরের
Lakshmi
মধ্যে হয়।
Bhandar. Everyone will get Shastro
আরেকটা
Shati.
নিয়ম আমরা করেছি যে
And another
60 বছর বয়স
rule
হয়ে
that we
যাবে
made.
যারা
Anyone
লক্ষ্মীর
becoming
ভান্ডার
60 years
পাচ্ছেন
of age
automatically
who are getting Lakshmi
যতদিন
Bhandar,
বাঁচবেন তারা 1000
they will
টাকা করে পাবেন
get
তার জন্য
1000
নতুন
rupees
করে
for
নাম
life.
লেখাতে হবে না
They don't have to register again. They'll get money.
এগুলো প্রচার করুন
Tell everyone
আগে
about all these
ব্লকে
projects.
ব্লকে দুয়ারে ক্যাম্প করতাম আমরা
Go to the
আজকে
blogs
আমরা
and talk about all these projects.
বুথে বুথে ক্যাম্প করছি
Today we are
যদি
camping in
কারো
different booths.
কন্যাশ্রী না পেয়ে থাকেন
If someone didn't get any
যদি কেউ
government
যুবশ্রী
scheme,
না পেয়ে থাকেন
if you
যদি
didn't
কেউ
get
লক্ষ্মীর
schemes like
ভান্ডার না
Jubashri,
পেয়ে
Konyashri,
থাকেন
Lakshmi Bhandar,
যদি কেউ কাস্ট সার্টিফিকেট না পেয়ে থাকেন
all these are pet projects of
আপনাদের আমি
Mamata
বলবো
Banerjee. If you
বারবার,
didn't get all these
দুয়ারে
projects,
সরকারে যান
all these schemes,
এবং
you
গিয়ে
go to the
নামটা
camp
লেখান
and register
তার
your
কারণ
names and you'll get
দুয়ারে
all the
সরকার
benefits.
থেকে আবার নতুন করে আপনাদের নাম নেওয়া হচ্ছে এবং 10 তারিখ থেকে পরিষেবা প্রদান করা হবে এটা
From
ভালো করে
10th onwards, we will provide all government
বুথে বুথে হচ্ছে
facilities.
নিজেরাই করতে পারেন।
You go and
মাথায়
write your
রাখবেন।
name. Remember all these.
কন্যাশ্রীর মেয়ের আগে বাবা মা ভাবতো আমার মেয়ের কি হবে, বিয়ে দিয়ে দিই।
Previously, the fathers used to think, what will happen to my girl? Let her get married.
কত ভালো রেজাল্ট করে
But now,
মেদিনীপুরের ধামসা মাদল,
because of Konyashri, the situation is changing.
এই জেলা স্বাধীনতা সংগ্রামের জেলা।
This is the district where the freedom fight happened. Here, even Mahatma Gandhi's freedom movement was reflected. This is Matangini Hazra's district. This district is of all the freedom fighters and great personalities like Khudiram. Khudiram sang this song. She's talking about a song which Khudiram both used to sing, and then she's saying that this is his district. There is a place called Pichaboni. Why do you know the district name is Pichaboni? This is because when the Britishers tried to shoot Matangini Hazra and all the women, they said that you can shoot me, but we won't go back. That's why Pichaboni. Pichaboni means we won't go back. So Mamata Banerjee is talking about all her projects, and she's talking about violence. And she's saying that in this district, some goons, they tried to take away all the benefits away from people. In Purulia district, in Mednipur district, Murshidabad district, Malda district.
আর তারা চাকরিগুলো অনেক জায়গায় বিক্রি করেছিল, এটা আমরা
জানতাম না। We didn't know that. Some goons, they were in our party, in all these districts, they sold jobs. We didn't know that. Mamata Banerjee is talking about the job scams and all the corruption. In Purulia district, they sold the jobs. And today CBI and ED is being used, and they are talking big things. They are bringing goons from Bihar in order to create violence in West Bengal. They are bringing goons from Bihar. Everyone speaking Hindi and Urdu is not a goon, is not a rogue. All the women are symbols of peace. The farmers are symbols of peace. We are all symbols of peace. But these people, he's talking about BJP. You saw that during Ram Navami procession, we didn't stop anyone. But they used bulldozers in Ram Navami procession in Howrah. They came with weapons. They came with petrol bombs in Ram Navami procession. Without police permission, they came. Forcefully, they burnt the shops of fruit sellers. They burnt houses of common people. We are making arrangements that whatever destruction was made, we will compensate all of those people who are target of this destruction. As soon as peace was established in Howrah, they went to Hooghly. They went to Hooghly and then insinuating about what happened in Hooghly, they tried to insinuate to their party workers to create violence. What kind of religion is this? What kind of religion is this where they tried to incite violence? The religion which incites violence, which incites people to take up arms, we don't support that kind of religion. They take guns and they kill people in the name of religion. These are not Hindus. These are not Muslims. These are not Sikhs. They are not even Christians. They are not even Adivasis. They are not OBCs. These are BJP goons. These are BJP people. They are big goons of BJP. Did you ever see that Ram Navami procession has weapons? There are peaceful prayers.
ঈদের নামাজ হয়,
so many peaceful prayers and programs, religious programs in Bengal.
বিশ্বা মুন্ডা পালন হয়,
All kind of religious programs she's talking about. Bisha Munda's birthday,
আমাদের
Kurmis,
মা বোনদের পালন হয়, পিঠে পালন উৎসব, কালী পুজো পালন হয়,
Kali Puja happens here, Jagadhatri Puja happens here, we conduct Durga Puja, all kind of puja. There is no violence in Bengal. But these BJP people, from where do they come and create violence?
আর হিন্দুদের অসম্মান
They
করবার
try
জন্য
to defame the name of Ram.
আমি স্বামী বিবেকানন্দের হিন্দু, আমি রামকৃষ্ণের হিন্দু।
BJP is responsible for all kind of violence. I am Hindu of Ramakrishna. I believe in the uniting of all religions.
আমি শান্তির হিন্দু, আমি স্বস্তির
I am peaceful Hindu. I am strong Hindu. I am a Hindu who believes in bhakti.
আমি গুরুদ্বারা
I go to mandir, temple, I go to Gurudwara, I go to mosque, I go everywhere.
এরা কারা?
Who are these people?
মমতা ব্যানার্জি
They are thinking, we cannot defeat Mamata Banerjee, so now we will defame the Hindus.
অনেক চেষ্টা করেছিল।
They tried to kill me actually.
মিটিং করতে এসেছিলাম, আমার
In Nandigram I came for a meeting.
আজও আমার ভালো হয়নি, আমার গাড়ি পুরো
And they
চটকে দিয়েছিল।
attacked me here. The BJP people attacked me here and my leg got broken. They attacked my car.
আমি সঙ্গে সঙ্গে
I could have died of heart attack.
যাতে আমি প্রচার করতে না পারি। ওরা
If
আমায় চেনে না।
they attack me so that I cannot do programs
ওরা
here.
যদি ওল হয়, বুনো ওল হয়, আমি জানে মনে রাখবেন, আমিও কিন্তু কচু।
If they are doing something mischievous, I am even more mischievous. I took a wheelchair after my leg was broken last election.
নির্বাচন করা যাবে না।
Then my party workers said that can't we do all these programs that are scheduled? I said I will do it. I said I'll do it in wheelchair, but I'll still do the program.
বোনেরাও আমাকে খুব হেল্প করেছিল, একবার
The
হেলিকপ্টার
police also helped me a lot.
নামাচ্ছে। অনেক কষ্ট করে স্লোগান মুখ দিয়ে বেরিয়ে গিয়েছিল, সেই খেলা
After a lot of struggle, I could complete that election.
সাধারণ মানুষ ওদের
And all religious people stopped BJP. They united against BJP. I didn't forget yet.
ও দিদি
Didi, and she's trying to copy what Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister, came to Bengal and said.
পেল না, তখন কি করবে?
She's saying that they could not cross 200 in Bengal, even 100. So they looted vote in Nandigram and defeated me. She's talking about the win of Shubhendu Adhikari in Nandigram.
3 ঘন্টা লোডশেডিং কেন করা হয়েছিল?
Why there was 3 hours of power cut in Nandigram when the counting was on. I was defeated and there was a conspiracy against me in the last Lok Sabha election.
প্রতিদিন এই তো নন্দীগ্রামে খেজুরি কন্টায়ে তমলুকে
Every day in Nandigram, Khejuri, Kontai.
পরে নাকি ভায়োলেন্স হয়েছে, আমি টেক ওভার করার পরে কোনো ভায়োলেন্স হয়নি। ইলেকশন কমিশনের আন্ডারে ছিল সরকার।
After the elections, there was no violence. There was no violence, but it was all a conspiracy. Even now, 1,000 TMC workers are in jail for post-poll violence conspiracy.
তাদের নিজেদের ক্ষমতা ছিল তৃণমূলকে বাদ দিয়ে লড়ার। যেদিন তৃণমূল তৈরি হয়েছিল, অখিলগিরি দাঁড়িয়েছিল কন্টাই থেকে, ওই বাবুরা নয়।
She's talking about Akhilgiri.
দ্বিতীয় ছাড়া হয়েছিল, অখিলগিরি দ্বিতীয় হয়েছিল, মনে রাখবেন। অনেক পরে এসছে, এরা ক্ষমতা দেখে।
They only see power. They only want power.
বাংলা দখল করার ক্ষমতা
They think that now let's go and take over Bengal. They just want power. BJP.
আবার কয়েকটা কুলাঙ্গার জন্মায়। এই কুলাঙ্গারদের কাজ হচ্ছে গুন্ডাগিরি করা।
All these people only do all kind of riots.
আমি 48 ঘন্টা ধর্নায় বসলাম,
I sat for two days of dharna because I was not getting money, 100 days money.
বাংলার বাড়ি নিয়ে টাকা দিচ্ছে না, বলছে ভাতে মারো। রাস্তায়
They are not giving us money and they want to stop our food. They want to stop all kind of developmental works, including roadway works.
আর তো এক বছর টিম টিম করে জ্বলবি, তারপরে ভারতবর্ষ থেকেও বিদায় নিবি, তখন আমি দেখবো কোথায় যাস।
You all will be defeated in the next 1 year. You have to even run away from India. You will be defeated nationally. She is talking about BJP.
বিনা পয়সার চাল 1149 টাকার গ্যাসে ফুটছে বিনা পয়সার চাল।
How will people cook free rice on gas, on gas cylinders, which is 1149 rupees, 1149 rupees. Gas is 1149 rupees. How will we cook free rice on a gas cylinder that is 1149 rupees?
100 দিনের কাজে টাকা দেবে না। আমি
They won't give money for 100 days work.
40 দিনের কাজ 100 দিনের কাজের লোকেদের করিয়েছি। আর যত গ্রাম
I already gave money to a lot of people from myself.
12,000 কিলোমিটার রাস্তা নতুন
12,000 kilometers road we are making in Bengal. We are making with our own money.
যত কাজ হবে রাস্তার সব কাজ যেন 100 দিনের কাজের যারা টাকা পায়
all the work that will be done for making this 12,000 kilometer road, all that work should be under 100 days work. That's what I have ordered to my administration.
10 কোটি ম্যান্ডেজ তৈরি করে দিয়েছি বাংলায়। মনে রাখবেন
I created 10 crore mandates in Bengal.
100 দিনের কাজে গ্রামীণ রাস্তা যোজনা
Bengal became first in 100 days work. Bengal Banglar Badi scheme, which means Bengal's house scheme, was also one of the best ones in country, but then they stopped money. What do you say? She's asking all the women, students. She's asking that the ones who are doing all these riots, the ones who are not giving money for 100 days work, and the ones who are creating such violence in Bengal, will you support them? They have no place in Bengal to stay. All of them will have to leave Bengal. Yesterday I saw one BJP leader say, if we come to power, we will hang the rioters upside down. Some BJP leaders said yesterday. She's talking about Amit Shah. Amit Shah said yesterday.
Exact Hinduta ki Hindita ke boleche?
What exactly he said? I'm trying to find.
উল্টো করে বেঁধে পেটাবো না না হিন্দি
I will hang upside down. She's trying to quote Amit Shah. She's trying to find out the exact word he said. She's waiting to find out.
বলেছে বিহারে हम क्षमता
He said that in Bihar, if we come to power, we will hang all the rioters upside down and beat them.
लटका के मरेंगे। जगदीप थैंक यू। বলেছে ঝুলিয়ে পেটাবো। বাংলাটা হচ্ছে
He said that we will hang and beat them who are rioting in Bengal and Bihar.
সত্যি করবেন
I will ask him.
তাহলে আজ করছেন না কেন? দাঙ্গা তো করছে বিজেপি।
If you
দাঙ্গা তো করছে
really want to do this, then why you are not hanging the BJP workers who are creating the violence and rioting? All the riots are being done by the BJP workers. Why you are not hanging them and beating them? When you are saying that if you come to power, see yourself in the mirror and see what you are doing.
বিহারে গিয়েও সে কথা বলেন।
Whatever you are saying in Bengal, you are also saying in Bihar.
আর গৃহস্থকে বলছে সজাগ থাকতে।
He is telling his party workers to do the riots, and in public he is saying he will punish the rioters.
ব্যাংক বিক্রি করে দেবে। ক্ষমতা দিয়ে
And then he is selling off the bank. They are selling off LIC.
নোট বিক্রি করে দেবে।
They are selling off notes.
আদানিকে সব বিক্রি করে দেবে ক্ষমতা
They
দিয়ে
are selling everything to Adani.
দেবে না টাকা ক্ষমতা
They
দিয়ে
are not giving money for 100 days work.
ক্ষমতা দিয়ে
They are not giving money for any scheme.
মনে রাখুন
They are not letting us make roads.
ছেলে মেয়েদের ঐক্যশ্রীর টাকা বন্ধ হয়ে গেছে আমি 1,30,00,000 ছেলে মেয়েদের টাকা দিয়েছি
I have given money to 1 crore students from my own money, from my own pocket.
আপনারা প্রত্যেকে দুয়ারে সরকারে গিয়ে যারা ওবিসি স্কলারশিপ পেতেন মেধাশ্রী প্রকল্পের নাম লেখান
All of you register your names in government scheme called Medhashri for free education. And Kanyashri for all the women and girls, you will get money for education.
সরকারি স্কুলের সবাই কন্যাশ্রী 2 পাবেন কলেজে আর বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ে পড়তে গেলে কন্যাশ্রী 3 পাবেন
Even if you go to universities, you can register for Kanyashri.
18 বছর
Money will be given by government.
কন্যাশ্রী মেয়েরা পড়াশোনা করলে আরো 25,000 টাকা ব্যাংকে পাবেন আজকে কি করা হয়নি রেডিয়াল গ্রাউন্ড থেকে শুরু করে মাঝের থান থেকে
All the works have been done, including making burial grounds,
বার্নিং ঘাট থেকে শুরু করে
burning ghats,
জেলায় দেখুন না
crematorium. See your own district. New hospitals are being made by the state government, medical colleges, Mahatma Gandhi University. Remember, here, a lot of work has been done by the West Bengal government. Maulana Abul Kalam Azad Technology University, Hindi College, Birsa Munda College, Panchanan Verma College. There are no places in West Bengal where no development work was made. All Adivasis are good people. They are happy. Previously, they had to eat ants. Previously, the Adivasis had to eat ants and survive.
लेकिन जो लोग हमारे पास रामनवमी के जुलूस पे हमला कर रहे हैं उनको पुलिस कुछ नहीं कर रही। देखिए हम आपको बताएंगे आगे आने वाले समय में कि हम क्या करेंगे। हमें राज्यपाल जी से भी मिलना है, उनको संज्ञान देना है, तो हम आपको समय बता देंगे तब। नहीं हम खाली छोड़ दिए। देखिए आपका कैमरामैन को दिखाने के लिए बोलिए, पूरा गाड़ी चल रहा है।
এই ছবিটা কেউ করো না, চাকরি তোলে এই ছবিটা কেউ করো। কি হলো তাড়াতাড়ি তাড়াতাড়ি
हाईवे पे बैठे हैं क्या कहेंगे आपको तो अंदर नहीं जाने दिया
मुझे खाने जाना है
জামা কাপড় পাচ্ছেন
So, fiery attack there by the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, who's blamed the BJP. Remember, yesterday as well, Mamata Banerjee, while she addressed that rally, said that BJP is funding the goons in the state of Bengal. And today again, Mamata Banerjee, while invoking Nandigram, said that rioters will not be spared. So, very strong statement coming in from the West Bengal Chief Mamata Banerjee, who's addressing a rally in Bengal. In fact, simultaneously, BJP West Bengal Chief Sukanta Majumdar, who's staging a dharna, saying that he should be allowed in that violence-hit location in Bengal's Hooghly region. So, a lot of developments coming in from Bengal, but the question, of course, remains at the end of the day that who's trying to vitiate violence and tensions in the state of Bengal. So, tracking closely all the developments from the state of Bengal, slipping into a very short break for now, but on the other side, we'll continue to get you live coverage from Bengal's Hooghly.
आप सभी देश के जन जन तक सही सूचनाएं पहुंचाने में अहम भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। जब नेशन फर्स्ट होता है तब हमारे संकल्प भी बड़े होते हैं और उनको सिद्ध करने के प्रयास भी व्यापक होते हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमने भी ठान लिया है हमारा रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क भी अपने कदम और भी तेज करेगा।
QSMT achieved. The world's foremost university rankings organizations have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally. making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's me, Chidambaram, right now. He's been arrested. Mr. Vazir, why because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us.
NIA की टीम बाजे को लेकर यहाँ पहुंची है क्योंकि एविडेंसेस डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे इसी
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here at They're trying to stop today. The whole mission is get you. What exactly are your thoughts? Why must
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोग की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that he is Gandhi and not Savarkar, and Gandhi never apologized. Right after which we saw there was a press conference that was called in by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, clearly condemning the statement of Rahul Gandhi, and there they have announced that there will be a Savarkar Gaurav Yatra across Maharashtra. So it has been started from today. It will go on till 8th of April.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's me, Chidambaram.
आप सभी देश के जन जन तक सही सूचनाएं पहुंचाने में अहम भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। जब नेशन फर्स्ट होता है तब हमारे संकल्प भी बड़े होते हैं और उनको सिद्ध करने के प्रयास भी व्यापक होते हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमने भी ठान लिया है हमारा रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क भी अपने कदम और भी तेज करेगा।
And we continue to track all the latest from the state of Bengal, where tensions have flared up once again after stone pelting that was reported late last night in Hugli's Rishra area. The latest update coming in that the BJP delegation would be meeting the governor in just a short while from now. In fact, more updates coming in on the governor of Bengal having arrived in Raj Bhavan after he visited the violence-hit area in Hugli. So those are the details that are just coming in. BJP delegation that would be meeting the Bengal governor in just a while from now. In fact, top sources telling Republic Bangla that the governor would also, in all likelihood, be submitting a report on Ram Navami violence to the Home Ministry later in the day, and the report would be submitted today itself. Let's go across to Mayuk joining us from the Bangla newsroom. Mayuk, if you can give us those source-based details just coming in of the report that in all likelihood will be submitted by the governor to the Home Ministry.
Well, yes, you know that governor who was traveling to Darjeeling, and governor was in Darjeeling attending the G20 meetings there, and he has several other preoccupied schedules there, pre-scheduled events there in Darjeeling in the hills. When governor heard about the Rishra late night violence, and most importantly trains have been targeted, train lines have been targeted, and most importantly train services was disrupted for more than 3 hours. Hundreds and thousands of passengers were on road. They were sitting in train train compartments, Governor decided to come back to Kolkata. And this morning, as early as possible, Governor took a flight from Bagdogra and he landed in Kolkata this morning. From Kolkata, he went straight to Rishra, the violence-affected areas there, and we have the visuals in Republic. We have shown in Republic Governor visiting the places, and before that, Governor doing a press conference there. And from Rishra, he went to take stock of the situation in SSKM Hospital. In SSKM Hospital, few of the injured people, few of the injured family members are there, and there they spoke to the Governor. Governor himself took stock of the entire situation, and Governor has clearly stated that he is going to personally monitor, he is going to personally oversee the entire situation in Bengal. So the message is clear. The message is that like his predecessor Jagdeep Dhankar, right now the Vice President of India and the erstwhile Governor of Bengal, after Jagdeep Dhankar, Ananda Bose is also going to personally oversee the violence incident and not only rely on the state government reports. So what we are getting in is that Governor himself is collating all the ground reports and he is going to submit it to MHA. And before that, the last minute conversations will be done with other implementing officers. And also we are getting information that this BJP delegation, they are also going to submit a memorandum. They are also going to submit a report on the law and order situation, and the entire thing, all the versions, state government's version, BJP's version, opposition's version, every version will be collated, and his observation of the incident from the ground will be written there, and those reports will be sent to MHA.
All right, Mayuk, thank you for getting us all those details. So that's the update that's just coming in. A report that would be submitted by the Bengal governor to the MHA on the situation that still prevails, the tense situation in the state of Bengal. And we continue to track all the latest from Bengal, where the West Bengal Chief Sukanta Majumdar is still sitting on a dharna trying to reach the clash site.
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोग की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde, who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that he is Gandhi and not Savarkar, and Gandhi never apologized. Right after which we saw there was a press conference that was called in by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, clearly condemning the statement of Rahul Gandhi, and there they have announced that there will be a Savarkar Gaurav Yatra across Maharashtra. So it has been started from today. It will go on till 8th of April.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's me, Chidambaram right now. On there it is. He's been arrested. Mr. Vazir, why because it was a case I believe that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us.
NIA की टीम बाजे को लेकर यहाँ पहुंची है क्योंकि एविडेंसेस डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे। इसी
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here at They're trying to stop today the whole
Tensions continue to simmer in West Bengal after fresh violence was reported in Hugli's Rishra railway station last night. Fresh incident of stone pelting was reported in Hugli district on Monday evening, forcing the railways to suspend all local and mail express train services operating to and from Rishra railway station. After fresh violence was reported in Hugli's Rishra railway station last night, police had to put up barricades in a bid to control the stone pelting that caused multiple train delays, and several trains were suspended. And in the aftermath, Section 144 has been imposed and internet services have been suspended in the area. West Bengal Governor C.V. Anand Bose curtailed his program in Darjeeling and he reached Kolkata today after receiving information about fresh violence in Hooghly last night. The governor reached the clash site and assured strict action against the culprits.
Here, in the past few days, this is a pernicious trend. We will never allow the forces of darkness, the birds of night, the predators on the freedom of the ordinary man to take society to ransom. We will take strict action against the wrongdoers.
BJP workers argued with police after the cops tried to stop Shrikanta Majumdar's sit-in protest at Sri Rampur Batala intersection. Shrikanta Majumdar was supposed to sit for a dharna protest against the Hooghly violence. However, the police said that the dharna will not be allowed since it has no permission. The Bharatiya Janata Party state president Shrikanta Majumdar was stopped by the police from visiting the violence-hit area in Rishra. The BJP state president was also stopped yesterday from visiting the clash site Hooghly as well. The leader said they have the right to meet the people, those who have been affected by the violence. The Chinese government announced it would standardize the names of 11 places in Arunachal Pradesh, releasing a list of the 11 places along with a map that shows parts of Arunachal Pradesh instead as inside the southern Tibetan region. The Chinese Ministry of Civil Affairs even included a town close to the Arunachal Pradesh capital of Itanagar. And in a stern response, India responded to China's intensified provocation. The Ministry of External Affairs issued a statement saying, "We have seen such reports. This is not the first time China has made such an attempt. We reject this outright." Arunachal Pradesh has been and will always be an integral and inalienable part of India. Attempts to assign invented names will not alter this reality. Unquote. After China announced renaming of 11 places in Arunachal, the Congress party took a swipe at Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Congress party chief Mallikarjun Kharge, in an attempt to politicize the Indo-China border issue, mentioned that after Galwan clashes, the country is facing the consequences of PM Modi giving a clean chit to China. After the Congress party blamed the Prime Minister over the China's provocation, the BJP has now hit back at the Congress. The senior BJP leader Subramaniam Swamy said that not Prime Minister Modi but Nehru gave clean chit to China.
It was first given by Jawaharlal Nehru. And he said, in fact, Aksai Chin, he says, not a blade of grass grows there. So why are we fighting about it? Give it to the Chinese. We gave Tibet during Jawaharlal Nehru's period. During Indira Gandhi's period,
Union Minister Anurag Thakur slammed the Congress over their comments on Prime Minister Modi and China's provocation. The Union Minister has alleged that the Congress does not trust the army, which have dedicated their life to the nation.
भारत के एक नेता तो डोकलाम की घटना हुई, चीन की ओर से अतिक्रमण करने का प्रयास जब हुआ, हमारी सेना के जवानों ने मुंह तोड़ जवाब उसको दिया। लेकिन भारत के बहुत लंबे समय तक जो सत्ता में पार्टी रही, उनका युवराज चीन को मुंह तोड़ जवाब देने की बजाय वो चीन के एम्बेसडर के साथ बैठकर सूप पी रहे थे, चाइनीज खाना खा रहे थे, उनके चाइनीज फंड लेकर अपनी राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन को आगे बल देने का काम कर रहे थे।
Congress leader Rahul Gandhi on Tuesday fumed over the question on BJP's allegations of Congress party pressurizing the judiciary and attacked the centre over the Adani issue. The former MP arrived at the All India Congress Committee headquarters here in the national capital for the meeting ahead of the next list of party candidates for the Karnataka Assembly elections.
आप लोग जुडिशरी पे प्रेशराइज कर रहे हैं।
Why do you always say what BJP is saying? Every time you say what BJP is saying.
No, but BJP is claiming
There's a very simple thing. ये जो 20,000 करोड़ रुपए अदानी जी की शेल कंपनीज में हैं, ये किसके हैं? ये बेनामी हैं, किसके हैं?
And Congress Central Election Committee held a meeting to finalize the remaining 100 candidates for Karnataka Assembly Elections 2023 began at the AICC headquarters in New Delhi. The Grand Old Party is expected to announce the second list of candidates for the 100 Assembly constituencies of Karnataka after the meeting. Congress had announced its first list of 124 candidates on the 25th of March. Karnataka Congress President has been booked for throwing currency notes at people during an election rally in Mandi on the 29th of March. The Election Commission of India registered a complaint against D.K. Shivakumar based on which a non-cognizable offence was registered against him. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar chaired a party review meeting of NCP MPs, MLAs and senior party leaders in the morning. The meeting was held at the party office in Mumbai. YSRTP Chief Vice Sharmila met Professor Kodandaram of Telangana Jana Samiti to seek support and to work together under T-Save banner, an initiative by YSR Telangana Party Chief to fight for the right of the students and the unemployed in Telangana state. Earlier, the YSRTC Chief had hit out at KCR over the unemployment in state. Days after an arson attack on a moving train which left 3 passengers dead and 8 others with burn injuries. According to sources, Kerala police now suspects a terror angle in the train attack issue and have formed an anti-terror squad to investigate the matter apart from the SIT constituted to catch the accused. Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan said a special investigation team will be formed to probe the fire incident on board a train which led to the loss of 3 lives in Kozhikode district of the state. The accused man who set fire to people inside one of the compartments of the Alapura-Kannur Express on Sunday night is yet to be identified. No arrests have been made so far. Meanwhile, the NIA officials arrived in Kannur in the morning, leading to the train mishap that killed 3 people and several injured. The NIA held a meeting with the senior police officials handling the case in order to bring their probe into the matter. 2 railway police officers arrive in Noida on a search operation for the accused in the recent train fire incident in Kerala's Kozhikode district. According to Kerala police sources, the suspect has multiple addresses in Noida and Haryana. In the national capital, the Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP poster wars continue to rage on. In a latest, BJP put up posters outside its office in Delhi stating that the degree row is being rigged up only to divert people's attention from the multiple graft cases against Aam Aadmi Party leaders. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval on Tuesday called on Bhutan King Jigme Khesar Namgyal Wangchuk, who arrived in India for a 3-day visit. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar on Monday received the Bhutan King at his arrival in the country and later called on him in the evening. Jaishankar noted that Bhutan King's vision for strengthening the unique partnership with India is deeply appreciated. Bhutanese King Wangchuk visited Rajghat on Tuesday to pay tributes to Mahatma Gandhi. The Bhutanese king is on a 3-day tour of India to expand the close bilateral engagement, especially in the sphere of economic and development cooperation. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while speaking at the 5th International Conference on Disaster Resilient Infrastructure on Tuesday, stressed that in a closely connected world, the impact of disasters would not just be local and subsequent responses have to be integrated and not isolated.
In a closely connected world, the impact of disasters will not just be local. Disaster in one region can have a big impact on a completely different region. Therefore, our response has to be integrated, not isolated.
After an incident of a major fire over Cochin Port Authority was reported by Cochin Port Authority, the Southern Naval Command immediately pressed its naval firefighting services into action. Naval fire tenders were rushed to the site and augmented the firefighting efforts of the port authorities. Top opposition leaders strongly pitched for a caste census at a DMK-convened conference on social justice, which also saw calls for forging unity to take on the BJP in the run-up to the 2024 general elections. The conference was seen by many as a show of strength by the opposition, with the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, Rajasthan CM Ashok Gehlot, his Jharkhand counterpart Hemant Soren and Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav joining in to raise their voice against what they call oppression of backward classes. Tension prevailed in Bapatla district of Andhra Pradesh after a few people attacked Ishwar, who is a private employee, for allegedly making inappropriate comments against B.R. Ambedkar. Ishwar made some derogatory comments and had posted on his WhatsApp status, which led to anger among the Ambedkar followers and was attacked on Monday night. Few unknown people vandalized Lord Ganesh in Guntur in Andhra Pradesh. They were allegedly digging the temple for treasure. Police say that there's no communal angle involved here in this matter and a case is being registered. The further probe is underway. Maiden landing of helicopters by night on board INS Vikrant was achieved on the 28th of March by Kamov 31 helicopter. The trials successfully thereby proved night operations from INS Vikrant. As part of the trials, the lighting aids and shipborne systems were proven from the indigenous carrier. Odisha Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik met the Ambassador of India to Japan, C.V. George, and officials of the embassy on his arrival in Tokyo. The CM is leading an official delegation to showcase Odisha's immense potential as an investment destination. An Indian origin student from the Law School of London School of Economics alleged that there is discrimination on the basis of religion and anti-India rhetoric prevalent on the campus. Taking to social media, Karan Kataria, who is a lawyer pursuing masters in the LSE campus and running for the General Secretary of the LSE Student Union, claimed that
domain, a space, a new area, financial connectivity and increasing interoperability, etc. Hydropower, again, strong element of our cooperation, which most recently has included handing over of the 720 megawatt Mangdechu hydroelectric power project to the Royal Government of Bhutan. You would all recall perhaps that His Majesty was last in Delhi during his transit visit in September 2022. At that time also he had a brief meeting with the Honorable Prime Minister. In terms of the program elements of His Majesty's ongoing visit, as I mentioned, His Majesty arrived yesterday afternoon. External Affairs Minister called on His Majesty in the evening yesterday and hosted a dinner in His Majesty's honor, which actually involved a good discussion and interaction with the key CEOs of some of the Indian companies. This morning His Majesty visited Rajghat to pay his tribute to Mahatma Gandhi, and thereafter His Majesty had a meeting with Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. The meeting was also followed by lunch hosted by the Honorable Prime Minister, and later this evening His Majesty will meet Rashtrapati Ji. The bilateral discussions between His Majesty and the Prime Minister, as would be expected, covered the entire gamut of India-Bhutan cooperation and also issues of respective national and mutual interest. Let me briefly share with you its key elements as also the outcomes that we would be working on here onwards following the discussions between His Majesty and the Prime Minister. First up, His Majesty briefed the Honorable Prime Minister on his significant transformation and reform initiative that Bhutan is currently undertaking. Prime Minister on his part reiterated India's continued and full support to the socio-economic development in Bhutan, based of course on the priorities of the Royal Government and in keeping with the transformation initiatives and reform process as per the vision of His Majesty. More specifically, there were 5 broad range discussion range issues. First was on economic and development partnership. This covered in turn many elements, which included cooperation for Bhutan's 13th 5-year plan, whose process is beginning from next year onwards. Support, including relevant financial support for the reform process in Bhutan. Support also for the institutional capacity building in Bhutan, and project-based development partnership, which is one of the key pillars of our development cooperation with Bhutan. Second bucket of issues was relating to trade, connectivity, and investment cooperation, which in turn included discussions on infrastructure connectivity, whether pertaining to integrated checkposts, rail connectivity, air connectivity, digital connectivity, people-to-people linkages, and of course the inland waterways, of which we have spoken in the past also. The third related element pertained to long-term and sustainable trade facilitation measures that India and Bhutan could take, which would link to the economic growth and prosperity of both economies. 4, as I just hinted in the beginning, as part of new paradigms on energy cooperation, which would of course strengthen the existing frame and specifics of hydropower cooperation, but also carry forward our cooperation in this domain into non-hydro renewable space. And the last subsegment in the economic chapeau relating to new sectors, which, as I mentioned, space, startups, cooperation in the field of STEM education as part of the bilateral partnership. In this context, the recent launch of India-Bhutan satellite, which was jointly developed by the space engineers from both countries, was particularly appreciated. In terms of specific outcomes, which, as I said, we would be following up based on the discussions between His Majesty and the Honourable.
All right, we're getting some breaking news at this point in time. There's a massive avalanche that has hit Sikkim, and you can see the dramatic visual that have come. At least 6 people are feared dead, and many are still trapped. Remember, viewers, this is a big breaking news that we are getting in. And if we talk about the area, this comes near Somgo in Sikkim. A massive avalanche has hit Sikkim, and many people have been injured. More than 2 are, at least 6 people have been reported dead in this avalanche in Sikkim. That is the big breaking news that we are getting in. And what's more is that 150 people are feared to be trapped in this avalanche. This is the big breaking news that we are getting in, and you can see those visuals coming in from Sikkim. And the avalanche hit 17th mile in Somgo, and popular tourist spot in Sikkim. My colleague Samiksha is joining us on the phone line. What more can you tell us, Samiksha, on this developing story?
Well, Rakshita, the details that we are just picking up is that this has happened near Somgo, which is a very popular site in Sikkim. In fact, news coming in of casualties also having been reported. We'll just wait on that confirmation. But what we understand is that more than 150 people are feared trapped in this avalanche that has hit the location. It's the 7th mile near Somgo, which I said is a very popular tourist site in Sikkim. This incident happened today itself at around 12:30 p.m. So more than 150 tourists are still feared trapped in the thick layers of snow following that avalanche that hit the Nathula Pass in Sikkim. It reportedly struck around 12:30 p.m. This afternoon. So the details that we're just picking up of some casualties also having been reported, we'll just wait for a confirmation on that. But more than 150 people still feared trapped, and at least 2 lives have also been lost. So those are the initial details that are just coming in as per reports. 2 people have died in this avalanche. So we'll get a confirmation also in just a while from now. But the news coming in of at least 150 people having been trapped in this avalanche, which hit at around 12:30 p.m. In Somgo location of Sikkim, Rakshita.
Right, of course. We do need some confirmation on the exact figure as far as the death toll is concerned. But viewers, let us tell you that this is a massive development. This is a big breaking news that is coming in from Sikkim, where several people are feared to be trapped. And my colleague Anurupa is joining us on the phone line. Aniruddha is joining us on the phone line. Aniruddha, what more details can you share with us on this story?
Yes, as of now, we have the information that this avalanche has hit the 17-mile area in Somgo, in Upper Sikkim, in Northern Sikkim, and 6 people have feared that this is what we are getting to know. However, more than at least 20 people are injured or have sustained injury, and there are fear and speculations are there that many people are trapped inside the avalanche. Meanwhile, emergency response team have been moved to the area. The army and the team of NDRF and SDRF has also been mobilized. The army, which is always the first responder in that area particularly, as it's in the Upper Sikkim area on the northern side, have mobilized its troops for clearance of the site. And we are getting to know that the emergency team are already on their way as soon as this report came in. Meanwhile, it may be mentioned that the weather condition in that particular area was inclement for the past several days. Heavy snowfall was reported even in the last week of March, and thereafter all the tourists were instructed not to go towards the Nathula sector. However, up to Sangu Lake area, tourists were allowed to go. And we are getting in information that when this most of the people who were in this area are reportedly tourists who went to that area for vacationing and recreational purposes. However, it's still not clear as how many exactly how many people are trapped, or exactly how many people are trapped inside.
All right. Thank you, Anirudh, for all those details on that story. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that. But viewers, this is the big breaking news that we have just got here. Avalanche has hit Sikkim, and many people are feared trapped. This is a tourist location, a very popular tourist location in Sikkim, where this avalanche has just taken place, and several people are feared trapped. And we'll, of course, get you all the latest updates on that story. But right now it's time for a short break, and lots more coming up on the other side. So don't go anywhere. On the other side, China renames Arunachal's villages. Congress amplifies its narrative yet again.
There's a mail that has been sent to you asking for help. Are you saying that there is no email? Boss, you cannot enter someone.
The biggest actions of the movements include of various rank. We've killed the Prime Minister, the Chief Minister, generals of the army. These are all targeted killing.
I am willing to ask you certain questions, sir.
You have a word, sir.
I have a word.
You delete everything and then I'm going
to... Where is the question of recording, sir?
Well,
I'll show you, but why did you put your hand to my pocket? Why is not my phone?
Mr. Wazir, why were you arrested? Because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us from reporting.
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
We are standing in the premise of a church right in the middle of Bucha. This is exactly what Ukraine is now calling it, a genocide that has been committed by the Russian troops.
Everybody has right to self-determine. If I say Punjab is a separate country, I have right to do it.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? That's me, Chidambaram, right now. He's been arrested. Because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us.
NIA की टीम बाजे को लेकर यहाँ पहुंची है क्योंकि एविडेंसेस डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे इसी नतीजे
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here at Hadar. They're trying to stop. Today the whole nation is looking at you. What exactly are your thoughts? Why must
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोग की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde, who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that he is Gandhi and not Savarkar, and Gandhi never apologized. Right after which we saw there was a press conference that was called in by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, clearly condemning the statement of Rahul Gandhi, and there they have announced that there will be a Savarkar Gaurav Yatra across Maharashtra. So it has been started from today. It will go on till 8th of April.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's me, Chidambaram, right now. He's been arrested. Because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us.
NIA की टीम बाजे को लेकर यहाँ पहुंची है क्योंकि एविडेंसेस डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे
आप सभी देश के जन जन तक सही सूचनाएं पहुंचाने में अहम भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। जब नेशन फर्स्ट होता है तब हमारे संकल्प भी बड़े होते हैं और उनको सिद्ध करने के प्रयास भी व्यापक होते हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमने भी ठान लिया है हमारा रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क भी अपने कदम और भी तेज करेगा।
It's the biggest political fight in Bengal. Mamata says BJP goons behind the riots. BJP accusing Mamata of vote bank politics.
We'll never allow the miscreants, the hooligans and the goons to take the law into their hands. The police will come down heavily on them.
The Bengal governor visits violence at Hugli's Rishra. He meets with the injured victims later in the hospital. Sources suggest governor likely to submit a report on the Ram Navami violence to the Union Home Ministry. China renames Arunachal's villages. The Congress has amplified China's narrative yet again. NIA team in Kannur to investigate the Kerala attacks. Suspect is detained from the state of Uttar Pradesh. And Trump campaign gets alive as the former US president arrives in New York for his surrender.
First up, as we say good afternoon to you on this edition of the news, there is this tragic story that we are reporting on First Hour, where at least 16 people have reportedly lost their lives. Many are still said to be trapped. This is after an avalanche has actually been reported from Sikkim. This essentially is a tourist place, and the relief and rescue operations, remember, continue as we speak. We'll put out those images on your screens in just a bit again that are coming in to us. Anirudh is also joining us live right now. He has more details of what we know about the incident so far. Anirudh, this is an avalanche that has hit a popular tourist spot in Sikkim. Do we have absolutely any idea of the number of people right now that possibly could be trapped there under the debris? What is it that you can tell us about the relief and rescue operations?
Yes, Dipti, as we report now, we have got the information that rescue teams have been mobilized by the army, and also team of SDRF and NDRF have been mobilized to the area. This is in the northern side of Sikkim, which is a popular tourist destination. We are still waiting official confirmation on the exact figure of the number of tourists who are stuck in that area, but let me tell you that for the past several days, tourists were not being allowed in that particular area, and it was only because of heavy snowfall, and it was only recently that tourists were being permitted to go towards the northern Sikkim side. We are still awaiting official confirmation on the exact number of people who are stranded, how many of them are stranded in that area, or the figures as far as that toll is concerned. There is no official confirmation yet, but yes, more than 100 tourists are at least stranded in that particular area, and at least 6 to 10 of them are trapped in the avalanche. This is what we are getting to know as of now. As I am telling you, we are still awaiting an official confirmation on the figures from the Sikkim government or those who are involved in the relief and rescue operation. Meanwhile, all we can confirm now is that yes, teams of army from South Sikkim.
Okay. So Anirudh, they're getting us more details about the rescue operation that continues by the Sikkim police as we speak. I thank him right now as we move ahead with more details and more developments right now. In fact, this is a breaking news update about how the NI officials have conducted investigation in Kannur, where the train where the attack happened has been stationed. The NI has investigated the 2 compartments which got fire during the petrol attack. The NI team also held a meeting earlier with the ADPG Law and Order and the investigation team. Varshini is getting us more.
See, madam, the investigation is only in this preliminary stage. Hardly 36 hours has been completed of the investigation. We are on the job. We have collected some primary evidences and preliminary investigation is going on. At present, we are not in a position to reveal more details about the investigation, but we hope that we will be able to do some good work in the coming days.
Okay, but we are also understand that NIA is also in Kannur. They are also on another hand conducting a separate investigation. Does this mean that there is a very established terror angle to this case?
See, in any such kind of incidents, the concerned other departments and agencies also get associated. It's quite normal on the part of any other agencies to come and do a preliminary investigation on all these. They are doing a preliminary investigation on facts finding all these things, basically as a part of the investigation only. So far, the Kerala police is doing comprehensive investigation into various aspects of this case.
Okay, sir, and this person, this name that has come out, that called Shahrukh Saifi, this name has come out, and it has been said that this person has been picked up from Balandur Shahar in Noida, in Uttar Pradesh, by the Uttar Pradesh ATS. Can you confirm this? Is this true? Or there are other people who say that this person is in the custody of Kerala police? There's so many contradictory news that is going on.
These are all news only. If anything concrete comes out, we will definitely reveal to the media and you will be able to know it.
Does this mean that there's nobody in custody yet, that there's nobody held responsible or at least suspects?
I told you, if something which we can reveal to you, we will reveal to you.
Okay, sir. And can we also expect that the Kerala police will be moving to Delhi or something? Because we hear that there is a little bit of people in Delhi conducting an investigation on behalf of Kerala police.
We are conducting a comprehensive investigation into this case. And as a part of investigation, we will be looking at all these aspects.
Let's also get in our colleague Shravan, who's also tracking the story from the national capital. Shravan, what is it that we are learning particularly about the NI team that right now is in Kerala? What are your sources in the agency indicating?
Well, in fact, Deepthi, at this point in time, no fresh case has been registered by the National Investigation Agency. But having said that, there is already a team that is currently camping in Kannur. Earlier in the day, they had a meeting with the ADGP Law and Order of Kerala Police to get a sense of what was happening on the ground and the preliminary investigation that was essentially done by Kerala Police. At this point in time, Deepthi, they are certainly not ruling out a terror angle. Also looking at the aspect whether at all this was some sort of a lone wolf attack that was carried out and whether the suspect here was actually radicalized to carry out such attack. So this is certainly at a preliminary stage. So no angle is essentially being ruled out. But having said that, the manner in which this attack was carried out on the Kannur-bound express train, that has certainly raised the alarm bell at this point in time. And that is the reason why their forensic team was also at the spot. A preliminary examination has essentially been done. In fact, a few people have already been detained and questioning has also taken place. But so far, Kerala Police is completely tight-lipped. In fact, just a short while back, ADGP Law and Order spoke to Republic TV in which has indicated that since this case is at a preliminary stage, they are not going to disclose any further facts. But what we can confirm for our viewers is that searches were basically carried out in the Delhi NCR region. One suspect was actually detained and was questioned by Kerala Police. We are waiting for more details to come in from the Kerala Police. But along with Kerala ATS, you also have the NIA parallelly.
All right, Shravan and Varshini, they're getting us more details of what we know about the action by the NI so far. In fact, let's move ahead. Republic also visited the site of the incident in Kerala's Kozhikode, and this is a report that has been filed by our colleague Varshini.
Right now, we are standing in the railway tracks of the Elattur railway station where the crime of a train petrol attack has happened in Kerala's Kozhikode. And this train, express train that went from Alappuzha to Kannur has travelled through this route. And when the train had stopped at the Kozhikode railway station, an unidentified person had entered the train and had threw petrol at random passengers and have set ablaze the train compartment. We can even clearly see that the railway tracks have also the marks of fire, the marks of the burnt train moving on this tracks. And it is said that the police who have been investigating the case, particularly initially it was been investigated by the railway police, who found the 3 dead bodies, the 3 casualties in this track. And this is where the police had understood that this is a very important case rather than seeing it as a normal criminal case.
So you've seen those details coming in. The NI right now, remember, is investigating the entire case and absolutely not ruling out a terror angle in what possibly could be a very important breakthrough by the investigative agency. After a quick break, we get you the very latest coming in from the state of West Bengal, where the governor earlier has visited the violence-hit areas. He's also made an appeal for peace and calm.
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde, who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that he is Gandhi and not Savarkar, and Gandhi never apologized. Right after which we saw there was a press conference that was called in by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, clearly condemning the statement of Rahul Gandhi, and there they have announced that there will be a Savarkar Gaurav Yatra across Maharashtra. So it has been started from today. It will go on till 8th of April.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michel. First visual on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's me, Chidambaram right now. He's been arrested. It was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us.
NIA की टीम बाजे को लेकर यहाँ पहुंची है क्योंकि एविडेंसेस डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे। इसी
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here at They're trying to stop. Today the whole vision, what exactly are your thoughts? Why must
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister.
Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, it is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gheraoed by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced to celebrate in the darkness. The people also accused the MLA for not building any community hall in the constituency. The incident comes just ahead of the elections. Karnataka will go to polls on the 10th of May. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's the biggest political fight in the state of Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee says BJP goons are behind the riots. The BJP instead is accusing Mamata of vote bank politics. Also, an NIA team is in Kannur right now to investigate the Kerala attack. A suspect has been detained from the state of Uttar Pradesh.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Troubled with the
Christian Michelle, first visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's me, Chidambaram, right now. On there, he's been arrested. Mr. Bhaji, why? Because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us.
NIA की टीम बाजे को लेकर यहाँ पहुंची है क्योंकि एविडेंसेस डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे इसी नतीजे
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here at They're trying to stop. Today the whole nation is looking at you. What exactly are your thoughts? Why must
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that he is Gandhi and not Savarkar, and Gandhi never apologized. Right after which we saw there was a press conference that was called in by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis clearly condemning the statement of Rahul Gandhi, and there they have announced that there will be a Savarkar Gaurav Yatra across Maharashtra. So it has been started from today. It will go on till 8th of April.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that.
The former US President Donald Trump is expected to appear before a specially secured Manhattan courthouse on Tuesday. This is regarding the criminal charges related to paying hush money to a porn star during his 2016 presidential campaign. The Ukrainian president has thanked international visitors to Kiev for taking a trip to a village in the battle-scarred Chernihiv region. Zelensky has called this one of the most difficult trips in terms of emotions. Official and expected candidates for Prime Minister's post in Thailand's upcoming election arrived earlier at the Bangkok City Hall to register and find out their assigned party number. While the registration is a key step in the election process, drawing the party number attracts widespread attention and analysis. One person lost his life, 30 were injured, many of them seriously, when a train partially derailed in Netherlands. The derailment sent at least one carriage into a field next to the tracks. The injured later were shifted to the local hospitals. A massive fire broke out at a popular market for cheaper clothes in Bangladesh's capital of Dhaka. No casualties were reported. This fire was massive. Firefighters from 47 units were working to douse the flames. The Australian Governor General David Hurley met with the Vietnamese President and Prime Minister in an attempt to boost bilateral ties as the two countries marked their 50th anniversary of the country's diplomatic relationship. The Israeli police evacuated the Al-Aqsa Mosque, preventing worshippers from worship overnight in the mosque during the Muslim holy month of Ramadan. The police say that they removed the worshippers to prevent friction between the Muslims and the Jews who visit the site in the early hours of the morning. Israel staged airstrikes in the southern suburbs of the Syrian capital of Damascus, causing some material damage. Reports say that strong explosions were heard in the capital and its southern suburbs. This is coming a day after 4 strikes on Damascus and the central province of Homs, killing 2 Iranian military advisors. China renames Arunachal's village. The Congress amplifies China's narrative once again. We'll have that story on the other side of this bit. Also, the security minister of the province of Buenos Aires attacked by dozens of bus drivers who were protesting the murder of her colleague during a robbery.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए, ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोग की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde, who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that he is Gandhi and not Savarkar, and Gandhi never apologized. Right after which we saw there was a press conference that was called in by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, clearly condemning the statement of Rahul Gandhi, and there they have announced that there will be a Savarkar Gaurav Yatra across Maharashtra. So it has been started from today. It will go on till 8th of April.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's me, Chidambaram, right now. Oh, there it is. He's been arrested. Because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us.
NIA की टीम बाजे को लेकर यहाँ पहुंची है क्योंकि एविडेंसेस डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे इसी नतीजे
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop? Today the whole nation is looking at you. What exactly are your thoughts? Why must
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए, ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोग की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde, who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that he is Gandhi and not Savarkar, and Gandhi never apologized. Right after which we saw there was a press conference that was called in by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, clearly condemning the statement of Rahul Gandhi, and there they have announced that there will be a Savarkar Gaurav Yatra across Maharashtra. So it has been started from today. It will go on till 8th of April.
The security minister of the province of Buenos Aires was attacked by dozens of protesting bus drivers. Minister Berni was punched at the protest by at least one of the drivers. Even stones were thrown at him. Watch now. The minister is bleeding from his nose after being punched. The minister had arrived at the protest site to speak to the bus drivers when the situation escalated soon. The police had to intervene and save the minister from the wrath of the agitated bus drivers. The drivers had blocked a highway as part of their strike action on the outskirts of the Argentine capital. The strike was held following the death of a bus driver who was shot and killed when he was driving a bus in the municipality of La Matanza. Agency report, Republic TV.
give facts to India. Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's me, Chidambaram, right now. He's been arrested. Mr. Vazir, why? Because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us.
NIA की टीम बाजी को लेकर यहाँ पहुंची है क्योंकि एविडेंसेस डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे इसी नतीजे
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here at They're trying to stop. Today the whole nation is looking at you. What exactly are your thoughts? Why must
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोग की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that he is Gandhi and not Savarkar, and Gandhi never apologized. Right after which we saw there was a press conference that was called in by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister.
आप सभी देश के जन जन तक सही सूचनाएं पहुंचाने में अहम भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। जब नेशन फर्स्ट होता है तब हमारे संकल्प भी बड़े होते हैं और उनको सिद्ध करने के प्रयास भी व्यापक होते हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमने भी ठान लिया है हमारा रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क भी अपने कदम और भी तेज करेगा।
Good afternoon. You're watching live and breaking at 4 p.m. I'm Suesha Sound with you on the broadcast as we keep a very close eye on what is happening in West Bengal. After Havra and Hooghly, it is Rishra that is on the boil. This has led to an all-out face-off between the BJP and the TMC, where the Bengal BJP is also now approaching the Home Ministry, asking it to intervene, and a BJP delegation that is set to meet the governor very shortly. We continue to get you all the updates as tension simmers in the state of West Bengal. That and much more. First, a quick check of the headlines we are tracking. Biggest political fight in Bengal. Mamata Banerjee says BJP goons behind the riots. BJP accusing Mamata Banerjee of vote bank politics.
We will never allow the miscreants, the hooligans and the goons to take the law into their hands. The police will come down heavily on them.
Bengal governor visits violence-hit Hooghly's Rishra, meets injured victims in hospital. Sources suggest governor likely to submit a report on Ram Navami violence to Home Ministry. China renames Arunachal's villages. Congress amplifies China's narrative once again. NIA team in Kannur to investigate Kerala attack. Suspect detained from Uttar Pradesh. Trump campaigns get live as former US president arrives in New York for surrender. And in the latest details that are now coming in from the state of West Bengal, where we are hearing that West Bengal BJP chief Sukanta Majumdar is now reaching out, asking the Home Ministry to intervene, also saying that Hindus are being harassed in the state of West Bengal and all is not well as far as the law and order situation in West Bengal is concerned. To exactly quote, he's alleging that the police is harassing and arresting Hindus while looking turning a blind eye to the actual culprits and criminals from the minority community, also urging the Home Minister's personal intervention into the matter. This as tension continues to simmer in West Bengal. Governor has reached Raj Bhavan. We are also hearing that a BJP delegation is to meet the governor shortly, and sources have informed that governor is likely to submit a report on the Ram Navami violence to the Home Ministry later in the day, as the report is to be submitted is what we are hearing. I'd like to cut across to my colleague Ishan Dev from Republic Bangla, who's tracking these latest details. Ishan Dev, to understand the letter that Sukanta Majumdar is now writing to the Home Ministry, what are the contents of that letter? What is the West Bengal BJP now demanding when it comes to the Home Minister's intervention, and also the BJP delegation that is set to meet the governor shortly? What's the latest on that?
Majumdar to Amit Shah in last 3-4 days. Sukanta Majumdar wrote his first letter on this row of violence to Amit Shah in the evening of the first violence, which was reported from Rishra when stones were pelted on Dilip Ghosh's Shobha Yatra there. On that very evening, Sukanta Majumdar's first letter reached Amit Shah, and today the second letter has been sent by Sukanta Majumdar to Amit Shah, and he is very strongly criticizing the DG of West Bengal Police, Mr. Manoj Malviya, in his letter. Sukanta Majumdar has alleged that Manoj Malviya is not acting impartially, and Manoj Malviya's role should be under scanner. He has written that under the leadership of Manoj Malviya, West Bengal Police has completely lost its spine and impartiality. And he has also alleged that those people who are being attacked, they are being arrested by the police, and those miscreants, he has mentioned that miscreants from the minority community, they are roaming about free, and even the BJP functionaries and the MPs are not being.
All right, Ishandeep, continue to stay with us. We've put out these latest pictures as in Rishra, a substation that is on fire. Those are the latest pictures that are just coming in, as we are yet to get details of how exactly the fire personnel are continuing with the rescue operation and trying to douse off that fire. Not too sure whether any casualties have been reported and whether there is any foul play, as the cause of the fire is not known yet. But this is coming from the violence hit district in West Bengal. Rishra in Hooghly, that continues to be on the boil where it comes to fresh incidents of violence that have been reported after Havra and Hooghly. Rishra, that is now in focus, and this is a substation in Rishra that is on fire. Ishan Dev, I believe, will join us with the latest details on the very same, as we are trying to ascertain what exactly is the cause of the fire, whether there are any casualties that have been reported, and most importantly, what is the current status when it comes to dousing of that fire, how many fire tenders have rushed to the spot, and what was the reaction time between when the fire was first reported to how the operation started. But those are the pictures of that fire at Rishra. This is at a substation where you see a big cloud of smoke in the skies of Rishra, and those are the pictures of how the fire personnel are trying to douse off that fire. Ishandev, I believe you're with us. Rishra anyway in focus due to the fresh incidents of violence that have been reported, and the political turnout over the war between BJP and TMC, and now the substation on fire. What more are you picking up on the cause of the fire and the current status of dousing off that fire?
Well, Suvesha, the reason of this fire in the power substation in Rishra is not properly known yet, because the administration or the officials of the substation has not.
And Ishandev, as you're telling us more, let me quickly update our viewers with these latest pictures that we've just put out on our screens of the BJP delegation that is leaving for the governor's residence. In fact, they are outside Raj Bhavan, and they are in through those gates. They have reached the governor house. They are set to meet the governor and put out their side of the story, as the BJP is saying that Hindus are being harassed and it is the cops who are hand in glove with the TMC government. This, of course, we saw how Mamata Banerjee also took on the BJP in that news conference that she had conducted just a short while ago, where she had also made some very strong allegations. But here BJP also asking for the Home Ministry to intervene, as they're saying that they are being blocked. Ishandeep, tell us more about these latest pictures that are just on your screens right now. BJP delegation to meet governor.
Vesha, BJP has been saying from the morning that the delegation will meet the governor at the Raj Bhavan on this ongoing violence in Rishra and other parts of West Bengal. And according to that, the BJP delegation is just now reaching the Raj Bhavan. And you know that from the morning the situation is intense here around Rishra and in the district of Hooghly, because the state president of BJP, Shukanto Majumdar, when he was on his way towards Srirampur to hold another dharna at Srirampur Bottola, his way was blocked by police, and he and along with another MP of Purulia, Jyotirmoy Mahato, both were blocked. They were saying that they want to enter the disturbed area without breaking the 144. Only 2 people will go there, and without taking even any car, they will go on foot. But those proposals were also rejected by the police, and they were stopped. So Shukanto Majumdar at once started dharna again there under the Dankuni PS area on Delhi Road. But the situation is still intense everywhere. There is an atmosphere of clash between police and BJP. The BJP leadership is lashing out in every occasion against the police and administration, and now they are approaching the Raj Bhavan to meet the governor of West Bengal to submit their allegations and to seek some intervention, some substantial intervention which can stop such kind of situation. And already within this period of time, Shukanto Majumdar, the state BJP president, has sent a letter to Amit Shah, which is his second letter within last 3-4 days. And in this letter, he has very strongly condemned the role of West Bengal Police's DG, Mr. Manoj Malviya. He has said that under the leadership of Manoj Malviya, West Bengal Police has completely lost its spine and its impartiality, and now they are approaching the Raj Bhavan. So it is clear that the BJP leadership in West Bengal now does not want to keep any stone unturned. They are knocking every door. They are sending letters to everywhere. They are putting their submissions to all possible corners, and they are saying that they want justice for those people who are being attacked, and after being attacked, those people are being arrested instead of arresting the miscreant. And Shukanto Majumdar, in his letter to Amit Shah, has already alleged that Mamata Banerjee is trying to appease one particular community, the vote bank of which community is going out of her hand, and that's why she is creating this kind of atmosphere, and that's why she is targeting particularly one community. So this is the allegation made by Shukanto Majumdar, and according to BJP sources, such kinds of allegations are going to be placed in front of the governor also by the BJP delegation who are going to meet the governor. Shuvesha.
Ishandeep, continue telling us more, because it is the BJP that is calling the West Bengal police a pawn of the state government. Also, in that sense, as the delegation has reached the governor house, source-based information coming in on how the governor office is also to submit a report to the Home Ministry on the situation on the ground. Similarly, the Calcutta High Court asking the state to submit a report on what really has happened. Meanwhile, as we see that both sides are trading barbs at each other, where the TMC arrested a 19-year-old man, posting a video of his saying that he was the man who was seen with a gun while in that procession. On the other hand, BJP alleging that the TMC is trying to appease a particular community, and these are elements from minority groups who are responsible for fanning these riots, but TMC making a similar allegation against the BJP. So how really is the story moving forward as far as external sources outside of West Bengal coming out with a report on what has happened on the ground, and then further action to be taken? What is the progress on it?
Exactly, Shuvesha. These are the allegations which are being made by BJP, and on the other hand, these are the allegations which are also being made as a counter from the Chief Minister of West Bengal. As you were saying that that BJP is making the allegations. Yes, right. The BJP state president, in his letter to the Union Home Minister, has also said that a particular community is being targeted by the Chief Minister, and he has written that those who are being attacked, those people are being arrested by the police. And Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is trying to woo her own vote bank by doing so. This is the allegation by the BJP state president. He is saying that the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is losing very fastly her minority vote bank, and that's why she is creating such atmosphere. And under the instructions of Mamata Banerjee, West Bengal police, and particularly the West Bengal DGP Manoj Malviya, he has lost all impartiality and spine. These are the languages mentioned in the letter sent by Sukhanto Majumdar. On the other hand, Mamata Banerjee, in her political meeting in Digha, she has also lashed out on BJP today, and she has said that BJP is hiring outsiders to create such mayhem in West Bengal, and she is giving a clarion call, an open call against the organizers of these rallies or these Shobha Yatras. She is asking questions. Why should anyone organize such processions with weapons and some other dangerous things? These are the questions thrown by Mamata Banerjee. But on the other hand, BJP is counter questioning her that if anyone was doing so, if anyone was taking part in the processions or Shobha Yatras with open arms or dangerous arms, then why was not police taking any action against them? Why, after so many things happened, why after such unrest has been created, why now the Chief Minister is saying so? And these are the claims and counter claims being made by BJP and the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. And the political scenario, the political atmosphere in West Bengal is really, really intense, as it is intense in the affected areas like Shibpur, like Dalkola, like Rishra, and some other parts of West Bengal. Sudesha.
All right, Ishandev, I want to thank you for getting us all those details. Really waiting to watch how soon will the centre now intervene, because you're absolutely right when you say how the BJP state unit is constantly trying to reach out to the centre, be it of the 2 letters that have been written to the Home Ministry, and Sukhanto Majumdar there on the ground trying to reach out to the victims and going to every violence hit district in the state of West Bengal, absolutely determined that this Gundaraj by the TMC, as they allege, will not continue, and they have to put an end to it. On the other hand, similar allegations that have been made by the TMC also against the BJP, where they've said that they hire goons to fan riots. So really, who is to be believed, and what is the truth on the ground is something that will only come to light once there is further intervention from the Home Ministry. We'll track all the details on the ground. For the moment, thank you, Ishandev, for joining us. We're now playing out this next 1-minute report of what exactly happened in Rishra. Fresh violence that was reported after railway station that where the police had put up barricades in a bid to control stone pelting that caused multiple train delays and several trains that were suspended. So much so that internet services have also been suspended and Section 144 has been imposed. But what exactly had happened on the ground? All the details in this report.
Rishta on Monday night, and after that, allegedly, a huge number of glass bottles and stones were pelted towards police, and allegedly one police van was torched down by the mob, by the agitators, and all we can see now that the stones and broken glass bottles and the scenes in which we can clearly say that a huge violence was occurred here in Vrishta near gate number 4, a rail crossing. Due to that, a huge number of passengers were waiting in different stations. The train services were disrupted, and now the police personnel are doing area domination in different parts of Vrishta. And when will normalcy will be back in Vrishta? This is now the biggest question. With video journalist Sanjay Nair, this is Bhaskar for Republic.
मैं शायना जावेद, ह्यूमन राइट्स के प्रेसिडेंट वेस्ट बंगाल।
All right, we are getting you these latest pictures from outside Raj Bhavan, where this is the latest political development that is being reported of how Congress workers are staging a protest over the violence that is witnessed in the state of West Bengal at a time when we already see the BJP and the TMC at loggerheads and strong allegations that both parties make against each other. It is the Congress that is also now intervening, and they are staging protests outside Raj Bhavan. This, as we just got you those pictures a short while ago of BJP delegation led by Sukanta Majumdar that made its way to the Governor House. They are in a meeting right now with the Governor as they take forth all the grievances complaining against the TMC, and most importantly the police inaction of not wanting and having the intent to control the situation on the ground. Here is a Congress group and workers of the Congress party who are there outside the Raj Bhavan. They are staging these protests as they are also now speaking against the violence in the state of West Bengal. We have to slip into a very short commercial break right now, but we'll continue to get you the very latest on the other side. China renames Arunachal's villages. Congress amplifies China's narrative once again. NI team in Kannur is all set to investigate the Kerala attack, and in fact continuing to investigate the Kerala attack as one suspect has been detained from Uttar Pradesh.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words?
And that is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's me, Chidambaram right now. There it is. He's been arrested. Mr. Vazir, why point to it? Because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us.
NIA की टीम बाजे को लेकर यहाँ पहुंची है क्योंकि एविडेंसेस डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे। इसी
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop?
Today the whole nation is looking at you. What exactly are your thoughts? Why must
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए, ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोग की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that he is Gandhi and not Savarkar, and Gandhi never apologized. Right after which we saw there was a press conference that was called in by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis clearly condemning the statement of Rahul Gandhi, and there they have announced that there will be a Savarkar Gaurav Yatra across Maharashtra. So it has been started from today. It will go on till 8th of April.
troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's me, Chidambaram, right now. There it is. He's been arrested. Mr. Vazir, why because it was a case, I believe that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to...
Thank you for staying with Republic, and we cut across to more breaking news coming in, this time from Sitapur in Uttar Pradesh, where an FIR has been filed against a BJP Neta. Why? Because he went on to abuse a common man. He did that because his vehicle had blocked an ambulance, and when the man asked him to remove his vehicle, he indulged in a fight. And the unfortunate outcome, as the patient in the ambulance has died. FIR that has now been filed against the BJP Neta. Republic has accessed these latest pictures, pictures from when the fight had occurred. And there you see what exactly happened on the ground. This BJP Neta, who argued when people told him to move his vehicle, which was in front of an ambulance carrying a patient, and unfortunately the patient has died. Vivek is joining us live on the broadcast to give us more details of what had happened. Vivek, this is very, very unfortunate, and no politician who exhibits such kind of VVIP racism, where unfortunately here it has cost a life, must be punished, and strictest of punishment that must be given to him. What exactly had happened? And now that an FIR has been filed, what action will now be taken? It is important to set an example, and not for him to exercise his power and really get out of this.
देखिए, इस पूरी घटना का अगर सबसे पहले जिक्र करूं तो ये पूरी घटना 1 तारीख का है। 1 तारीख की घटना है और आज 4 तारीख को इसका जो वीडियो है वो सोशल मीडिया पर वायरल। हालांकि कल देर रात राम किंकर, जिनके नाम पर इस शख्स ने, उमेश मिश्रा नाम के शख्स ने जिनके नाम पर पूरी धौंस दिखाई, उनके पास कल देर रात ये वीडियो पहुंची और उन्होंने आज अपना बयान दिया है कि वो उमेश मिश्रा से उसका कोई भी संबंध नहीं है। लेकिन आपको बताऊं कि 1 तारीख को उमेश मिश्रा ने वहां पर इस तरीके से बयान किया कि जो शख्स जिसको अपनी एम्बुलेंस लेकर के लखनऊ आना था उसको रास्ता नहीं दिया गया और जो शख्स एम्बुलेंस में ही उसकी मौत हो गई। और इस पूरी घटना में आपको बताऊं कि 2 दिन बाद इसका जो वीडियो है वो वायरल हुआ है और जिस तरीके से जो FIR है वो दर्ज हुई, क्योंकि जिस शख्स की मौत हुई है वो पेशे से अधिवक्ता था और आज जो तमाम अधिवक्ता हैं सीतापुर के, उन्होंने सीतापुर जेल पुलिस के पास जाकर के जो FIR
उसको getting us those details. All right, we'll keep coming back to you for further updates on this, but for the moment it is also time for us to slip into a very short commercial break and a quick check of the big stories that we are tracking for you this afternoon, as it is the biggest political fight that is now underway between the BJP and the TMC, where at one end the BJP is accusing Mamata Banerjee of vote bank politics. Mamata Banerjee is saying that BJP goons are behind the riots. And Trump campaigns get life as former US President arrives in New York for surrender.
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए, ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोग की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP BJP Shiv Sena. Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde, who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that he is Gandhi and not Savarkar, and Gandhi never apologized. Right after which we saw there was a press conference that was called in by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, clearly condemning the statement of Rahul Gandhi, and there they have announced that there will be a Savarkar Gaurav Yatra across Maharashtra. So it has been started from today. It will go on till 8th of April.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's me, Chidambaram, right now. There it is. He's been arrested. Mr. Vazir, why? Because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us.
NIA की टीम बाजे को लेकर यहाँ पहुंची है.
After the Ram Navami rally that was held by BJP, and now we can see Shukanta Majumdar was trying to enter that particular area, which is in Rishra, Howrah. He's stopped by the police, we can see, and Shukanta Majumdar is still sitting in his car, and he has been stopped by the police because there is an imposition of section 144.
आप सभी देश के जन जन तक सही सूचनाएं पहुंचाने में अहम भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। जब नेशन फर्स्ट होता है तब हमारे संकल्प भी बड़े होते हैं और उनको सिद्ध करने के प्रयास भी व्यापक होते हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमने भी ठान लिया है, हमारा रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क भी अपने कदम और भी तेज करेगा।
There's a mail that has been sent to you asking for help. Are you saying that there is no email?
Boss, you cannot enter someone. The biggest actions of the movements of various rank. We've killed the Prime Minister, the Chief Minister, generals of the army. These are all targeted killing.
I am willing to ask you certain questions, sir.
Yeah, I will do that.
I have a word.
You delete everything and then I'm going
to... Where is the question of recording, sir?
Well, I'll show you, but why did you put your hand to my pocket?
Mr. Vazir, why were you arrested? Because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us from reporting.
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड. इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए.
We are standing in the premise of a church right in the middle of Bucha. This is exactly what Ukraine is now calling it, a genocide that has been committed by the Russian troops.
भारत की परिभाषा से मतलब सहमत है.
Everybody has right to self-determine. If I say Punjab is a separate country, I have right to do it.
It's a political fight over the Bengal violence snowballing. The BJP meets with the governor alleging police inaction. Governor visits the violence hit areas in Rishra, will be sending a report to the MHA this evening. Mamata Banerjee pinning the blame on the BJP, says the BJP is funding the riots in Bengal. The Congress amplifying the China stand on Arunachal even as the MEA sets the record straight. The NI team in Kannur in Kerala to investigate the train attack. What we also do know is a suspect has been apprehended from the state of Uttar Pradesh. Trump campaigns get a life as the former US president arrives in New York for surrender. A very good evening and thank you for staying with us on Republic. I'm Deepthi Sachdeva and we will put our top focus back on what's been happening in Bengal. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been almost 6 days post the Ram Navami celebrations. But why is it that we continuously see a flare-up and sporadic incidents of violence that do come to fore from the state of Bengal? Why do we have a chief minister who continues to already predetermine the entire case and say who's guilty, who's not? Also, the BJP continues to put that big charge, saying that it is the handiwork of the Mamata Banerjee government right now that has stress because of appeasement politics, the reason why it continues to shield these elements. Earlier today, the state BJP chief, Sukanta Majumdar, has written to the Union Home Minister asking for his intervention into what is going on. Also, a BJP delegation expected to meet with the governor shortly.
Here, in the past few days, this is a pernicious trend. We will never allow the forces of darkness, the birds of night, the predators on the freedom of the ordinary man to take society to ransom. We will take strict action against the wrongdoers. People of Bengal have suffered enough. No more of the suffering. People have a right for peaceful living. That right will certainly be established at any cost. Yes, the forces of evil will certainly be contained, destroyed. This is going to be the final solution to this destructive trend which is benumbing society. We are with the people of Bengal. In this, there is no discrimination, there is no difference of opinion. We are all united to curb this trend and assure the people that they can enjoy freedom, peace, and intimidation and violence in politics will be eradicated once and for all. Thank you.
पूछिए रामनवमी की जुलूस जो डे बिफोर यस्टरडे में ऋषिरा में हो रहा था, जिसमें दिलीप घोष, विमान घोष थे, एक एमपी, एक एमएलए, उस जुलूस के ऊपर हमला हुआ बम से। ये बम किसने मारा? बीजेपी बाहर से लोग लाके मस्जिद में क्या लोग घुसा के रखा था जहां से बम मारा गया। वीडियो जो है उसमें जो लोग दिखा जा रहा है वो लोग बीजेपी के थे क्या? टोपी पहन के जो लोग घूम रहे थे, मारपीट कर रहे थे, वो बीजेपी के थे क्या? तो ममता बनर्जी कम्युनल जो सेंसिटिवनेस क्रिएट कर रही है, कम्युनल सिचुएशन क्रिएट कर रही है, ये ममता बनर्जी का काम है।
Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, it is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gheraoed by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced to celebrate in the darkness. The people also accused the MLA for not building any community hall in the constituency. The incident comes just ahead of the elections. Karnataka will go to polls on the 10th of May. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The SI carried out 6 raids at 6 locations in the central and the northern parts of Kashmir. These searches were carried out in districts of Srinagar, Baramulla and Kupwara. The raids were carried out in connection with terror funding case in the valley. The NI officials arrived in Kannur in the morning to basically take charge of the train mishap case that killed 3 people, several injured there. The NI also held a meeting with the senior police officials who right now have been investigating the entire case. Rahul Gandhi was seen fuming over the question on BJP's allegations of the Congress party pressurizing the judiciary. He attacked the centre over the Adani issue once again. He earlier was seen at the AICC in the national capital for the meeting ahead of the next list of the party candidates for the upcoming Karnataka Assembly elections.
Sir, BJP is saying कि आप लोग judiciary पे pressurize कर रहे हैं. Why do you always say what BJP is saying? Every time you say what BJP is saying. But BJP is claiming. There's a very simple thing. ये जो 20,000 करोड़ रुपए अदानी जी की शेल कंपनीज में हैं, ये किसके हैं? ये बेनामी हैं. किसके हैं?
The Congress's Central Election Committee meeting to finalize the remaining 100 candidates for the assembly elections earlier began at the AICC headquarters. The party is expected to announce the second list of its candidates after this meeting. Do remember, the Congress already has announced 124 candidates so far. The NCP chief Sharad Pawar chaired a party review meeting of the NCP MLAs and senior party leaders in the morning. This meeting was held at their party office. The YSRTP chief Y. Sharmila met with Professor Kodankaram of the Telangana Jana Samiti to seek support and to work together under the T-Save banner, which is an initiative by the YSR Telangana Party chief to fight for the right of the students and the unemployed in the state. The NSA Ajit Doval earlier called on the Bhutanese king Jigme Khesar, who arrived in India for a 3-day visit. He also met with the External Affairs Minister earlier, who's also noted that his vision for strengthening the unique partnership with India is deeply appreciated. The Bhutanese king was earlier seen at the Rajghat to pay tributes to Mahatma Gandhi. He's on a 3-day tour to India to expand the close bilateral engagement, especially in the sphere of economic and development cooperation. After an incident of a major fire at the Cochin Port Authority was reported, the Southern Naval Command pressed its naval firefighting services into action. They were rushed to the site and augmented the firefighting efforts of the authorities. Tensions prevailed in Baptala district of Andhra Pradesh after few people attacked Ishwar, who's a private employee, for allegedly making inappropriate comments against B.R. Ambedkar. He made these derogatory comments. He'd posted this on his WhatsApp status, which led to anger amongst the followers, and he was later attacked on Monday night. It's a massive blaze that engulfed a clothing market in the Bangladesh capital city of Dhaka. No casualties have been reported. Also, South Korea, US and Japanese navies continue with the anti-submarine drills to boost their coordination against increasing North Korean missile threats. We'll have that and much more on the other side of this very quick break.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michelle, first visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's P. Chidambaram right now. He's been arrested. It was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us.
एनआईए की टीम बाजे को लेकर यहाँ पहुंची है क्योंकि एविडेंसेस डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे इसी
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here at Bhad. They're trying to stop.
Today the whole nation is looking at you. What exactly are your thoughts? Why must
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोग की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that he is Gandhi and not Savarkar, and Gandhi never apologized, right after which we saw there was a press
ধর্মীয় অনুষ্ঠানে হস্তক্ষেপ করে না আর পুলিশ সব সময় কিছুটা হলেও পলিটিক্যাল ছিল আছে থাকবে সেটা পলিটিক্যাল ইস্যুগুলোর প্রশ্নে কিন্তু কিছু বিষয় থাকে যেখানে পুলিশ কিন্তু এই রকম পরিবেশে কোনো নেতা মন্ত্রীদের কথা শোনে না সেখানে তারা ডিস্ট্রিক্ট ম্যাজিস্ট্রেট কালেক্টরকে সঙ্গে নিয়ে ম্যাজিস্ট্রেটকে নিয়ে প্রথমেই অ্যাকশন করে আপনি বলুন আপনারা ছবিতে দেখেছেন শিবপুরে কি অ্যাকশন করেছে পুলিশ দর্শক ছিল হ্যাঁ কিনা আপনি বলুন রিসরাতে 2 দিন ধরে পুলিশের ভূমিকা কি ছিল কালকে কোনো মিছিল ছিল না কেন কালকে হামলা দায়ী কে অতএব এসব কথা মানুষ দেখছে মমতা ব্যানার্জিকে বলি ওই দীঘাতে ফ্লপ শো করে কিছু হবে না ভিডিওগুলো দেখে নেবেন মিটিং থেকে মিটিং এর চেহারাটা দেখে নেবেন আপনি যতবার যাবেন ততবার ওখানে ভোট আমার বাড়বে
লাইট বন্ধ করে জিতেছেন আপনি লাইট বন্ধ করে জিতেছেন
আরে উনি প্রমাণ করুন না উনি তো বিচারপতি কৌশিক চন্দ্রকে 5 লক্ষ টাকা ফাইন দিয়েছেন প্রমাণ করুন না কথা বলেন ওনাকে তো বারবার বলি পুরুলিয়ার চাকরি মেদিনীপুরের চাকরি প্রমাণ করুন
She is such a big
আমি প্রমাণ করে দেব আপনার ভাই ষষ্ঠী ব্যানার্জির বাড়ির লোককে কিভাবে অর্থনৈতিক কোটায় ডাক্তার পাস করিয়ে আপনি কেন্দ্রীয় সরকারের প্রথমে এক জায়গায় রেখেছিলেন এসএসকেএম পরে চিত্তরঞ্জনে নিয়ে গেছেন আমি প্রমাণ করে দেব আপনার ভাই ব্যানার্জির ছেলেকে অর্থনৈতিক কোটায় এসএসসি থেকে ডাক্তারি পাস করিয়ে কোথায় চাকরি দিয়েছেন একটা তো ভাই দিয়েছে এসএসসি তে গ্রুপ সি তে
medical education for her relatives. I will prove the corruption of Kartik Banerjee, who is the brother of Chief Minister.
হবে না এখনো পিসি ভাইপো বলেনি এসপি বর্ধমানকে এখনো এডিজি সিআইডি রাজা শেখরনকে বলেনি যে তোমরা এখনো বলেনি
speaking about the murder of Raju Jha, the coal mafia. He is saying that still the Chief Minister and her nephew has not instructed the SP Bardwan to take any necessary step or any comprehensive step. That's why the murderers have not been arrested yet.
পিজি হসপিটালে সকালবেলা নাম লেখাতে হয় সেই লিস্টটা চলে যায় ভাইপোর অফিসে ভাইপোর অফিস থেকে টিক মেরে দেওয়া হয় কে অ্যাডমিশন পাবেন এখানে আপনি পাবেন না অ্যাডমিশন আপনি আপনার বাড়ির লোক
even if you want an admission in the SSKM hospital that is called PG hospital then also you need a green signal from the nephew the Chief Minister
তাই
those who want to get admitted a list is prepared for them and that list is sent to the nephew And those names which are ticked by the nephew of the chief minister, only those get the admission in the SSKM hospital. These kinds of systems are now running in West Bengal.
মমতা ব্যানার্জিকে বলি মেদিনীপুরের ছেলেদের আপনি কি রাজনীতি শিখাবেন? আমি 88 সালে কলেজে সিআর ভোটে লড়া সিআর এখনকার মতো বিনা প্রতিদ্বন্দ্বিতা নয় 95 এর হাজরাকে সতীশ সামন্তকে দেখে সুশীল লাড়াকে দেখে বীরেন শাসমলকে দেখে
even more cases
আপনার মতো
against me.
দুর্নীতির মুখী রানীকে দেখে নয়
I will not learn the politics from you because I am a son of the soil of Midnapur. I have learned politics from Satish Samanto. I have learned politics from Sushil Dhara. I have learned politics from the freedom fighters like them.
কে বামের সঙ্গে কেন বিজেপি এক হতে বাম তো ইরেলিভেন্ট বামের লোকেরা আমতাতে
BJP also does not need to couple with the left forces here because left is irrelevant.
বামের লোকেরা মুখ বন্ধ সেলাই শিবপুর নিয়ে রেশলা নিয়ে
during the night of Lakshmi Puja,
বামেরা নিজেদেরকে
violent incidents occur in Mominpur, Iqbalpur area. Left parties keep a mum. They don't go to the place.
কারণটা হচ্ছে যে সনাতনের বিরোধিতা করাই তাদের
When such incidents are happening in Howrah, in other places, the left are keeping mum.
সিপিএম এর বিকাশ ভট্টাচার্য আমরা গোমাতা বলি
This is the nature of the left forces in West Bengal to oppose the Sanatan forces.
এই মুহূর্তে সাংবাদিকদের মুখোমুখি বিস্ফোরক মন্তব্য তার যেভাবে রিশরা হাওড়া শিবপুর বারবার
We've just had Shubhendu Adhikari. I'm told Ishan Dev is also joining us on the phone line right now. Ishan, there is this Shah war of words between the BJP and the Trinamool. Where do you see the story moving from here? Okay, we'll get Ishan, I'm told, in just a bit. We can also listen in to another BJP reaction that came in from Locket Chatterjee earlier.
ये केंद्रीय सरकार का है ये ट्रेन जो 144 यहाँ पे नहीं लगना चाहिए अगर होगा तो मुझे दिखाना चाहिए पेपर कागज दिखाना चाहिए कि यहाँ पे 144 है ये उनका प्रॉपर्टी नहीं है ये उनका प्रॉपर्टी नहीं है हम लोग थाने में जाना चाहते हैं हम लोग थाने में जाने चाहते हैं
Indicted in a hush money case, the former US President Donald Trump in New York ahead of the historic arraignment on hush money. Security increased in New York amidst Trump's surrender. Protesters warn not a playground for your misplaced anger. New York judge rules no video cameras to be allowed in the courtroom when Trump will be making an appearance. One dead, at least 30 injured as a train derails near The Hague. One carriage ended up into a field next to the tracks. Massive blaze engulfed a clothing market in Dhaka. No casualties have been reported. South Korean, US and Japanese navies continue anti-submarine drills to boost their coordination against increasing North Korean missile threats. Now to our next important story. The former US President Donald Trump is expected to appear before a specially secured Manhattan courthouse. This is going to be today. And these are after criminal charges related to paying hush money to a porn star during his 2016 presidential campaign. Now, Trump earlier has flown to New York in his aircraft from his home. He's currently at the Trump Tower in New York, is what we are given to understand. He is the first former US president to be facing a criminal charge, will be appearing today before the judge. The American media quoted Trump's attorneys as saying that the former president will plead not guilty. After his court appearance, he will immediately fly back to Florida, where he is expected to be speaking later.
Donald Trump has completed a historic journey from his home in Florida to New York City, where he faces an expected arraignment on charges related to hush money payments made during the 2016 presidential campaign to silence claims of an extramarital sexual encounter years earlier. He was driven in his motorcade past banner-waving supporters from Mar-a-Lago, his home in Florida, to an airport. He then flew to LaGuardia Airport. He's now landed and is expected to spend the night at Trump Tower, where there are supporters and protesters who have gathered. He's expected to spend the evening there and is going to return home after his arraignment to Mar-a-Lago, where he's scheduled to deliver a primetime address to supporters.
In the wee hours, a massive fire broke out at a market in Bangladesh's capital. The fire was reported at the market, which is popularly known for cheaper clothes in the country. At least 47 units of firefighters were rushed to the spot in a bid to douse the raging flames. No casualties have been reported so far, and the cause of fire remains yet to be ascertained. Fires at commercial places in Bangladesh have been quite common owing to lack of monitoring and lack of fire safety arrangement. Agency report, Republic TV.
The Israeli speaker has said that terrorists involved in the 26/11 attacks in Mumbai should be brought to justice. He made these remarks during a visit to the Nariman House earlier in Mumbai to pay tributes to the victims of the 26/11 terror attack. The Ukrainian president has thanked the international visitors to Kiev for taking a trip to a village in the battle-scarred Chernihiv region. He says this is one of the most difficult trips in terms of the emotions that he's going through. Officials and expected candidates for Prime Minister's post in Thailand's upcoming election arrived at Bangkok City Hall to register and find out their assigned party number. This is a step in the election process. Drawing the party number attracts widespread attention and analysis. One person died, 30 were injured, many of them seriously, when a train partially derailed in Netherlands. It sent at least one carriage into a field next to the tracks. They were later rushed to the local hospital. A massive fire broke out at a popular market for cheap clothes in Dhaka. This was, as said, a busy market. No casualties were reported. About 47 fire tenders were pressed into service. The Australian governor met with the Vietnamese president and prime minister in an attempt to boost bilateral ties as the two countries mark their 50th anniversary in the country's diplomatic relationship. Israel staged airstrikes in the southern suburbs of the Syrian capital of Damascus, causing some material damage. Reports indicate that strong explosions were heard in the capital and its suburbs. And dozens of homes were destroyed after hundreds of fires sparked across Oklahoma. Many of the homes were in the metro, prompting a lot of these evacuations, road closures, and mass power outages. There's a lot of face-off over the kind of violence we have seen in the state of Bengal. The BJP earlier has met with the governor, alleging police inaction. Also, the NI team is in Kannur to investigate the Kerala attack. Suspect is detained from the state of Uttar Pradesh.
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that he is Gandhi and not Savarkar, and Gandhi never apologized. Right after which we saw there was a press conference that was called in by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, clearly condemning the statement of Rahul Gandhi, and there they have announced that there will be a Savarkar Gaurav Yatra across Maharashtra. So it has been started from today. It will go on till 8th of April.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's me, Chidambaram right now. He's been arrested.
Political face-off over Bengal violence. Mamta blames BJP for Bengal violence. Who is responsible for the violence in Bengal? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Political fight over Bengal violence snowballs. BJP meets governor alleging police inaction. Governor visits violence hit Rishra, says will send report to MHA this evening. Mamta pins the blame on BJP, says BJP is funding the riots in Bengal. Congress amplifies China's stand on Arunachal even as MEA sets the record straight. NI team in Kannur to investigate Kerala attack, suspect detained from Uttar Pradesh. Trump campaigns get live as former US President arrives in New York for surrender. Good evening, you're watching Live and Breaking at 5 p.m. I'm Suesha Samant, and in the very latest that is coming in from the state of West Bengal, where BJP chief Sukanta Majumdar has written to Union Home Minister Amit Shah over the law and order situation in the state and has urged the Home Minister to look into this matter personally. BJP delegation also met with the governor. Sources have informed that the governor is also likely to submit a report on the Ram Navami violence to the Home Ministry. Several reactions coming into this effect. Let's listen in.
Here in the past few days. This is a pernicious trend. We will never allow the forces of darkness, the birds of night, the predators on the freedom of the ordinary man to take society to ransom. We will take strict action against the wrongdoers. People of Bengal have suffered enough. No more of the suffering. People have a right for peaceful living. That right will certainly be established at any cost. Yes, the forces of evil will certainly be contained, destroyed. This is going to be the final solution to this destructive trend which is benumbing society. We are with the people of Bengal. In this, there is no discrimination, there is no difference of opinion. We are all united to curb this trend and assure the people that they can enjoy freedom, peace, and intimidation and violence in politics will be eradicated once and for all. Thank you. We will never allow the miscreants, the hooligans and the goons to take the law into their hands. The police will come down heavily on them. These dark forces of evil, will be brought to book. We will dare them in the den. People of Bengal have a right for peaceful living. That right will be established. Bengal has been suffering this kind of criminalization of politics for a long time. There we will put a final end to it. In this, there is no political differences. The government of India, the state government, political parties, the media, the common man, the silent majority will all join hands and see that mobocracy is rooted out in this democratic land. We see this as a result of those who have connived against India, the Break India Brigade, and those who are working against its nation to destabilize it, and also to see that Atmanirbhar Bharat, which our Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi has declared, they are trying to prevent it.
বাইরের বিহার থেকে গুন্ডা নিয়ে আসছে। বিহারের সব মানুষ তো গুন্ডা নয়, হিন্দি ভাষীরাও যেমন সবাই গুন্ডা নয়, উর্দু ভাষীরাও সবাই গুন্ডা নয়। ধামসা মাদল শান্তির প্রতীক, ঢোল করতাল শান্তির প্রতীক, মা বোনেরা শান্তির প্রতীক, শ্রমিক কৃষকরা শান্তির প্রতীক, আমাদের স্বাভাবিক মানুষরা হচ্ছে শান্তির প্রতীক। আর এরা কি করছে? আপনারা দেখেছেন রামনবমীর মিছিল করতে আমরা কাউকে বাধা দিইনি। রামনবমীর মিছিল রামের নাম বদনাম করবার জন্য বুলডোজার নিয়ে ঢুকেছে হাওড়ায়, ট্র্যাক্টর নিয়ে ঢুকেছে, ট্রেকার নিয়ে ঢুকেছে, পেট্রোল মশলা নিয়ে ঢুকেছে, বন্দুক নিয়ে ঢুকেছে। পুলিশের পারমিশন ছিল না, গায়ের জোরে যারা ফল বিক্রি করে তাদের দোকান পুড়িয়ে দিয়েছে, অনেক মানুষের ঘর জ্বালিয়েছে। আমরা সবাইকে ফলের দোকান কিনে দিচ্ছি, আমরা ফল যাতে বিক্রি করতে পারে ব্যবস্থা করে দিচ্ছি। যাদের ঘর বাড়ি ভেঙেছে তাদের সবাইকে আমরা সাহায্য দিচ্ছি সরকার থেকে। হাওড়াতে যে শান্তি হলো, পরের দিন নাচতে নাচতে চলে গেল রিসরায়। মিটিং করে ইশারা করছে, মিটিং করে ইশারা করছে নেতারা, যাও এবার কাজ করো, ধর্মকর্ম। এটা কি ধর্ম বন্ধু? যে ধর্মে গুন্ডামি আছে তাকে আমি ধর্ম বলে মনে করি না। হিন্দু ধর্মের বদনাম করছে এরা, মনে রাখবেন। যে ধর্ম বন্দুকধারী বক ধার্মিক, যারা বন্দুকধারী বক ধার্মিকেরা বন্দুক ধরে মানুষের রক্ত নিচ্ছে, ঘর জ্বালিয়ে দিচ্ছে, এরা হিন্দুও নয়, এরা মুসলমানও নয়, এরা শিখও নয়, এরা খ্রিস্টানও নয়, এরা আদিবাসীও নয়, এরা তপশিলীও নয়, এরা ওবিসিও নয়, এরা হচ্ছে বিজেপির গুন্ডা।
ममता बनर्जी को पूछिए, रामनवमी की जुलूस जो डे बिफोर यस्टरडे में ऋषिरा में हो रहा था, जिसमें दिलीप घोष, विमान घोष थे, एक एमपी एक एमएलए, उस जुलूस के ऊपर हमला हुआ बम से। ये बम किसने मारा? बीजेपी बाहर से लोग लाके मस्जिद में क्या लोग घुसा के रखा था जहां से बम मारा गया। वीडियो जो है उसमें जो लोग दिखा जा रहा है वो लोग बीजेपी के थे क्या? टोपी पहन के जो लोग घूम रहे थे, मारपीट कर रहे थे, वो बीजेपी के थे क्या? तो ममता बनर्जी कम्युनल जो सेंसिटिवनेस क्रिएट कर रही है, कम्युनल सिचुएशन क्रिएट कर रही है, ये ममता बनर्जी का काम है।
मौजूदा समय में ये अत्यंत प्रासंगिक विषय भी है। दुनिया के एक हिस्से में जहां लंबे समय से युद्ध चल रहा है, वहीं भारत में भी देखूं तो जहां एक और शांति का वातावरण है, वहां पर भी रामनवमी की शोभा यात्रा पर उसको शांति से नहीं निकलने देते, ऐसी घटनाएं भी सामने आती हैं। जहां भारत के एक हिस्से में पश्चिम बंगाल की मुख्यमंत्री ये कह देती हैं कि हिंदू इस इलाके में ना जाएं, तो क्या मुख्यमंत्री ही समाज को बांटने पर आ गई, क्षेत्र को बांटने पर आ गई? अपने आप में चिंता का विषय खड़ा हो जाता है। किसी दुनिया के दो देशों के बीच में युद्ध चल रहा हो तो एक अलग बात है, लेकिन अपने ही देश में बंगाल और बिहार में जो स्थिति पैदा कर दो कि रामनवमी के समय भी आपको शांतिपूर्वक शोभा यात्रा ना निकलने दी जाए, आगजनी हो, पथराव हो, हत्या पर मजबूर कर दिया जाए, उस देश में जहां पर देश के प्रधानमंत्री दुनिया भर के देशों को कहते हैं दिस इज नॉट द एरा ऑफ वॉर, ये युद्ध का समय नहीं है, दिस इज द टाइम टू डिस्कस, डेलिब्रेट एंड बी पार्ट ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी एंड डिसाइड। और दुनिया उस बात को मानती है, लेकिन अपने ही देश के दो राज्यों के मुख्यमंत्री एक जहां इस तरह की बातें करते हैं और पक्षपात करने का काम करते हैं, वो अपने आप में बहुत बड़े प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा करता है कि क्या ये वायलेंस के पीछे एक वर्ग है या ये तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति उनको और हवा देने का काम करती है? क्या वोट बैंक की राजनीति में हम अशांति फैलाने का काम इस तरह से भी किया जाता है? ये अपने आप में बहुत सारी चुनौतियां, समस्याएं देश के सामने खड़ा करता है।
आप मस्जिद भी जाके कार्यालय खुलवा दें, मुझे कोई इतराज नहीं, सबको अधिकार है प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनने के लिए, वैकेंसी नहीं है ये एक अलग बात है। लेकिन ये नीतीश कुमार जो कर रहे हैं ये बिहार के लिए और देश के लिए हानिकारक है। क्या आज तक बिहार में कभी तजिया पर या देश में उसके जुलूस पर कोई पत्थर फेंका गया? फेंक भी नहीं सकता।
Ramnavami in Howrah district, there was a procession which was organized by BJP and VHP. We saw BJP workers in the procession brandishing pistols and swords and playing loud DJ. Now these videos were flagged in a press conference addressed by All India Trinamool Congress General Secretary Sri Abhishek Bandyopadhyay. What BJP had to say was that these videos were fake. What do we see today? We see that Shumit Sao, the individual who was carrying the pistol, which was shown in the video by TMC, was arrested from Munger, Bihar. He happens to be a resident of Salkia, Howrah. So Sumit has now confessed to this crime. He has confessed to the fact that yes, he was carrying this pistol in the BJP procession and that he is a BJP worker. So now what does BJP have to say about this? They are the ones who manufacture fake news and fake videos. We wait for their answer as to what they have to say about their BJP worker.
जो वायलेंस होता है उसकी जिम्मेदारी स्टेट गवर्नमेंट पर आयद होती है, वो उनकी नाकामी है।
और जो प्रोसेशन निकालते हैं उन पर भी जिम्मेदारी याद होती है कि उनका प्रोसेशन निकाला गया, उनकी भी जिम्मेदारी होती है कि वायलेंस को ना होने दें।
ममता बनर्जी ने ये बोला है सर कि जहां से प्रोसेशन निकलता है वो मुस्लिम इलाके में नहीं जाए, और उन्होंने ये भी बात कही है कि सेंटर से लोग आए थे, 5 स्टार होटल में रुके थे और उन्होंने पूरी साजिश रची है।
तो आप क्या सो रहे थे? होटल में रेड मारना था, उनको उठाना था होटल से उनको। और अगर जुलूस का परमिशन जो एक रूट दिया गया था, अगर रूट से अगर कोई डाइवर्ट कर रहा है तो आप उनको रोक देते वहां पर। हर प्रोसेशन का एक रूट मैप होता है ना, आप रूट मैप को फॉलो करिए।
And well, now getting you details in this latest report as Khalistani separatist leader and chief of Waris Punjab De, Chief Amritpal Singh, who was allegedly using drug rehabilitation centers and a gurudwara for storing weapons and imparting training, I beg your pardon, to youth to carry out suicide attacks. Punjab police shut down fugitive Amritpal Singh's de-addiction center, calling it a front for illegal activities. Here's that report.
"18 days after Operation Amritpal was launched, Punjab police have locked Amritpal Singh's drug de-addiction center.
18 days after the launch of Operation AP, Amritpal is still at large, but the drug de-addiction center that he was running under the garb of which he was radicalizing the youth has now been shut, and this was the center from where we earlier reported as well, but now it has been closed. All the associates of Amritpal have left this Gurudwara that was in the very near to his native village of Jalupur Kheda, and now this bears a deserted look. This was once used to be the place where Amritpal used to address not only his associates but also those who were coming here, and there are inputs that under the garb of drug de-addiction, Amritpal was running a syndicate of criminals and he was radicalizing them, those who were into the drugs, radicalizing them not only to have the arms training, because several of the videos have emerged where the arms and ammunition training was going on here, but also he was radicalizing them to prepare an army so that he can wage a war. This was what his plan was actually, but the action that was initiated by the Punjab police along with the central agencies is still at large. It has been more than 18 days, and now the drug de-addiction center, the so-called drug de-addiction center he was running, is closed. Or you will find that there are multiple locks that have been put in place. Also all the places where these locks where this place is, that have been locked, completely sealed, and this after the police have told them to clear this area because they had no doctor, they had no license to run this drug de-addiction center here in the Jalupur Khera.
A hall in a compound next to Baba Kala Meher Gurudwara in Amritsar's Jalupur Khera village lies vacant. The place, which was one hub of Amritpal and his associates' activities, now remains locked. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And the latest information coming in, the Kerala train attack case where NIA officials conducted an investigation in Kannur where the train attack happened had been stationed, and NIA has investigated 2 compartments which had caught fire during the petrol attack. The team has also held a meeting with ADGP Law and Order and the entire investigation team.
The investigation is only in this preliminary stage. Hardly 36 hours have been completed of the investigation. We are on the job. We have collected some primary evidences and preliminary investigation is going on. At present, we are not in a position to reveal more details about the investigation, but we hope that we will be able to do some good work in the coming days.
Okay, but we are also understand that NIA is also in Kannur. They are also, on another hand, conducting a separate investigation. Does this mean that there is a very established terror angle to this case?
See, in any such kind of incidents, the concerned other departments and agencies also get associated. It's quite normal on the part of any other agencies to come and do a preliminary investigation on all these. They are doing a preliminary investigation on facts finding all these things. Basically, as a part of the investigation only. So far, the Kerala police is doing comprehensive investigation into various aspects of this case.
Okay, sir, and this person, this name that has come out, that called Shahrukh Saifi, this name has come out, and it has been said that this person has been picked up from Balandur Shahar in Noida in Uttar Pradesh by the Uttar Pradesh ATS. Can you confirm this? Is this true? Or there are other people who say that this person is in the custody of Kerala police? There's so many contradictory news that is going on.
These are all news only. If anything concrete comes out, we will definitely reveal to the media and you will be able to know it.
Does this mean that there's nobody in custody yet, that is nobody held responsible or at least suspects?
I told you, if something which we can reveal to you, we will reveal to you.
Okay, sir. And can we also expect that the Kerala police will be moving to Delhi or something? Because we hear that there is a little bit of people in Delhi conducting an investigation on behalf of Kerala police.
See, we are conducting a comprehensive investigation into this case. And as a part of investigation, we will be looking into all these aspects.
And Republic also visited the site in Kozhikode where the attack had taken place. This is a ground report that has been filed by my colleague Varshini. Take a look.
Right now, we are standing in the railway tracks of the Elattur railway station where the crime of a train petrol attack has happened in Kerala's Kozhikode. And this express train that went from Alappuzha to Kannur has travelled through this route. And when the train had stopped at the Kozhikode railway station, an unidentified person had entered the train and had threw petrol at random passengers and have set ablaze the train compartment. We can even clearly see that the railway tracks have also the marks of fire, the marks of the burnt train moving on this tracks. And it is said that the police who have been investigating the case, particularly initially it was been investigated by the railway police, who found the 3 dead bodies, the 3 casualties in this track. And this is where the police had understood that this is a very important case rather than seeing.
And moving on, YSRTP Chief Y.S. Sharmila, in an exclusive interview to Republic, has hit out at the Telangana Chief Minister for the way he handled the paper leak case. The YSRTP Chief saying that KCR has cheated and looted the youth of Telangana. Listen in.
KCR has blatantly cheated and looted the future of the youth of Telangana. 191,000 jobs were vacant and KCR was supposed to fill them up in this term, and KCR to date hasn't given even one job in all of the 5 years, the last 4.5 years that he is Chief Minister. So yes, I have written letters to all the opposition party leaders requesting them to join this forum, because this forum, irrespective of the political parties, putting our political agendas aside, we will take up the agenda of fighting for the youth of Telangana. Because unless we do that, we will not even be able to achieve a CBI inquiry into the alleged question paper leak or get KCR to give the...
And in the latest that we are just receiving from the state of West Bengal, we understand that Ministry of Home Affairs has sought a report from the Bengal government on the violence. Remember, 2 letters that were written by the state BJP chief to the Home Ministry asking for the Home Minister to personally intervene over what was happening on the ground in connection to the violence in various areas of West Bengal. And now the MHA has sought a report from the Bengal government. Abhishek Kapoor, Senior Executive Editor, joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, further details from you, please, on MHA seeking a report from the West Bengal government and how they're complying.
Well, Suresha, remember the Bengal situation went out of hand during the Ram Navami processions, particularly in Hooghly and Havra. And since then, we have seen the opposition there on the ground up in arms. In fact, the BJP, which is in opposition, and its president, Sukanto Majumdar, he wrote to the Union Home Minister on the situation and sought action or intervention from the center. Now it seems the basic information has been sought by the MHA from the Bengal government. The Chief Secretary has been asked to respond. I believe the Chief Secretary would need to respond in some time-bound manner, possibly a fortnight, following which whatever action needs to be taken would be taken or might be taken. But we are getting to hear from sources that the Union Ministry of Home Affairs has gotten into it and has sought on the law and order situation as it has panned out over the last few days. Remember, earlier we had the governor of Bengal also addressing a press conference and going out and checking for himself what's happening. So obviously center is concerned, and MHA seeking this report as part of its own mechanism to make sure that the law and order remains in control.
Abhishek, given the face-off between the BJP and the TMC, important thing now is to follow procedure and not let this political fight escalate to the level that, it takes the better of what needs to be done, because this is the TMC that is ruling in the state of West Bengal and the BJP in the center. But what really happens, we'll wait and watch for the moment. Thank you for joining us. On that note, it's time for us to slip into a short commercial break. Also on the other side, we get you details of how the Congress is amplifying its stand on Arunachal Pradesh and what China has done, even as the MEA has set the record straight. Meanwhile, Trump campaigns get live as former US president has arrived in New York for surrender.
There's a mail that has been sent to you asking for help. Are you saying that there is no email? Boss, you cannot enter someone.
The biggest actions of the movements of various rank. We've killed the Prime Minister, the Chief Minister, generals of the army. These are all targeted killing.
I am willing to ask you certain questions, sir. Yeah, I will do that. I have a word. You delete everything and then I'm going to... Where is the question of recording, sir? Well, I'll show you, but why did you put your hand to my phone?
Why were you arrested? Because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us from reporting.
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड. इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए.
We are standing in the premise of a church right in the middle of Bucha. This is exactly what Ukraine is now calling it, a genocide that has been committed by the Russian troops.
Everybody has right to self-determine. If I say Punjab is a separate country, I have right to do it.
Troubled with the words that they've used, Mr. Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michel. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Yes. Chidambaram right now. Oh, there it is. He's been arrested. Mr. Vaze, why? Because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us from...
NIA की टीम बाजे को लेकर यहाँ पहुंची है क्योंकि एविडेंसेस डिस्ट्रॉय किए गए थे. इसी नतीजे
200 to 300 supporters are gathered here. Are they trying to stop? Today the whole mission is getting. What exactly are your thoughts? Why must
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है. हमारे साथ ये देखिए, ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है. बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है. देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं. स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है. एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं. 62 लोग की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है. धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है.
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde, who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that
Thank you for staying with Republic. And well, on the western side of the storm lines in the United States that developed have been extremely dry conditions in Oklahoma that have combined with high winds and fueled several large wildfires, which have forced interstate closures and sent residents fleeing from their homes. Getting you all the details in this report.
While residents across parts of the South and Midwest pummeled by deadly storms, forecasters have warned of more severe weather and fire danger in the days ahead. The fierce storms that spawned tornadoes in 11 states killed at least 32. On the western side of the storm lines, developed extremely dry conditions in Oklahoma that combined with high winds to fuel several large wildfires, forcing interstate closures and sent residents fleeing from their homes.
Oh my God, it's never ending. Oh my God, I spent 30 minutes fighting it on the other side. Fighting the west side, now we're going to the east side. It won't stop.
Over 40 homes were destroyed across Oklahoma. And firefighters are leaving no stone unturned to bring the blaze under control. Agency report, Republic TV.
रामनवमी जुलूस में उपद्रव के बाद नालंदा जिले में अभी भी स्थिति तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। हमारे साथ ये देखिए ये महिला बटालियन है जो कि मार्च कर रही है। बिल्कुल कर्फ्यू सा नजारा है। देख सकते हैं कि आसपास के जो दुकान हैं सभी बंद हैं। स्थिति जो है तनावपूर्ण बनी हुई है। एक युवक के मौत के बाद 2 लोग जख्मी हुए हैं। 62 लोग की गिरफ्तारी हो चुकी है। धारा 144 पूरे नालंदा जिले में लगा हुआ है।
The BJP Shiv Sena Savarkar Gaurav Yatra has already been commenced, and we can see the Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde who has been present in the same yatra, and this is against the statement of Rahul Gandhi. We remember in the last press conference where Rahul Gandhi has stated that he is Gandhi and not Savarkar, and Gandhi never apologized. Right after which we saw there was a press conference that was called in by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis clearly condemning the statement of Rahul Gandhi, and there they have announced that there will be a Savarkar Gaurav Yatra across Maharashtra. So it has been started from today. It will go on till 8th of April.
Troubled with the words that they've used this time? Something. Are you troubled with the words? I'm asking.
And that is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you want to speak? Christian, would you give facts to India? Chidambaram has been arrested right now. That's me, Chidambaram right now. He's been arrested. Because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us.
NIA की टीम बाजे को लेकर यहाँ पहुंची है।
आप सभी देश के जन जन तक सही सूचनाएं पहुंचाने में अहम भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। जब नेशन फर्स्ट होता है तब हमारे संकल्प भी बड़े होते हैं और उनको सिद्ध करने के प्रयास भी व्यापक होते हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमने भी ठान लिया है हमारा रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क भी अपने कदम और भी तेज करेगा।
A very good evening. You're watching Republic and I'm Deepthi Sachdeva. Ladies and gentlemen, the state of Bihar still is on the edge. If we are looking for answers, who's behind this political violence that you have seen erupting post the Ram Navami celebrations, there are still no answers. All that you see are charges versus counter charges. The BJP delegation wants the intervention now of the Union Home Minister into what's going on in Bengal. What will happen so far? Mamata Banerjee has also attacked the centre. We get you reactions to that and much more. Also the headlines right now. It's a huge political fight over Bengal violence as the issue continues to snowball. The BJP meets with the governor alleging police inaction. Governor visits the violence-hit area of Rishra, will be sending a report to the MHA this evening. Mamata Banerjee pins the blame on the BJP. She says the BJP is funding the riots in the state of Bengal. In more news, the Congress amplifies the China stand on Arunachal even as the MEA sets the record straight. NI team in Kannur to investigate the Kerala attack. The suspect is detained from Uttar Pradesh. Trump campaigns get a life as the former US president arrives in New York for surrender. First up, let's get you the very latest coming in from the state of Bengal, where you have seen a lot of charges versus the counter charges that continue to fly thick and fast. This as the all-important question: who's responsible for the violence, and why is Mamata Banerjee today acting so slow on those behind the perpetrators of this violence continues to haunt the ruling Trinamool government. The BJP delegation, remember, has already met with the governor. They have sought the intervention of the Union Home Minister. On the other side, earlier in the day, you had the governor who decided to visit the violence-hit areas. He actually toured those areas. He's also appealed for calm, and he's reassured everyone that there is going to be justice in the case.
We will never allow the miscreants, the hooligans and the goons to take the law into their hands. The police will come down heavily on them. These dark forces, forces of evil, will be brought to book. We will dare them in the den. People of Bengal have a right for peaceful living. That right will be established. Bengal has been suffering this kind of criminalization of politics for a long time. There we will put a final end to it. It says there is no political differences. The government of India, the state government, political parties, the media, the common man, the silent majority will all join hands and see that mobocracy is rooted out in this democratic land. We see this as a result of those who have connived against India, the Break India Brigade, and those who are working against its nation to destabilize it, and also to see that Atmanirbhar Bharat, which our Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi has declared, they are trying to prevent it.
বাইরের বিহার থেকে গুন্ডা নিয়ে আসছে। বিহারের সব মানুষ তো গুন্ডা নয়, হিন্দি ভাষীরাও যেমন সবাই গুন্ডা নয়, উর্দু ভাষীরাও সবাই গুন্ডা নয়। ধামসা মাদল শান্তির প্রতীক, ঢোল করতাল শান্তির প্রতীক, মা বোনেরা শান্তির প্রতীক, শ্রমিক কৃষকরা শান্তির প্রতীক, আমাদের স্বাভাবিক মানুষরা হচ্ছে শান্তির প্রতীক। আর এরা কি করছে? আপনারা দেখেছেন রামনবমীর মিছিল করতে আমরা কাউকে বাধা দিইনি। রামনবমীর মিছিল রামের নাম বদনাম করবার জন্য বুলডোজার নিয়ে ঢুকেছে হাওড়ায়, ট্র্যাক্টর নিয়ে ঢুকেছে, ট্রেকার নিয়ে ঢুকেছে, পেট্রোল মশলা নিয়ে ঢুকেছে, বন্দুক নিয়ে ঢুকেছে। পুলিশের পারমিশন ছিল না, গায়ের জোরে যারা ফল বিক্রি করে তাদের দোকান পুড়িয়ে দিয়েছে, অনেক মানুষের ঘর জ্বালিয়েছে। আমরা সবাইকে ফলের দোকান কিনে দিচ্ছি, আমরা ফল যাতে বিক্রি করতে পারে ব্যবস্থা করে দিচ্ছি। যাদের ঘর বাড়ি ভেঙেছে তাদের সবাইকে আমরা সাহায্য দিচ্ছি সরকার থেকে। হাওড়াতে যে শান্তি হলো, পরের দিন নাচতে নাচতে চলে গেল রিসরায়।
আউটপুট দাও দাও।
হয়েছে রেডি? সবাইকে নমস্কার। আপনারা জানেন রামনবমীকে কেন্দ্র করে পশ্চিমবঙ্গের বিভিন্ন জায়গায় যে হিংসাত্মক ঘটনা ঘটেছে, যে সাম্প্রদায়িক আক্রমণ ঘটেছে এবং বর্তমানে ল অ্যান্ড অর্ডার সিচুয়েশন যে পশ্চিমবঙ্গের ভয়ঙ্করতম জায়গায় পৌঁছচ্ছে, তা নিয়ে আমরা মহামহিম রাজ্যপাল সিভি আনন্দ বোস তার সাথে দেখা করে তাকে প্রতিবেদন দিয়েছে এবং এটা কোনো বিচ্ছিন্ন ঘটনা নয়। দেখুন, এর ভূমিকা বা গৌরচন্দ্রিকা শুরু হয়েছিল এই কলকাতার বুকে জাগরণের মণ্ডপে অ্যাটাক থেকে। আপনারা দেখেছিলেন রামনবমী ঠিক কয়েকদিন আগে জাগরণ যেখানে হওয়ার কথা সেখানে অ্যাটাক হয়েছিল কলেজ স্ট্রিটে। শীতলা মায়ের যে পুজো হয়েছিল সেটা ভেঙে দেওয়া হয়েছিল। বারবার এই ধরনের ঘটনা ঘটছিল এবং রামনবমীতে আমরা দেখলাম রামনবমীর উপর বোম পাথর দিয়ে অ্যাটাক করা হলো। এটা প্রি প্ল্যান ছিল, কারণ এই বোমা আপনি আজকে চাইলে আজকে বানাতে পারেন না, যে বাড়িতে গিয়ে উনুনে বসিয়ে বোমা বানিয়ে নিয়ে চলে এলাম। এ তো খিচুড়ি বানানোর মতো সহজ বিষয় নয়। অতএব বারবার তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের তরফ থেকে যে প্রভোকেশন এই শব্দটা ব্যবহার করা হচ্ছে, আমরা মাননীয় গভর্নর সাহেবকে জানিয়েছি যে এই প্রভোকেশন শব্দটা শুধুমাত্র অজুহাত হিসেবে ব্যবহার করা হচ্ছে, কারণ এই বোম এবং তার সাথে পাথর আগে থেকে সঞ্চয় করে রাখা ছিল, অর্থাৎ প্রি প্ল্যান্ড এই হামলা হয়েছে। এছাড়াও রামনবমী ছাড়াও রাজ্যে যে সমস্ত ঘটনা ঘটেছে, বাচ্চা মেয়ে ধর্ষিত হয়ে তার মার্ডার থেকে শুরু করে, গাজলের ঘটনা থেকে শুরু করে, তিলজলার ঘটনা থেকে শুরু করে 27,000 কেজি অ্যামোনিয়াম নাইট্রেট পশ্চিমবঙ্গ পুলিশ জানতে পারে না, আর এনআইএ দিল্লি থেকে এসে তাকে উদ্ধার করে নিয়ে চলে যায়, অপরাধীদের অ্যারেস্ট করে নিয়ে চলে যায়। এই যে পুরো ল অ্যান্ড অর্ডার কোল্যাপস করে গেছে পশ্চিমবঙ্গের, এই বিষয়ে আমরা মাননীয় গভর্নরকে সমস্ত ডিটেলসে জানিয়েছি। উনি আজ নিজে এলাকায় গেছেন এবং এর ফলে সেখানকার মানুষ তার সাথে সরাসরি কথা বলার সুযোগ পেয়েছেন। মাননীয় গভর্নর সাহেব বুঝতে পেরেছেন এবং উনি অনুভব করেছেন যে পশ্চিমবঙ্গের পরিস্থিতি অত্যন্ত খারাপ এবং ট্রেনের উপর স্টেশনে 3 ঘন্টা করে দাঁড়িয়ে থাকা, এই যে ঘটনাগুলো ঘটেছে যা ওনাকে খুব উদ্বিগ্ন করেছে। সেজন্য G20 বৈঠক উনি সংক্ষিপ্ত করে ওনার দার্জিলিং করে উনি এলাকায় গেছেন, তার জন্য আমরা তাকে ধন্যবাদও জানিয়েছি। আপনারা নিশ্চয়ই খবর পেয়েছেন যে মাননীয় গৃহমন্ত্রী রাজ্য সরকারের কাছ থেকে রিপোর্টও চেয়েছেন এবং মাননীয় রাজ্যপাল আমাদেরকে অনুরোধ করেছেন যে উনি প্রশাসনের সর্বোচ্চ স্তরের সাথে অলরেডি স্টেটে কথা বলছেন, কেন্দ্রেও কথা বলবেন। আমাদেরকে অনুরোধ করেছেন রিষড়া এবং তার সংলগ্ন এলাকায় না যেতে। আমরা তাই রিষড়া যাচ্ছি না। আর আমরা যদি দেখি গতকাল রাত্রের মতো আবার আজকে ঘটনা ঘটছে, তাহলে আগামীকাল আবার আমরা ধর্নায় বসতে বাধ্য হবো এবং সেটা কলকাতায় ওনার রিকোয়েস্ট আমরা ধর্না প্রদর্শন করব।
আজকে আপনি অমিত শাহকে একটি চিঠি দিয়েছেন কেন্দ্রীয় স্বরাষ্ট্রমন্ত্রীকে, যদি সে বিষয়ে একটু বিস্তারিত বলেন। দেখুন,
ল অ্যান্ড অর্ডার কিভাবে রিষড়াতে লঙ্ঘিত হচ্ছে, বারবার হাওড়াতে হয়েছে, সমস্ত বিষয়ে ওনাকে আমরা জানিয়েছি, এর আগেও জানিয়েছি এবং আমরা মেইনলি মহামহিম রাজ্যপালের সাথে দেখা করে যে রিকোয়েস্ট করেছি ইমিডিয়েট সেন্ট্রাল ইন্টারভেনশন। তাহলে এই পুলিশ মেনটেন করতে পারছে না ল অ্যান্ড অর্ডার, অজুহাত দিয়ে বাঁচার চেষ্টা।
Police is not being able to maintain law and order situation in the state of West Bengal.
সেটা কি আপনি রাজ্যপালকে জানিয়েছেন?
ওনাকে সমস্ত কিছু জানানো হয়েছে। উনি আগে থেকেও জানতেন, উনি টিভিতে সবসময় নজর রাখছেন পরিস্থিতি কি, সবসময় রাজ্যের প্রশাসনের কর্তাদের সাথে কথা বলছেন, বিভিন্ন মিটিংও হয়েছে তার, আপনারা নিশ্চয়ই জানেন। এবং সমস্ত বিষয়ের দিকে তার নজর আছে এবং উনি আশ্বস্ত করেছেন যে এইভাবে গুন্ডাগিরি চলতে দেবেন না, এইভাবে গুন্ডাগিরি চলতে পারে না পশ্চিমবঙ্গে।
Hooliganism and Gundagiri cannot continue.
তার বক্তব্য যে আনন্দ বোস এখনো রাজভবনকে ধ্বংস করার মতো বানাননি, কি বলবেন?
দেখুন, এই বিষয়ে মাননীয় এলওপি কি বলেছেন তার সাথে আমি ডিসকাস করে তবে উত্তর দেব।
Right now, I'm not sure of what the honorable leader of opposition has said.
প্রশাসন নির্বিকার চিত্তে আছে, প্রশাসনের উপর পলিটিক্যাল ইনস্ট্রাকশন আছে। আমাকে যে অফিসার ভূমিকা দেখে তো আমরা বুঝতে পারছিলাম যে হি ইজ হেল্পলেস, তার কিছু করার নেই, ভঙ্গিমায় সেটা বলে বোঝা যাচ্ছে। পুলিশকে পুরো পলিটিক্যাল ইনস্ট্রাকশন দেয়া আছে, বিশেষ কিছু ধরনের হুলিগ্যানদের বিরুদ্ধে কোনো স্টেপ নেওয়া যাবে না, এটা মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর স্ট্যান্ডিং ইনস্ট্রাকশন আছে। আমরা অভিযোগ করছি এবং সেটাই হচ্ছে।
There are standing instructions that have been given by the Chief Minister.
রাজ্য প্রশাসনের উপর ভরসা নেই বলে তো সেন্টার ইন্টারভেনশন চাইছি। আমরা রাজ্যবাসীকে অনুরোধ করব আপনারা পিস শান্তি বজায় রাখুন। এবং আমি মুসলিম সমাজের বুদ্ধিজীবী যারা চিন্তাশীল ব্যক্তি তাদেরকেও অনুরোধ করব, মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় এবং তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের পাতা ফাঁদে পা দেবেন না। উনি তার হারিয়ে যাওয়া ভোট ব্যাংককে ফিরিয়ে আনার জন্য, দুর্নীতি থেকে চোখ ঘোরানোর জন্য উনি নাটক করছেন। ওনার কাছে কারো জীবনের মূল্য নেই, নিজের পরিবার ছাড়া। আপনাদের পরিবারের মূল্য আছে আপনার কাছে। দেখুন শিবপুরের ঘটনায় সেই মিছিলে কতজন ছিল? কয়েক হাজার মানুষ ছিল। একজন নাকি একটা বন্দুক নিয়ে গেছে, সেই বন্দুকটা খেলনা বন্দুক না অরিজিনাল বন্দুক এখনো পর্যন্ত আমরা জানি না। দ্বিতীয় কথা হচ্ছে, যখন বন্দুক নিয়ে গেছিল সঙ্গে সঙ্গে তাকে গ্রেপ্তার করা হলো না কেন? আমরা তো চেয়েছিলাম তাকে গ্রেপ্তার করা হোক। বিজেপি এবং রামনবমী যারা অর্গানাইজাররা তারা কেউ অস্ত্র নিয়ে রামনবমীর পক্ষে নয়। তবে এটা ঠিক, রামনবমীর জন্য আপনি শর্ত বেঁধে দেবেন ডিজে ব্যবহার করা হবে না, অস্ত্র নিয়ে রামনবমী করা হবে না, তাহলে অন্য ধর্মের প্রসেশনের জন্য নয় কেন? আমার এই চাওয়াটা কি সাম্প্রদায়িক ডিমান্ড? আপনি যদি রামনবমীর জন্য বেঁধে দেন যে তরোয়াল নিয়ে রামনবমীতে যাওয়া যাবে না হিন্দুদের জন্য, তাহলে আপনি কেন মহরমের ক্ষেত্রে সেই সেম কন্ডিশন কেন লাগাবেন না? এর যুক্তিটা কি আমাকে বুঝিয়ে দিন। যেদিন মুখ্যমন্ত্রী এবং তৃণমূল কংগ্রেস বুঝিয়ে দিতে পারবে সেদিন আমরা মেনে নেব। কিন্তু ওই একটা বন্দুকওয়ালা ছবি দেখিয়ে আপনি জাস্টিফাই করবেন, যদি একজনের হাতে বন্দুক বা বন্দুকের মতো কিছু থাকে, আসল নকল আমি জানি না, তার জন্য সেই রামনবমীর মিছিলে হামলা করা যায়, তাহলে তো কয়েক বছর আগে মহরমের যে মিছিল হচ্ছে তার উপরে তো প্রতি বছর তাহলে হামলা হওয়া উচিত ছিল সেই যুক্তি অনুসারে, কারণ প্রতি বছর মহরমে অস্ত্র ব্যবহার হয়। তাহলে হিন্দুরা হামলা করতো তাদের উপরে। হিন্দুদের অনেকে প্রভোগ হওয়া উচিত ছিল, কেন হিন্দুরা হয়নি?
সেক্ষেত্রে কুণাল ঘোষের এই যে অভিযোগ, আপনারা কি দলীয় নেতৃত্বে যাদের সঙ্গে ছবি দেখা যাচ্ছে দলের তরফে রাজ্য সভাপতি খোঁজ নেবেন?
দেখুন, প্রথম কথা হচ্ছে কার একজনের ছবি দেখা কুণাল ঘোষ সেটা নিয়ে অত গুরুত্ব দেওয়া, কত বড় বড় চোরের সাথে ওদের ছবি বেরিয়েছে। আগে সেই চুরিটা যে এই চুরি থেকে চোখ ঘুরিয়ে দেবে চিন্তা নেই, যেদিন আবার নতুন উইকেট পড়বে বাংলার মানুষ বুঝে যাবে যে চোরেরা সেই জায়গাতেই আছে। দেখুন, আমি হিন্দু সমাজকে অনুরোধ করব, আপনারা হনুমান জয়ন্তী যেরকম পালন করার আপনারা করুন, নির্ভয়ে করুন, এবং রাজ্য প্রশাসনকে দায়িত্ব নিতে হবে। কারো যদি এক ফোঁটা আঘাত হয় ভারতীয় জনতা পার্টি আবার রাস্তায় নামতে বাধ্য হবে। মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় এর আগে রামনবমীর আগে এই ধরনের কথা বলে উত্তপ্ত পরিবেশ তৈরি করে মুসলিমদেরকে ভয় পাইয়ে ভোট করার চেষ্টা করছেন। আবার সেটা কি আপনি ঠিক করবেন না মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় ঠিক করবেন? মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় সেই রাইটস আছে? মহরমের কিভাবে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় ঠিক করে দেওয়ার ক্ষমতা রাখেন? হিন্দুরা তাদের ধর্মীয় উৎসব কিভাবে পালন করবে? আমরা তো জানলাম বাঙালির 12 মাসে 13 পর্ব, মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় তখন মেলা খেলা করে 12 মাসে 365 পালন করে দিয়েছে, তো তখন তো জিজ্ঞেস করেননি। তো হিন্দুরা তাদের রিলিজিয়াস অ্যাক্টিভিটিস, তাদের ধর্মীয় আচার আচরণ উদযাপন কিভাবে করবে সেটা মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের কথাই হবে না। বিধির বাঁধন
How are
ভাঙবে তুমি,
Hindus going
এত বড়
to
শক্তিমান
celebrate
তুমি হয়ে
their
যাওনি।
festivals? What are the Hindu rituals? How is it that going to be?
আটকালো পুলিশ।
দেখুন লকেট
Will that be
চট্টোপাধ্যায়
decided
আমিও
by
টিভিতে দেখেছি,
Mamata Banerjee?
তার সাথে আমার কথা হয়েছে দিল্লি থেকে রওনা হওয়ার আগে। তিনি রিসরা যাওয়ার চেষ্টা করেছিলেন। আমাদের উদ্দেশ্য একটাই, আমাদের কর্মীরা যারা মার খেয়েছে, যারা অসুস্থ হয়েছে, তাদের সাথে দেখা করা। সেক্ষেত্রেও পুলিশ
Our objective of going to Rishra was basically to meet those BJP workers who have been beaten up and those who were injured.
সংস্কৃতি নয়, কিছু সমাজ বিরোধীদের নিয়ে রিশরায় হিংসা তৈরি করা হয়েছে।
দেখুন সব থেকে বড় সমাজ বিরোধী এই মুহূর্তে মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী। তার কারণ
if there is someone who is against
যেখানে হামলা হয়েছে বোমা দিয়ে, কারা হামলা করেছে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী তাদের ছবি ভিডিও আনুক, কেন আনছেন না? হাওড়ার রামনবমীতে শিবপুরে কারা হামলা করেছে বাড়ির উপর থেকে,
who had basically
কেন তাদের নাম সামনে আনছেন না? কে রামনবমীতে বন্দুক নিয়ে নেচেছে তাই ছবি দেখাচ্ছেন, সে বন্দুক আসল না নকল জানি না। আর যে পুলিশ ২৭,০০০ কেজি অ্যামোনিয়াম নাইট্রেট কোথায় আছে কলকাতার বুকে খুঁজে পায় না, সে একজন লোককে খুঁজে পেয়ে যাচ্ছে বন্দুক হাতে। মনে হয় না এটা
which was being found in West Bengal and someone from Mumbai had to come and find it, then what can be
তারপরে ওখানে গিয়ে লুকাতে বলেছে, তারপরে গিয়ে ধরে এনেছে। নাহলে যে পুলিশ ২৭,০০০ কেজি অ্যামোনিয়াম নাইট্রেট কলকাতার বুকে খুঁজে পায় না, এতটা অপদার্থ।
How is it that West Bengal police cannot find ammonium nitrate that was recovered from Kolkata and that too in large quantities?
আমরা চাইছি কেন্দ্রীয় হস্তক্ষেপ হোক। এবার কেন্দ্রীয় গৃহমন্ত্রক ঠিক করবে, হোম মিনিস্ট্রি ঠিক করবে সুইটেবল কি, যদি ৩৫৫ ধারা দাঙ্গা রোকার জন্য রিশরা এবং হাওড়া যেখানে যেখানে দাঙ্গা হয়েছে সেখানে যদি ইম্পোজ করা হয়, আমার মনে হয় মানুষের মধ্যে কনফিডেন্স আছে। আমরা কথা অমিত শাহজিকে চিঠি লিখেছি, ওনার সাথে কথাও বলবো এবং ওনাকে রিকোয়েস্ট করবো সেন্ট্রাল ইন্টারভেনশনের জন্য। যদি না এই রাজ্য সরকার
confidence among the people will be restored if the center basically steps in to ensure that the violence in places like Rishra and Hooghly is
কিন্তু কিছু ফ্যানাটিক পাবলিক আছে যারা সাম্প্রদায়িক উস্কানিতে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের কথায়, তৃণমূল কংগ্রেসের কথায় এই সাম্প্রদায়িক পরিবেশ বজায় রাখার চেষ্টা করছে এবং মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় তাদেরকে আশকারা দিচ্ছে যে যাও তোমরা যা ইচ্ছে করো, আমার পুলিশ তোমাদের গায়ে হাত দেবে না, তোমাদের গায়ে লাঠিও পড়বে না, কাঁদানে গ্যাসও পড়বে না।
There are some fanatics who under the instructions of Trinamool Congress and the Chief Minister have basically been carrying out communal activities, and the assurance that has been given by the Chief Minister that nothing will happen to them, the police will not even touch them.
দেখুন পুলিশ পারে না এমন কোনো কাজ নেই। পুলিশ এই দাঙ্গা পলিটিক্যাল ইনস্ট্রাকশনের জন্য পারেনি, এটা পলিটিক্যাল।
There are political instructions that have been given to the police and that is the reason why they are not being able to operate.
ইসরার হিন্দুদের এবং রামনবমীতে অংশগ্রহণকারী রাম ভক্তদের বলিদান দিতে হচ্ছে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় পলিটিক্যাল অ্যাসপিরেশন পূরণ করার জন্য, নাথিং এলস।
That is only because of the political aspirations of Mamata Banerjee.
বা সংলগ্ন এলাকায় উপদ্রুত এলাকার আশেপাশে আপনাদের না যেতে বা বিজেপি নেতৃত্বকে না যেতে, সেক্ষেত্রে আপনি কি এই অভিযোগ করেছেন যে অভিযোগ আপনি গত দুদিন ধরে করছেন, তৃণমূল নেতৃত্ব কেন ১৪৪ ধারার মধ্যে?
আমি ওনাকে জানিয়েছি উনি পুলিশের উচ্চপদস্থ কর্তাদের সাথে কথা বলবেন, মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর সাথে উনি কথা বলবেন বলে জানিয়েছেন। এবং আমরা যদি দেখি যে অবস্থার উন্নতি হচ্ছে না, সেক্ষেত্রে আমরা অন্য আর যদি পুলিশ প্রশাসন নিরপেক্ষভাবে পদক্ষেপ নেয় তাহলে ধন্যবাদ। চিঠি গ্রুপে দিয়ে দিয়েছে।
হবে না, আজকে দাঙ্গা হবে কিনা তুমি বললে উনি বলবেন কাল ধর্ণা করা।
Well, the big talking point across the entire country has been the situation in Bengal. What started over Thursday has continued now non-stop. Up till Tuesday, it's been 4 days of violence and intermittent violence. The West Bengal Chief Minister says these are cases of provoked riots. And joining me now is the West Bengal Governor. Governor C.V. Ananda Bose. This morning he had to cut short his presence at the G20 event in Darjeeling to rush back to the Rishra clash site and take stock of the situation himself as arson and violence continued there, and he went on the ground to get a sense of it himself. Dr. Bose, thank you for speaking to Republic. What do you make of the situation on the ground?
Thank you. The situation is highly deplorable, unfortunate. This is a case where the thugs and the hooligans have taken the law in their hands, where mobocracy is derailing democracy. This is a situation where a few persons, misdirected elements in society, the lumpen elements, they have been able to hold society to ransom. They have been able to deprive the common man of Bengal from the right to live in peace. This has to be contained effectively, proactively, and in a way which will not make others dare to repeat this. We are determined, the state is determined, constitution will be upheld, and this kind of trends where people's peace is disturbed and if we hooligans take the law in their hands and go berserk on the street will end, should end, and this is going to be the final solution to that. People are fed up of tolerating this in Bengal for a long time. An end is here. I say this may perhaps be the beginning of that end.
Do you think the state government has been tough enough? Do you think the full force of the state government, of the state police, has really been used so far as it should have been?
This is an occasion for action, not dissection. I will reserve my comments and my judgment on the state government later. Now the process is on. The government of India and the state government, all the stakeholders, including the political strata, the media, the common man, and the silent majority, we are all together to see that this criminality ends here and now.
The Chief Minister says that the ruling party at the center is provoking riots in Bengal.
I reserve my comments. Now I am into the action. Let the action be over. Then there can be analysis and assessment and judgment can come later.
So you are not ruling anything out for now, Dr. Bose. You are still assessing the situation, but you're not giving anyone a clean chit for now.
I am not ruling anything in either.
Yeah, you're not ruling in or out. Absolutely. Now you went to the SSKM. You went to the SSKM. Yeah, you're saying something. Go on.
Yes, I went to the field because I wanted to hear straight from the horse's mouth, that is from the common man, how he perceives things. And in democracy, it is a perception of the common man that is important. I feel that my role as a governor, the powers of the governor has been given by the Constitution of India. Who framed the Constitution? We the people. We the people gave to ourselves this Constitution. Therefore, my first duty is to the people. My second duty is to the people. My third duty is to the people. I am in the field. I am with the people. I wanted to hear from them. I have heard from them. I have understood their feelings. I have made my own assessment, which I will reveal in the public domain at the appropriate time, in the appropriate manner.
But prima facie, do you think the violence was pre-planned?
Violence is violence. Its manifestations are there. What is the cause of it? Who is behind it? These are all to be decided after objective investigation. I will cause the investigation to be done. Now this is a time of action to be in the field. People want normalcy to be restored. They want to live in peace. That is a priority. That is why I am working now. The rest of it will come later and will certainly be informed to the public in the appropriate manner. That is the approach now.
Would you welcome the intervention of central agencies in the investigation into the violence?
These are all matters of analysis which I am doing. I have yet not arrived at my judgment in the matter. Now, action. This is a stage of action. The rest of it will come eventually.
Mr. Bose, the Chief Minister made a comment about how in certain areas there's an attempt, these processions should not have gone. I think the reference earlier, she made a reference to Muslim areas. In your view, as the Governor of Bengal and as a high constitutional authority, you really believe in any area being demarcated around religion? Can we really talk about any area being a Muslim area anymore, or a Hindu area for that matter?
The Chief Minister is a constitutional colleague of the Governor. There can be difference in perception between the two. The Chief Minister may analyze things in her own way. I may have different analysis. This is not the time to air it here. I am watching, I am listening. Certainly, I will take action to the best of my knowledge, and it will be announced at the appropriate time. Perceptions may change. Perceptions of the Chief Minister and the Governor maybe are different on certain perspectives, which I will come to you later.
So there are some differences of perspectives even now, aren't there? I mean, you don't need to elaborate on the details.
We look at things in our own perspective. Our own perspective need not be uniform in everything. There is unity of action between us. Unity does not mean uniformity. There will be difference of perception, even difference of opinion, but we are trying to find out what are all the areas of convergence, not divergence. That is a priority now.
What did the BJP leaders tell you? Mamta, the situation is very, very political, Your Excellency. What did the BJP leaders tell you? You know, they are saying that they are not being allowed to celebrate Hindu festivals. What was your response to them? People would really like to know a little bit more in detail on what that was, what that conversation was like.
What the BJP feels, I will ask the BJP and respond to that.
You're being very guarded. We're being very guarded. That's not your essential nature, but you're being very, very guarded as of now. What's the reason for that, Mr. Governor?
Good fences make good neighbors. There should not be a turf war. Each one should learn to live within his guarded territory. See, I know the limitations of the governor, the powers of the governor, the authority of the governor. Everything is defined in the Constitution of India. As a constitutional head of the state here, I will certainly confine within the walls of the Constitution. There will be no fear or favor. I will do my duties head high for the welfare of the people, with the Constitution as a guiding light.
But again, let me draw you in one more question. Mr. Bose, certain parties say they were blocked from visiting the victims even when they were going in ones or twos, which is allowed even under Section 144. So the BJP says we're not even being allowed to visit the victims. What's your view on that?
If any aberrations are there, if any aberrations are made in the interpretation of Section 144 or its imposition, I will certainly look into that. Whatever is legally permissible will be ensured to all parties without fear or favor.
Okay. Well, very proactive on the ground. I must say the governor is being very guarded right now, but maybe for the right reasons. And when are you going to give your report? Because there's a lot of speculation on your report. There's a lot of speculation on what you're going to say. And there are some people in the ruling party in Bengal who say this is all a central conspiracy to introduce president's rule in Bengal. What are your thoughts? When is that report coming out?
My report is under preparation. First stage is fact-finding, data-gathering stage. That is over. Now the analysis, assessment and judgment. Then my report will be submitted. It will be done very soon. If you ask me how soon, I can give you two questions, a short answer and a long answer. Short answer is soon. Long answer is as soon as possible.
Fantastic. I like your play of words. I really like your play of words. Dr. Bose keeping a close watch on the ground. Very proactive governor of Bengal. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
NIA team in Kannur to investigate Kerala attack. Police probes terror angle. Was it a lone wolf attack? More details on this is exclusive. From Kerala to Uttar Pradesh, Republic tracks accused in Kerala train fire incident. Probe team reaches Noida to collect details of the suspect. Political fight over Bengal violence snowballs. BJP meets governor alleging police inaction. Governor visits violence hit Rishra, will send report to MHA. Congress amplifies China stand on Arunachal even as MEA sets the record straight. Trump campaigns get life as former US president arrives in New York for surrender. Well, the biggest talking point in the Bengal violence, what started on Thursday as communal clashes continued till late last night in Rishra. Bengal Governor C.V. Anand Bose cut short his G20 event in Darjeeling and visited the violence-affected areas in Rishra. Meanwhile, there has been a political face-off over the clashes with the Trinamool Congress and the BJP training guns at each other. But the question is, who exactly is fueling the fire in Bengal? Let's put out the full details and that big exclusive with Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami, Bengal Governor Anand Bose speaking to him and giving us the latest details. Remember, earlier in the day, the Governor of West Bengal visited the violence-hit areas. Not just that, he also took a detour, went to SSKM hospital, met those who were injured in the violence, and now we're given to understand that he's going to submit that report to the Union Home Ministry. He's completely tight-lipped as to what exactly will the report entail. But having said that, there's already been a massive political war of words between the BJP and the Trinamool Congress. Let's listen in what both sides have to say, and then we'll also play out the interview of the Bengal governor.
ये वायलेंस के पीछे एक वर्ग है, यह तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति उनको और हवा देने का काम करती है। क्या वोट बैंक की राजनीति में हम अशांति फैलाने का काम इस तरह से भी किया जाता है, ये अपने आप में बहुत सारी चुनौतियां, समस्याएं देश के सामने खड़ा करता है।
ये तो ममता बनर्जी ही कराती हैं, तो किसको कहेंगे? अब तो हालत ये हो गया है, हिंदू अब पलायन कर रहे हैं। ये उसको पाकिस्तान और बांग्लादेश बनाना चाहते हैं।
Well, in fact, in a short while from now, we'll have both sides, the Bharatiya Janata Party and Trinamool Congress joining us. So this is exclusive. That first big reaction now coming in from the Bengal governor. Bengal governor making it very clear that his position is for the people. The question here is that for how long will the violence really continue? It is continuing unabated. First, it was in Shibpur area of Howrah district, and now same sort of violence playing out in Rishra district. It turns out that the questions that the Bharatiya Janata Party is now raising is of police inaction. Direct charges are now being leveled by the BJP against the Trinamool Congress government, saying that political instructions are now being given to the West Bengal police, and that is the reason why not much really happening on the ground. Arrests haven't really taken place. So far, over 35 people have already been arrested. Trinamool Congress, on the other hand, says that goons have been hired. In fact, earlier in the day, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee had trained her guns at the center, saying that goons were actually hired from Bihar and they were brought into the state of West Bengal to only disrupt the law and order situation in the state. Is that the case? Questions are now being raised as to why exactly additional force was not brought in when the police as well as the government was basically aware that things could actually go out of hand. In fact, joining us on this broadcast is Shatarupa from the Bharatiya Janata Party, and we'll also be joined by the Trinamool Congress in a short while from now. We're hoping that the Trinamool Congress will be joining us in a short while from now. Shatarupa, Governor spoke to Arnab a short while back, makes it abundantly clear that the situation is certainly volatile. That's very clear. But again, I'll stick to the charges that have been leveled against you by the Trinamool Congress. They say that how did guns really enter the Ram Navami procession? Mamata Banerjee earlier in the day said you were hiring goons from the neighboring state. Those are the allegations that have been leveled against you.
Chavan, good evening. You see, these allegations are not new. They've done this before the show. I was with you earlier also, a few days back. Then also they have made the same allegation. Our point is here very clear. The state president, the Honorable State President Shukanta Majumdar, has made it amply clear that number one, if we had BJP, the other organizations, VHP, where there are various other Bajrang Dal, etc., various other organizations have had, I think, about 1,000 processions all over West Bengal, where lakhs and lakhs of people have spontaneously participated. Now, if these lakhs and lakhs of people BJP has, hijacked from other states, then I would say, without even bothering to clarify this, I would say that the state government and the police have a lot to answer to the general public at large. And what were they doing if lakhs and lakhs of people have come from another state or other states, as they are saying, with guns? Here is the place where guns and different kinds of armaments are found at large. West Bengal, whenever, 2 days given apart, 2 days, you will hear guns and arson manufactured here as if it's like an industry. As far as that one solitary gun which was found in apparently a procession in Howrah, we really have no idea, because this is a procession conducted by VHP. If at all this person has been found with a gun, then the police has done the right thing by investigating. But the point is, one man in a procession carrying a gun or not a gun, or whether there were other people or not, who has given moral right to the Muslims fanned by Trinamool people to bombard our processions, to create arson randomly at Howrah, at Rishra. They've stopped trains for almost 12 hours. The arson is still going on. They've thrown glass on railway tracks, on people at large. Why? What is the justification of that?
Well, Shatarupa, in fact, the Trinamool Congress, we're expecting the Trinamool Congress spokesperson to be joining us in a short while from now, hoping that he'll take that question. But once again, they say that all of this was not happening in the past, and you're basically trying to only perhaps carry on with this kind of provocation because it suits your agenda. While you are saying that there is appeasement of the minority, the same goes for the Bharatiya Janata Party, that you are also trying to appease someone. Is the appeasement politics of both the political parties resulting in a situation that the state is burning?
Shaun, first and foremost, Ram Navami processions, Ram Navami celebrations have been taking place for decades now. And yes, although BJP was born in 1980, I don't see what it has got to do with the Ram Navami processions at large. And as far as appeasement policy is concerned, BJP nowhere does it do appeasement politics. Yes, we've always believed in Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Yes, we've always said that we believe in Hindutva because Hindutva itself talks about amalgamation of everybody, joint growth for everybody in the society. The last man in society is who we talk about. But Trinamool has been put on record on several occasions doing outright appeasement. In my last show with you, then also I had pointed out, you've been showing this broadcast many times, that the Honorable Chief Minister is put on record telling a public gathering. She was on a street corner, she was on the road. This was not something that she has whispered in somebody's ears. She's been caught on record saying that you cannot go into Muslim-dominated areas. You cannot disturb Muslims because they are in Ramzan and Roja. Now you tell me, which person who's supposed to be ruling the state demarcates like this? And this is not the first time. During elections, during the Vidhan Sabha elections, she has gone on record requesting all Muslims to vote for her. Now you tell me, Shaun, and through you, I would like to ask India at large, which party is doing appeasement?
Well, Shatarupa, in fact, the question that needs to be asked is also that whether at all this entire demarcation that is essentially taking place, you are saying that this is a Hindu area, Trinamool Congress says this is a Muslim area.
No, Shaun, we never said, no, Shaun.
Why should you basically do this entire demarcation business that this belongs to the one community and this area belongs to the other community? You can't enter this community. And the fact of the matter is that, was there some sort of a provocation? Were there speeches that were essentially made that you were basically trying to provocate people from the other community, especially during their festival? Is that where the situation lies?
No, Shaun. Number one, we have not made any such demarcation. We had officially informed the police and asked for their cooperation that we are going to take out a Ram Navami Michil on this area. And let me remind you, Shaun, you I think know very well, last year, this was the same place, same Howrah, and same location where there was sporadic violence.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Shatarupa, I'm sorry to interrupt because we were really hoping that we'll have both the sides. Trinamool Congress, Tausif has joined us much late. Tausif, the question here is that we were waiting that you would join us much earlier. Please do not say at the end of the debate that we've not given you the opportunity. We were hoping you'll join us much earlier. The governor spoke to Republic's editor-in-chief Arnab Goswami. He says that the situation is volatile. He's not blamed any particular political party. He says that he's heard what the people have to say. I'll ask you some direct questions because Shatarupa is raising these questions as far as the role of the Trinamool Congress is concerned. Shukanto says that your chief minister is now giving political instructions to the police. That is the reason why arrests are not taking place. That's question number one. And question number two to you, Tausif, is the fact that why this demarcation? I asked this question to Shatarupa, that why would you say that this is Hindu area, this is Muslim area? Why this demarcation? This country belongs to everyone, not one particular community. So the question goes to both of you. Are both of you now accused of carrying out appeasement politics in the state of West Bengal? That is the reason why the state is now burning? And this question is not just for you. Shatarupa, you are also accused of the same, appeasement politics.
Can I just answer?
If you can just allow me. First, I would
Shatarupa,
like to
let me get Tausif right now. He's come in much late. Let's get the Trinamool version also.
I really apologize because I was fasting and I had to break my fast. So anyways, you have to understand, first of all, before we start the blame game, you know, who is not arrested and who's being arrested. It's very sad. In the morning when I came to know that this 19-year-old Sumit Shaw, he got arrested as a BJP cadre, because I have lots of photos where he's spending time, gala time with Sukanto Majumdar, Lokesh Chatterjee, and with everyone. And he was that guy, young guy, he was carrying a pistol. You see, today, I don't want to blame anyone, but I really want to ask what kind of politics BJP wants in Bengal. Instead of pen and books and becoming an entrepreneur, this guy is carrying a pistol. He's just 19 years old and he's been arrested from Munger. Now, this is what BJP is teaching their cadres, to roam with sword, pistols, and anywhere. Now, second question, where have you heard that Mamata Banerjee, the Honorable Chief Minister of West Bengal, has asked anyone that do not go to Muslim area? She said very clearly that you have no permission to derail your route, and shows that you cannot go into certain areas where it is sensitive. She never said minority areas or Muslim areas. She also said that no one will stop the Ram Navami Sevaks. Wherever they want to go peacefully, they are allowed to, but not without the route. Now, if you insist me that what is it this route all about? Well, sir, even you know, and the lady is sitting with us, honorable panelists, even she knows the Prime Minister of India, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, or whosoever has to follow the route. And since Bengal has no history such as violence, I am a 30-year-old guy. I've never seen violence before 2014. Why are we facing such violence only in Howrah? The same Ram Navami rally came out from MG Road. I hope she's a Bengali. She know that. The same rally came out from Siliguri. People enjoyed. We offered iftari and they came and had iftari with us during the month of Ramadan in that same Ram Navami rally. So what is there in Shibpur? It's a very strange question.
Firstly, Tausif, happy Ramzan to you.
Shatrupa, they say, you know, Trinamool Congress is telling the BJP कि आप chronology को समझिए. From 2014 onwards, this has happened. 2014 onwards, they say that why is it that every time there is Ram Navami, that the state is burning. The question here is that today, now, Shatrupa, the question that I asked from the Trinamool Congress also, now I want to ask this question to you, Shatrupa. Why do you have a problem when a person who was carrying a pistol was actually arrested by the West Bengal police? Then you say that this arrest has some sort of color attached to it. Why shouldn't the police basically do their job? If the person was caught carrying weapons, he has no business to do so. So hence he was arrested. Why don't you respond to that?
Yes, Shaun, firstly, I think Tausif needs to be shown that video where Mamata Banerjee, when she was doing her dharna, in case you didn't know, Tausif, let me remind you, when she was doing her dharna, she has absolutely very clearly claimed, this is not something that I'm making up. Maybe you should have a look at the video and then we can argue about this further. As far as arresting this young boy is concerned, we have not said anything about that. If he was with a gun, wherever he was, whoever he was, he needs to be arrested. Proper investigation needs to be done.
No,
now, let me
what kind of politics you are doing?
1 second, please let me complete.
Shatrupa, let's give the chance. I'm running short of time. I've given you enough time. Shatrupa, I'm sorry. Shatrupa, 1 minute. Shatrupa, let's not do this. Tausif, let's not do this. I've given enough time to Shatrupa in the beginning. Since you've come late, I'll give you the final word. 1 minute. Tausif, I'm giving you the opportunity. 1 minute. Tausif, just hear me out. I'm asking this question because this has been lingering on for a very long time. 29th of March, a statement is made by the Chief Minister of West Bengal. The statement basically indicates that she is already prepared to take some action as far as Ram Navami procession is concerned. If she was aware, and she would have been as the head of the state, and the fact that she looks after the Home Department, she would have had intelligence inputs. If her inputs suggested that there could be, the situation could have gone out of hand, why wasn't additional force brought in, or for that matter, arrests taken place on the very same day?
Oh yes, I totally believe you. I totally believe you. Whatever you said, I agree with you. But
Shatrupa,
let me tell you,
allow Tausif to respond.
Let me tell you something. What today, Mr. Majumdar, Lokesh Chatterjee, and my senior panelist, she's sitting there. I mean, you know, these people are becoming more pious than the Pope. Why aren't you talking about the route when the whole police system, when the government, when the chief minister, the DC, the commissioner, everyone was ready for one route? Why did you derail? We were not prepared for one gully after another gully and another gully. We were very much prepared for the certain areas.
Shaturupa, allow him to say. Shaturupa, don't do this, please.
We have to be prepared.
Please don't do this. Let's not do this. Let's not talk over each other.
Government is not a coward that will say, oh, nahi, hame nahi pata kaise kya ho gaya. No. We have to take care of the situation. That is our responsibility. And the chief minister,
I'm really running short of time, ladies and gentlemen.
But, ma'am, Shaturupa ji, there's a request to you.
Please, we'll continue with the debate.
You look educated. And you look very
I want to just thank both our panels. I'm really sorry, Shaturupa and Tausif. I'm really running short of time. Shaturupa, I'm sorry about it. Tausif, thank you very much for putting in the perspective from both sides, Trinamool Congress and BJP. It's for the people to decide, and hopefully, strong action would be taken so that the state does not continue to burn. Thank you very much, Shaturupa and Tausif, for joining us on this broadcast. Shifting focus now to that other big story that we're getting, a ground report now coming in from Kerala. Ladies and gentlemen, the probe into the Kerala train fire incident is only just getting murkier. Investigation into the arson attack inside a coach of Kannur Executive Express at Kozhikode in Kerala on Sunday is in its preliminary stages. However, there are scathing details that are now coming in. The accused in this case now seems to be a resident of Noida, and the police are not ruling out the terror angle in the case. From Kerala, Uttar Pradesh, Republic's extensive coverage gets you full details of the incident and how this could possibly be a lone wolf attack. We'll also listen to the ADGP Law and Order in a short while from now, but let's go across quickly to our reporters on the ground. Varshini is joining us from Kerala, and from Bulandshahr we have my colleague Piyush. A quick response from both of you, as the National Investigation Agency has also stepped in to underline the point. If not, those separate case has been filed, but let's just get a quick response. Varshini, you were there at the hospital, you've spoken to the victim. What is it that you are picking up? Has terror angle not been ruled out as yet? What is it that you are picking up?
Definitely, Shavin, if you see, when we spoke to the victim, first the initial sight of seeing them with all the burned faces and burn marks everywhere on their body is really saddening and shocking that this kind of an incident could take place in a state like Kerala. And the victim told us very deliberately some details about how she felt that this was not a targeted attack on some particular person, rather it was a very random attack. The person just barged into the train just like that. The person kept walking inside of the compartment, and then he was constantly spraying something on everybody. She said that she felt like there were water droplets on her face falling from nowhere, and while she was searching for where it came from, she suddenly felt the heat of the fire that was all around her. It was very shocking and very heartbreaking to hear such kind of words from a victim who suffered huge injuries from this kind of an attack. While we speak about the investigation, the Kerala police is still trying to be mum about revealing certain details about who is under custody and who is not, and the Kerala police is trying to make sure that none of these information get leaked out, because there is it looks really fishy the way the Kerala police talk to us. And at the same time, a parallel investigation by the National Investigation Agency is also happening, which is right in front of our eyes in Kozhikode, Shravan.
Well, in fact, let's just also quickly bring in my colleague Piyush Ori, who's joining us from Bulandshahr. Let's just put out the details that Piyush is now picking up. In fact, earlier in the day, Kerala ATS had detained one person. He was suspected to be involved in the attack. It turns out that he's now been let off. In fact, Piyush is reporting from Bulandshahr, from the residence of one of the suspects. What is it that you are picking up? Why exactly did the police let off this suspect?
So Shravan, let me just tell you that the suspect has been identified as 24-year-old Shahrukh Safi, and he works as a carpenter in the Siana area, which is on the outskirts of Bulandshahr. Now at around 5 p.m. yesterday, he was taken up by the officials from the UP ATS as well as Kerala ATS for the questioning, and they were not able to find enough evidence, as what Shahrukh mentioned to us. But the investigations are still going on. Now, we asked him two pertinent questions. of what exactly was the question that was posed to him by the Kerala ATS and UP ATS. And he told us that was he going to some other states also for his work of carpentry, to which he replied no. Also, since the mobile number which was found in the train that met with this fateful incident, found his name, we also asked him that was his mobile stolen in last couple of days, to which again he replied no. Now let me just tell you that even though he has been let off, when we asked him questions repeatedly, he felt irritated. So yes, there is lot more which he needs to be answering. So far he's been let off, but we do not know. There are chances that perhaps when this investigation is going to go on, perhaps he might be called again. When is that time going to come? We do not know, but so far there has been some reprieve for him, Shahrukh, 24-year-old Shahrukh and his family. Back to you, the studio.
Piyush, for getting us the latest details, the story that we'll be tracking very closely. So far, the suspect hasn't been arrested. All that we know is that he's been questioned and now let off. All eyes would now be into places in Uttar Pradesh as well as in the state of Kerala. Was this a lone wolf attack? That's an angle that they are not ruling out. Shifting focus on the other side, we'll get you the latest. Congress has now amplified the China stand on Arunachal, even as the Ministry of External Affairs sets the record straight. And Trump campaigns to gets life as former US President arrives in New York for surrender. All this and much more on the other side with my colleague Suresh.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, it is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gherraud by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced to celebrate in the darkness. The people also accused the MLA for not building any community hall in the constituency. The incident comes just ahead of the elections. Karnataka will go to polls on the 10th of May. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's the biggest political fight in the state of Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee says BJP goons are behind the riots. The BJP instead is accusing Mamata of vote bank politics. Also, an NI team is in Kannur right now to investigate the Kerala attack. A suspect has been detained from the state of Uttar Pradesh.
Political face-off over Bengal violence. Mamata blames BJP for Bengal violence. Who is responsible for the violence in Bengal? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
आप सभी देश के जन जन तक सही सूचनाएं पहुंचाने में अहम भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। जब नेशन फर्स्ट होता है तब हमारे संकल्प भी बड़े होते हैं और उनको सिद्ध करने के प्रयास भी व्यापक होते हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमने भी ठान लिया है हमारा रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क भी अपने कदम और भी तेज करेगा।
President Niinistö, dear Sauli, thank you for your outstanding leadership and commitment and for leading Finland into the most successful alliance in history. So welcome. It's great to have you here. Welcome to the alliance.
Thank you. It's great to be here. Mr. Secretary General, dear Jens, I want to thank you. You have been with us all the way. I remember we discussed quite deeply about NATO and Finnish membership already 2021 when you brought your council to Finland. I guess we have been talking after that by phone or by meeting almost tens of times. So it is a great day for Finland. And I want to see that it is an important day for NATO too. Security and stability are those elements which we feel very strongly. And well, we can all think that if people can live in secured, stable circumstances, that's the basic element of happy life, and you, I guess, know that Finns are very happy already now. I would also see that this is a process from 30 to 31, and like you said, very nearby future to 32. That is that we work for Swedish membership very hard. We are doing that together with them, together with you, and that will continue. From Finnish point, also Swedish membership is most important. But once again, stability and security, I wish that we can give our share of increasing that in the defense alliance we have.
We have time for a few questions. Please.
Lauri Nurmi from Finland. Mr. President, how historic is this moment? You was born 1948. NATO was established 1949.
Well, I will have my 75 years birthday today, and NATO comes next year. But surely we have seen many, you have described many moments being historic in this process. I guess this is the day most historic to us and to our partners too.
Okay, we have Yle, the lady just behind with the microphone. Yeah.
A historic day, but without Sweden. How can Finland help Sweden to get into NATO, and how will NATO proceed with the Sweden to be allied? And then one more question to Mr. Niinistö: do you feel relieved?
All right, shifting focus now, where once again a major controversy that has erupted in UK with an Indian student alleging xenophobia in London School of Economics. The student at LSE alleged that he faced discrimination in student union at the university, and the student put out a tweet that said that he faced personal, vicious and targeted attacks due to the anti-India rhetoric and Hindu phobia. Let's listen in to his story.
But did you get any specific word from or statement from the college authorities that on what basis have you been disqualified from these elections?
So again, there is no transparency pertaining to this subject as well. On Wednesday, 29th, I received a ruling by the returning officer that there have been a lot of complaints filed against me. There are basically 3 points in that. The first point saying me that I am Islamophobic and an extremist, but they can't find any evidence pertaining to that. That ground does not hold good. The third ground said that I have coerced students to vote. And it mentioned I have coerced 7 students to vote. Within 14 hours, the returning officers give an explanation to the previous ruling, and she says, you have coerced 2 students. From 7, the number drops to 2. I filed this order. This is to be kept in mind while putting on record that this ruling was given without giving me an opportunity of putting up my side, without showing me the evidences. Even in the gravest of grave crime committed, I'm using word crime, there is no crime committed from my part. Individual accused have a fair chance to represent his side, put forward his point. But what kind of justice system is this where I'm not even permitted to present?
And Karan, exactly that point I was coming to. Does this college really have a panel that looks into these claims that are being made by a group of students? And after the kind of uproar we are also seeing on social media, any word now that has come in from the college authorities that they would be taking this issue seriously or would be listening to you at least?
Yes, again, this is very important. They acknowledged, they said that yes, wrong happened, not transfer of ball. The student union says that yes, wrong happened. You were bullied, you were harassed, but this does not form part of electoral process. This does not form part of no other candidate has done this against you. So they are just closing their eyes and trying to imitate that yes, wrong happened, but who will take action against this? They are failing to recognize and punishing the true culprits behind this.
But Karan, also tell us about the discrimination which you've been talking about have been happening. It's not something unusual which you say has been happening in this college. Talk to us about various such incidents which have happened in recent past and the fact that students are even afraid to speak up on these issues that they face on a daily basis.
So recently, because it's an alma mater of Dr. Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar, a great visionary, an architect of Indian Constitution. So we thought that we should celebrate Republic Day in LSC because it indirectly it had a major role to play in the journey of India as a republic, as a democracy. Because Dr. Ramji Ambedkar studied from this very institution. So because we are students. We have a limitation towards our resources, the contacts that we have, but still we group of students managed to celebrate Republic Day, wherein we invited Dr. Aniruddha Rajput, Mr. Amish Tripathi, and the present Supreme Court Justice. He shared his video with us, the Justice Call. But the debate went on terming that this is not a panel, this is a manel, 75 years, no women, no all upper caste, despite acknowledging the fact that they all were not upper caste. One of the panelists was from the scheduled tribe.
The measures that should really be taken and what is exactly the need of the hour to prevent any such incidents from happening later?
Again, I urge the authorities that the question that there is not one individual involved. A fact-finding commission should set up into this grave offense of hate crime that have happened, the bullying and harassment of not only me as a candidate, but also other Indians who were bullied and harassed. So this grave crime of racism should be thoroughly investigated and wrong should be punished. Yeah.
On that note, we'll have to leave it at that. Thank you so much for speaking to us, and we only hope that here on the college actually does something, and as you say, a fact-finding team is actually set up to look into such issues.
Thank you so much.
Stepping into a short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details as The Congress is amplifying China's stand on Arunachal even as MEA sets the record straight. Also, Trump campaigns get live as former US President arrives in New York for surrender. Indicted in a hush money case, the former US President Donald Trump in New York ahead of the historic arraignment on hush money. Security increased in New York amidst Trump's surrender. Protesters warn not a playground for your misplaced anger. New York judge rules no video cameras to be allowed in the courtroom when Trump will be making an appearance. One dead, at least 30 injured as a train derails near The Hague. One carriage ended up into field next to the tracks. Massive blaze engulfed a clothing market in Dhaka. No casualties have been reported. South Korea, US and Japanese navies continue anti-submarine drills to boost their coordination against increasing North Korean missile threats.
Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, it is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gherraud by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced.
Congress leader Randeep Surjewala said that the party would release its second list of candidates for the Karnataka Assembly elections 2023 late today. Earlier in the day, the CEC was summoned to finalize the remaining 100 candidates for the elections at the AICC headquarters in New Delhi. Karnataka Chief Minister Bommai said that the BJP would finalize and release the list of candidates for the upcoming elections in the state on April 8th. He added that the selection of the candidates has been done on the basis of winnability. Ashok Gehlot-led Rajasthan government and doctors arrived at a consensus on the right to health bill. The consensus came after Chief Secretary Usha Sharma chaired a meeting with doctors who were protesting against the RTH bill. 6 tourists were killed and 11 others were injured in a major avalanche in Sikkim's Nathula area. The injured are being brought to the state capital Gangtok's hospital. Rescue and clearance operations are underway. According to the sources, dozens appear to be trapped in the snow. In a shocking incident in Uttar Pradesh's Sitapur district, a BJP leader Umesh Mishra is accused of blocking a road with his unattended car, killing a man who was being transported to a hospital and an ambulance. FIR has been registered against Umesh Mishra in Sitapur. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin writes to Prime Minister Modi insisting on the exclusion of Kaveri Delta areas from the bidding process for coal to protect the welfare of farmers in the Delta region of Tamil Nadu. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot tested positive for COVID-19. Congress leader took to Twitter to inform about his health and wrote that he has tested positive for COVID infection and has mild symptoms of the disease. A major fire broke out in an electric powerhouse in Sri Rampur of Hooghly. One fire engine was rushed to the spot. The fire department is investigating the cause of the fire. After meeting Prime Minister Modi and discussing ways to bolster bilateral engagement in a range of areas including economic cooperation, King of Bhutan Jigme Khesar Namgyal Wangchuk met with President Draupadi Murmu. With that, we step into a short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details as NIA team is in Kannur to investigate the Kerala attack, and the suspect who was detained from UP was let off later.
Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, it is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gherawed by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced to celebrate in the darkness. The people also accused the MLA for not building any community hall in the constituency. The incident comes just ahead of the elections. Karnataka will go to polls on the 10th of May. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's the biggest political fight in the state of Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee says BJP goons are behind the riots. The BJP instead is accusing Mamata of vote bank politics. Also, an NIA team is in Kannur right now to investigate the Kerala attack. A suspect has been detained from the state of Uttar Pradesh.
"18 days after Operation Amritpal was launched, Punjab police have locked Amritpal Singh's drug de-addiction centre.
18 days after the launch of Operation AP, Amritpal is still at large, but the drug de-addiction center that he was running under the garb of which he was radicalizing the youth has now been shut, and this was the center from where we earlier reported as well, but now it has been closed. All the associates of Amritpal have left this Gurudwara that was in the very near to his native village of Jalupur Kheda, and now this bears a deserted look. This was once used to be the place where Amritpal used to address not only his associates but also those who were coming here, and there are inputs that under the garb of drug de-addiction, Amritpal was running a syndicate of criminals and he was radicalizing them, those who were into the drugs, radicalizing them not only to have the arms training, because several of the videos have emerged where the arms and ammunition training was going on here, but also he was radicalizing them to prepare.
Thank Thank you for staying with Republic, and well, Khalistani separatist leader and chief of various Punjab De, Amritpal Singh, was allegedly using drug rehabilitation centres and a Gurudwara for storing weapons and imparting training to the youth to carry out suicide attacks. Punjab police shut down fugitive Amritpal Singh's de-addiction centre, calling it a front for illegal activities. Getting you this report from Ground Zero.
18 days after Operation Amritpal was launched, Punjab police have locked Amritpal Singh's drug de-addiction centre.
18 days after the launch of Operation AP, Amritpal is still at large, but the drug de-addiction center that he was running under the garb of which he was radicalizing the youth has now been shut, and this was the center from where we earlier reported as well, but now it has been closed. All the associates of Amritpal have left this Gurudwara that was in the very near to his native village of Jalupur Kheda, and now this bears a deserted look. This was once used to be the place where Amritpal used to address not only his associates but also those who were coming here, and there are inputs that under the garb of drug de-addiction, Amritpal was running a syndicate of criminals and he was radicalizing them, those who were into the drugs, radicalizing them not only to have the arms training, because several of the videos have emerged where the arms and ammunition training was going on here, but also he was radicalizing them to prepare an army so that he can wage a war. This was what his plan was actually, but the action that was initiated by the Punjab police along with the central agencies is still at large. It has been more than 18 days, and now the drug de-addiction center, the so-called drug de-addiction center he was running, is closed. Or you will find that there are multiple locks that have been put in place. Also all the places where these locks where this place is, that have been locked, completely sealed, and this after the police have told them to clear this area because they had no doctor, they had no license to run this drug de-addiction center here in the Jalupur Khera.
A hall in a compound next to Baba Kala Meher Gurudwara in Amritsar's Jalupur Khera village lies vacant. The place, which was one hub of Amritpal and his associates' activities, now remains locked. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
With that, we step into a short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details as indicted in the hush money case. Former US President Donald Trump is in New York ahead of the historic arrangement on hush money.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Indicted in a hush money case, the former US President Donald Trump in New York ahead of the historic arraignment on hush money. Security increased in New York amidst Trump's surrender. Protesters warned not a playground for your misplaced anger. New York judge rules no video cameras to be allowed in the courtroom when Trump will be making an appearance. One dead, at least 30 injured as a train derails near The Hague. One carriage ended up into field next to the tracks. Massive blaze engulfed a clothing market in Dhaka. No casualties have been reported. South Korean, US and Japanese navies continue anti-submarine drills to boost their coordination against increasing North Korean missile threats.
Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, it is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gheraued by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced to celebrate in the darkness. The people also accused the MLA for not building any.
Indicted in hush money case, former US President Donald Trump in New York ahead of a historic arraignment on hush money. Security increased in New York amid Trump's surrender. Protesters warned not a playground for your misplaced anger. New York judge rules no video cameras to be allowed in the courtroom where Trump will be arraigned. Very short commercial break. On the other side, we'll get you details and live pictures from the US as Trump is set to face indictment in court.
Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, it is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gheraued by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced to celebrate in the darkness. The people also accused the MLA for not building any community hall in the constituency. The incident comes just ahead of the elections. Karnataka will go to polls on the 10th of May. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's the biggest political fight in the state of Bengal where Mamata Banerjee says BJP goons are behind the riots. The BJP instead is accusing Mamata of vote bank politics. Also, an NIA team is in Kannur right now to investigate the Kerala attack. A suspect has been detained from the state of Uttar Pradesh.
"18 days after Operation Amritpal was launched, Punjab police have locked Amritpal Singh's drug de-addiction centre.
18 days after the launch of Operation AP, Amritpal is still at large, but the drug de-addiction center that he was running under the garb of which he was radicalizing the youth has now been shut, and this was the center from where we earlier reported as well, but now it has been closed. All the associates of Amritpal have left this Gurudwara that was in the very near to his...
It's a huge political blame game over the Bengal violence that continues. The BJP is seeking the central agency's intervention. Bengal governor confirms his fact-finding report on the violence is ready. He says the report will be submitted to the MHA at the earliest. Mamata Banerjee accuses the BJP of stoking violence in Bengal, claims the BJP brought goons from outside the state. The Congress takes China for face value on its Arunachal claim, even as the MEA makes the stand absolutely clear. The NI team investigating the Kannur train attack terror angle is not ruled out by the agencies. And the former US President Donald Trump to be arraigned in a Manhattan court in a 2016 hush money case later tonight. A very good evening. The show's called The Biggest Story Tonight, and I'm Deepthi Sachdeva. We begin with our top focus on a story that a lot of you have been talking about. The story is from the US, but the story is historic. The story also, ladies and gentlemen, has a direct impact, a direct bearing on what happens in the presidential race to the next US president will be in 2024. The former US President Donald Trump is expected to appear before a specially secured Manhattan courthouse on Tuesday to be arraigned on criminal charges related to paying hush money to a porn star during his 2016 presidential campaign. So that is a charge. Now, Trump flew to New York City earlier. He is currently at the Trump Tower. He is the first former US president to be facing this criminal charge. Will appear before the judge close to about 11:45 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Ahead of his court appearance, Trump supporters have begun to already gather outside the court. Also, we are looking at a lot of important developments vis-a-vis the denial itself that has come in from Donald Trump, who has earlier released a statement. He slams the jury's decision to indict him. He alleges this is political persecution and election interference at the highest level in history. But what will happen in the next few hours, that, ladies and gentlemen, will have a complete bearing on Donald Trump, his own life, his career, and the big US presidential race of 2024. I'm told our colleague Abhishek is live with us, helping us take that story ahead and the ramifications. You know, Abhishek, many today are watching what is happening in the US. This is historic because for the first time, you have a US president who actually has been indicted, Abhishek. Now, the story has ramifications not just for Donald Trump, his own particular life, his own, career. Also, Abhishek, the Republican Party, the upcoming big presidential election in the November of 2024.
Well, yes, Deepthi. So if you're getting me, President Clinton was impeached not for any cigar thing, but for perjury. Is it lying under oath? Similarly, President Trump, former President Trump, is not being indicted or has not been indicted for paying hush money because that's legal, but he's being indicted for tax fraud or business fraud, essentially tax evasion, because whatever money he paid, it did not get properly reflected perhaps in his income tax returns or whatever American equivalent of income tax returns happen. So that's essentially the case. Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan district attorney, he is a known Democrat, and he has been going after Donald Trump in a similar manner that Kenneth Starr had gone after President Clinton at that time. These are some of the things I recall and connect. But what is important is that the case pertains to Donald Trump paying hush money through his personal lawyer, Michael Cohen, sometime in 2015-16 to make Stormy Daniels not speak about the affair they had, a brief affair they had sometime in 2004-5. At that time, President Trump was married to Melania Trump, and subsequently the matter came out and Michael Cohen was investigated. Initially he said no, and then he said, oh, he did that on the instructions of his boss, which was Donald Trump. Donald Trump by that time had become president, and he denied initially that anything like that happened. And then later he in fact admitted that yes, this had happened, but then the money was paid and it was some business dealing. But did that business dealing reflect in the documentation that generally goes with the income tax returns? Perhaps not, and that is something which has been investigated. A grand jury, as it is called, America still follows the system of jury. A grand jury of 30 looked into the investigation that has been brought together by District Attorney Alvin Bragg, and then the jury found Trump to be responsible on 30 counts related to business fraud again. So, you know, the exact charges which are put on Trump are yet to be revealed, Deepthi. It still remains in a sealed cover, and once Donald Trump appears before the court, I think that unsealing and telling him of the charges would happen, and then perhaps we would know exactly what are the charges against him. Does it get limited to a tax fraud, or is it beyond? But remember, it has got mired in politics because of the Democrat connections of Alvin Bragg. Not that Americans are unfamiliar with this system, because in their case, the judges, it's a winner takes all system. So if there is a Democrat administration, most of the attorneys and judges right up to the Supreme Court, typically even the NASA director, for example, not necessarily scientists, but would be a Democrat. Similarly, if there is a Republican administration, all these posts go to Republican party members, in fact, in many cases, or openly party affiliated individuals. So that's the case. So Alvin Bragg's Democrat credentials give some sense to Trump supporters of a political witch hunt, and that's really what Donald Trump has been harping upon. Remember, he has already announced his candidature for 2024 presidency, and he's in a fight with the likes of Nikki Haley, for example, and Vivek Ramakrishna of Indian origin, both of Indian origin, in fact, to become the Republican candidate, presidential candidate for 2024. And in the pictures, we see how he has come with his legal team from Florida, from his Mar-a-Lago residence where he stays in his personal aircraft, and landed in New York. And I believe in the pictures we saw that he should be at the court anytime soon. So that's essentially what has happened in New York and with Trump over the last few days. Politics, part of it, is something which is going to continue to pan out, Deepthi, and as a build-up to the presidential campaign, this is going to be a key factor. But as I said, he's not being charged for paying hush money to a porn star, because that seems legal in the United States. He is being charged for not reflecting that money adequately, or that expense in his income tax returns, or in whichever manner he did. It did not correspond with the exact nature of the expenditure incurred. So I think that's what's happening. Interesting bit, as it can happen only in the United States. We saw Bill Clinton, for example, getting impeached twice, but still completing his term. And Donald Trump, of course, now getting indicted. He's not president, so there's no question not needed, impeachment not needed. But the fact that he gets indicted, charged, and the first time that an American president is facing a criminal case and has got indicted, it would be interesting to see how the legal proceedings go on. The defense, so far as Donald Trump is concerned, has been that everything was accounted for, and whatever else is happening is political witch hunt led by an attorney who's openly Democrat.
That is true, Abhishek. The charges related to falsifying his business records. I mean, that is exactly what we've heard. But yes, like, in the next few hours, as we'll see Trump in the court, a lot of these charges will be, spoken of. There isn't much of a media actually even allowed inside. There are only limited number of photographers, media completely barred. But what we are playing out on our screens are images of earlier today, in fact, Donald Trump. And outside the court, we do see a lot of presence of his supporters already. Now, what does the attorney say? What is the game plan? What is the legal strategy of Donald Trump from here on, Abhishek? We listen into this reaction. and then I come back to you.
Mystery here because we're doing something that's never been done before. We're having an arraignment at 100 senators, just about certain procedural things, but nothing substantively regarding the indictment. They have not shared it with us. There's no indication that there will be a gag order. It can't happen in this case. Look, when you have a gag order, you have to balance a couple things. The First Amendment, right, which is important to all of Americans, and the right to a fair trial for both sides. So that's a balancing act. Here you have something uniquely different. The defendant is the leading Republican candidate for the office of the President of the United States and will be campaigning. Hard to put a gag order when he's going to be fielding questions about his current legal situation. So, but there's been no indication that there'll be a gag order imposed or even attempted to be imposed.
So we will be hearing from President Trump tonight?
You will be. Yes, you will. He plans on, after court, leaving and making a statement.
Donald Trump has completed a historic journey from his home in Florida to New York City, where he faces an expected arraignment on charges related to hush money payments made during the 2016 presidential campaign to silence claims of an extramarital sexual encounter years earlier. He was driven in his motorcade past banner-waving supporters from Mar-a-Lago, his home in Florida, to an airport. He then flew to LaGuardia Airport. He's now landed and is expected to spend the night at Trump Tower, where there are supporters and protesters who have gathered. He's expected to spend the evening there and is going to return home after his arraignment to Mar-a-Lago, where he's scheduled to deliver a primetime address to supporters.
So a lot of those reactions continue to come in, Abhishek. We are also trying, in fact, to get our team live from New York. We don't have that here, Abhishek. But, before we actually go deep dive into what happens from here on, Abhishek, let's also put our focus back on what will happen next for Trump. In the US, Abhishek, there is no rule that even if you're indicted, you can't fight elections. So we have to now see whether the Republican Party is going to be okay with Donald Trump. Will he continue to be their most favorite contender? And he's already said, Abhishek, that this is political persecution and election interference. Now on your screens, I think you're looking at more graphics that will help you explain what happens next, what is the road ahead for Trump, because he can still run for president in the November of 2024, like I said. And American politics already so polarizing, Abhishek. Is this issue set to polarize this even further? Because since the last few hours, you've seen tons and tons of these supporters who've been out there. They say this is victimization, this is witch hunt. In fact, Donald Trump has also insinuated much the same.
Well, Deepthi, insofar as the polarizing question is concerned, of course, Trump has been a very polarizing figure in American politics for the last 6-8 years, and he continues to be so. And I think he revels in it in a way. He does not like it. He really likes it. He likes the fact that he polarizes the voters, and that perhaps is part of the strategy itself. In fact, all reports suggest that post his indictment by the grand jury, he has sort of consolidated his hold over the Republican voters, and whatever, if there were fence-sitters, even they have started sort of gravitating towards a Trump campaign. Because of all the candidates available, he happens to be someone who has most traction in terms of brand recall, so to say, within the Republican candidates. Nikki Haley, for example, is another, and Vivek Ramakrishna, both incidentally of Indian origin, contesting for Republican presidential candidacy. There would be obviously many more. Ron DeSantis is one name we hear, and there might be a couple of other names coming up from the Republican stable. But given the fact that an American president is allowed 2 terms, Donald Trump wanted his second one. He always called the 2020 election, which brought President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris to power, the Biden-Harris administration, as it is called, a stolen election. He never accepted the results, and very unlike American optics we saw when the transition of power happened, where Donald Trump did not even wait for Biden to really wish him off. So I think those things, are there, and Donald Trump remains a polarizing figure. But despite that, for example, post the indictment, the amount of money he has raised has increased, in fact, and that really shows that his popularity within the Republican vote bank, within the Republican constituency, remains intact. And if this was a Democrat strategy to sort of ring him down, pin him down, it might not be succeeding because, as you rightly mentioned, that to have a run as an American presidential candidate, these indictments do not affect, unless, of course, a conviction happens. If a criminal conviction happens, if that is the Democrat strategy, that they can get him convicted before the election happens, then possibly yes. But the fact of the matter is that Donald Trump's popularity does not seem to be waning or getting affected by these developments because essentially, so far as his core constituents go, they believe that this is a political witch hunt, given the Democrat connections of Alvin Bragg, the district attorney who has been leading the investigations against Trump in this case. Also, because had it been about the Jan 6 committee and the investigation that is parallelly going into the events of that day, Deepthi, remember those unseemly pictures coming in from United States at that time in 2020 when core constituents of Donald Trump, refusing to accept the verdict, had stormed the Capitol Hill. And investigations have been on in that, and people thought that perhaps if Trump got really indicted in that, and if the matter reached at his doors in terms of conviction, in that episode, and direct responsibility pinned on Trump for making that attack on Capitol Hill or facilitating that attack on Capitol Hill, then maybe Donald Trump's popularity might have taken a beating, or there might have been a second thought even within the Republican voter base, which otherwise also is very polarized, on whether to back a leader who's accused or convicted of an attack on the Capitol Hill, which is a symbol of democracy for them. But now with this investigation and the political spin that has come from the Trump camp that this is political witch hunt, obviously Trump's chances of staying or becoming the Republican presidential candidate, in fact, sort of get strengthened. That's the sense we get after observing all those developments that have taken place on this front over the last month or so.
Okay, very, very fascinating, Abhishek. And this is a story that's going to keep us up through this night today, because like I said, 11:45 Indian Standard Time is where you will see that appearance. But like I said, you might not be able to catch a live image or a glimpse of Donald Trump, because there are very strict security protocols in place. Also, media outlets not permitted to broadcast the arraignment. 5 pool photographers only allowed. This is for the benefit of our viewers. And I think early in the morning, close to about 6 a.m., when we'll hear from Donald Trump himself, he's expected to address a gathering. Joe Biden, importantly, has not reacted to what's going on, but we are at Republic. We'll keep you up to speed on that big story clearly developing in from the US that will have huge ramifications on how the story develops. Let's move on, Abhishek, and I thank you with more international stories that we are tracking this evening in brief. The Israeli speaker earlier has said that terrorists involved in the 26/11 attacks in Mumbai should be brought to justice. He made these remarks earlier while he was visiting the Nariman House in Mumbai and paying his tributes to the victims of the 26/11 terror attack. The Ukrainian president earlier has thanked all the international visitors to Kiev for a trip to the village in the battle-scarred area of Chernihiv. Now, he also calls this one of the most difficult trips in terms of the emotional turmoil that he's gone through. Official and expected candidates for Prime Minister's post in Thailand's upcoming election arrived at the Bangkok City Hall earlier to register and find out their assigned party number. One person has lost his life, 30 are said to be injured, many of them seriously, when a train partially derailed in Netherlands. The injured passengers later were rushed to a local hospital. One of the carriage was in fact pushed to a field next to the tracks. To Dhaka now, where a major fire was reported in one of the popular clothing markets here. No casualties were fortunately reported. 47 fire tenders were pressed into service. We are right now heading into a quick break. On the other side, Mamata Banerjee pinning the blame for the violence in her state on the BJP. She says it is the Bharatiya Janata Party that is funding riots in the state of Bengal. Also, the Congress amplifying the China stand on Arunachal even as the MEA sets the record straight. Indicted in a hush money case, the former US President Donald Trump in New York ahead of the historic arraignment on hush money. Security increased in New York amidst Trump's surrender. Protesters warn not a playground for your misplaced anger. New York judge rules no video cameras to be allowed in the courtroom when Trump will be making an appearance. One dead, at least 30 injured as a train derails near The Hague. One carriage ended up into field next to the tracks. Massive blaze engulfed a clothing market in Dhaka. No casualties have been reported. South Korean, US and Japanese navies continue anti-submarine drills to boost their coordination against increasing North Korean missile threats.
Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, it is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gherraud by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced to celebrate in the darkness. The people also accused the MLA for not building any community hall in the constituency. The incident comes just ahead of the elections. Karnataka will go to polls on the 10th of May. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's the biggest political fight in the state of Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee says BJP goons are behind the riots. The BJP instead is accusing Mamata of vote bank politics. Also, an NI team is... Welcome back. Let's also keep our focus on the international stories that we are tracking. Now, the security minister of the province of Buenos Aires in Brazil was attacked by dozens of bus drivers who were protesting the murder of a colleague during a robbery. These are some very dramatic images, and we haven't heard yet much from the administration on what really transpired.
The security minister of the province of Buenos Aires was attacked by dozens of protesting bus drivers. Minister Berni was punched at the protest by at least one of the drivers. Even stones were thrown at him. Watch now. The minister is bleeding from his nose after being punched. The minister had arrived at the protest site to speak to the bus drivers when the situation escalated soon. The police had to intervene and save the minister from the wrath of the agitated bus drivers. The drivers had blocked a highway as part of their strike action on the outskirts of the Argentine capital. The strike was held following the death of a bus driver who was shot and killed when he was driving a bus in the municipality of La Matanza. Agency report, Republic TV. Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, it is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gherraud by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced to celebrate in the darkness. The people also accused the MLA for not building any community hall in the constituency. The incident comes just ahead of the elections. Karnataka will go to polls on the 10th of May. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's the biggest political fight in the state of Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee says BJP goons are behind the riots. The BJP instead is accusing Mamata of vote bank politics. Also, an NI team is in Kannur right now to investigate the Kerala attack. A suspect has been detained from the state of Uttar Pradesh.
"18 days after Operation Amritpal was launched, Punjab police have locked Amritpal Singh's drug de-addiction centre.
18 days after the launch of Operation AP, Amritpal is still at large, but the drug de-addiction centre that he was running under the garb of which he was ready.
इस देश में बहुत समय के बाद एक ऐसी सरकार आई है जो सरकार टिकाने के लिए नहीं चल रही, देश को सुधारने के लिए सरकार चल रही है।
ये पहला एक बड़ा इवेंट हुआ है जहां पे आप इस पर विस्तृत तौर से इन डिटेल आप बात करेंगे, तो लेट अस एड्रेस ऑल इश्यूज।
Good evening, you're watching Superfast 50 at 7:30. I'm Suesha Sawant. Beginning with the first story, Union Home Ministry has sought a detailed report from the West Bengal government on the violence during Ram Navami in Howrah. This comes days after Union Home Minister Amit Shah spoke to Governor C.V. Ananda Bose and took stock of the prevailing situation in the state. Face-off over Bengal violence continues as parties lay political allegations against each other, with the BJP accusing Mamata of vote bank politics and Mamata saying BJP goons are behind the riots. Union Minister Anurag Thakur launched a fresh attack on West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and her Bihar counterpart Nitish Kumar over incidents of violence on Ram Navami, accusing them of indulging in appeasement politics for minority votes.
जहां भारत के एक हिस्से में पश्चिम बंगाल की मुख्यमंत्री ये कह देती हैं कि हिंदू इस इलाके में ना जाएं, तो क्या मुख्यमंत्री ही समाज को बांटने पर आ गई, क्षेत्र को बांटने पर आ गई, अपने आप में चिंता का विषय खड़ा हो जाए।
West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee scaled up the attack on BJP over the recent violent clashes in the state, alleging that the Saffron Party is defaming Hindu religion by pitting one community against the other. West Bengal Governor C.V. Ananda Bose curtailed his program in Darjeeling and reached Kolkata after receiving information about fresh violence in Hooghly last night. The governor reached the clash site and has assured strict action against the culprits.
We will never allow the miscreants, the hooligans and the goons to take the law into their hands. The police will come down heavily on them. These dark forces, forces of evil, will be brought to book. We will dare them in the den. People of Bengal have a right for peaceful living. That right will be established. Bengal has been suffering this kind of criminalization of politics for a long time.
In an exclusive interview with Republic Governor of Bengal, Dr. C.V. Ananda said that there can be differences in perception and that due action will be taken with regards to violence that took place in Bengal. In light of the recent incidents of the Ram Navami violence that took place in Bengal, sources have suggested that Governor of Bengal is most likely to send a report to the Home Ministry today. As showdown after the Bengal violence continues, BJP delegation arrived at Raj Bhavan in Kolkata to meet with the governor over the recent violence in the state. BJP delegation was blocked yet again as they arrived at Raj Bhavan in Kolkata to meet with the governor over the recent violence in the state. Condemning the communal flare-up in Bihar during the Ram Navami festivities, AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi came down heavily on the Nitish government and said that Chief Minister still has no remorse. A massive avalanche was reported in Sikkim. At least 6 tourists had died and 11 others suffered injuries in a massive avalanche in Sikkim's Nathula area. Rescue and clearance operations are on. Around 350 people and 80 vehicles which were stranded on the road because of the snow blocking the road from Nathula were also brought back. After the Ram Navami clashes in Vadodara, Gujarat Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi said that those who have fled Vadodara and gone into hiding after stone pelting at the Ram Navami processions last week will be eventually traced and brought to justice. The Ashok Gehlot-led Rajasthan government and doctors arrived at a consensus on the Right to Health Bill. The consensus came after Chief Secretary Usha Sharma chaired a meeting with doctors who were protesting against the RTH bill. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi fumed over the question on BJP's allegations of Congress party pressurizing the judiciary and attacked the centre over the Adani issue. The former MP arrived at AICC headquarters in the national capital for the meeting ahead of the next list of party candidates for the Karnataka Assembly elections.
Sir, BJP is saying कि आप लोग judiciary पे pressurize कर रहे हैं.
Why do you always say what BJP is saying? Every time you say what BJP is saying.
No, but BJP is claiming fraud.
There's a very simple thing. ये जो 20,000 करोड़ रुपए अदानी जी की शेल कंपनीज में हैं, ये किसके हैं? ये बेनामी हैं. किसके हैं?
Devendra Fadnavis, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister, lashed out at Congress leader Rahul Gandhi for insulting Savarkar when he was asked to apologize for his remarks on the Modi surname, remark that led to his conviction in a criminal defamation case and subsequent disqualification from Lok Sabha. Hitting out at the Congress scion, Fadnavis said that Rahul can neither be Savarkar nor Gandhi, unquote. Rahul Gandhi's counter to a journalist as to why do you always say what the BJP is saying after he was asked about the ruling party's criticism of the Congress leader evoked a sharp reaction from the BJP, accusing him of attacking the media again. YSRTP Chief Y.S. Sharmila met Professor Kodandram of Telangana Jan Samiti to seek support and to work together under Telangana Save banner, an initiative by YSRTP Chief to fight for the rights of students and unemployed in Telangana. Earlier, YSRTP Chief had hit out at KCR over unemployment in the state. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin wrote to Prime Minister Modi insisting on the exclusion of Kaveri Delta areas from the bidding process for coal to protect the welfare of the farmers in the Delta region of Tamil Nadu. Few unknown people vandalized a Lord Ganesha idol in Guntur in Andhra Pradesh. They were allegedly digging the temple for treasure. The police said that there is no communal angle involved in this matter and a case is being registered. Further probe is underway. The Camo 31 helicopter achieved its maiden nighttime landing at INS Vikrant. Hence, the trials effectively demonstrated INS Vikrant's night operations. The indigenous carrier's illumination assistance and shipborne equipment were also tested as part of the trials, as stated by Indian Navy's senior officials. Massive fire broke out at Kochi Port Authority land near Indian Maritime University at Wellington Island after nearly 2 hours of firefighting operations. The fire was completely brought under control. The naval fire tenders were rushed to the fire site and augmented the firefighting efforts of the port authorities. NIA suspects a terror link after the team visited Kerala's Kozhikode, where 3 persons were killed and several others sustained burn injuries after an unidentified person splashed an inflammable substance inside the compartment of a moving train and set it ablaze. Tension prevailed in Bapatla district of Andhra Pradesh after few people attacked Ishwar, who is a private employee, for allegedly making inappropriate comments against B.R. Ambedkar. Ishwar made some derogatory comments and had posted on his WhatsApp status, which led to anger among the Ambedkar followers and attack. SIA carried out 6 raids at 6 locations in the central and northern parts of Kashmir. The searches were carried out in districts of Srinagar, Baramulla and Kupwara. The raids were carried out in connection with terror funding in the valley. Congress leaders and workers carried out a Mashal rally in Jammu against the disqualification of Rahul Gandhi. They also were later stopped by the police. Congress CEC meeting to finalize the remaining 100 candidates for Karnataka Assembly Elections 2023 began at the AICC headquarters in New Delhi. The Grand Old Party is expected to announce the second list of candidates for the 100 Assembly constituencies of Karnataka after the meeting. Now, Congress has announced its first list of 124 candidates on the 25th of March. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar chaired a party review meeting of NCP MPs, MLAs and senior party leaders. The meeting was held at the party office in Mumbai. Kalakshetra Professor Hari Padman, who was arrested following complaints of sexual harassment from a former student, remanded to judicial custody till the 13th of April by Saidapet Metropolitan Magistrate Court. Congress amplifies China's narrative once again. This comes after the party took strong objection to China renaming several places in Arunachal Pradesh and said that it is the result of Prime Minister Modi's clean chit to the neighbouring country and his eloquent silence on Chinese actions at the border. PM Modi held talks with Bhutanese King Jigme Khesar Namgyal Wangchuk, focusing on ways to bolster bilateral engagement in a range of areas, including economic cooperation. Former President Donald Trump has arrived in New York for his arraignment in court. He faces charges of falsifying business records and at least one felony offense as handed down by a Manhattan grand jury. Donald Trump is set to appear for an arraignment in court to answer questions about charges unlike anything the country has ever seen. This in the midst of a third Republican campaign to reclaim the top chair in the White House. Journalists are eagerly waiting outside a Manhattan court in New York where Trump is appearing for hearings against criminal charges. The unprecedented event in American history will be challenged by Trump in a plea to be found not guilty. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba arrived in Brussels for a NATO meeting on Finland's accession. Kuleba congratulated his Finnish counterparts with the country joining NATO as its newest member. Finland makes a history by becoming the 31st member of the NATO alliance. Today, the historic move has come in the wake of Russian threat. As a security blanket, Russia has warned against the deployment of troops in the joint border as a result. Finland has now officially become a member of the world's largest military alliance. Speaking at the event in Brussels, Stoltenberg says Finland's decision to join NATO is due to the Russian invasion of Ukraine and added that Russian President Vladimir Putin is getting the opposite of his goals. EU Foreign Policy Chief has called on China to stand up in defense of international rules-based order, saying China has a moral obligation to contribute to peace in Ukraine. 2 Israeli soldiers have been stabbed by a Palestinian suspect near an army base south of Tel Aviv. Even after a year-long spate of violence, there seem to be no signs of violence abating anytime soon. A fire that had started in Banga Bazaar market in Dhaka has violently spread to other surrounding smaller markets as emergency workers struggle to bring it under control. No casualties have been reported so far, but disaffected merchants can be seen erupting into tears on the sight of their livelihoods being turned to ashes. 2 carriages of a train derailed off the tracks near The Hague in Netherlands this morning after the train crashed into a crane. 1 passenger has been killed in the accident, 19 others hospitalized. A probe has been opened by authorities to investigate the cause and the possibility of a crime angle. Sergio Berni, the security minister for Buenos Aires, has been attacked by protesting bus drivers angry about the murder of a colleague in a robbery. Stones were hurled and punches were thrown at the minister. Residents across parts of the South and Midwest U.S. have been pummeled by deadly storms and wildfires. Forecasters are warning of more severe weather and fire danger in the days ahead. Finland officially having joined the NATO in a historic event. The Finnish flag, along with the NATO flag, has been raised in Helsinki. Chennai Super Kings successfully got off the mark on the IPL 2023 points table. The team has secured a 12-run victory over Lucknow Super Giants in a high-scoring encounter, and as per fans and experts, the victory margin could have been bigger had the CSK Pacers showcased better discipline. Real Madrid all set to play Football Club Barcelona in the second leg of the Copa del Rey clash tonight. Real lost the first leg 1-0 at home, and boss Carlo Ancelotti says he will pick his strongest side for the face-off. Having fought the last fight of his career, British boxer Amir Khan has been banned from all sports following a positive dope test on a prohibited anabolic substance known as Ostarine. Tottenham boss says his side should have won in a 1-1 draw against Everton, having played against 10 men for the most of it before a Tottenham player was also sent off. Tottenham are now in the top 4 level on points with Newcastle United. Barcelona coach Xavi thinks Real Madrid are favourites to win the second leg of the Copa del Rey clash with rivals Real Madrid, despite having won the first leg at home. After being decimated in a 4-1 loss to Manchester City at the Etihad, Jurgen Klopp has expressed his clear disappointment but says he will not be putting in his resignation anytime soon. 22-time Grand Slam champion Rafael Nadal has pulled out of the Monte Carlo Masters after struggling with a left hip flexor injury since the Australian Open. He says that he is not ready to compete at the highest level.
Political face-off over Bengal violence. Mamata blames BJP for Bengal violence. Who is responsible for the violence in Bengal? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Indicted in a hush money case, the former US President Donald Trump in New York ahead of the historic arraignment on hush money. Security increased in New York amidst Trump's surrender. Protesters warn not a playground for your misplaced anger. New York judge rules no video cameras to be allowed in the courtroom when Trump will be making an appearance. One dead, at least 30 injured as a train derails near The Hague. One carriage ended up into field next to the tracks. Massive blaze engulfed a clothing market in Dhaka. No casualties have been reported. South Korean, US and Japanese navies continue anti-submarine drills to boost their coordination against increasing North Korean missile threats.
Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, it is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gherraud by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced to celebrate in the darkness. The people also accused the MLA for not building any community hall in the constituency. The incident comes just ahead of the elections. Karnataka will go to polls on the 10th of May. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's the biggest political fight in the state of Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee says BJP goons are behind the riots. The BJP instead is accusing Mamata of vote bank politics. Also, an NIA team is in Kannur right now to investigate the Kerala attack. A suspect has been detained from the state of Uttar Pradesh.
"18 days after Operation Amritpal was launched,
आप सभी देश के जन जन तक सही सूचनाएं पहुंचाने में अहम भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। जब नेशन फर्स्ट होता है तब हमारे संकल्प भी बड़े होते हैं और उनको सिद्ध करने के प्रयास भी व्यापक होते हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमने भी ठान लिया है हमारा रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क भी अपने कदम और भी तेज करेगा।
Thank you for staying with Republic, and we continue to get you details of former US President Donald Trump, who is to appear before a specially secured Manhattan courthouse to be arraigned on criminal charges related to paying hush money to a porn star during his 2016 presidential campaign. Trump flew to New York City. We got you those pictures a short while ago. This was from his residence currently at Trump Tower in New York. Now, Trump is the first former US president to face a criminal charge, and he is now appearing in New York. We also got a response from Trump's attorney on the way forward. Listen in.
Really, there's a lot of mystery here because we're doing something that's never been done before. We're having an arraignment at 100 senators, just about certain procedural things, but nothing substantively regarding the indictment. They have not shared it with us. There's no indication that there will be a gag order. It can't happen in this case. Look, when you have a gag order, you have to balance a couple things. The First Amendment, right, which is important to all of Americans, and the right to a fair trial for both sides. So that's a balancing act. Here you have something uniquely different. The defendant is the leading Republican candidate for the office of the President of the United States and will be campaigning. Hard to put a gag order when he's going to be fielding questions about his current legal situation. So, but there's been no indication that there'll be a gag order imposed or even attempted to be imposed.
So we will be hearing from President Trump tonight?
You will be. Yes, you will. He plans on, after court, leaving and making a statement.
Has completed a historic journey from his home in Florida to New York City, where he faces an expected arraignment on charges related to hush money payments made during the 2016 presidential campaign to silence claims of an extramarital sexual encounter years earlier. He was driven in his motorcade past banner-waving supporters from Mar-a-Lago, his home in Florida, to an airport. He then flew to LaGuardia Airport. He's now landed and is expected to spend the night at Trump Tower, where there are supporters and protesters who have gathered. He's expected to spend the evening there and is going to return home after his arraignment to Mar-a-Lago, where he's scheduled to deliver a primetime address to supporters.
Political face-off over Bengal violence. Mamta blames BJP for Bengal violence. Who is responsible for the violence in Bengal? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, it is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gherawed by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced to celebrate in the darkness. The people also accused the MLA for not building any community hall in the constituency. The incident comes just ahead of the elections. Karnataka will go to polls on the 10th of May. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's the biggest political fight in the state of Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee says BJP goons are behind the riots. The BJP instead is accusing Mamata of vote bank politics. Also, an NIA team is in Kannur right now to investigate the Kerala attack. A suspect has been detained from the state of Uttar Pradesh.
"18 days after Operation Amritpal was launched, Punjab police have locked Amritpal Singh's drug de-addiction centre.
18 days after the launch of Operation AP, Amritpal is still at large, but the drug de-addiction center that he was running under the garb of which he was radicalizing the youth has now been shut, and this was the center from where we earlier reported as well, but now it has been closed. All the associates of Amritpal have left this Gurudwara that was in the very near to his native village of Jalupur Kheda, and now this bears a deserted look. This was once used to be the place where Amritpal used to address not only his associates but also those who were coming here, and there are inputs that under the garb of drug de-addiction, Amritpal was running a syndicate of criminals and he was radicalizing them, those who were into the drugs, radicalizing them not only.
Burning question.
Political blame game over Bengal violence continues. BJP seeks central agency intervention. Bengal governor confirms his fact-finding report in violence is ready. Report to be submitted to MHA at the earliest. Mamata accuses BJP of stoking violence in Bengal, claims BJP brought goons from out of state. Bharatiya Congress takes China for face value on its Arunachal claim, even as Ministry of External Affairs makes stand clear. NIA team investigates Kannur train attack, terror angle not ruled out by agencies. Former US President Donald Trump to be arraigned in Manhattan court in 2016 hush money case. Ladies and gentlemen, major political face-off has broken out in West Bengal over the violence. Trinamool Congress and BJP have come all out against each other, levelling all kinds of allegations. Trinamool Congress says BJP is calling goons all the way from Bihar. BJP has now demanded centre's intervention. But who exactly is responsible for the tensions in Bengal? A quick recap of all that we know so far. It all started with the Ram Navami procession. Now, this is what the Trinamool Congress has to say. They say that there was a dedicated route that was permitted by the West Bengal police, but that route wasn't really taken. In fact, they say that communally sensitive areas were being visited by those who were participating in the procession. And not just that, they're also raising this entire question as to how exactly were weapons allowed in a Ram Navami procession. Now, this has been countered by the Bharatiya Janata Party. They say that political instructions have now been given to the West Bengal police to basically target the Hindus. Take a look at the developments and then we debate.
So who exactly is responsible for it? The BJP has upped the ante. Joining us on the burning question tonight is Dilip Ghosh, parliamentarian and the National Vice President of BJP, joining us from Kolkata. Mr. Dilip Ghosh, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. सीधा सवाल आपसे करना चाहूँगा। तृणमूल कांग्रेस ये कहती है कि 2014 से पहले दिलीप घोष ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ। ममता बनर्जी ये कहती है कि कहीं ना कहीं बीजेपी इसके पीछे है, क्योंकि इससे पहले कोई भी ऐसे हिंदू त्योहार के वक्त कभी भी राइट्स नहीं हुए। और सीधा सवाल ये उठा रही है कि रामनवमी के प्रोसेशन के समय कुछ लोग गन का इस्तेमाल कर रहे थे, उसके बारे में आप क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, पहली बात तो यह है, मैं 2012 से और इस प्रकार शोभा यात्रा में भाग ले रहा हूं। जहां परसों मैं था उपस्थित रिषड़ा में, वहां भी इसके पहले मैं गया। बिल्कुल सही है, कभी गड़बड़ नहीं हुआ है, लेकिन हिंसा नहीं होता है। हर साल दुर्गा पूजा विसर्जन में गड़बड़ होता है, कहीं ना कहीं मूर्ति तोड़ दिया जाता है। मुहर्रम और विसर्जन एक दिन होता है तो मुहर्रम को चालू किया जाता है और दसवीं का विसर्जन बंद किया जाता है, और कोर्ट से परमिशन लेके लोग विसर्जन करते हैं, और हर साल गड़बड़ होता है। नहीं होता ऐसी बात नहीं है, लेकिन इस बार पूरा देश में हो रहा है, इसका भी चिंता की बात है। 5-7 स्टेट्स में हुआ है और एक दिन में होकर वहाँ की सरकार कंट्रोल की है। लेकिन बंगाल में क्यों 5 दिन से चल रहा है हिंसा? इसके पीछे क्या है? भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूरा देश में है, सत्ता में है, केंद्र में है, राज्यों में है, इसलिए बीजेपी कहीं कर दिया ऐसा नहीं है। और जब ये लोग संभाल नहीं पाते तब बोलते बाहर से आदमी लाया था। चाहे दुर्गा पूजा विसर्जन हो, चाहे शोभा यात्रा हो, या तो फिर हम लोग कोई जुलूस करते हैं, बोले दूसरे प्रदेश से लोग लाए थे। चुनाव जीतने के बाद भी बोलते हैं।
दिलीप घोष जी, 2018 में पुरुलिया में जब रामनवमी की प्रोसेशन हो रही थी, ये कहा जा रहा था कि सरकार ने साफ तरीके से कहा था कि कोई भी वेपन्स के इस्तेमाल आप नहीं कर सकते। इसके बावजूद ये देखा गया कि उस समय भी कई लोग वेपन लेके घूम रहे थे और कुछ प्रोसेशन में आप खुद शामिल थे। सवाल ये उठता है कि दिलीप घोष जी, आप सवाल उठा सकते हैं, सरकार के सवाल उठा सकते हैं, क्योंकि आप ऑपोजिशन पार्टी में हैं और जायज आप वो सवाल उठाएंगे। पर ये बताइए कि क्या ये जायज है कि रामनवमी के प्रोसेशन के वक्त कुछ लोग बंदूक लेके घूमते हैं और कहीं ना कहीं आपको उसमें कोई एतराज नहीं लग रहा?
कोई कहीं पर बंदूक लेके ना घूमता है, ना कोई इजाजत है। गन लेके, गैरकानूनी हथियार लेके कहीं घूमने का पद्धति नहीं है। और रामनवमी आज नहीं, सैकड़ों हजारों साल से हो रहा है। ये पार्टी सत्ता में नहीं थी, पार्टी नहीं थी, और उस समय से ट्रेडिशनल वेपन्स लेके लोग घूमते हैं, गदा, तलवार, लाठी, ये पद्धति है। अखाड़ा निकलता है हजारों पूरा देश में, कोई नई बात नहीं है। लेकिन आज की जो बात हो रही है, कहीं कोई हथियार नहीं था। हमने खुद बोला था बिना परमिशन का नहीं है और हथियार लेके किसी को अलाउ नहीं है। मैं ये इतना बोल सकता हूं, जहां भी मैंने भाग लिया, एक भी प्रोसेशन में कोई हथियार नहीं था। इन लोगों ने कहीं का वीडियो लाकर किसी को पकड़ के लाके दिखाना चाहते हैं कि बाहर से आदमी लाए हैं। जो सरकार है उसका जो जिम्मेदारी लिया है, जो अनुमति दिया है, कानून व्यवस्था रखने का व्यवस्था उनका है। पूरा देश में कैसे चलता है? यहाँ दिनों दिन पथराव हो रहा है, आगजनी हो रही है, दुकान लूटा जा रहा है। हावड़ा में एक दिन गड़बड़ हुआ, दूसरे दिन हजारों लोग रास्ता में उतर गए हैं।
आपकी सरकार कहती है कि तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति नहीं होनी चाहिए, सबका साथ सबका विकास की बात करते हैं, पर कहीं ना कहीं आपके बीजेपी के जितने भी अधिकारी बंगाल में हैं वो कहते हैं कि कहीं ना कहीं एक समुदाय का पक्ष लिया जा रहा है, सरकार एक समुदाय को सपोर्ट कर रही है और कहीं ना कहीं हिंदुओं के खिलाफ है। क्या आपको नहीं लगता है कि आप भी कहीं ना कहीं तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं आपके लिए फायदेमंद होता है, क्योंकि वो हिंदू वोट बैंक को आप कंसोलिडेट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं बंगाल में?
नहीं, देखिए, ये कॉम्प्लेन है, हम आरोप कर रहे हैं, क्यों हम दावा कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ 30% भी मुसलमान नहीं है। बंगाल में ईद में 2 दिन छुट्टी होती है और 70% से ऊपर हिंदू है, उनका रामनवमी में छुट्टी नहीं होता है, बल्कि उसी दिन ममता बनर्जी धरना देती है और हिंदू समाज को, बीजेपी को गाली देती है। जिस दिन दुर्गा पूजा की विसर्जन होने वाली है, हजारों साल की ट्रेडिशन है, विजयादशमी के बाद विजयादशमी के दिन विसर्जन होती है, और उस दिन अगर मुहर्रम आता है तो विजयादशमी में विसर्जन को पूरा बैन करके पूरा बंगाल में और मुहर्रम का जुलूस निकालने के लिए अनुमति दिया जाता है। उसके लिए कोर्ट में जाना पड़ता है। दुर्गा पूजा करने की अनुमति नहीं दी जाती, उसके लिए कोर्ट में जाना पड़ता है। गंगा आरती होने वाला था, पूरा देश में गंगा आरती हो रहा है, जगह जगह जहां गंगा घाट है। हमारे अध्यक्ष गए गंगा आरती कर, उसको पुलिस ने रोका, और 7 दिन के बाद ममता बनर्जी जाके गंगा आरती करती है। आप बोलिए इसको आप क्या बोलेंगे? एपीसमेंट बोलेंगे? कौन एपीसमेंट कर रहा है? सरकार की जिम्मेदारी तो कम से इतना है, सबका धार्मिक अधिकार को रक्षा करे। कानून व्यवस्था का समस्या होगा तो देखने का जिम्मेदारी उनका है।
एक आखिरी सवाल,
उसका ऊपर कंडीशन दे, कंडीशन नहीं मानने से केस लगाए।
एक आखिरी सवाल करना चाहूंगा, क्योंकि लोग ये कहते हैं कि हर बार जब दिलीप घोष कोई जुलूस निकालते हैं, हर वक्त उस समय पथराव आप ही के रैली पे या आप ही के कॉन्वॉय के ऊपर होता है। एक सवाल वो बनता है। दूसरी बात यह है कि क्या आप साफ तरीके से कह रहे हैं कि तृणमूल कांग्रेस हिंदू समाज के खिलाफ है और आप मुसलमानों के खिलाफ है?
एक बात है, देश में सब जगह जुलूस हो रहे, हजारों जगह। दिलीप घोष 1-2 जगह था, उसमें संयोग से जहां कभी नहीं हुआ वहां भी पथराव किया गया, वो भी मस्जिद से। हजारों लोग तितर बितर हो गए, सर फूटा, हमारा एमएलए का सर फूट गया है। इसलिए दिलीप घोष जाने से ऐसा होता है ऐसा नहीं। दिलीप घोष ने बहुत जगह शुरू भी किया है, उस समय में राजनीति नहीं था। और आज जो एपीसमेंट की बात हो रही है, सारे हम देखते हैं लोग, ममता बनर्जी की स्टेटमेंट देख लीजिए, क्या बात कर रहे हैं। हिंदू विरोधी नहीं है तो रामनवमी के दिन क्यों धरना देते हैं? कम से कम आप खुद खड़ा होकर कानून व्यवस्था देखिए। 4 दिन से आग जल रहा है, क्यों नहीं हो गए?
दिलीप घोष जी उन्होंने पहुंच गए हैं। ममता बनर्जी हिंदू समाज के खिलाफ तो, पर क्या आप मुख्यमंत्री के बयानों को कहीं ना कहीं तोड़ मरोड़ की, क्या आप ममता बनर्जी के बयानों को तोड़ मरोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं? क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं लोग ये सवाल उठा रहे कि आप और मुख्यमंत्री दोनों के बीच में, लड़ाई के बीच में आम जनता को काफी सारा नुकसान हो रहा है, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं आप लोग अपने वोट बैंक की चिंता कर रहे हैं।
रामनवमी का शोभा यात्रा निकालना वोट के लिए नहीं है, ये हमारे परंपराएं सैकड़ों साल से हैं, हम उसमें भागीदारी लेते हैं। बीजेपी कहीं ऑर्गेनाइज नहीं करता है। और मैं एक हिंदू के नाते क्या मुझे अधिकार नहीं है कि रामनवमी के जुलूस में मैं भाग लूं? ममता बनर्जी जाके रेड रोड में नमाज पढ़ सकती हैं, और मुसलमान ना हुए भी, और इफ्तार पार्टी में जा सकते हैं दिन भर खाना खा के, वो अपना उनकी इच्छा हो, कहाँ जाएंगे। लेकिन मुझे पूरा अधिकार है हिंदू उत्सव में भाग लेने के लिए। क्या बंगाल में 70% हिंदू का अधिकार नहीं है? जुलूस निकाले, शोभा यात्रा करे, दुर्गा पूजा विसर्जन करे, उसमें पथराव होगा? इतना सुरक्षा नहीं दे पाएंगे? क्या बांग्लादेश बन गया है क्या? उसके बाद फिर हिंदुओं को दोषारोपित करते हैं, उन्हीं पर केस डालते हैं, उनके नेताओं को आप बदनाम करते हैं, समाज को बदनाम करते हैं। अधिकार किसने दिया है? इसका विरोध हम करते हैं और आगे भी करेंगे।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दिलीप घोष रिपब्लिक टीवी से बात करने के लिए। लेट्स नाउ ओपन अप द डिबेट विद प्रियंका टिब्रूवाल ऑफ the BJP. Joining us, Deshratna Nigam, Jaiprakash Majumdar of the Trinamool Congress, and Parimal Kumar of the JDU joining us on this debate. We've had the BJP version. Let's quickly first get the Trinamool Congress version on this entire matter. I'll begin with Jaiprakash Majumdar. Jaiprakash Majumdar, we've asked direct questions to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Was this some sort of an appeasement politics? And the fact of the matter is, the question was, before 2014, your party says that no riots were taking place. It's only because BJP has come to power. You've been in that party for a while. I'll ask this question to you from the Trinamool Congress. Has the government somewhere down the line failed in taking control of the situation? Let's be very honest, Jaiprakash Majumdar, that at the end of the day, because of the bitter rivalry between the Trinamool Congress and the BJP, it is the people of West Bengal. It is the people of West Bengal who are suffering and the state is burning. And somewhere down the line, you are in power, you need to be answerable. We seem to be having some problem with Jaiprakash Majumdar. We'll try and reconnect with him. Let me just take this question with Parimal Kumar. Parimal Kumar, this debate is not only about what's really happening in the state of West Bengal. It's happened in your state too. And you are equally responsible, because we have seen what's happened in Bihar Sharif. the fact of the matter is that you've not been able to control the situation. I want a quick comment from you. Jaiprakash Majumdar, I'll just come back to you because I've taken that question also to the JDU, because the same sort of situation panning out in Nalanda, in Bihar Sharif. So this question needs to be asked. Has the state government completely failed in containing the situation, Parimal Kumar?
Why you, along with BJP, is raising the issue that government has failed totally. Okay, you should know that the Nitish Kumar government is very serious and much concerned about this issue. When the matter came into light, the government immediately taken the action, deployed a large number of paramilitary forces and RPF. Okay, and the government is conducting vigilance over all these activities.
Parimal Kumar, sorry, I'm interrupting you. Sorry, I'm interrupting you. It seems like your video line there seems to be some problem with your video line. We'll try and get that corrected. Let me just quickly take in Jaiprakash Majumdar. Jaiprakash Majumdar, you heard what Dilip Ghosh had to say. We've asked him the direct question whether they are responsible for that appeasement politics, the fact that there have been people who were carrying guns. But at the end of the day, if you were aware, if the Chief Minister of West Bengal was aware that something was amiss and there was a larger conspiracy at play, why wait till the time the procession was taking place? Why not make preventive detention? Why did you not act in keeping in mind the law and order situation?
I will tell you the idea of appeasement politics of at least West Bengal BJP. Mamata Banerjee took out one very popular project called Lakhir Bhandar. That is for some money to all the female of Bengal. And Lakshmi is a Hindu name. Then BJP said that Mamata Didi is appeasing Hindus. For Kanyasri program, BJP said Mamata Bandyopadhyay appeasing the girl students. For Imam Bhata, Imam लोग को लिए जो दिया जाता है, इसलिए then they said it is minority appeasement. But Mamata Bandyopadhyay said, I am appeasing everybody, all population of Bengal. I am doing work for all of them. That is Mamata Banerjee. And coming to present problem, that BJP since last 4 or 5 years, for your information, I was in BJP, I was Vice President of BJP State Unit. I know how plan is to be made before Ram Navami, just after 2016. RSS people and BJP people used to make elaborate program that how the peace of the state will be disturbed, with taking weapon in hand and going in front of the masjid, and DJ cars will be there, slogan shouting, and if they retaliate, if the Muslims are going to retaliate, then no, let me finish one line. If they retaliate, we will blame the state administration, and with that we will go to the center asking them for imposition of president's rule. This is a well-made, every year same pattern. Last year also same pattern, year before last same pattern, this year also same pattern. This is the...
So, as I understand, Jaiprakash Majumdar, for Priyanka Tibrewal, as they say, Priyanka Tibrewal, for your party is, aap chronology ko samjhiye. Because you want to come to power, you want to consolidate the Hindu votes, because that's where you feel your power lies. You believe that if you discredit the Mamata government, perhaps you have a chance of coming to power in the state of West Bengal. I'll ask you very direct questions. You've been in that state for a very long time, Priyanka Tibrewal.
First of all,
before 2014 have you really
just
seen
showing a mirror to
processions that were carried out in this manner? Okay. Priyanka, just ask. I'm the moderator. I'll ask you the question.
Very clearly,
what Jaiprakash Majumdar had to say. I'm asking this question because you're a resident. You're a resident of the state of West Bengal. Please be honest. Before 2014, when did you really see this kind of violence actually taking place when it comes to Ram Navami processions? You can raise the questions of the conduct of the CPM cadres. Today, Mamata Banerjee says that CPM cadres have joined BJP. That is the reason why the same situation. Before 2014, when did you see that? And please tell me, in Ram Navami processions...
Now let me tell you, really since this government came to power, allow me to speak. Since this government came to power, there have been number of riots on number of occasions, not just Ram Navami. I am telling you, allow me to finish, please. I just started. Whether it is Hooghly, whether it is places in Havra, there were number of riots which have been witnessed by everyone on the television. Even on Saraswati Puja, even on Lakshmi Pujan, there were people from particular community who used to come and destroy the idols of these goddesses, and it has been come on various news. Now Mr. Mojumdar, he has said, this kind of ludicrous thing I've been hearing, and it's, very uncanny. Why, I will tell you, they are saying that people and outsiders, they came, and what did they do? They took shelter in Muslim locality, in the houses of Muslim people. They went on the roof and they threw and pelted stones. Now, is it believable that outsiders went to the houses of Muslims and from there they pelted stones and bombs? Is it believable? Not at all. Mr. Jayaprakash Mojumdar was just speaking about everything. See, we all know that in 2021, when he contested, he was kicked hardly by the Muslims and he fell in a gutter. He fell in a gutter. That is the reason that they say that we will... That is the reason that they say that हम लोग दूध देने वाले गाँव की लात खाएंगे.
I did not. It's a lie.
Okay, let's not do this.
I did not contest 2021.
Talking over each other makes no sense.
From Krishna Nagar, in a by-election on the BJP ticket, he contested and lost.
1 minute. Priyanka Tibrewal and Jayaprakash Majumdar. 1 minute, both of you. Please understand. I'll give each one of you the chance to respond. But I'll ask this question to Priyanka Tibrewal. Trinamool Congress today says that the person who has been arrested, who was carrying that weapon, there is an association with the Bharatiya Janata Party. Jayaprakash Majumdar, am I correct? This is what your party has to say? That the person who was arrested with the gun was arrested from the state of Bihar, carries a gun, and in fact they say that he was seen with Shukanto also. Now that's an allegation that the Trinamool Congress is making. Do you accept that?
Well, then Mamata Banerjee should be arrested right away because there are pictures of Arpita, the one who is now in the charges of corruption inside the jail. There are a number of pictures and videos of Mamata Banerjee with her, where Mamata Banerjee is applauding her for the great work.
You're a learned...
So that is the reason I'm saying they have to substantiate their claims, whatever they are making.
Okay. Okay, let me just broad-base this a little bit because this is not only about the state of West Bengal. Jayaprakash, I'll allow you to respond, but let me also quickly get it. Parimal Kumar, he's also been waiting patiently for a very long time.
30 seconds.
Let me broad-base this. Okay, you take 30 seconds and respond to what Priyanka, but I'll also bring in Parimal Kumar because I need to, the question here is not only about what is happening in West Bengal, it seems that it's almost become a pattern. Asauddin Owaisi has hit out at the JDU and the RJD saying that you've not been able to protect the masjids in the state of Bihar. So I'll take that question, but Jayaprakash Majumdar, substantiate the claims that you are making is what Priyanka said.
Look, Priyanka, she also knows about this person, Sumit Shah. He used to come to the head office of BJP. He stays in Salkia. He was taken into the fold of RSS doing shakhas and used to participate in BJP rallies. Everyone knows him. Sumit Shah is a young chap. And if she says, I don't know, it's a ridiculous
you both can you both can keep continuing. Okay, we got okay, you've given the proof. You've given the proof.
When an investigation is on, the Chief Minister says that Muslims are being attacked. They should be safeguarded.
Don't shift the
that perhaps Jayaprakash Majumdar, I have one more question to ask. When you say Muslim area, no, 1 minute. Jayaprakash
that is
Majumdar,
what I'm saying. How a biased
let's be very clear. When you make 1 minute, Priyanka, when you make a statement that this is Muslim area, this is Hindu area, this is communally sensitive, don't go here, don't go that. What are we really talking about? It's our country. We are free to go wherever we want. But I'll come to that in a while from now. But let me just bring in Parimal Kumar. He's been waiting there for a long time.
That should be explained to the Chief Minister of West Bengal.
Asauddin Owaisi has now hit out. Now, I'll take that also. I'll take that. But Parimal Kumar, Asauddin Owaisi is now hit out, says that you have completely failed. Forget about the BJP saying, even Asauddin Owaisi is now hitting out. It's saying that you're not being able to even protect the masjids in the state of Bihar. The fact of the matter is that when your state was burning, your chief minister was busy in an iftar party.
See, as far as the question of Bihar is concerned, Bihar is the land of secular people, okay? And this land is known for communal harmony, and this is the land of peace. This gives message at the global level. This is the land of Mahavir and Gautam Buddha, okay? But at the same time, I will say that you see the track record of my honorable chief minister since last 17 years, there was rarely any instance of such type, and this incident is shameful. This is crime against humanity. Whoever is indulged in a matter of investigation, and government is very much concerned about to investigate all this. So, but one important aspect which is objectionable on behalf of a party is BJP is trying to utilize and get political mileage over this inhuman activity. Okay, whether it is responsibility of any political party to instigate the issue, you see it is a matter of investigation. Whoever is indulged, you cannot say without conducting proper investigation whether the person who were indulged in conducting right were either Muslim or Hindu. I'm not going in detail about this process because this is a matter of investigation. But the way the BJP leaders are putting the fact and trying to mislead the condition, actually you see yesterday one of important MP of BJP, Giriraj Singh, given the statement कि मेरे हिंदू भाई ने कभी तजिया पर पत्थरबाजी नहीं की. What is the meaning of this? Actually, you see, BJP tried to destroy the basic feature of the constitution. They are trying to run the governance on the communal line. Whereas my government, Bihar government, is known for actually my chief minister's good governance is based on zero tolerance against transnational communal. There is no place for communalism in the land of Bihar. This is rare fact.
If your chief minister,
and at the same time, I am raising one important. Let me complete. You see, when Marisa came here, you know that the situation is not is violent there, and it is the responsibility of every political party to try to maintain and restore the normal condition. But Amit Shah tried to conducted Samrat Ashok Jayanti in Nalanda. Whether it was the legal act at this junction when in charge.
How is the Home Minister responsible for it?
I'm giving question. Actually, you see, government
is
responsible. You see,
is it an easy way out? You know, Parimal Kumar, I'm sorry I have to interrupt you. Let me also quickly bring in Deshratan Nigam. Deshratan Nigam, you've heard the two opposition parties nationally, the Trinamool Congress and the JDU. Do you believe somewhere down the line that perhaps it's an easy way of looking at it, that since the BJP is in the opposition in these two states, they're basically trying to create a situation that they are able to go back to the public and say that, look here, that this government is not capable, they cannot run the government. It is only when we are in power that we'll be able to take care of you. And somewhere down the line, there is a pattern that is basically emerging. Every opposition ruled state, there seems to be a law and order situation. And they are saying that the BJP wants to create this. Do you think that this is an easy way out?
Shravan, in fact, if you look at the pattern in West Bengal, look at when the post-poll violence took place and even pre-poll violence, exact argument that the outsiders are involved was put before the West Bengal Kolkata High Court, which was rejected, and the investigation was taken out from the West Bengal government and given to CBI. Severe indiction of West Bengal government had taken place, and then when a chief minister says there are Muslim areas and do not venture into Muslim areas, this was last heard in 1947-46 when the Direct Action Day was called by Muslim League. So remember, that kind of sentiments are being stoked again by the politicians in this country. And that is what is very shocking, and people sitting on this panel are justifying that. There are no Muslim areas, please remember that, and to say that, and there is one,
and that's the key point.
Violence, Maulana Pirzada Nazimuddin.
That's a key point, Deshratan Nigam.
Let me just finish,
right.
Shravan. Yes, go
Go
on.
ahead, Mr.
Yes, go
Nigam.
on. No, what I'm saying is, Shravan is
Mr. Nigam,
one,
just
one
quickly
of the
make your point. We are running short of time, that's why.
See, one of the Maulanas in Havra, Maulana Pirzada Nazimuddin Hussain, justified this violence and carnage. That why do you have to go into Muslim areas during this Ramzan? So this is the justification the Maulanas are giving,
So that,
and the appeasement is very
that's a
clear
valid
out
point.
there.
I just want. Okay, just a quick point. 20 seconds each. Priyanka to 20 seconds and Jaiprakash Majumdar 20 seconds. But Jaiprakash Majumdar, this is the question I asked you also. Deshratan Nigam is also asking you, why this Muslim area, Hindu area, not allowed to go here, not allowed to go there? Why would you make that? Because somewhere down the line, you are also setting a wrong precedent by making these kind of statements. A quick point from you, 20 seconds and 20 seconds, Priyanka.
This is after independence. It has happened many times. I just will give Mr. Nigam one incident he must be remembering. 2020 Northeast Delhi riots, 55 people lost their life. Amit Shah was in charge of the law and order of Delhi, and they have dictated these are the Muslim areas, and no one, including the parliamentarian, cannot go inside that thing. What you are talking, Muslim area, Hindu area? Amit Shah says Hindu area.
Priyanka, Deshratan Nigam, I just want Priyanka to respond. Priyanka, Jaiprakash Majumdar, you made your point. You made your point. Just
so when a chief minister of a state, when a chief minister of a state herself says that during. That's what I'm saying. When the chief minister of a state herself says that, you have to protect the Muslims during Ramzan, and the direct indication is on the Hindus that please protect them. What does that mean? Who's going to protect the Hindus? Because she's standing there. Abhishek Banerjee says that why do you want to do so many rallies on Ram Navami? That is the question which is being asked to the Hindus. A minority minister has been removed from the TMC just because they lose.
Priyanka, Jaiprakash Majumdar, don't do this. We are really running short of time. Okay. Jaiprakash Majumdar, please don't do this. Please don't do this. 1 minute. We can continue with this debate. I'm sorry, I'm really running short of time, so I had to cut you short. Deshratan Nigam, sincere apologies. I couldn't come much to you, but thank you very much, Paribal Kumar, Priyanka Tibrewal, as well as Jaiprakash Majumdar on joining us on the burning question. On the other side, the trending burning question.
Indicted in a hush money case, the former US President Donald Trump in New York ahead of the historic arraignment on hush money. Security increased in New York amidst Trump's surrender. Protesters warn not a playground for your misplaced anger. New York judge rules no video cameras to be allowed in the courtroom when Trump will be making an appearance. One dead, at least 30 injured as a train derails near The Hague. One carriage ended up into field next to the tracks. Massive blaze engulfs a clothing market in Dhaka. No casualties have been reported. South Korean, US and Japanese navies continue anti-submarine drills to boost their coordination against increasing North Korean missile threats.
right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka. It is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gherraud by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced to celebrate in the darkness. The people also accused the MLA for not building any community hall in the constituency. The incident comes just ahead of the elections. Karnataka will go to polls on the 10th of May. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's the biggest political fight in the state of Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee says BJP goons are behind the riots. The BJP instead is accusing Mamata of vote bank politics. Also, an NIA team is in Kannur right now to investigate the Kerala attack. A suspect has been detained from the state of Uttar Pradesh.
Trending burning question, powered by General Air Conditioners.
Well, hello and welcome, viewers. I am Aishwarya Kapoor and you are watching the Trending Burning Question. And one thing which is trending for sure, and India will make sure that it's not burning, is what China wants. China, this is not for the first time, and I'm sure that this is not for the last time as well, that China wants and has deliberately tried to provoke India. Yes, you are hearing me clear, provoke India. China, twice prior, their different ministries. However they want to name their ministries, it's their case, but they come out with these documents, which they call are their official documents, which they claim in their documents, viewers, and please listen to me very carefully, that territories which lie in the geographical boundaries of India belong to them. Yes, it's not going to be a surprise to most of you, because China has done that twice prior officially. And you know, it's a message. Whenever they have done this prior, they follow it up with military action. At least that has been the pretext. That is what they try to do. But Government of India on both the occasions and even prior to that has conveyed unequivocally that under no circumstance the Government of India is going to accept this stand and the mere attempt of the Chinese government to claim any territory, even an iota of Indian land. But it's the Chinese. It's the Chinese. What else can I say? They like to provoke everyone. Or is provoke a really small word? Is it? Post-COVID, because you see, nothing can be seen separately. The whole strategy of China is very different to any other country in the world. Any other country. It will openly support a terror state like Pakistan and openly protect a terrorist by using their veto power. That's the China. So what are we expecting from them? But the larger question is, how do you control this? India for sure does not want a military solution to this. But is China really pushing us? That's the debate. But first a special report, and then I have two very distinguished guests on the debate today.
Day after China provoked in Arunachal Pradesh by renaming stunt The Vadra Congress has come forward to amplify Beijing's point. They have blamed the centre for what they call PM's clean chit to China.
It's a Prime Minister who should answer, and as a head of the country, he should answer. In all capacity, he should answer. And that's why Khargeji has asked that, of course, Prime Minister should come out on it. And of course, Prime Minister's stand has emboldened China.
The BJP hit back at Congress's move of giving clean chit to China.
डोकलाम की घटना हुई, चीन की ओर से अतिक्रमण करने का प्रयास जब हुआ, हमारी सेना के जवानों ने मुंह तोड़ जवाब उसको दिया। लेकिन भारत के बहुत लंबे समय तक जो सत्ता में पार्टी रही, उनका युवराज चीन को मुंह तोड़ जवाब देने की बजाय वो चीन के एम्बेसडर के साथ बैठकर सूप पी रहे थे, चाइनीज खाना खा रहे थे, उनके चाइनीज फंड लेकर अपनी राजीव गांधी फाउंडेशन को आगे बल देने का काम कर रहे थे।
India outrightly rejected China's claims, asserting that assigning invented names does not alter reality. But then why is Congress taking China on face value? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, that's right. And on the debate, on the trending question, I have Mr. Deepak Vora, former diplomat, senior former IFS officer, and I have Pankaj Sharma on the other side, senior journalist and former media advisor to the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Mr. Kamal Nath. Pankaj Sharma and Deepak Vora, welcome. First question to you, Mr. Vora. Mr. Vora, this doesn't come up as a surprise, sir. Namaskar, Mr. Vora. This doesn't come as a surprise. But then how do you tackle China? Because China is openly saying that 2 land areas, 2 residential areas, 5 mountain peaks and 2 rivers which belong to India are theirs. And this is not for the first time. So how do you tackle such a government?
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be on your amazing channel. You yourself are one of our best anchors. So thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you and to learn from you. Who trusts China? Nobody. Not even the Chinese people themselves, and I'm talking of communist China. They tried cartographic aggression against India in the 1950s. They tried a military invasion in 1962-2020, economic pressure since the new millennium, psychological force always. There's a very interesting story. If you permit me, I shall share it with you. The 1950s, we told them that their maps wrongly showed a lot of Indian territory as belonging to China. Those were the Bhai days. Those are Kuomintang, the old regime maps. The Communist Party replied, we have not had the time to check them. When they published their maps, even more Indian territory was shown as China's. They are liars, inveterate liars. They blew our trust.
Outrageous.
So, it's very, very clear that they cannot be trusted. Now, what have we done at this point of time? We have responded in 3 ways. First, we've said to the whole world through our statement that this is all bunkum. We don't accept it. Second, we've made it very clear to the Chinese. And third, which is most important, we've told the Chinese that we are very serious about protecting our borders. So our infrastructure is going to develop faster than it is developing anywhere in the country, our infrastructure on the border with China. Because as it is, the world is surprised at the pace of our infrastructure development. Northeast, it's going much faster. Let me also add just one more thing, that China's foreign policy, their ideas are slightly rotting. They are unable to move ahead. They banned a T-shirt made by H&M or some other company saying that, the map of China is incomplete. The fellow said, look, I forgot to put a dot. They said, no, now our 9-dash line is an 8-dash line. All kinds of nonsense. Nobody believes them, not even their own people. Why do they do it? Sir, I would be tempted to say because they are idiots. The military in China tries to be diplomatic. The diplomats in China try to be warriors.
But Mr. Vora, as much as I would want to agree with you, sir, but sir, Mr. Vora, this is not Pakistan.
Ahead,
we can't ridicule China. Pakistan can be ridiculed for sure, but China cannot.
Why can't we ridicule China,
but
sir?
Pankaj Sharma, why will the Congress say, no, I'll come back to you, sir. But Pankaj Sharma, why will the Congress say that it's BJP who's allowing China to do when we are openly daring them by saying we are going to have G20 summit meetings even in Arunachal Pradesh to make a point which Congress never did, that Arunachal was, is and will always be India's integral part, Pankaj Sharma.
Yeah. This rhetoric is going on for years. Every time. This is the third time when they have renamed Arunachal places. And we have issued this, this statement again. But can I make you, Aishwarya ji, and Mr. Deepak Vora ji, can I make you recall what happened 34 years ago? 34 years ago, an Indian Prime Minister visited China. And any Indian Prime Minister was visiting China after a gap of 34 years. So the Prime Minister was Rajiv Gandhi, and this visit was significant, not only because the Indian Prime Minister was reaching Beijing after 34 years. It was a major event because of the prevailing circumstances of that time. Mr. Vora must be recalling. I was very young parliamentary correspondent for Navarat Times those days. That was the time when Arunachal Pradesh was a union territory. A huge demand was there to grant it full statehood. China, of course, was agitating against any such move. And in the meantime, this Samdrong Chu crisis also intensified in Tawang Valley. Do you know what Rajiv Gandhi did a few days before landing in Beijing? He announced full statehood to Arunachal Pradesh and then reached China. This is the difference. Today we are busy with the rhetoric. No one came. And China is renaming our places in Arunachal Pradesh, constructing villages, making roads, bridges in our territory. And China is saying it is his province. It is the southern part of Tibet, and we stare at them helplessly with our paralyzed eyes. So this is the difference. So now they have renamed 11 places. And what are we doing? Our Ministry of External Affairs doing the ritual of, the move. We
what do you want,
outrightly reject the move by...
Pankaj Sharma, let me be very clear. How do you want? I'll ask this question to you first, and then I'm going back to Mr. Vora. Please tell me, what do you want? Should we declare war on China? Can India, or for that matter, any country in the world?
That's not the point. But
any country. We can't. We have to find a diplomatic way. You know that. That is one thing, Pankaj Sharma, you and me, not only you and me, but even the Congress and the BJP would agree that you cannot have a military solution to this. As much as China may want. A country which is under the question mark, Pankaj, that whether it created COVID would obviously can be expected out of such a country that they would want a military solution to this. But can India, or for that matter, any country afford that? No, we don't want that. So how do you tackle this? What's your suggestion? Or what do you perceive should be done? And then I'll take the same question to the diplomat. Yeah.
See, military solution cannot be there. But these stereotype statements will also come. They also can't make any difference. They did it in November 2017 when Dalai Lama visited Arunachal. Then again in December 2021 when China's new land border law came into effect. Now after this G20 meeting, which you are mentioning, this science and technology delegates meeting in Itanagar. Again, they have published a list. And see, on all occasions, our response was ditto, integral part. Arunachal is our integral part. So, these rhetoric, these things also cannot do anything. We should not be seen as a weak country. If Narendra Bhai Modi is such a strong Prime Minister, he should take up these things with more seriousness.
Deepak Vora, same question. How do you take it? Deepak Vora.
How would I react to this?
Sir.
Well, I heard our senior journalist, whom I respect greatly, saying that we should not be doing ritualistic things. Sir, obviously you know very little about diplomacy. A ritual is very, very important in diplomacy. We keep reasserting our claim and the world ultimately takes notice. Had we kept quiet, the Chinese would say, oh, well, these guys didn't doubt what we have said, therefore this belongs to us. No, sir, that's not what modern diplomacy is all about. I would recommend read Chanakya Niti, in which he says, assert your claims unequivocally. The second thing, sir, which I'd like to say. Obviously, we don't want to fight with China. We would like to resolve our disputes peacefully. Chinese don't want to fight with us, sir. We smashed them in Galwan. We smashed them in Tawang. They are not going to try this again. They are now trying cartographic aggression against us and changing the names of some villages and peaks, etc. in Arunachal Pradesh. It's an old game that they play. Their military pretends to be diplomats. Their diplomats try to be warriors. Both fail miserably, sir. Sir, I wouldn't give too much of credence to what the Chinese are doing. They do it. We do what we have to. We don't have to be reactive all the time. I mean, if you'll forgive me, sir, and may the good Lord forgive me, there is in Isaiah 41 in the Bible, the name of China is Sin, S-I-N, and the people there are called Sinla, the residents of that place. That's probably the most appropriate name for China, for communist China anyway. However, sir, let me just assure you, we are awake, we are alert. You can sleep comfortably because your military and your diplomats know what game the Chinese are playing. Mr. Aishwarya, the Chinese are predictably unpredictable. We know what they're up to.
So they're absolutely not only unpredictable, the strategy they have been following. And ever since post-COVID, Pankaj Sharma, I'll come to you, sir. Specifically, and I'm stressing on COVID. Why? You know why? Because it's coming again. And we all need to be precaution. Precaution is better than cure. And yes, India has been able to find the cure for COVID. But I'm just saying, a country which can go till such extents to create such a havoc around the world, or at least is in question mark. I am saying, they are deliberately doing this, Pankaj Sharma. You, me, Mr. Vora, all will agree for that they are deliberately doing it because they want to prove a point that we will not accept the claim of India. Well, they can do so. We don't care. But at the same point of time, we need to understand that China, with its supremacy over the economy and the trade and the business, is not like Pakistan, Pankaj Sharma, and I'm being very practical about it. We cannot just ridicule China like we do to Pakistan. No. I am not repeating anything. I am saying practically, am I wrong? No, practically, Pankaj Sharma, am I wrong? Can we ridicule China?
No, I'm not.
Can we ridicule China? We can't. But we have to tackle them in their own way. But you have to say to them, did I counter you when you said, Pankaj, did I counter you when you said that what Rajiv Gandhi did? Because that was the right thing at that point of time. And it took a lot of courage for the Indian Prime Minister then to do that. But I am saying, that's the strategy which is required, that you tell them in their own way. That listen, you can say what you want, but hello, the reality is this. And that's why the diplomat was saying, Deepak Voraji was saying, that it's important. Rituals are also important. You assert and you assert and you assert till the other understands. Pankaj Sharma.
See, rituals are very important, I agree. But my point is that Indian leadership should show some more strength. They should show some that they are strong.
What?
I mean, why China is repeating every time all this? Because tell me when Dalai Lama was given.
Please suggest.
When Dalai Lama was given asylum in India, tell me, and he was allowed to establish his government in exile. Do you think it was an easy step taken by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru? And what did we do 5 months back?
No.
We preferred to abstain on the resolution in the United Nations Human Rights Council calling for a debate on the human rights situation in Xinjiang region of China. So taking a stand against injustice should be our motto. When we show these kind of weaknesses, then China will repeatedly do all this. That is my point. Why don't you show some more strength?
No. I am sorry that the BJP leadership, Pankaj Sharma, is not showing the strength the way you would want. Mr. Deepak Vora, that the leadership of the BJP is not having private dinners with the family members of the Chinese envoys. I am sorry that the BJP leadership is not showing the strength by signing some document with the Chinese government, which the Congress did. Congress showed a lot of strength. I agree with you on that part. Yes, they signed a contract. What show of strength? Amazing. They had personal private dinners with family members and with their envoys. Wow, what show of strength. And then you even have parties with the Chinese envoys.
What is our government's stand on Xinjiang?
In third country. Wow, what show of strength. I am saying, no, Pankaj,
I respect you, you are a senior general. This kind of show of strength, please understand, the country has seen through the facade. I'll only say this, Pankaj, I'll come back to you, but Deepak Vora first. Deepak Vora, your counter, sir.
So we are not trained to comment on the internal politics of any country. So whether it's this party or that, I shall not respond to that because that's not my bailiwick. However, what I'd like to tell Mr. Sharma, who's a very respected senior journalist, so we know what we are doing. This is not the India of 1962. I lost family in 1962. I was bereaved in 1962. I understand these jokers better than anybody else. Not a word of what they say can be believed. When their foreign minister, the new chap who's come from New York, says, oh, we want to be great buddies with India, we know what's coming. Soon as he says that, we have Tawang happening. When the new fellow says, we are now going to try and improve our relations with India, we have the maps coming. No, sir. We understand them so totally. They haven't got a new playbook. It's the old thing that they keep repeating. It's an old floppy that they keep playing. We are tired of hearing it. However, sir, let me assure you, Mr. Sharma, that we are not being reactive. We are being proactive. We will do what we believe is in our interest. People talk of China's comprehensive national power. Let me assure you, sir, in the India of 2023, we have comprehensive national willpower. And we know that we are destined to succeed in what we are doing. The world respects India today. Just a small example, sir. You know that we are the head of G20. But your Prime Minister says that I'm not just the president of G20. I would like to represent G200. That's all the countries of the world. This is the global image of India. This is the kind of respect that India has, sir. And let me assure you that whatever he tries, this Chinese fellow, he's not going to succeed. He doesn't have a friend in the world, not even Vladimir Putin, sir. That's a marriage of inconvenience. That's not going to last very long. So the issues or the bottom line is, let them do what they want. We will carry on in the direction that we are determined to go, which is the development of our border region. And we're not going to...
Pankaj Sharma, final answer. Pankaj Sharma, final comments. Ending comments, Pankaj Sharma.
See,
ending comments, Pankaj.
Not only me, but the general perception is that, India's foreign policy vis-a-vis China is not that successful. And we are not showing enough strength, which we should, in my opinion. That is what I can say. And this is the general perception.
No, what you can say is that India, irrespective of whatever the view of the Congress party and however you may want to encircle
I'm
the
not
present
expressing
BJP
Congress
government,
party's view.
we all can say today, Pankaj. No, I know that, and I never said that, Pankaj. I never say that, I know. Whenever I say senior journalist, and after that I add former media advisor to the former Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Kamal Nath, who happens to be the senior most Congress leader at present. Right, Pankaj. But my point is the Congress or the BJP, irrespective, every Indian can say that unequivocally in one voice, from me to Deepak Vora to Pankaj Sharma, that every part, every inch of India is ours. Irrespective of whatever China may try to do. China has been trying to play a bully for the longest period of time I can remember, but they have failed. They failed then, they will fail now. Let there be no doubt about it. Thank you, both of you, Mr. Vora and Pankaj, for joining me on this debate. Thank you so much. That's the time I have. Don't go anywhere, viewers. Right after the break, the man himself, Arnab Goswami, on the debate at 9. And yes, he's asking the tough questions today to the West Bengal government, to Mamta Banerjee. Absolutely. When Mamta Banerjee is blaming the BJP, is the state government forgetting that the law and order is still a state subject? Arnab Goswami, right after the break, on the debate tonight. Thank you.
Right ahead of the state assembly elections in Karnataka, it is a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Congress MLA Puttaranga Shetty was gherraud by angry citizens. The incident happened on the first day of election campaigning. The Congress MLA faced the ire of the people in Shivapura in Chamarajanagar district. The people were miffed against the MLA for not responding to their calls. This after electricity was cut often by Bescom and people were forced to celebrate in the darkness. The people also accused the MLA for not building any community hall in the constituency. The incident comes just ahead of the elections. Karnataka will go to polls on the 10th of May. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
It's the biggest political fight in the state of Bengal, where Mamata Banerjee says BJP goons are behind the riots. The BJP instead is accusing Mamata of vote bank politics. Also, an NIA team is in Kannur right now to investigate the Kerala attack. A suspect has been detained from the state of Uttar Pradesh.
"18 days after Operation Amritpal was launched, Punjab police have locked Amritpal Singh's drug de-addiction centre.
18 days after the launch of Operation AP, Amritpal is still at large, but the drug de-addiction center that he was running under the garb of which he was radicalizing the youth has now been shut, and this was the center from where we earlier reported as well, but now it has been closed. All the associates of Amritpal have left this Gurudwara that was in the very near to his native village of Jalupur Kheda, and now this bears a deserted look. This was once used to be the place where Amritpal used to address not only his associates but also those who were coming here, and there are inputs that under the garb of drug de-addiction, Amritpal was running a syndicate of criminals and he was radicalizing them, those who were into the drugs, radicalizing them not only to have the arms training, because several of the videos have emerged where the arms and ammunition training was going on here, but also he was radicalizing them to prepare an army so that he can wage a war. This was what his plan was actually, but the action that was initiated by the Punjab police along with the central agencies is still at large. It has been more than 18 days, and now the drug de-addiction center, the so-called drug de-addiction center he was running, is closed. Or you will find that there are multiple locks that have been put in place. Also all the places where these locks where this place is, that have been locked, completely sealed, and this after the police have told them to clear this area because they had no doctor, they had no license to run this drug deal.
Political face-off over Bengal violence. Mamata blames BJP for Bengal violence. Who is responsible for the violence in Bengal? Debating tonight at 9 p.m.
आप सभी देश के जन जन तक सही सूचनाएं पहुंचाने में अहम भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। जब नेशन फर्स्ट होता है तब हमारे संकल्प भी बड़े होते हैं और उनको सिद्ध करने के प्रयास भी व्यापक होते हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमने भी ठान लिया है, हमारा रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क भी अपने कदम और भी तेज करेगा।
There's a mail that has been sent to you asking for help. Are you saying that there is no email? Boss, you cannot insult someone.
The biggest actions of the movements of various rank. We've killed the Prime Minister, the Chief Minister, generals of the army. These are all targeted killing.
I am willing to ask you certain questions, sir. You have a word, sir. I have a word. You delete everything and then I'm going to... Where is the question of recording, sir? Well, I'll show you, but why did you put your hand to my pocket? Why is not my phone?
Mr. Wazir, why were you arrested? Because it was a case, I believe, that was closed by the police itself. They're trying to stop us from reporting.
यहाँ पर लिखा गया है स्टैंड। इसी जगह से सचिन वाजे को बोला गया था खड़े रहने के लिए।
We are standing in the premise of a church right in the middle of Bucha. This is exactly what Ukraine is now calling it a genocide that has been committed by the Russian troops.
Everybody has right to self-determine. If I say Punjab is a separate country, I have right to do it.
From the Mumbai studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
Arnab Goswami on The Debate at 9. Presented by Amity University. Powered by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group and Panasonic. Co-powered by IndusInd Bank and Havells Fans.
Good evening and welcome. Yes, the nation wants to know. The nation wants to know why Bengal is burning. Bengal is burning. Mamata Banerjee has declared that the BJP is the chief instigator. If that is the case, I ask, and if Mamata Banerjee does indeed have proof that the BJP is instigating, then why does she not arrest the BJP Bengal chief Shukanta Majumdar or the leader of the opposition and BJP leader Shuvendu Adhikari? And if she does not have the proof, then isn't she admitting her own defeat and inability in handling the situation, and therefore, to avoid blame, make it political? And by the way, where is the state? There are 79,000 plus police officials in Bengal. The state government is very quick to misuse the police to file FIRs on the media, on news channels like Republic, file cases on Republic journalists. But when it comes to harshly implementing law and order, where it needs to be done, where is the police, Mamata Banerjee? Have lawbreakers in Bengal been emboldened to the point where they don't care two hoots about the police and the security machinery? And where is the state intelligence? Do they really not know who the stone pelters are? Are stone pelters so difficult to spot, to identify and to arrest? And where is the minister in charge of law and order, Mamata Banerjee herself? If the governor visits the riot hit areas, where, we ask, is the chief minister? The nation wants to know. The nation must know. The nation will know on The Debate tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, Debate 1. After another bout of violence in Bengal's Rishra region, the only question is who wants a Bengal fire? Debate number 2 this evening. I have a clear view. Why glamorize the Mughals? The cruel Mughals, the bigoted Mughals. Why glamorize? And debate number 3 tonight. Left to China, he would have even claimed, Xi Jinping would even have claimed Los Angeles and Vietnam as Chinese territory. China don't dream. Debate number 3. And here are the headlines this Tuesday evening on The Debate tonight. Biggest face-off in Bengal over the violence. MHA intervenes, seeks a report from the Bengal government.
We will never allow the miscreants, the hooligans and the goons to take the law into their hands.
Bengal governor visits violence hit areas. Victims in hospital, tells Republic. Priority is to restore normalcy.
पश्चिम बंगाल के मुख्यमंत्री ये कह देती हैं कि हिंदू इस इलाके में ना जाएं। क्या मुख्यमंत्री ही समाज को बांटने पर आ गई?
Mamata accuses the BJP of stoking violence. The BJP counters Mamata for doing vote bank politics by talking about Muslim areas. Controversy over Mughal history in textbooks. After the NCRT revises the curriculum, why the hue and cry? Republic says don't glamorize the Mughals. And even as the MAS sends out a stern message, Vadra Congress takes China for face value and ends up being its publicity machinery once again. And former US President Donald Trump to be arraigned in Manhattan court in the 2016 hush money case. Sometime back, I spoke to the Bengal governor. I'm playing out a clip of that in a couple of minutes. But today's reality in Bengal is that 3 to 4 days on the trot, there has been violence in Bengal. Mamata Banerjee has categorically blamed the BJP. But if that is the case, she must show proof and immediately arrest the BJP top brass in the state. So is the TMC government aware of those behind the riots and not acting, or are they deliberately ascribing political liability where none lies? Ladies and gentlemen, let's debate.
In Bengal, there has been violence on every single day this week. Last night, there was stone pelting and arson in Rishra area of Hooghly. Immediately, there was a political face-off.
What BJP had to say was that these videos were fake. What do we see today? We see that Shumit Sao, the individual who was carrying the pistol, which was shown in the video by TMC, was arrested from Munger, Bihar. He has confessed to the fact that yes, he was carrying this pistol in the BJP procession and that he is a BJP worker. So now what does BJP have to say about this?
Mamata Banerjee করিয়েছে কোন ধর্মের লোক পরে বলবো they are the leader of the local leader of the TMC party এবং এদেরকে instructed by Mamata Banerjee. She is the main culprit of this riot.
While the governor personally visited the violence-hit regions and said he would investigate,
We will never allow the miscreants, the hooligans and the goons to take the law into their hands. The police will come down heavily on them. These dark forces, forces of evil, will be brought to book. We will dare them in the den. People of Bengal have a right for peaceful living.
the BJP claims it is being blocked.
তো কি বলছেন আপনি লোকের কাছে আবেদন মিডিয়ার মাধ্যমে করতে পারেন স্যার এখান থেকে মিডিয়ার মাধ্যমে করে তো কাজ হচ্ছে না মিডিয়ার মাধ্যমে তো করছি আমরা ওখানে যেতে চাই এই অ্যাম্বুলেন্সে ছাড়াবো
The Bengal Chief Minister squarely blames the BJP for the riots.
বন্দুকধারী ধার্মিকেরা বন্দুক ধরে মানুষের রক্ত নিচ্ছে ঘর জ্বালিয়ে দিচ্ছে এরা হিন্দুও নয় এরা মুসলমানও নয় এরা শিখও নয় এরা খ্রিস্টানও নয় এরা আদিবাসীও নয় এরা তপশিলীও নয় এরা ওবিসিও নয় এরা হচ্ছে বিজেপির গুন্ডা
वहीं भारत में भी देखूं तो जहां एक और शांति का वातावरण है वहां पर भी रामनामी की शोभा यात्रा पर उसको शांति से नहीं निकलने देते ऐसी घटनाएं भी सामने जहां भारत के एक हिस्से में पश्चिम बंगाल की मुख्यमंत्री ये कह देती हैं कि हिंदू इस इलाके में ना जाएं तो क्या मुख्यमंत्री ही समाज को बांटने पर आ गई क्षेत्र को बांटने पर आ गई अपने आप में चिंता का विषय खड़ा हो जाए
Who is letting Bengal burn? Let's debate.
Well, the big talking point across the entire country has been the situation in Bengal. What started over Thursday has continued now non-stop. Up till Tuesday, it's been 4 days of violence and intermittent violence. The West Bengal Chief Minister says these are cases of provoked riots. And joining me now is the West Bengal Governor. Governor C.V. Ananda Bose. This morning he had to cut short his presence at the G20 event in Darjeeling to rush back to the Rishra clash site and take stock of the situation himself. as arson and violence continued there, and he went on the ground to get a sense of it himself. Dr. Bose, thank you for speaking to Republic. What do you make of the situation on the ground?
Thank you. The situation is highly deplorable, unfortunate. This is a case where the thugs and the hooligans have taken the law in their hands, where mobocracy is derailing democracy. This is a situation where a few persons, misdirected elements in society, the lumpen elements, they have been able to hold society to ransom. They have been able to deprive the common man of Bengal from the right to live in peace. This has to be contained effectively, proactively, and in a way which will not make others dare to repeat this. We are determined, the state is determined, constitution will be upheld, and this kind of trends where people's peace is disturbed and if we hooligans take the law in their hands and go berserk on the street will end, should end, and this is going to be the final solution to that. People are fed up of tolerating this in Bengal for a long time. An end is here. I say this may perhaps be the beginning of that end.
Do you think the state government has been tough enough? Do you think the full force of the state government, of the state police, has really been used so far as it should have been?
This is an occasion for action, not dissection. I will reserve my comments and my judgment on the state government later. Now the process is on. The government of India and the state government, all the stakeholders, including the political strata, the media, the common man, and the silent majority, we are all together to see that this criminality ends here and now.
The Chief Minister says that the ruling party at the center is provoking riots in Bengal.
I reserve my comments. Now I am into the action. Let the action be over. Then there can be analysis and assessment and judgment can come later.
So you're not ruling anything out for now, Dr. Bose. You're still assessing the situation, but you're not giving anyone a clean chit for now.
I am not ruling anything in either.
Yeah, you're not ruling in or out. Absolutely. Now you went to the SSKM. You went to the SSKM. Oh, yeah, you're saying something. Go on.
Yes, I went to the field because I wanted to hear straight from the horse's mouth, that is from the common man, how he perceives things. And in democracy, it is a perception of the common man that is important. I feel that my role as a governor, the powers of the governor has been given by the Constitution of India. Who framed the Constitution? We the people. We the people gave to ourselves this Constitution. Therefore, my first duty is to the people. My second duty is to the people. My third duty is to the people. I am in the field. I am with the people. I wanted to hear from them. I have heard from them. I have understood their feelings. I have made my own assessment, which I will reveal in the public domain at the appropriate time, in the appropriate manner.
Okay. Biswajit Deb of the Trinamool Congress is the TMC spokesperson versus GVL Narasimha Rao of the BJP national spokesperson, Shautaripa spokesperson of Bengal BJP, Nupur Sharma, editor of Op India, Debashish Chaudhary, political analyst, Nilanjan, Bikram Banerjee, and advocate Waris Pathan of the All India MIM. Now, Biswajit Deb, since the Chief Minister has announced on a public platform that the BJP has organized these, what she calls riots in Bengal, it is the responsibility of the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee to immediately, without delay, arrest Shukanta Majumdar, Bengal BJP chief, and also to arrest Shuvendu Adhikari, who she lost the assembly elections to, since according to her, these are the two individuals who are organizing riots in Bengal. Why are you not arresting the BJP leaders?
Mr. Goswami, the nation wants to know, and I would say that the nation must know that this is what has happened. Just let me show you. Just let me show you. This is what has happened. You can see. You can see. You can see this boy who is with a gun. He was in the procession. He was with a pistol in his hand. You can see a pistol in his hand. And who is he? I will come to that. I will come to that. Just see this. Just see this picture. Now who is he? He is a member of the BJP. He is a member of the BJP. And he was there. He was there in the procession on the first day in Howrah where the disturbance took place. He was there in Howrah. You can see him with BJP flags. Just see him with the BJP flags. So there has been answer to your questions. There had been
my question was, Mr. Majumdar.
42 arrests.
Mr. Majumdar.
I'm coming.
Mr. Majumdar. Mr. Majumdar. Mr. Majumdar. Sorry, Mr. Deb. I'm sorry, Mr. Deb. Mr. Deb, I'm sorry. Mr. Deb. Mr. Deb.
I will come to that.
Mr. Deb, listen to me, Mr.
I will
Deb.
come to that.
Mr. Deb, listen to me. Mr. Deb, allow me.
Arrest has been made
Allow
in
me.
Howrah, and
Allow me.
42 arrests have been made in Risha. So who is doing this violence? Who is instigating this? You have seen. 2
versus 2. I have to open up the debate fast.
Lord Ram say that you brandish sword, you brandish a gun, you brandish a pistol in the name of Ram Navami? Or not? It never happened in Bengal.
Okay.
It is BJP who has instigated this.
We'll allow
and
a rebut, then I'll open it
provocation
up.
Has come from BJP.
Mr. Deb,
Why did Dilip Ghosh?
Mr.
Why
Deb.
did Dilip Ghosh again?
Mr.
On
Deb.
the second occasion,
1
went
minute.
to Hooghly
1
and
minute.
again organized the procession 4 days after Ram Navami.
Okay.
This is not expected.
Okay.
This we do not expect from a responsible political party.
1 minute. Just 1 minute.
They are provocating.
Just 1 minute.
They are provocating, and thereafter they are spreading rumors.
Mr. Deb, 1 minute, GVL, 1 minute. Mr. Deb, this is the third night in a row I will ask the question. For I do not know the answer to this question. Maybe you do, because these are the words of your Chief Minister. Muslim area. And the nation wants to know, as per your dictionary, Nupur is also on the debate. Nupur Sharma is on the debate. I have started my career in Kolkata. My family is in Kolkata. We run Bengal's biggest news channel, which I am sure you have great affection for. But I am asking you, what is a Muslim area? What is a Muslim area, sir?
Yes, the nation.
What is a Muslim area, sir?
And the nation must know what has been done.
What is a Muslim area, sir?
By BJP since the last.
But what is a Muslim area,
how
sir?
They are provocating.
In a secular country, what is a Muslim area for defined geographically or demographically with a religion?
Every religion.
What is a Muslim area, sir?
By Mamata Banerjee. She respects each and every religion. She goes to mandir, she goes to masjid, she goes to church, she goes to Gurudwara. Each and every religion is.
What is a
respected by
Muslim
TMC.
area, sir?
And TMC stands for.
What is
temple,
a Muslim
masjid
area?
And church.
You are not answering my question.
There is nothing called Muslim area.
But she used the word.
But when there is.
By 1 minute, Nupur is on the debate. Nupur is coming in on the debate. 1 minute, GVL. Shatarupai, Nupur are on the debate. GVL, 1 minute. Nupur first. Nupur and Shatarupai responding to the debate right now.
If you say, sir, if you say there is nothing.
1 minute, Shatarupai. Nupur started already. 1 minute.
Does he if you say that there is nothing called a Muslim area, sir, can you please admit that your party chief and the chief minister of your state was wrong?
He's not even saying that. He's saying Nupur.
Sir, can you please admit
again
that your party chief and the chief minister of your state was wrong?
This is a wrong
when she
perception
said that Hindus should not go
created
through
by
a Muslim
BJP
area.
And the media. This is a narrative.
Sir, can you
which has been
admit that
created
Mamata
by the
Banerjee
opposition
was wrong?
and the media.
Mr. Dev,
whatever
you
Mamata
haven't
Banerjee has
listened to
been
his
said,
minister
that has been
talking.
misinterpreted.
Madam, one second.
That
I
has
have a
been
point to make.
misinterpreted.
Have you not
You see,
heard your
there
own
was a
chief minister
disturbance.
talking?
There was a disturbance.
This is not something that I
And
have
Mamata
made up.
Banerjee
Shatarupa is
had
opening up the
appealed-
debate right now. Shatarupa
had
and Mr. Dev.
appealed
Entirely
that please
your
don't
chief
incite
minister
violence.
saying.
Please don't incite violence. Please
There is
don't
no
promote
violence that we
Please
incited.
do not play
It
with
is your
fire.
chief minister,
Please do not,
the Honorable
please
Chief
do not
Minister of West
provoke.
Bengal,
Please do
who
not-
has gone
please do
on
not
court
spread
saying
fake
he
news.
was
That
lying
is
on
exactly
camera
what Mamata Banerjee
from
said.
your
You want to
venerable
divide the
public
people.
stage.
You want
where
to
she
divide
said
people
that Hindus,
based on
I am
religion,
warning you,
and that
do
is
not
your
go into
politics.
a Muslim
That
area
is your
because
politics.
they are doing
You want
Ramjan.
to- you
They
want to
have
divide
Roja.
people
They
on
are
the basis of
peaceful.
religion.
Your chief
And
minister
that is
said this.
exactly
And
done
you're
by
saying
you.
that your
And
chief
that is
minister
why
didn't say it.
people
Nobody said it.
throw you away from
why do you
Bengal.
leave
Vishwajit Dev right now. Mr. Dev.
And that is the reason
Which
why
why do you
Mamata
leave it?
Banerjee has been elected as the chief minister for the third term.
Okay,
Yeah, so then she is elected. She should clearly be everybody's chief minister, not only the Muslim people's chief minister. Your chief
She
minister
is everybody's chief minister. She has proved it by dint of her work. By dint of her work, she has proved it. And she has proved it by the dint of the development she has done for the last 12 years. For the last 12 years, whatever development she has done, she has proved that it is
But you know-
Mamata Banerjee only that
Sir,
who can develop a particular state. You show me another
I
state
would
in
like
India
to-
which has developed
I would like to
it is not.
I would
we
like
do
to
not-
ask my next
we
question.
do not believe in communal politics.
I would
The
like
NCP
to
does
ask
not
my next
believe in
question.
communal
1 minute.
politics.
Can
We do
everybody
not
calm down for a
divide the
moment?
people on the basis
Mr.
of
Dev,
religion.
Mr.
This
Dev,
is not the politics of
Mr. Dev,
of
am I,
TMC.
Mr. Dev, there are only two
We trust
reasons.
and we have faith.
There are
and we
only-
respect
Sir, please
each and
calm
every
down.
religion.
This is
Sir-
not Metia Brews where you're giving a speech. Please calm down. This is
Calm.
a television debate.
Let's everyone calm down.
I like that.
I want to, Mr. Dev is on a very aggressive streak tonight. No problem. Mr. Dev, I don't know. Maybe I'm asking the right questions as usual, which is why you're not liking it. But Mr. Dev, there is a very interesting aspect of the Trinamool Congress government which I would like to share with you. When people put out memes and photoshopped images, or when they put out things on YouTube, or even if you forward a email which contains a cartoon of the chief minister, then immediately people are arrested. Now here in this case, the chief minister of Bengal is saying that the BJP has instigated riots. And I'm saying to you, Mr. Dev, with all seriousness, in the presence of the BJP spokesperson, if that is the case, then the BJP leaders must be arrested. You can't make a statement and not act. You made a public statement that the BJP is instigating riots,
We have
spilling blood on the streets of Bengal, but you're not arresting the BJP leaders. Why not?
Arrested.
Why aren't you arresting
The
Shukanto
administration
Majumdar?
has already arrested.
Shukanto Majumdar is arrested? Shubhendu Adhikari is arrested?
And 42.
No, you're making a political
42%
point now,
Hooghly.
sir.
In Hooghly, and the police is investigating. Police is investigating.
GVL is on the
Where
debate,
was the
viewers.
police when the
It is
violence was
still under
happening,
investigation.
sir? Where was the police when the
and
violence
during
was
the
happening,
course-
sir?
During the course
Or
of
do
the
you agree with
investigation,
Mr. Waris
already
Pathan?
39
And are you
42, which
implementing
means
what Mr. Waris Pathan
81%
said?
have been arrested.
That 15
Okay, 1 minute, one at a time.
Muslims can overpower 100 crore Hindus. Are you implementing what Mr. Waris Pathan said? That 15 crore Muslim can overpower 100 crore
What did
Hindus?
she say? May I come in now or not?
No,
My name
the
is
point
In
is,
Bengal,
Where
in
was the
Bengal,
police when the
I'm sorry
violence
to
was
say-
I
happening?
make my
I'm
point.
sorry to say, madam.
Where was the
in
police
Bengal,
when the violence
in
was happening,
Bengal,
sir?
There is nothing like
now,
that. In Bengal,
why-
Where
we respect
was
each
the
and every
police
religion.
when the
There is
violence was
communal
happening,
harmony
sir?
in Bengal. All religions
Yes, we've
are
seen a
respected
display of
equally in
harmony.
Bengal.
When your chief minister says that Hindus can't enter Muslim
Sir,
areas, sir.
Yeah, yes,
I would
people
I
of
would like
Bengal
to
are
remind
secular,
you, sir.
but
One
not your
second, sir.
leader.
I would like to
We do
remind
not-
you,
we
sir.
One minute, not everyone together,
We
please.
do not say Hindus
One
and
second,
Muslims.
please let me
That
respond.
is
Okay, Mr. Dev, listen to her.
something-
Mr. Dev, listen to her.
Muslim area.
Mr. Dev, kindly listen to her.
Muslim
Mr. Dev,
area.
listen to her and then respond kindly, plus.
A Muslim
make your
area,
point.
sir. A Muslim area was carved out of Bharat in 1947. It's called Pakistan. If you want to go down this slippery slope, sir, where you say that Hindus should not enter Muslim areas, I would like to remind you that India is 80% Hindu. And tomorrow Hindus can say that no religious procession of any non-Hindu faith must enter any Hindu area, which is the entire Bharat. So I would suggest, sir, you don't instigate Hindus by going down this dangerous path, having the temerity to say that Hindus cannot enter Muslim area. If you want to call an area a Muslim area, Hindus will proudly call Bharat a Hindu Bharat, because a Muslim area was carved out of Bharat in 1947. You have no right to tell Hindus where we can enter and where we can't enter. And it is your responsibility and your police's responsibility to protect Hindus when they are taking out their religious procession.
Okay. 1 minute. She says tonight, Mr. Deb, 1 minute, Mr. Deb. 1 minute, Nupur, now be quiet, let Mr. Deb respond.
We do not believe in communal politics.
Mr. Deb, she says tonight.
We do not believe in communal politics.
Mr. Deb.
I am again repeating.
Mr. Deb,
does not believe in communal politics.
Mr. Deb, 1 minute. Nupur, Mr. Deb, you got to be quiet, both of you now.
We have equal respect for each and every religion.
Mr. Deb, I have a very
Muslims, Christians,
Mr. Deb,
Sikhs, they all live in communal harmony.
I have a very good panel, and I have Debashish. Debashish, just hold on.
You keep saying you're talking rubbish.
No, 1 minute.
If you keep saying that you don't play communal politics, sir, because you fail to protect Hindus.
Nupur,
you deliberately fail to protect
1 minute. Nupur,
It is BJP. I'm sorry to say, it is BJP who believe in the politics of divide and rule.
You have the police
This
in your
is your
hand.
politics.
You have the law in your hand.
I have right now with me, Nupur, thank you. I have Debashish and GVL on the left. Shotarupa, 1 minute.
Failed miserably.
1 minute.
I want to say,
1 minute.
I want to say a
Mr. Deb, Debashish Chaudhary, a political analyst from Kolkata, is on the debate right now. Please listen to him, sir, one at a time on this debate tonight. Yes, Debashish.
There are a few facts about West Bengal that the people of country must know. The facts of the matter are, today Calcutta Corporation has a mayor called Firhad Hakim, who is on record at saying that parts of Calcutta are mini Pakistan. He is on record. He has said to a foreign delegation, the mayor of Calcutta said that Garden Reach, Metia Buruj are mini Pakistan. Secondly, on Friday and Saturday, when the riots started, riots means uninstigated, malevolent, prepared, planned attack on Hindus. When it started, Mamata Banerjee made the first statement that during Ramzan, Muslims cannot do such a thing. So even before any investigator started, even before the police set to work, even before anybody came to know anything, Mamata Banerjee gave a clean sheet to a particular community, when throughout West Bengal, everybody has seen that with police by their side, they were pelting stones on unarmed religious people taking out a religious procession. In a secular country, Hindus have the same rights as any other community.
Okay, Debashish, I got your point. Debashish, I got your point. To widen the debate, I'm getting Aris Pathan in. Debashish, yeah, I got your point. I got your point.
Mr. Goswami, can I reply?
Yeah, but GVL has not come in yet. Debashish now. Debashish, pull back. I'll have GVL and Shotarup on the left. Thank you, Debashish.
बंगाल में पूजा नहीं होता है. बंगाल में दुर्गा पूजा नहीं होता है. बंगाल में काली पूजा नहीं होता है.
Okay, Debashish is still on.
पूजा नहीं होता है. बंगाल में.
Debashish is back. Debashish is on. I can't hear. Audio's gone.
BJP in 2021 because Bengal is not a place of communal politics.
Okay, 1 minute. Can Shotarup's audio up,
BJP
please.
actually has not been rejected.
I want to respond.
If you think BJP is responsible, I dare TMC to arrest Subhendu Adhikari if you think BJP is responsible.
Why don't you? Yeah, 1 minute. Nupur, keep it at that. Keep it at that. I'm getting a response right now. It's a reasonable question. It's Biswajit Deb. You claim that in a very, very volatile situation, you have found the main perpetrator. GVL on the left, please. you've claimed, the Chief Minister, who is also the Home Minister, has officially claimed, GVL, that the BJP is responsible. On the program, I have the national spokesperson and member of parliament of the BJP, official spokesperson on the program. I have the official spokesperson of the Trinamool. Now, I would request the official spokesperson of the BJP to respond. For if the Chief Minister has said that the BJP is officially responsible, it becomes a bounden duty to arrest the BJP leaders responsible for it. Arrest them. Let the matter go to court.
Arnab,
Let the matter go to court, I say.
It is the Chief Minister who is responsible for
GVL.
it. It is the Chief Minister. It is the Chief Minister who... No, Arnab, it is the Chief Minister who is responsible for it. Bengal is secular, but Trinamool and Mamata are patently criminal. She had already foreseen, even before the procession started, possibly there is a conspiracy of which she was aware. Why should anybody dictate on what day a Ram Navami procession should be taken? What if a procession is called 4 days later, a Shobha Yatra? Will the government or the Trinamool Congress dictate when Hindus should celebrate their festivals?
MIM also on the right, yeah.
Why are Hindus in Bengal being treated as second-class citizens? And all the facts should come out, because the High Court today, this evening, has called for a report from the state government based on a complaint, based on a petition filed by our leader of the opposition in the State Assembly, Suvendu Adhikari. I think if the Trinamool Congress submits a proper report, if the police submit a fair report, a genuine report, it will become obvious that these riots were instigated against the Hindus who were carrying out procession with an eye on giving bad name to the Hindus and to consolidate a vote bank.
GVL, because on the debate I also have Waris and two panelists have not spoken. Allow me, GVL, allow me.
No, our people have disputed this claim.
What about the visual?
Have disputed.
What about the visual which Biswajit Deb showed in the beginning of the program? He said,
yes.
And the visual, I have played the visual.
This is not a BJP Karyakarta.
Biswajit Deb thinks that he is the first person to show the visual.
You can play anything.
I have shown the visual for 2 days back. Is that man a BJP worker? Was he sent there with a revolver in his hand by the BJP to instigate the minority population in the area on the occasion of Ram Navami? Let me answer that question tonight. Is he a BJP worker?
It's a complete lie.
Answer Biswajit Deb directly tonight.
Our people have completely...
He's holding up the picture again, viewers. Look at that. He's holding up the picture again on this debate.
No, anybody can hold up.
Of course you can make your point. What is 1 minute?
This is the visual.
He says, is that a BJP worker?
With the flag of the BJP.
See, I have been quiet and silent.
No.
May I say something?
I did not interrupt anybody.
The Congress is capable of doing any drama.
May I say something on
No, I want to get Waris.
We don't believe in drama. We don't believe in fake news. We don't spread fake news.
No.
Whatever has happened.
No, people know everything you do is fakery. Including the injury faked by Mamata Banerjee during the elections. Everything you do is fakery.
I fully agree with you. People know, and that is why Mamata Banerjee has been voted to
you
power
agree that
time.
Trinamool Congress indulges in all kind of fakery.
That is the reason. Because Bengal doesn't believe in communal politics.
No, we are just entering Bengal.
They don't believe
we have made a big splash in Bengal. And we are going to win Bengal next time. People of Bengal want to get rid of your communal party.
Christians, Sikhs, all are equal. For us, all are equal.
A question raised earlier on the debate. I wish to go back to it.
Yes, for us too, for everyone.
A question raised earlier on the debate, and Waris Pathan is really angry because he hasn't been allowed to speak. Now, Waris Pathan, the question is not that you've not been allowed to speak. The question could very well be that you have nothing to speak today because you're on the back foot, especially after the earlier point made by Nupur Sharma, where she says it is as much the responsibility of the state government to take care of the majority community as well. She says it is the duty of the Bengal government to protect those who are celebrating a Hindu festival and not see all of them as perpetrators of violence. But on that, Waris Pathan, you will not speak because you are the very same person The very same Waris Pathan who said
it's a duty.
15% will be stronger on 80%.
He will be very. Waris Pathan must be really happy today because he said 15 crore
It
are
is the
enough to
duty
overpower 100 crore
of the
Hindus.
state government to
This is his
maintain
dream
law
come
and
true.
order situation in the respective state, whether
Okay.
it is the BJP
You
government in
speak
Karnataka or
one.
Mamata Banerjee government in West Bengal. But what we see is that the Mamata government has totally failed in maintaining law and order. If she felt that the procession which was given permission not to enter from a particular area, what prevented her or the police to allow them to go past to that
Why
masjid?
should it not
Why?
enter
What
from
is
a
the
particular
petal?
area?
Go to the masjid, stop there.
Why should it
They
not
play
enter
loud
from a
music.
One minute, sir. One minute. Wait a minute. Let him complete. Debashish, control yourself. Everyone is on the screen. Let him complete, Debashish. Let him complete, Nupur.
The Mamata government has totally failed in preventing violence in West Bengal. Why preventive steps were not taken to ensure that the procession does not pass from a
Why
particular
should the
area? which is a
procession not
sensitive
pass
place?
through any area?
Why did she allow?
Which
First of all,
area?
and the BJP government wanted.
Why should the procession not pass through any area, Waris?
What did Amit Shah said yesterday? अगर हमारी सरकार
Okay, we'll audio control this 1 minute.
लटका के मारेंगे.
Let Waris speak loudest right now for a minute and then we'll announce it.
Idris Pasha was mob lynched merely on the suspicion of cow trading. Will Amit Shah take them and do उल्टा लटका के मारा जाएगा उनको कि नहीं मारा जाएगा? So let me tell you whether the BJP or the Mamata government both have failed in ensuring peace. They have failed in maintaining law and order respectively. That is why what happens every now and then, they go, they stop near the mosque, they shout, they play loud music, try to unruffle the flag of the saffron flag, and then what happens? They carry revolver.
Who is there? Who is there? Nupur is asking as well. Who is there? They go, they play loud music. Who is there?
Would never do this kind of things.